effortlessly by the hero's blade, which now lay buried deep within his heart. Nothing made sense anymore. He had done everything correctly. He graduated at the top of the Demon King Academy. He memorized the Demon King standard word for word, followed every rule without deviation, and executed every doctrine to perfection. He built a tower exactly as instructed. He kidnapped royalty because tradition demanded it. He played the role of the mastermind flawlessly, scattering clues and delivering nurturing heroes instead of killing them prematurely. The standard taught that heroes were livestock. The stronger they became, the richer the harvest would be. And yet, despite following that sacred logic to the letter, he lay bleeding in the dirt. The hero explained it plainly. Kidnapping royalty was never a crime. It was a signal. Towers were not fortresses, but invitations. Weak monsters were tools meant to train heroes. Delayed executions allowed them to grow. Even sparing their lives had only strengthened them further. His tower had never been a symbol of domination. It was a training ground, a farming zone. The heroes laughed openly, expressing their gratitude for raising their levels and providing excellent loot. Even the fallen heroes were dismissed as insignificant sacrifices made in pursuit of fame. The mockery cut deeper than death itself. Consumed by rage, the Demon King attempted to unleash his final power. Before it could even take shape, his head was severed cleanly from his body. As his consciousness faded, he sacrificed everything he had left to trigger one final explosion, swallowing the battlefield whole. Then came darkness. A voice called his name. Deus opened his eyes to thunderous applause. He found himself standing once again in the Demon King Academy. 15 years in the past, his graduation badge resting in his hand. Before him, the glowing laws of the Demon King standard materialized as they once had. This time, he understood everything. When asked to swear the oath, Deus refused. He openly denounced the standard, declaring it trash, a cruel joke designed to enslave demon kings and fatten heroes for slaughter. His words stunned the entire academy. In that instant, the greatest genius of the era became something far more dangerous. The madman of the century. Archduke Arcane Blair was the first to completely lose his composure. He slammed his hand down with such force it seemed as though he intended to split the table in half, roaring about immediate execution for what he deemed an unforgivable affront to their sacred standards. The sheer rage in his voice reverberated through the hall, making everyone feel as though the academy itself was caught in a violent earthquake. Then he paused. The Archduke reconsidered. That child had always been a shining star, possessing absurd discipline, overwhelming talent, and an academic record bordering on perfection. Executing him on the spot would be an irreversible waste. With a flicker of reluctant mercy, the Archduke issued a final ultimatum. Deus was to either retract his words and apologize to the entire demon realm, or be exiled to the hellhole known as the Aryan region. The moment Aryan was mentioned, the hall erupted into hushed gasps and frantic whispers. Aryan was infamous, a graveyard for demon kings, a dimension where dozens perished every year without leaving a trace. No one could understand why someone who had committed such blasphemy was even being offered a second chance. In their eyes, no apology could ever atone for that level of sacrilege. The Archduke reminded them that Aryan was the most hostile place in existence, a void that had devoured countless demon kings without even leaving behind an echo. Before the murmurs could settle, Deus responded with icy resolve. He demanded the assignment immediately, accepting it as though it were a reward rather than a punishment. The Archduke was left speechless. His composure crumbled entirely. The realization that Deus intended to use Aryan to expose the standards as a farce shattered what little patience he had left. Orders thundered through the hall. Deus was to be transferred to Aryan at once. Every privilege granted to top-tier demon kings was stripped away. No minions, no preparation time, nothing. The portal flared open. The command was final. Deus was banned from returning until he conquered that hellhole. As Deus tumbled through the portal, he understood that this outcome was inevitable. Reality struck hard as he fell. Aryan was the very place where the heroes who killed him in his previous life had risen to prominence. Back then, he had chosen Aryan out of arrogance, believing the strongest should face the toughest challenges. That pride had led him straight into a trap. Those heroes had exploited his blind obedience to the standards and annihilated him. But this time was different. As he spread his wings and landed safely within the icy grip of the Urgus Mountains on the northern continent, he welcomed the biting cold. This life would not repeat the last. He resolved to twist the standards to his advantage instead of letting them devour him again. Meanwhile, back at the academy, chaos brewed on the morning of the graduation ceremony. Gordon Deerick prepared with meticulous care, polishing every detail with a precision that would impress a drill sergeant. In the demon world, the highest-ranking demon was assigned to serve the top demon king, a position that sparked envy hotter than dragonfire among the graduates ranked just below. Gordon viewed all demon kings as extraordinary, but Deus stood above them all, a once-in-a-millennium existence, a descendant of demonic dragons, a figure destined to carve his name into history. Graduating alongside him felt like a divine blessing. Gordon imagined conquering dimensions together, statues immortalizing them as king and royal assistant. Then came the moment when Deus publicly rejected the sacred standards. That memory struck Gordon like a freight train. The image he had idolized shattered instantly. He could barely comprehend that the figure he revered had cast aside the sacred teachings as if they were worthless trash. Now deep within the frozen expanse of the Urgus Mountains, Gordon trudged through relentless snow, weighed down by packs that felt impossibly heavy. Confusion and despair twisted his face into an expression of disbelief. He could not understand how everything had spiraled out of control so quickly. When Deus finally noticed him, his expression shifted to genuine astonishment. He had been told no demon would follow him. Yet there Gordon stood. Gordon's composure finally collapsed. He unleashed a torrent of questions, demanding to know why Deus had caused such catastrophic upheaval, why he dared to insult the sacred standards, and why they were both stranded in the most dangerous region on the continent. Deus responded with infuriating calm, brushing off the questions as though unaware of the chaos surrounding them. That indifference only fueled Gordon's frustration. He reminded Deus of a single moment that condemned them both to this frozen purgatory. Deus attempted to lighten the mood with humor, but Gordon had no tolerance for jokes while panic gnawed at his core. As Deus watched Gordon unravel, memories of the man he once knew resurfaced, the confident warrior who once charged eagerly toward Aryan. Now fear had seized control. Revealing the truth about time reversal would only worsen the situation, so Deus chose silence. Eventually, Gordon managed to steady himself. He apologized stiffly, reaffirming his duty despite the doubt still lingering in his mind. Relying on the teachings he still believed in, he insisted that the first rule remained unchanged. They needed to build a tower, but not just any tower. The tower, according to Gordon, needed to be placed in a visible and accessible location, not hidden within a frozen wasteland crawling with monsters. The surrounding mountains were infested with ferocious beasts, making traversal nearly impossible for ordinary beings. He argued that choosing such a location blatantly violated every principle outlined in the Demon King standards, and insisted they needed to retreat immediately. Desiree rejected the idea outright. Stubborn as an immovable pillar, he declared that the tower would rise exactly where they stood, here and now, and nowhere else. Without further debate, he produced the legendary tower seed and thrust it into the frozen earth. The seed required Demon King blood to awaken, and Gordon's panic surged instantly. He accused Deus of trampling over sacred traditions, but Deus responded with cold finality. He had never sworn allegiance to those standards in the first place. Gordon recoiled as though struck across the face. That rejection of doctrine hit him with crushing force. For demons, the standards were as fundamental as breathing itself. To deny them felt as unnatural as flying without wings, unless one had endured something truly hellish, like death itself. Deus sliced his palm open without hesitation and let his blood drip onto the seed. He asserted that Gordon needed to understand something clearly, that the standards were utterly worthless, especially within Aryan. The seed absorbed the blood and erupted in a blinding red flare as a massive magic circle expanded outward. The tower began identifying its master, Deus of the Black Flame Demonic Dragon Clan. As the revelation unfolded, it shattered the foundations of everything Gordon believed. Deus explained that Aryan swarmed with heroes because they had learned how to manipulate towers, weaponizing the Demon King standards against demons themselves. That was the reason Demon Kings met their end in this cursed land time and time again. When the tower fully manifested, rising from the snow like a dark and brooding monument, Gordon stared in disbelief. Deus merely remarked that the standards deserved to be renamed, given that they now serve humans far better than demons ever had. The interior of the tower was nothing but desolation. Upon entering the first floor, cold stone and suffocating silence greeted them. Gordon inspected the empty space with growing unease. A proper tower should have been overflowing with chambers, traps, and monsters, yet this one felt abandoned, stripped of every luxury a Demon King was supposed to possess. Each level above proved just as barren. By the time they reached the fifth floor, the so-called King's Chamber was as empty as the rest. Gordon reluctantly accepted that the tower's structure was beyond saving, but insisted that the next rule of the standards still needed to be followed. The second requirement demanded the kidnapping of a prince or princess, preferably someone close to the throne, to siphon the strongest emotional energy. Gordon asked for permission to offer his suggestion, and Deus granted it with a nod. Unfurling a map, Gordon pointed toward the kingdom of Corson, the closest realm to the Urgus Mountains. In his assessment, abducting the highest-ranking princess there would send waves of fear and despair for the kingdom, fueling their growth immensely. Deus cut him off before he could continue. He agreed with the kidnapping itself, himself but revealed that he had already chosen his target. Gordon's excitement spiked at the prospect of accompanying the mission until Deus ordered him to remain behind and guard the tower. Gordon took this as reassurance, convincing himself that his king had finally returned to reason and that the earlier erratic behavior was merely the stress of graduation. That fragile optimism shattered instantly when he learned the chosen target. Instead of Corsin's royal princess, Deus had selected Hilderin, the kingdom farthest from the tower, and rather than a high-ranking royal, his target was the 13th princess, a girl with almost no influence and barely any presence at court. With unwavering resolve, Deus launched himself southward, crossing vast lands until he reached a distant castle. He slipped through a window and entered the princess's private chamber without hesitation. The mission felt disturbingly familiar, yet this time he moved with a purpose that defied every sacred rule of the demon world. Back at the tower, Gordon's heart pounded as panic set in. His king had chosen the least strategic option possible, the complete opposite of everything the standards demanded. Inside the chamber, the princess stared at Deus in stunned confusion, unsure of who or what had just shattered her quiet night. Deus wasted no time declaring his identity and intent with unwavering confidence. Instead of terror, she responded with a soft, almost amused laugh. The reaction caught Deus completely off guard. Rather than shrinking back, the princess stood tall, meeting his gaze as though appraising him. Her audacity was baffling. He questioned whether she genuinely understood the danger or simply thought demon kings were some kind of joke. Even so, he bolstered his confidence, certain of his own presence. What he failed to anticipate was her calm acceptance, as though being kidnapped was little more than an inconvenience. That composure sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. He questioned her motives sharply, but she merely shrugged, explaining that she had long suspected something absurd like this might happen to a princess. He warned her not to attempt anything clever, insisting he would not tolerate deception, especially while feeling as though he stood on a fragile bridge above molten lava. She countered calmly, pointing out that she could not have plotted anything when she had no way of knowing he would appear that night. Her reasoning was sound, yet something about it unsettled him. Before he could dwell on it further, she extended her hand and beckoned him to leave. Deus took her hand, and together they soared back toward the tower hidden deep within the Urus Mountains. The moment they landed, Gordon rushed forward, tension radiating from every movement. Deus instructed him to place the princess on the 4th floor rather than throwing her into the dungeon, explaining that her lack of resistance warranted a small measure of leniency. Gordon complied, then requested to discuss an urgent matter. Meanwhile, the princess sat alone on the bare stone floor of the 4th level, quietly remarking to herself that she had truly been kidnapped. Her eyes wandered across the empty chamber, no bedding, no servants, no comforts of any kind. Yet despite everything, a small smile formed on her lips as she concluded that perhaps the situation was not entirely unbearable. At the same time, Gordon presented Deus with an ornate invitation from the Tower of Monsters. It announced a welcome celebration for the newly crowned Demon King. Deus dismissed it as a hollow display of intimidation, a posturing show of power. Under normal circumstances, demon kings would never cooperate, but Arin's grim reality had forced uneasy alliances. Still, he decided to attend. The stakes had grown too significant to ignore. The Tower of Monsters loomed from within a dense forest. There, Deus came face to face with Draxon, the demon king who had ruled the region for 70 long years. Draxon's first reaction was steeped in contempt. He assessed Deus as though he were nothing more than dust beneath his feet, making his disdain for the newcomer's disregard for tradition unmistakably clear. Deus responded with unbothered defiance, urging him to abandon theatrics and state his purpose. The reason soon surfaced. Draxon revealed that Archduke Arcane had ordered him to monitor Deus closely. Deus retaliated with an unfiltered insult, mocking how even exile to Arin had failed to extinguish the Archduke's arrogance. The remark ignited Draxon's fury. He attempted to assert dominance by issuing a humiliating command, but Deus did not yield. Instead, he questioned whether Draxon truly understood why he was there. Draxon insisted that Deus had violated sacred traditions. Deus cut him off, pointing out that those same traditions forbade demon kings from killing one another, before slamming his heel down and shattering the floor with a single thunderous strike. The sheer force of the display left Draxon frozen in stunned silence. Only then did Draxon realize far too late that he had gravely misjudged his guest. Scrambling to salvage what had already become a complete disaster, he dragged up the Archduke's orders once more, orders tangled in the chaotic affair of a kidnapped princess and a report that wasn't even due for another month. Deus responded casually, mentioning that he had already taken a princess for himself, and with a wicked grin added that she was exactly his type. Draxon was left utterly baffled as Deus strutted out of the tower as if he owned the damn place. Back in his own tower, Gordon was practically bouncing off the walls, showering Deus with praise for his overwhelming, unfiltered display of power. Deus waved it off like it was nothing, firmly convinced that Draxon wouldn't dare escalate things now. Still, he warned Gordon to stay alert. He instructed him to check on the princess and see how she might be turned into a valuable asset. Despite his outward confidence, unease churned deep inside him. He couldn't stop worrying about the other demon kings. If they decided to unite, they could become an overwhelming threat. Mocking tradition carried consequences far heavier than he had anticipated. Even so, he knew he would make the same choice 1,000 times over. Facing death was preferable to bowing before those he despised. He had plans to rebuild everything from the ground up. In his mind, expending a measly amount of energy to kidnap a low-ranking princess had been an absolute steal. That confidence shattered the moment he opened his system panel and saw the numbers staring back at him, over 13,000 points. The shock hit him instantly. Before he could process it, a video message arrived from the Tower of Monsters. Draxon appeared on the screen, suddenly cheerful and overly cordial, congratulating him and offering a gift. He claimed admiration for Deus' accomplishments and hinted that mocking tradition might have served some hidden purpose. The abrupt shift in tone was deeply unsettling. Before Deus could unravel the meaning behind that twisted message, Gordon burst into the room, pale as a ghost and shaking uncontrollably. He reported that something was seriously wrong on the 4th floor. Deus rushed over and stopped dead in his tracks. The spare room had transformed into a lush, living garden. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, butterflies drifted lazily through the air, and an entire ecosystem flourished inside the tower. Elemental spirits swirled around the princess, who stood at the center like a sovereign of nature itself. Only a master of all 4 elements could create something so extraordinary, and there was only one spirit elementalist of that caliber on the entire continent. In that instant, Deus realized the truth. She was not the 13th princess. She confirmed his suspicion with a sly smile, revealing that her true name was Ernan, the first princess of the kingdom, a kingdom now poised to erupt in fury. Within hours, news of her kidnapping spread through the royal palace like wildfire. The king erupted in rage, swearing vengeance against the demon king who had dared touch his precious daughter. He rallied the mightiest heroes and ordered the full mobilization of the army to ensure her triumphant return. The situation had spiraled into absolute chaos. The princess appeared once more, her presence shimmering with regal authority, reminding Deus of the question she had posed earlier, whether he could truly handle her. She made it unmistakably clear that this was the core issue. Ever the keen observer, Deus made it known that her enchanting appearance fooled him not in the slightest. He had heard tales of a genius elemental witch whose mana overflowed like a raging volcano. Power of that magnitude was impossible to ignore. What truly intrigued him was how she had managed to suppress such an overwhelming presence so completely. With dramatic flair, Ernan revealed a magnificent ring on her finger, explaining that it was a royal heirloom capable of concealing her magical energy. She then fixed Deus with a piercing gaze, questioning whether he intended to send her back now that he knew the truth. Deus scoffed at the idea. Returning a princess would turn him into the kingdom's greatest joke, shatter his fearsome reputation, and destroy his ability to harvest demonic energy from the terror he inspired. Letting her go was never an option. At that precise moment, the system detected an explosive surge of fury directed squarely at him. His demonic energy skyrocketed to 19,000 points. The realization hit him immediately. The kingdom had discovered her disappearance and identified him as the culprit. Whether she was the first princess or the 13th made no difference. To them, she was his hostage. Back at the royal palace, the king roared orders to annihilate the demon king and rescue his daughter. His advisors, however, remained confused, still uncertain of the true perpetrator. Reconnaissance units pleaded for patience, but his fury erupted uncontrollably. He berated them for their incompetence while his daughter remained trapped in an unknown hell. A seasoned advisor recalled a recent scandal in a neighboring realm where a prince had been kidnapped by the demon king of lust, an incident that united the world and ended with the demon king's public execution at the hands of heroes. The idea that another demon king would repeat such a mistake sent chills through the chamber. The king concluded with grim certainty that a new demon king had emerged. At that moment, a soldier burst into the hall reporting the detection of teleportation magic moving north toward the Urgus Mountains. Shock rippled through the room. Those mountains lay far to the north while the kingdom rested in the far south. The implications were deeply troubling. Within the tower, Gordon voiced concern over the impending arrival of the kingdom's forces. Deus, however, remained calm and confident. He knew their army would never reach him. The journey crossed multiple hostile nations, natural barriers, and political minefields. None of those kingdoms would welcome Hilderin's soldiers. That left only one option: hiring a heroes guild. The king reluctantly issued the order, but fear swept through the guild headquarters the moment the Urgus Mountains were mentioned. The heroes refused outright, treating the request like being asked to fix live electrical wiring. To them, it was suicide. Just as Deus had predicted, mercenaries driven by profit and self-preservation would never march toward certain death. That was precisely why he had chosen that location. Gordon found himself increasingly impressed impressed by Darius' strategic brilliance and uncanny understanding of the world of Arin. It felt as though his master had lived there before, despite that being impossible. Back at the palace, the king erupted once more upon learning that no heroes had accepted the mission. An advisor explained that heroes in Arin treated battles like job listings. If the risk was too high or the pay too low, they simply ignored it. Inside the tower, Darius browsed the system store. Skeletal soldiers cost 10,000 points each, and weakening dimensional interference required even more. Building a proper army would demand time he didn't have. Sitting heavily on his throne, he admitted that his current demonic energy was insufficient to face a united hero force. Memories of his past life's fear crept back in. To overcome this, he ordered Gordon to contact Draxon. He intended to sell demonic energy in exchange for human currency. Gordon reacted in horror, knowing demonic energy was essential for breaking racial limits and unlocking powerful features. But Darius was confident Draxon would pay dearly. Disguised as a mercenary, Darius arrived alone at the fortress city of Holden. The guards mocked the idea of a lone mercenary heading toward the Urgus Mountains until he tossed them a gold coin. Their attitude shifted instantly, and they allowed him entry. Inside, he realized he needed a guide. That led him to the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, where members lounged and drank. They discussed rumors of a new demon king, dismissing them as nonsense meant to extort gold from the kingdom. When Darius appeared behind their leader, panic erupted. They demanded to know who he was. Darius merely smiled, noting how well informed they were and deciding they would serve as suitable guides. When they attacked instead, a brutal fight broke out. Darius moved with ruthless precision. One mercenary attempted a sneak attack from behind, only for Darius to block it as effortlessly as swatting away a mosquito. When another swung a massive hammer toward him, Darius caught it midair, stunning the attacker in the same way martial arts movie characters freeze when their strongest punch is stopped barehanded. Within moments, crossbows were aimed at him from every direction. Even then, he continued fighting without hesitation. He seized one large mercenary and hurled him into the others, scattering them like bowling pins crashing across the floor. The leader watched in absolute terror, no longer seeing a man, but a monster torn straight from a dark fantasy series. Outside the building, several mercenaries muttered in despair, questioning why the battle still hadn't ended and why exhaustion never seemed to touch their opponent. It felt as though they were trapped in a boss fight against an enemy who simply refused to obey stamina rules. When the rest finally collapsed, Darius approached the trembling leader, his eyes faintly glowing in the shadows. He assured the man that he would survive on the condition that he answered truthfully. Faced with a presence that felt like a final boss looming over him, the leader agreed instantly, begging for mercy without hesitation. Darius demanded the location of the slave market. Shaking uncontrollably, the leader guided him to a massive structure sealed behind a heavy iron gate. Darius quickly noticed that the market dealt exclusively in human slaves. The leader hesitated, uncertain whether this displeased him. Darius asked if there was anything rarer and casually tossed him a heavy bag of gold. Fear vanished in an instant, replaced entirely by greed. The leader's demeanor shifted immediately, like a shopkeeper adjusting his attitude for a wealthy customer, and he led Darius toward a hidden section of the market. As they walked, Darius couldn't help but notice how quickly the man recovered after witnessing his comrades' deaths. In that instant, he realized humans and demons were not so different. One chased money, the other chased energy. They descended into underground dungeons where the leader finally revealed what Darius had come for. Gordon's earlier question now made sense. Darius had come to buy slaves, not humans, but members of other races captured by mankind. His goal was to acquire an elf known for unwavering loyalty, someone capable of acting as a spy to destabilize the heroes. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, Hill and Cardwell arrived. The king welcomed him with visible relief, and Hill accepted the mission without hesitation, vowing to rescue the princess and take the demon king's head with the confidence of a Shonen hero beginning a new arc. Back at the slave market, the traitorous leader asked what kind of slave Darius desired. Darius pointed toward a captured elf and calmly stated that the mercenary accompanying him would handle the payment. The mercenary exploded in shock, protesting like someone watching a friend order the most expensive dish on the menu using their wallet. One cold glance from Darius silenced him instantly, forcing his agreement into stiff, terrified compliance. Darius then ordered his companions to wait outside, explaining that he needed to inspect something alone. The merchant issued a warning, cautioning that the elf could be dangerous, the same way shopkeepers warned customers not to handle fragile merchandise. Darius dismissed the concern, assuring him he would cover any losses if something went wrong. He examined the bound elf carefully, observing how humans had reduced a once proud race to chain commodities. A spark of anger stirred within the elf as he sensed the demonic aura surrounding Darius, unable to understand why such a being would take interest in him. Darius offered him the chance to seek vengeance against mankind. The idea tempted the elf, but he made it clear that demons were no more trustworthy than humans. Darius claimed he was different and proposed a contract, 50 years of loyalty in exchange for freedom and protection. He reminded the elf that for a long-lived race, 50 years was little more than a brief interlude between story arcs in an ancient fantasy saga. The elf rejected the offer, stating that demons sought to destroy the world tree, the very foundation of elven belief. Trust, therefore, was impossible. Darius did not argue. He understood the fear, knowing the situation felt as unnatural as a villain calling a timeout in the middle of a battle. Instead, he swore an oath under the sacred code of demons, pledging never to harm the world tree and to honor his promise as a demon. The weight of this oath matched the sanctity the world tree held for the elves. In return, he requested that the elf, Granada of the Maple tribe, swear 50 years of loyalty upon the world tree itself. Disturbed by the demon's strange sincerity, Granada agreed on one condition. He demanded to meet the demon king who had supposedly issued such an oath. Darius revealed that he himself was the demon king. Granada mocked the claim instantly, stating that no demon king would personally attend a slave market. He added that demon kings weakened when far from their towers. With smug confidence, he offered a wager. He would swear 100 years of service instead of 50 if Darius could prove his identity. It was the kind of reckless bet characters made moments before realizing how badly they had misjudged everything. In the next instant, reality shifted. Granada found himself standing on the 5th floor of Darius' tower. Darius reminded him of the promised 100 years. The realization struck Granada like a plot twist he never saw coming. Though the truth finally sank in, it didn't stop him from complaining. He immediately began criticizing the tower like a gamer reviewing a broken survival base, remarking on its emptiness, the useless lower floors, and the 4th floor being overgrown and unguarded. He scoffed at the idea that such a place could withstand a hero's assault, claiming Darius wouldn't last even a year. Declaring he had no intention of serving in such a ruin, he sealed his mistake. In response, Darius released a crushing wave of demonic pressure. The force slammed into Granada like a heavyweight finisher in a fighting anime, pinning him to the ground without a single blow. Terror flooded his mind as the contract he had agreed to resurfaced. Only then did the truth fully dawn on him. The tower stood in a region infested with catastrophic level monsters, yet none dared approach. It was like living beside a volcano that remained dormant only because something even more terrifying resided at its core. Accepting reality, Granada bowed and swore 100 years of loyalty in the name of the great world tree. Deep down, he expected his first assignment to be something grim, perhaps even a chance to exact vengeance on humanity. Instead, Darius instructed him to cook. Granada froze, utterly baffled. It felt like preparing for a climactic boss battle only to be handed a grocery list. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he chopped vegetables in the kitchen. Soon after, Princess Erin joined him, cheerfully offering assistance like a friend suddenly joining a co-op game mid-session. The absurdity continued to pile up. Before long, everyone gathered in the 5th floor dining hall, seated before a lavish feast that looked nothing like the lair of a demon king. Proceeding cautiously, Granada inquired about the girl, only to learn she was Princess Ernan, the kingdom's first princess. Shock struck him once again. He had assumed she was merely a kidnapped noble. He questioned how such an empty tower could possibly withstand the hero destined to arrive. Darius offered no explanation, simply instructing him to sit and eat. He then revealed the true reason for purchasing Granada, the elf's extraordinary cooking skills. The princess continued smiling as Granada sat there, feeling as though he had wandered into the wrong story entirely. After the meal, Granada assumed his role would be guarding the 4th floor against approaching heroes. Darius rejected the idea immediately, explaining that if enemies reached that level, everything was already lost. It would mean they had crossed the Urgus Mountains. Only then did Darius reveal his real plan. Granada would infiltrate human society as a spy to sow chaos and disorder. Before that, however, Darius needed to test his abilities. Sensing an opportunity to gain leverage, Granada agreed. Darius laid out the rules. He would fight using only one hand and without drawing upon demonic power. If Granada emerged victorious, 50 years would be removed from his contract. Hearing this, Granada accepted with the resolve of a character granted a rare power quest. Their battle began immediately. Movement sharp and deliberate. Darius quickly observed that Granada's technique remained refined and precise, untouched by years of enslavement. He even suspected that prolonged exposure to the tower's 4th floor had naturally strengthened the elf's body and magic. Granada unleashed powerful spells, revealing strength far beyond that of ordinary elves. His magic surged with confidence as he warned Darius not to underestimate him. Magically summoned roots erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Darius' leg. For a brief moment, Granada believed victory was finally within reach. Then a crushing presence descended, an overwhelming pressure slammed into Granada, a brutal reminder of the being standing before him. His body froze, instinct screaming danger. Darius maintained his promise to restrain his strength, yet the pressure alone made it difficult for Granada Granada to breathe. Before he could respond, the fight ended in an instant. A single decisive strike from Darius dropped him to the ground, ending the battle and proving that the gap between them was far greater than Granada had ever imagined. From there, the story shifted to the city of Horton Walk, home to the Red Hawk mercenaries' headquarters. This time, the mercenaries welcomed Darius with warmth and respect, behaving like employees, greeting a once strict boss who had returned with a rare smile. Darius informed them that he intended to hire their services for an entire year. Their captain accepted immediately, asking about payment. One mercenary muttered under his breath, clearly irritated at how eagerly their leader bowed to the same man who had flattened them earlier. In response, Darius placed a heavy sack of gold onto the table. The sound alone shifted the atmosphere. The mercenaries straightened instantly, enthusiasm igniting as they swore loyalty without hesitation. Their captain even considered, in private, replacing some members with a stronger team later on. Darius then informed them that the man beside him would be joining as a new member and would relay all future orders. The group hesitated, until Granada stepped forward. Seeing his swollen, bruised face erased all doubt, sympathy replaced suspicion as they welcomed him like a long-lost companion. Recognizing that he had suffered under DS just as they had, shared trauma bonded them faster than any introduction ever could. Watching them, DS noted that despite their rough demeanor, these mercenaries were seasoned veterans and not easily replaced. His thoughts drifted to the only hero who had answered Hildurin's call, Helen, the hero renowned for slaying the demon king of lust. Now in command of the mercenaries, DS revealed their first mission: gather every fragment of information related to Helen, who was currently serving the Hildurin kingdom. The mercenaries stood straighter, determination clear in their eyes. With their assignment set, DS departed Horton Walk, heading back toward his tower while already planning the next stage of his strategy like a tactician, setting up the next episode's cliffhanger. After assigning Granada to oversee the investigation, DS decided it was finally time to strengthen himself. All demonic energy points that could have been used to reinforce the tower or empower himself had already been spent, leaving only one remaining option. His thoughts turned to the soul flower, a rare mana crystal formed over years of absorbing untouched natural energy. Consuming one could grant immense power. He believed the Urgus Mountains were the ideal place to search. Fierce mana storms and dangerous monsters had kept humans away for centuries, preserving the land in its natural state. While soul flowers couldn't compare to pure demonic energy, they were far better than having nothing. When he shared his plan, Gordon warned that searching for one was like hunting a needle in a mountain-sized haystack, and that monsters would attack the moment they sensed weakness. DS explained that monsters weren't the real issue. The true challenge was locating the flowers without advanced mana detection. Their discussion was interrupted by a soft knock. Princess Urnum peeked in, a small blue slime bouncing happily atop her head like a living accessory. Both DS and Gordon flinched at the sight. With a shy smile, she admitted she had never expected to be allowed beyond the palace walls and was grateful she had come. Before she could continue, DS lifted her up, instructed her to hold on, and launched them into the sky. They shot upward at breathtaking speed. From above, Urnum gazed down in awe, seeing the world like a first-time traveler staring out an airplane window. The sunrise, the clouds, the open land, everything felt unreal. Her thoughts drifted back to life in the palace, where every day felt identical. Training magic, studying history, repeating routines without variation. She had never imagined anything different. Yet soaring above the Urgus Mountains made her feel as though she had stepped into someone else's adventure. DS ignored her reverie and reminded her of the task at hand. She asked him to use her name, since they would be together often. He agreed but warned her not to forget her responsibility. Failure to locate the soul flowers would result in punishment. She immediately apologized and summoned her water and wind spirits to begin the search. DS expected the process to take time, but he knew her method far surpassed wandering blindly. Suddenly, Urnum cried out, claiming she had found something. DS descended rapidly and saw monsters clustered around a glowing flower. Massive creatures emerged from the shadows. DS identified them as a demonic race that had strayed from the demon realm long ago. As their king, he ordered them to step aside and leave the flower untouched. Their hatred for humankind burned intensely, and they declared their intent to kill him instead. DS released a cold laugh. Gordon had been right. Expecting reason for monsters was pointless. He incinerated them without hesitation. The creatures fought back with desperate ferocity, defending what they believed was theirs. Their screams blended with the roar of spreading flames. When one commanded the others to attack the weakest and pointed toward Urnum, they charged in a frenzy. DS annihilated them with a single burst of fire. Urnum remained calm, recalling how even ogres could fall through coordination. Yet these monsters never even reached her. DS unleashed a massive surge of demonic energy that erased everything around them. When the smoke cleared, only DS remained standing. Urnum stared at him in open amazement, eyes shining with excitement. He remarked dryly that humans only understood power once they witnessed it firsthand. That was when she noticed a ruby-colored spiritual flower buried in the snow, radiating pure ice and water mana. He warned her not to grow greedy. If she found more, she would be rewarded. She searched until exhaustion claimed her, but found nothing else. Back at the tower, Darius reflected on her true identity as Hildurin's first princess. Saving her once had felt like a mistake, yet now she seemed far more useful than he had originally expected. Gordon soon arrived with news from Granada. Helen and 32 heroes had already left the capital. However, rather than heading toward the Urgus Mountains, they were following the standard route, gathering allies, accepting village quests, and steadily leveling up. Gordon presented several strategies, urging Darius to examine them carefully. Darius casually tossed the proposals aside, leaving Gordon stunned. He made it clear that he had no intention of placing even a single monster or barrier in the hero's path. Weak challenges, in his view, only forged stronger heroes. He then instructed Gordon to send word to Granada and have the mercenaries accompany the heroes, allowing them to earn the hero's trust. Gordon complained inwardly that his master never followed common sense and voiced his concern about how the tower could possibly be defended in its current condition. Darius reassured him that the tower would be reinforced, but when he mentioned doing so with the help of a dwarf, Gordon immediately protested. Housing a dwarf alongside a human and an elf, he argued, would turn them into a laughingstock. Darius ignored the complaint and explained that the true prize was not the dwarf himself, but the advanced magical weapons that only dwarves were capable of forging. His next move was both simple and ruthless. Heroes always expected weak monsters on the first floor of a demon king's tower. This time, they would instead be greeted by rows of cannons. Gordon immediately grasped the implications, realizing that such an ambush would be impossible for the heroes to anticipate. Shaking his head, he remarked that the plan shattered every established rule. Suddenly, he froze before shouting that another kidnapping had occurred. The view shifted to the underground dwarf city of Wolfner. There, Lauder Friedrich, the greatest blacksmith among the dwarves, worked quietly at his forge, completely unaware that he had just become the demon king's next target. The scene lingered on Wolfner, the bustling city of dwarves, as Darius entered in disguise. He recalled having fought countless dwarves before his regression, yet this marked his first time setting foot in their city. Darius stepped into a shop known as the Midnight Inn. Upon arrival, he handed money to a man and explained that he had come to commission a weapon, though he did not know where to begin. He asked to be directed to the most outstanding blacksmith in the city. The man accepted the money and laughed, commenting that for a human, Darius certainly understood how to conduct business. Darius replied by remarking that he had heard dwarves loved money just as much as heroes did. The man smiled and explained that Darius should head deeper into the city. He described a massive hole that would be impossible to miss and instructed him to board the lift there. Once inside, his identification would be checked and he would be taken to the desired floor. The man further explained that this was a two-step security system designed to identify intruders. He then instructed Darius to go to the lowest floor in the deepest room where he would find the city's finest blacksmith, Lauder Friedrich. Following those directions, Darius took the same route and eventually arrived at Lauder's domain. As he observed the forge, Darius thought that the display of metallurgy made it seem as though the metal itself was dancing. He questioned whether Lauder truly was the best blacksmith, then considered how much easier things would be if he simply abducted him quietly. Reaching out, Darius attempted to place a hand on Lauder's shoulder. At that moment, Lauder sensed his presence and forcefully raised his hammer. A powerful aura erupted, overwhelming Darius and hurling him backward under the sheer pressure. Darius realized that Lauder had detected even a faint trace of demonic energy and wondered if this dwarf might be more formidable than expected. Lauder charged at him, hammer raised. Darius caught the weapon mid-swing and declared that Lauder was a hero. Lauder loudly affirmed this, identifying himself as Lauder Friedrich, the blacksmith who carried the power of heroes. He condemned Darius for daring to enter dwarven land as a demon. Darius responded with a smirk, stating that Lauder would not leave the city alive and remarking that despite all the bravado, Lauder was surprisingly weak. He then clarified that he was not merely a demon, but a demon king. With that declaration, Darius seized Lauder by the throat, causing him to groan in pain. Hearing the commotion, several soldiers rushed over and called out to Lauder, apologizing for interrupting his work and asking about the noise they had heard. Moments later, they realized Lauder was gone. Shouting that there was an intruder, they ordered all exits sealed and demanded a full search of the facility. The scene shifted again, revealing Darius holding Lauder high above the city. Darius warned him that making a single sound would result in instant death. Lauder wondered why a demon king had come and assumed it must be for the princess. Darius dismissed the assumption, stating that the princess did not interest him. Lauder insisted that this was a lie. Darius countered by mentioning rumors that dwarven blacksmiths dug underground escape passages for emergencies. Grinding his teeth as tears streamed down his face, Lauder convinced himself that the demon king truly had come for the princess. He cursed his own fate, thinking that the only reason he had lived quietly until now was his fear of confronting demon kings. wounds. He lamented that this misfortune had fallen upon him. It was then revealed that Lauder was in truth weak. Darius noted that coaxing information from him would not be easy and proposed an alternative. He would kidnap the princess instead and allow Lauder to live, provided that Lauder guided him. Lauder reacted in shock, struggling to understand Darius's intentions. He imagined the consequences of a rumor spreading that a selfish hero had sold out the princess to save his own life. Such a story, he realized, would forever change how the other dwarves viewed him. Crying out in despair, he cursed Darius as a vile and evil creature, believing that everyone already knew he was weak and that such a rumor would easily be believed. Darius then presented him with a choice: either sell out the princess or walk away under his own power. Internally, Darius knew Lauder would choose betrayal, as he clearly wished to avoid torture. He promised that if Lauder cooperated, his safety would be guaranteed, swearing this vow upon the Demon King standards. Lauder recalled that those standards were treated as sacred among Demon Kings and believed that vow made upon them could never be broken. Coming to a decision, Lauder suddenly forced a dramatic smile and agreed to lead Darius through the underground passage. Darius commented on the expression, remarking that it made him feel sick. Back at Lauder's workshop, his status was listed as absent while knights searched the area. At the same time, Princess Louise Weft of the Dwarven Kingdom stood nearby, dressed in a strange outfit. She cried as she wondered where Lauder had gone while crafting her weapon. One knight explained that they believed he had been kidnapped. Louise angrily ordered him to be silent, insisting that Lauder was a hero and that it made no sense for a hero to be abducted. The knight carefully explained that while Lauder was a hero, he was also a blacksmith, which explained his lack of combat ability. Louise again demanded silence and ordered the knights to find the kidnapper and bring him before her at once. The knight acknowledged her command. She then issued a dark warning, stating that if they failed, she would personally rip off their heads. The knight once again acknowledged her authority. The scene shifted to the secret passage. Lauder led Darius through a narrow tunnel, walking ahead while Darius followed behind. Darius was forced to stare at Lauder's large backside the entire time, which steadily irritated him. He complained about how long he had to endure the sight. Trembling, Lauder explained that it could not be helped due to the tunnel's tight space and urged him to be patient, saying they were almost there. Darius ordered him to move faster despite his large build. Eventually, Lauder emerged from the tunnel and led Darius to a castle. He declared that his role was finished, explaining that he had fulfilled his part by revealing the underground passage and that Darius was now on his own. His voice shook as he announced his departure. Darius's expression darkened as he called out the absurdity of Lauder's claim. Trembling, Lauder reminded him of the vow made upon the Demon King standards, insisting that his safety had been guaranteed. Darius responded with a smirk, dismissing the vow as worthless and stating that he did not care in the slightest. Lauder broke down in tears, questioning what kind of Demon King Darius truly was. Darius casually wondered aloud what should be done with him now. Crying, Lauder regretted not selling out the princess earlier. Lowering his head, he claimed that he was actually quite useful, boasting that no one could rival his metallurgy skills. He promised to forge any weapon Darius desired. Darius noted the irony of a hero willingly offering service to a Demon King. Lauder argued that there was nothing strange about such an arrangement and offered himself completely, even suggesting he could act as a spy. Darius stated that if Lauder swore allegiance to him, he would be spared. Lauder expressed his gratitude and praised the great Demon King, though in his heart he mocked Darius as a fool, convinced he would never truly obey. The scene changed once more as Darius brought Lauder to Burge's tower on the 4th floor. Lauder froze completely stiff as a statue. Gordon, terrified, exclaimed that the Demon King had brought back a dwarf, no, a hero dwarf. Darius ordered him to be silent. At that moment, Granada contacted them, stating that he had a report to deliver, only to react in shock upon seeing the dwarf. Darius instructed him to give the report later. The princess then addressed Lauder, asking whether he had come to save her, quickly adding that he probably had not. Confused, Lauder asked Darius why he had been brought there, reminding him that he had been promised freedom. Darius calmly stated that no such promise had been made. Lauder insisted that mercy had clearly been guaranteed. Darius confirmed that mercy had indeed been granted. Lauder was still alive. The scene returned to the station where preparations for the hero's journey were underway. A holographic communication link shimmered into existence as Granada finally delivered his report with steady composure, explaining that rumors were spreading rapidly among the heroes. Intelligence suggested that the newly emerged Demon King wielded black flames, a belief that had driven the heroes to equip themselves with fire-resistant gear in preparation for battle. Granada continued his report by revealing another rumor circulating among them. Many heroes believed the Demon King had refrained from unleashing demonic beasts out of fear. His prolonged silence was not interpreted as strategy, but as weakness. In their view, restraint signified hesitation rather than calculation. Darius listened without any visible reaction. His expression remained unreadable, his posture perfectly still. When he finally responded, his judgment was cold and dismissive. From his perspective, the heroes had never lost their desire to kill. Darius issued his final directive, ordering Granada to continue monitoring the heroes and report any changes without delay. The connection severed shortly after, leaving Darius alone with his thoughts. He reflected on the Demon King's approach of deliberately withholding demonic beasts. Hero morale was being eroded slowly and methodically. Their expectations were subtly distorted, yet what unsettled him more was the realization that this Demon King possessed an unusually profound understanding of human psychology. Darius wondered whether such a figure had ever existed before. The thought sent a rare chill through him, followed almost immediately by relief. This Demon King was not his enemy. The scene then shifted to Darius' tower, its interior cold and oppressive. There he issued orders to the dwarf blacksmith, Lauder Friedrich. Fire cannons were to be installed on the tower's first floor, but with one absolute restriction: mana stones were strictly forbidden. The command sent Lauder into immediate panic. Constructing such weapons without mana stones bordered on impossibility, and even if completed, their effectiveness against heroes would be severely compromised. Darius silenced any resistance instantly, declaring that discovering a solution was the blacksmith's responsibility alone. He explained his reasoning clearly. Heroes were favored by the dimension itself, granting them exceptionally sharp sensitivity to energy. Any trap powered by mana stones would be detected long before activation. That was precisely why mana stones could not be used. When Lauder attempted to object again, Darius' demeanor darkened. A sphere of black magic formed calmly in his hand as he reminded the dwarf of the reason he had been brought there. Lauder was known as the greatest blacksmith. If he failed, replacements were plentiful. Crushed emotionally, Lauder hastily revealed an alternative method. Lauder explained that he had once developed a device capable of completely erasing mana traces. The research had taken 3 years, and the finished prototype remained in his workshop within the dwarf kingdom of Wolfner. Suspicion hardened Darius' expression as he demanded confirmation that this was not another desperate fabrication. Trembling and in tears, Lauder swore his honesty. After brief consideration, Darius chose to believe him, though not without precautions. A purple rune-etched collar was secured around Lauder's neck. Darius explained its function with disturbing casualness. The restraint could sever the wearer's head instantly with a single gesture and also distorted perception, preventing others from clearly recognizing Lauder's face. Any attempt to remove it would be interpreted as escape and result in immediate death. Fully grasping his situation, Lauder collapsed and swore absolute obedience. After issuing further instructions, Darius departed with Lauder. Together they traveled across multiple kingdoms in search of rare materials and compatible components. The journey lasted nearly a month, during which Darius stored every item within a spatial pocket, preserving each carefully. Their final destination was Wolfner, the dwarf kingdom. By the time they arrived, chaos had already taken hold. A massive boulder crashed down near a group of dwarves, shattering stone and scattering debris. At its center stood Princess Louise Weft, radiating fury. More than a month and a half had passed without any sign of Lauder's capture. An elderly dwarf nervously attempted to explain that Lauder had constructed countless underground tunnels over the years, and that despite extensive efforts, he had likely escaped. Louise dismissed the explanation outright, concluding instead that Lauder must have been kidnapped. In a violent outburst, she seized the old dwarf and issued a deadline of 2 weeks. Failure would result in total extermination. Orders were immediately given to collapse every tunnel Lauder had ever created, and the dwarves rushed to comply. As the soldiers dispersed, a concealed section of the wall behind Louise shifted silently. One of Lauder's secret tunnels opened. She sensed the disturbance instantly and turned. Although the interference mask prevented facial recognition, the tunnel itself was unmistakable. Only Lauder could have known of it. Frozen in fear, Lauder revealed himself unintentionally. Louise's rage erupted. A golden aura burst violently around her as she accused him of fleeing to avoid forging her weapon. Lauder's frantic attempts to explain only fueled her fury. Declaring absolute authority, she claimed ownership over him and condemned him to lifelong servitude. As she prepared to strike, a violent force detonated between them. Louise was hurled backward, crashing into the ground before regaining her stance effortlessly. Dust filled the chamber, and when it cleared, Darius stepped forward calmly, ordering Lauder to retrieve the equipment at once. Unable to identify him due to the interference, Louise demanded his identity. Darius introduced himself simply as the master of the blacksmith she had been abusing. Enraged, Louise launched herself into the air. Their fists collided at terrifying speed, shockwaves tearing through the chamber. The exchange resembled a clash between monsters rather than mortals. Louise caught one of Darius' strikes midair with sheer strength and countered with a brutal blow that sent him crashing into the ceiling. She turned back toward Lauder, only for Darius to reappear instantly and slam her into the ground. The battle escalated rapidly. Darius recognized her without hesitation. Louise was the second daughter of Princess Weft, a being of exceptional additional power even before her growth had fully matured. Allowing her to develop further would turn her into a severe threat. Eliminating her now was a logical choice, but doing so would require releasing his full demonic power. As the battle raged on, Lauder frantically dismantled a massive mana phantom machine designed to erase and conceal mana traces. Darius pressed him relentlessly, warning that his survival depended on completing the task within a minute. Louise's power surged even higher. Darius calculated how long he could continue without revealing his true strength. Lauder finally shouted that the dismantling was complete. Seizing the opening, Darius delivered a devastating kick to Louise's chest, smashing her into the ground in a massive explosion. Without hesitation, he opened his subspace pocket and ordered Lauder to move. Louise rose from the dust, initially dismissive, until she realized that Darius, Lauder, and the machine had vanished. Her soldiers arrived moments later. She mocked their slowness before issuing orders for immediate pursuit. Then she stopped. Every tunnel had collapsed. Grinding her teeth, Louise finally understood the truth. Lauder had never intended to return. Within the first floor of Burge's tower, the Demon King Darius stood before a colossal magical apparatus. Behind him, Princess Ernan of the Hilderan Kingdom stared in disbelief. Nearby, Lauder, now acting as his devoted subordinate, examined the reinforced framework. Darius acknowledged the report and ordered activation. Demonic energy surged from his body as the device roared to life. A translucent system interface appeared before him, requesting synchronization. Without hesitation, Darius authorized it. The process completed instantly. A final system update confirmed that the Mana Phantom had acknowledged Darius as its master. Its power source was fully converted, shifting entirely from mana to pure demonic energy. Darius turned his gaze toward Lauder. The dwarf reacted with barely restrained excitement, insisting fervently that he had not interfered in the process in any way. Even so, amazement overwhelmed him. The fusion of the monofin with the tower, let alone the complete conversion of its energy source, surpassed anything previously thought possible. Lauder immediately recognized it as a breakthrough beyond even what the original creator could have envisioned. Princess Ernan stepped closer, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the awakened structure. Darius casually suggested that she test it herself. Delighted by the opportunity, she eagerly began preparing a spell. Complex magical symbols formed rapidly as a massive sphere of multicolored magic condensed in the air. Lauder panicked instantly. The thought of releasing such overwhelming power after he had just finished cleaning the tower nearly drove him to tears. His frantic pleas were completely ignored as Darius focused solely on observing the phenomenon. A spell of that scale should have been detectable far beyond the tower's walls. Darius moved toward the entrance and examined the outside world. There was nothing, no visual disturbance, no fluctuation in perception. The magic did not leak in the slightest. The effect was immediately apparent. A tower fully synchronized with a monofin completely concealed all internal magical activity. Curiosity stirred within Darius. He extended his demonic energy and attempted to manipulate the tower itself. In an instant, the entire structure vanished from existence. Moments later, with another gesture, it reappeared exactly as before. The realization struck him with quiet intensity. The tower could now be concealed or summoned at will. Though controlling this power freely would take time, Darius immediately understood its future value. A restrained smile formed as demonic light flickered within his eyes. Outside the inner chamber, Lauder finally lost all restraint. His excitement burst forth as he begged for permission to examine the device further, nearly requesting permission to dismantle both the magical apparatus and the tower itself before hastily correcting his words. He declared the discovery unprecedented in all recorded history, his behavior bordering on obsession. Darius studied him carefully, noting how completely Lauder had lost control. After brief consideration, permission was granted under one condition. If Lauder annihilated the heroes trapped on the first floor, he would be free to do as he wished afterward. Crimson energy surged around Lauder as he immediately began chanting, fully immersing himself in what he now considered sacred research. Darius then turned to Princess Ernan and calmly proposed that she confront the heroes who had reached the fourth floor. She hesitated, momentarily taken aback, though her protest carried a playful tone. Darius reminded her that she was also a gifted spirit and that she had no intention of returning to her former royal life. Even as he spoke, Darius recognized the weight of his decision. She remained an innocent princess, unfamiliar with the cruelty of the world, and asking her to oppose her own kind carried undeniable gravity. Ernan fell silent, uncertainty flickering through her thoughts as she considered what power she could even use. Before she could settle on an answer, Darius stopped her. Combat would not be necessary. All she needed to do was disrupt the heroes and openly reveal herself as their enemy. Success would be rewarded with another wish. She met his gaze, nodded slowly, and agreed on one condition. She wished to be introduced not as a princess but as his subordinate. Darius accepted without hesitation. Her face lit up with unmistakable joy. Her excitement barely contained. Even so, Darius instructed her to follow his orders precisely. Sometime later, Darius sat in silence, studying the system screen floating before him. The plan unfolded clearly in his mind. The first floor would thin the heroes' numbers through overwhelming monarch cannon fire. On the fourth floor, Princess Ernan would serve as bait, drawing in survivors to be eliminated. Even so, the strategy was insufficient. With more than 200 heroes advancing, it would not erase even half of them. Only one option remained, strengthening himself further. His gaze shifted to a radiant treasure resting in his hand. Dense demonic energy coiled around it as it shimmered faintly. Elsewhere, Princess Ernan stood within a land of endless snow and biting cold. After several failed attempts, uncertainty lingered between them. Their earlier success now felt less like certainty and more like coincidence. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before them. Darius reacted instantly, dark energy gathering around his raised arm. The interruption irritated him. The massive figure bowed deeply, identifying himself as Crew 2 of the Blue Forest tribe. He and his people sought the Demon King's protection. The gathered tribe fell to their knees, confessing that their ancestors were once demons who had betrayed the demon realm. Bearing that original sin, they now sought redemption through service. Darius regarded them coldly, immediately recognizing their true intent. They desired power. His gaze sharpened as he noted that their affinity for demonic energy far exceeded their reliance on spirit blossoms. At a silent command, a sealed box was opened. Inside rested a grim lotus encased in frost. Darius recognized it instantly, understanding why it had eluded him until now. He acknowledged their foresight and their ability to negotiate, unusual traits for a tribe renowned for brute strength. After brief consideration, Darius accepted only one. A demonic sigil embedded itself into Crew 2's body. Overwhelming power surged across the frozen land as his form twisted and transformed, transcending into a true demon. Crew 2 knelt in absolute submission, offering his life and loyalty. The rest of the tribe followed without hesitation. The scene shifted once more to Urgis Mountain Tower. Power surged throughout the structure. Outside, an orc legion assembled in disciplined ranks. On the first floor, Lauder stood ready alongside 60 monocannons. Darius reviewed the battlefield one final time. Every piece was positioned exactly as planned. The tower was secured. Princess Ernan awaited her role on the fourth floor. Everything was ready. His dark eyes hardened as he focused on the approaching enemy. He would repay the humiliation of his previous life. Elsewhere, the heroes gazed upward at the towering mountain before them. Urgis Mountain loomed like a silent challenge as they advanced with a single purpose to slay the Demon King. The heroes' preparation base stood behind them as a magnificent city, a place where countless legends were said to begin. Within its grand central hall, a lavish banquet filled the space with light and sound. The celebration honored the heroes on the eve of their final march. Laughter echoed beneath towering ceilings as music flowed freely and glasses clinked together. Warriors, nobles, knights, mages, mercenaries, and merchants gathered as one, indulging in triumph and anticipation. Among them, a young hero clad in polished armor stood beside the elderly Lord Castellan. The Lord regarded him warmly, remarking that someone with such achievements carried himself with remarkable humility. The hero expressed gratitude for the generosity of the host and the banquet prepared in their honor. Lord Castellan in turn spoke of his pride in witnessing a journey destined to be etched into history. After a brief pause, he proposed that the hero Lord Hillen address the assembled crowd. Hillen hesitated, visibly uncomfortable with the attention. Yet the Lord pressed on, noting that such words would raise morale before the march. With no graceful way to refuse, Hillen reluctantly agreed. Seizing the moment, Lord Castellan announced to the hall that Hillen wished to speak. The noise gradually faded as all eyes turned toward him. Hillen stepped forward, gathering himself as calm replaced his hesitation. Facing the assembled crowd, he acknowledged every group present, from nobles and knights to mercenaries and merchants alike. He declared that their long expedition had finally reached its decisive moment. With unwavering confidence, Hillen spoke of their march for justice, boasting that it had frightened the Demon King so thoroughly that not a single monster had dared obstruct their path. Laughter erupted throughout the hall as confidence surged among the attendees. Yet Hillen tempered their enthusiasm, reminding them not to lower their guard. Every possible preparation, he assured them, had already been made. His resolve sharpened as he proclaimed that the following day would mark the end of the foolish Demon King. Raising his glass, righteous fervor blazing in his eyes, he invoked the kidnapping of the Hilderan Kingdom's crown princess, Princess Ernan, declaring it time for the world to remember who truly held power. The speech ended in a fiery declaration of dominance, and the hall exploded into thunderous cheers. Amid the chaos, Granada the elf observed everything from a distance. Calm and analytical, he noted that the size of the expedition had neither grown nor diminished, exactly as the Demon King had predicted. Reflecting on the speech, Granada acknowledged that Hillen's charisma was the true driving force behind the expedition's success. Hillen had secured funding from the guilds and retained the loyalty of even the most unreliable mercenaries. Yet unease lingered. Granada's thoughts returned to the last tower he had investigated, entirely empty. That unsettling memory made made him question whether the final confrontation would truly be as straightforward as it appeared. A dark, treacherous thought briefly surfaced whether now would be the perfect moment to betray the heroes. Panic seized him instantly. He chastised himself for even entertaining such an idea. Subjugating the Demon King would finally free him from his curse, a future that undeniably benefited him. Shaking off the thought, Granada decided to clear his mind. He stepped outside for fresh air, intending to send a report. Later that night, beneath the glow of a full moon, Granada stood alone on a high balcony. A faintly glowing device rested in his hand as he communicated quietly. From the other side came a calm report confirming arrival at Holton Walk and stating that the climb would begin the following day, this time unmistakably belonging to the Demon King Deus. His tone carried cold authority as he issued final warnings. Granada was told to beware of the snow during the climb, to remain vigilant at night, and to heed one final cryptic instruction. When the tower door opened, he was never to be near it. The connection ended abruptly. Granada stood frozen, unable to grasp the meaning of the warning. Confusion weighed heavily on his mind. Suddenly, a presence emerged behind him. Startled, Granada turned to find Helen standing there, relaxed and observant. Quickly noticing Granada's tension, Helen offered him a drink, an elven fruit wine known for its calming warmth. Granada accepted, and as he drank, his nerves gradually settled. Helen casually remarked that Granada seemed troubled and asked whether he truly believed they could succeed against the Demon King. The tone was light, almost teasing, but the question lingered heavily. Granada hesitated before responding. As he did, Helen stared into his own cup, his reflection wavering. The cheerful expression he had worn earlier slowly faded, replaced by quiet honesty. He admitted uncertainty. Granada was caught off guard by the sudden candor. Helen continued, explaining that although people trusted him and followed his lead, attacking the Demon King's tower had always been hell. It had never once been an easy victory. Attempting reassurance, Granada mentioned Helen's past achievement defeating the Demon King of Lust, implying that a newly emerged Demon King should not be as dangerous. As the words left his mouth, Granada realized something unsettling. Very little was actually known about how Helen had killed the Demon King of Lust. Growing curious, he asked about that battle. Helen avoided the subject. His expression shifted once more, returning to the familiar heroic facade. He credited his past victory to the brave comrades who had always stood at the front facing monsters head on. Turning to Granada, he placed a firm hand on his shoulder and reaffirmed his trust in him. With renewed confidence, Helen declared that he would lead the coming battle and asked Granada to guard his flank. Granada nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Helen wrapped an arm around him and guided him back toward the banquet hall. The two walked side by side, Helen leading his elven companion, his expression calm and unreadable, concealing the true nature of their alliance. Later, alone with his thoughts, Helen reflected on the conversation. A cynical smirk crossed his face as his gaze drifted to a ring set with a red gemstone. In that moment, the heroic mask vanished, revealing something far darker beneath. His true thoughts surfaced clearly as he silently placed his expectations upon Granada once again. The following morning, the preparation base buzzed with activity. As the massive expedition finally departed, citizens lined the streets, cheering loudly. Words of encouragement filled the air as the heroes marched forward. Cries praising Lord Granada and Lord Wharton echoed throughout the city. At the head of the procession, Granada marched with calm focus, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Beside him, Helen walked proudly, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Soon the city disappeared behind them, and the noise faded into silence. The expedition entered the harsh Urgist mountain canyon. Endless snow-covered cliffs surrounded them as biting winds cut through the air. The massive force wound its way through the desolate landscape, the cold their constant companion. Casual conversations emerged. Earlier worries slowly faded. Some remarked on the surprisingly mild weather, noting the clear sky and lack of snowfall. Confidence grew as others claimed that reaching the tower would be easy at this pace. Laughter followed, along with jokes about the absence of rumored disaster-class monsters and claims that any such creatures were likely too frightened to appear with Helen leading the expedition. That confidence shattered abruptly. A warrior felt a tap on his shoulder. When he pulled his hand back, it was coated in sticky purple slime. Confusion turned to horror as he turned around. Towering over them stood a massive ghoul. Panic erupted instantly as screams tore through the canyon. More ghouls poured in from all sides. Helen's presence cut through the chaos as he raised his sword, his resolve unshaken. Orders were issued swiftly, placing the expedition on full alert. The narrow canyon became a battlefield. Knights shielded the mages and pushed forward, steel clashing against undead flesh as magic lit up the frozen terrain. Suddenly, a new warning echoed through the ranks. A colossal skeletal frost giant emerged from the canyon wall, its massive body formed entirely of ice. Shock rippled through the expedition. Helen immediately ordered a retreat, declaring his intent to face the monster alone. As the expedition fled the canyon, Helen charged forward. Blue energy crashed against the frost giant, yet the creature remained unmoved. Undeterred, Helen pressed the assault. The frost giant's crimson eyes glowed as it swung its massive arm downward. Helen met it with a powerful upward slash, shattering the icy limb and sending shockwaves through the canyon. Without pause, he destroyed the creature's remaining arm and carved through its massive frame, overwhelming it with relentless force. Seizing the perfect moment, Helen unleashed a final flurry of devastating attacks and signaled the expedition to escape. The heroes did not hesitate. They surged past him as explosions erupted behind them. Helen continued to hold the frost giant at bay until the last moment. Enraged and denied its prey, the monster released a final furious roar before collapsing inward and self-destructing in a colossal explosion that shook the canyon. The survivors stumbled into a nearby snowy forest, collapsing from exhaustion and shock. Conversations quickly turned grim as they reflected on the horrors they had endured. Yet casualties were low. Many credited their survival to Helen's overwhelming strength. Speculation spread rapidly. Rumors claimed that Helen had absorbed the power of the Demon King of Lust, placing him on par with the Demon King himself. Confidence returned as faith in Helen solidified. Granada listened in silence, wondering if Helen truly could defeat the Demon King. That hope was short-lived. Ahead of them stood another threat, a tribe of massive blue-skinned orcs led by a towering chieftain with curved horns. There was no time to rest. Granada immediately recognized them as pole beings infused with demonic energy, servants of the Demon King. As the chieftain stepped forward, the ground beneath the heroes began to tremble. A deep rumble echoed through the mountains. Deus's warning resurfaced in Granada's mind. Terror spread across his face as understanding dawned. The snow began to shift. Cracks spread across the mountainside as ice groaned under its own weight. The sound of an avalanche filled the air. Panic consumed Granada as the disaster struck. A massive avalanche tore down the mountainside, burying the entire expedition in an instant. Snow and ice swallowed warriors, mages, and heroes alike, dragging them into frozen chaos. Granada's final scream was crushed beneath the overwhelming weight. Far away, within his towering fortress, Demon King Deus sat calmly upon his throne. Holographic screens displayed the unfolding catastrophe. One by one, the images of the heroes vanished. A sinister smirk spread across his face as he watched their final moments. Leaning back, his eyes gleamed with cold satisfaction. His plan had succeeded perfectly. This time, none of them would escape. Still seated upon his throne, Deus remained utterly composed. His posture showed no tension, and his expression betrayed nothing. When he spoke, there was no emotion in his voice, only absolute certainty. The design he described had been set in motion long before the heroes realized it. The cold intensified until it became suffocating, and damage reports became meaningless as the blizzard erased all sense of order. Everything within that frozen domain was consumed. Amid the roaring wind, Deus raised his voice, issuing commands through the storm. He ordered the heroes to establish a temporary camp and search for those scattered by the earlier catastrophe. Every movement was slowed by relentless snow and freezing gusts, turning even the simplest actions into exhausting struggles. As the calamity unfolded, the Demon King continued his explanation with calm detachment. The second command had already been issued. When darkness finally settled, the situation worsened even further. From within the forest's deepest shadows, ghoul-type monsters emerged, their forms blending almost perfectly with the snow. Massive forest beasts followed soon after, each heavy step shaking the frozen ground beneath the heroes' feet. One of them froze in place as recognition struck. Realizing that orc monsters had appeared once again, weapons were drawn at once, and the heroes tightened their formation, preparing themselves for yet another battle. From a distance, Granada ground his teeth together. Frustration warped his expression as he mentally cursed the Demon King's recklessness. Events were escalating far faster than anticipated, spiraling well beyond the limits of calculated warfare. At last, the Demon King himself acted. A grim smile spread across his face as he advanced without hesitation. Avalanche by day and monsters by night. The cycle was merciless and unending. Long before the heroes could fully comprehend the true nature of the trap, exhaustion would begin to eat away at both their bodies and their minds. Their collapse was no longer a possibility. It was inevitable. 3 days passed in what felt like a never-ending nightmare. A constant struggle balanced precariously between survival and death. By the time the heroes reached the highest summit of the Urgist Mountains, the toll was undeniable. Their movements had slowed, their breathing had grown heavy, and their strength was visibly depleted. One night, confusion spread when someone quietly pointed out that the Demon King's tower was nowhere to be seen. The realization rippled through the group like a shockwave, freezing them in disbelief. Deus raised his voice, disbelief cutting sharply through his words as he emphasized that a tower was supposed to stand at the summit. Before the heroes could move, a commander stepped forward and halted confronted him. With a firm stance and a restrained but resolute tone, the commander declared the mission a failure, stating that continuing any further would only lead to meaningless loss of life. From that point onward, survival had to take precedence over victory. Deus froze. He turned slowly, shock plainly visible on his face. The response he received was unwavering, tinged with apology yet unchanged. Grinding his teeth, Deus remained silent. 6 days after entering the Urgus Mountains, the Demon King's tower was finally discovered. The moment it appeared, fury erupted among the heroes. When the tower gates were forced open, confidence surged once more through the heroes' ranks. One knight laughed dismissively, declaring the first floor nothing more than a nest of weak enemies and urging everyone to advance without hesitation. That was when the Demon King spoke. His voice echoed coldly throughout the tower, reverberating from every direction at once. A chilling smile spread across his face as his mere presence became suffocating. The moment the tower doors opened, those who stepped inside were cast directly into hell. Magical cannon constructs materialized across the battlefield, rising into position and completely encircling the heroes. Lightning tore violently through the air, its roar deafening. Deus stared ahead in disbelief as the sheer scale of the threat revealed itself. Any lingering confidence shattered instantly. From within the control chamber, the Demon King observed calmly. This had only been the opening strike. Below, Deus struggled to steady himself. He tightened his grip on his sword and forced his body upright, his breathing uneven. Confusion and rage turned violently within him as nothing he had just witnessed aligned with logic, strategy, or any battle experience he possessed. Through the drifting smoke, Granada emerged. Though visibly shaken, he remained unharmed and reported that he had narrowly avoided the cannon strike. Relief briefly crossed Deus's face. Without hesitation, he pushed for advancing to the next floor. Granada hesitated, carefully studying him now that only the two of them remained. The danger was undeniable. Deus responded firmly, reminding him of his past victory over the Demon King of Lust and the power gained from that battle. Compared to that ordeal, this enemy was not beyond reach. As long as they stood together, victory was still possible. After a moment of silence, Granada agreed, and the two advanced side by side. The second floor was empty. The third floor was no different. Slowly, anger crept across Deus's expression. The absence of enemies felt deeply unnatural. A tower of such scale should have been crawling with monsters, yet there was nothing, no movement, no hostility, not even lingering mana. As Hillen voiced his frustration aloud, Granada remained silent, sensing deliberate intent behind the emptiness. If both floors were completely vacant, then the battlefield itself was being rearranged by a powerful hand. His thoughts inevitably turned to Princess Ernin. Even so, Deus refused to lower his guard. He warned that danger could emerge at any moment and continued forward with measured steps prepared for hidden traps. When they reached the fourth floor, both stopped in disbelief. Before them stretched a lush forest vibrant with greenery and arranged like a tranquil garden rather than a battlefield. Granada released a slow breath and confirmed the truth, identifying it as a curse, a spatial distortion created through advanced magic. Doubt crept into Hillen's thoughts as he questioned whether they were even inside the Demon King's tower anymore. Before any answer formed, he noticed a figure standing quietly ahead. His breath caught. A young woman stood there, clad in demonic attire and radiating dark mana. Her appearance was delicate, almost fragile, yet profoundly unsettling. She identified herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings who served and guarded the Demon King, the Dark Spirit Master. Her demeanor was light and playful, as though the situation amused her. Hillen had come to rescue a princess, yet she now stood before him as an enemy. Silence fell over the forest. Then realization struck him like a blade. Recognition widened his eyes as despair flickered across Granada's face. The young woman rejected the title of princess and asserted her identity as the Dark Spirit Master. With effortless ease, she summoned Dark Spirit magic. Hillen's shock deepened as he recognized the spell, a pinnacle of spirit arts that only Princess Ernin could wield flawlessly. Everything connected at once. The nighttime ambushes, the hidden tower, the monocannons, the empty floors, none of it had been chaos. It had all been strategy, and Princess Ernin stood at its center. Disbelief curdled into bitterness as Deus let out a hollow laugh. Warmth drained from his expression as the truth settled in. The princess he had crossed hell to save had been protecting the Demon King all along. Rage surged violently within him. Before he could act, the space trembled. Dark purple energy erupted across the garden, crushing the ground beneath their feet. The Demon King appeared, his presence warping the air itself as demonic power poured outward. His cold gaze locked onto Deus. The Demon King had finally revealed himself. Resentment ignited deep within Hillen. Realizing how completely he had been cornered, he understood that power alone was no longer enough. He needed more. Turning sharply, he demanded Granada's strength. The ground trembled as the Demon King's gaze shifted. Hillen stepped closer, insisting that they combine their power. Granada hesitated, confusion flashing across his face as he questioned how such a fusion could even be possible. Before any explanation came, his body stiffened. Vitality began draining from his blood. Panic surged as the sensation intensified, his strength bleeding away with every heartbeat. Hillen's expression hardened into something cold and detached. He reassured Granada calmly that everything would be fine as long as he remained by his side. Granada collapsed. The Demon King recognized it instantly. The artifact Hillen revealed exposed the truth, a forbidden relic known as the Elf Eater, capable of converting an elf's boundless vitality directly into mana. Once activated, survival was impossible. Hillen pressed his foot against Granada's face, justifying the act as a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. The Demon King watched in silence. Then he smiled. The act was contemptible, disgraceful, and unmistakably human. He calmly noted that removing the ring would instantly erase all borrowed strength. Hillen erupted into manic laughter, convinced that even the Demon King of Lust had failed to take that ring from him. The Demon King responded with a single name, Gordon. In the next instant, Deus' expression twisted in shock as searing pain tore through his body and blood sprayed into the air. He had sensed nothing, no presence, no mana fluctuation, no warning whatsoever. His hand went slack, strength draining away instantly. Standing behind him was Gordon, the Demon King's loyal servant. His blade was already lowered as though the strike had been nothing more than a trivial inconvenience. Before Deus could recover, Gordon struck again, sending him crashing violently across the ground. He lay there staring upward in disbelief. In that moment, Deus fully understood the threat before him. Gordon was a high-ranking demon. Even with the artifact's power coursing through him, Deus had been utterly overwhelmed. Then pressure descended. The Demon King appeared behind him, gripping his shoulder with effortless strength. Crimson light burned within his eyes as a faint, amused laugh escaped him. Escape was impossible. Deus attempted to move, but his body refused to respond. Only then did the truth become clear to him. Space itself had become a cage. Before him loomed a massive wolf-shaped presence, an ancient ruler whose authority had once dominated the entire continent. Understanding settled into Deus' eyes. There was nowhere left to flee. Dark energy gathered around the Demon King, swirling violently as the ground cracked beneath its weight. His voice carried a chilling calm as he declared that the moment had come to reveal what a true Demon King truly was. The rumbling intensified. Deus' eyes widened in pure shock as oppressive energy spread across the battlefield, whispering destruction into every corner of the world. After Deus landed a devastating strike, Hillen remained sprawled on the ground, half dead yet still alive. Even after defeating him, Deus acknowledged that Hillen's power and strength were remarkable, as surviving such a brutal attack was no small feat. Deus then issued a cold order for Gordon to bind Hillen's hands and throw him into prison. He further instructed that the other humans who had collapsed outside the door be locked up as well. Gordon accepted the commands without hesitation and moved immediately to carry them out. Granada, by contrast, was in terrible condition. His body resembled a white skeleton, and he groaned in pain, claiming that he could already see the afterlife. Deus praised his efforts and mockingly rewarded him before using Spirit Blossom on him. In an instant, Granada was completely healed. He stood frozen in shock, stunned by the sudden recovery. Deus then applied Spirit Blossom to the princess as well. Watching this unfold, Granada quietly wondered whether Deus had healed him in the exact same manner. Soon after, the dwarf cried out in excitement. Deus acknowledged his hard work and granted him permission to dismantle the tower. The dwarf reacted with overwhelming joy, celebrating loudly and expressing boundless gratitude toward the Demon King. With everything settled, Deus instructed everyone to return to their duties and restore and maintain the floors they had been assigned. After delivering his final orders, he departed the area. As the situation calmed, Granada reflected on everything he had witnessed. Even after such a fierce battle, the Demon King appeared completely unharmed, a sight that only reinforced his fearsome reputation. The princess, however, seemed lost in thought. When Granada asked what troubled her, she brushed it aside, claiming it was nothing. Still, she quietly remarked that the Demon King appeared tired. The scene shifted to Deus alone. Away from everyone's eyes, he lay exhausted on the floor, teeth clenched as he admitted to himself how close the battle had truly been. He reminded himself that a Demon King could never afford to show weakness. Inwardly, he cursed Hillen, acknowledging just how dangerous that human truly was. Deus reflected on what it meant to face one of the 10 stars, the 10 strongest heroes on the continent. He recognized that while Hillen was among them, he was considered one of the weaker members. He admitted that he had barely used any demonic energy points to strengthen himself in this life, partly because he lacked sufficient resources. He knew with certainty that if Hillen had been in perfect condition, victory would not have been possible. Instead, his plan had gradually worn Hillen down, provoked him, and pushed him into a state of panic. As events unfolded, Hillen's field of view narrowed, exposing a clear opening. That single mistake allowed Deus' all-out strike to land successfully. successfully. For now, Darius considered it a perfect victory, even if it fell short of the usual standards expected of a demon king. He realized that something unprecedented had occurred. He had successfully altered fate itself. That realization filled him with resolve. He believed that he could change the future and finally take revenge on the heroes who had once destroyed him. As the tension faded from the battlefield, the scene transitioned to the Holden Walk press conference hall. Chaos reigned as people argued loudly among themselves. Reporters accused officials of spreading nonsense, openly mocking the claim that the heroes had simply given up because they could not find the tower. Investors raged with fury, demanding accountability and pressing to know who was responsible for the failure. Amid the uproar, one man insisted that the mission had not yet failed. He claimed there was still hope, emphasizing that Sir Hillen Cargill and the great heroes had not given up. According to him, they were still searching for the Demon King's tower and needed only a little more time. The king erupted in anger, cursing Hillen Cargill for his arrogance and failure. He raged that Hillen had spoken boldly yet delivered nothing. He declared that if Hillen failed to rescue his princess, execution would follow without mercy. The princess, burning with frustration, attempted to speak about the hero's journey, but the king cut her off completely. He showed no interest in explanations and ordered that Lodger be found immediately. Around them, whispers spread rapidly. Some claimed that Sir Hillen had never returned. Others insisted that he was already dead. As these rumors spread, news of the new Demon King traveled swiftly across the continent. The story became twisted and exaggerated with each retelling. The world sank into deep sorrow. Because of this widespread despair, the tower's demonic energy points accumulated at an alarming rate. The scene then shifted to the Heroes Guild headquarters, where a tense conference was underway. The other heroes questioned Hero Warden relentlessly, demanding to know whether there was even the slightest falsehood in his report. Warden swore on his name that everything he had said was the truth. An elder hero responded coldly, stating that the situation was extremely serious. However, since the identity of the new Demon King remained unknown, he insisted that caution was essential. He reminded everyone that Hillen Cargill was one of the 10 stars and could not be defeated easily. A decision was reached to wait 10 more days for any news of Hillen. If nothing was heard after that period, then all heroes across the continent, 4,728 in total, would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the new Demon King. From there, the scene moved underground to Burgess Tower prison, where Hillen was being held captive. Darius arrived and observed him, noting that Hillen was already awake and remarking on his exceptional recovery speed. Hillen immediately stated that if he was being kept alive, Darius must want something from him and demanded that he get straight to the point. Darius responded with a smirk, clearly pleased by Hillen's willingness to talk. He made his offer clear, instructing Hillen to become his vassal. Hillen was stunned, completely caught off guard by the proposal. Darius then placed a bag filled with gold coins in front of him. He explained that a hero's journey required an enormous amount of money, covering food for hundreds, security, lodging, membership fees, armor, weapons, and even top-grade consumables. Normally, these expenses were paid through investments from merchant groups and nobles. He explained that when a Demon King was defeated, heroes' lives were transformed, but when they failed, they were buried under crushing debt. That was the fate of heroes who relied on investments. This time, all investments had been focused on a single individual, the captain of the hero party, Hillen Cargill himself. Hillen silently acknowledged the truth. Even if he escaped, he would be branded a failed hero and forced to live in hiding for the rest of his life, endlessly hunted by debt. He questioned how Darius knew all of this. At that moment, Granada stepped forward and revealed that he had been the one who told him. Hillen shouted Granada's name in rage, accusing him of betrayal. Granada fired back just as fiercely, calling Hillen a scammer and reminding him of what had been done to him. He declared that he had been on Darius' side from the very beginning. Darius then revealed the real reason for Hillen's failure. He stated calmly that there had never been a Demon King like him before. Still, something about Darius' confidence unsettled him deeply. Darius laughed and revealed Armani's orb in his hand. He pointed out that if one of the strongest heroes secretly interfered with human plans, the question became whether humanity could truly succeed at all. He explained that the orb was a magical tool used to monitor his subordinates. Once it entered the body, it would instantly attach itself to the brain. Darius would immediately know if Hillen harbored any hostility toward him. Then it was shown that the rest of Hillen's companions lay scattered across the ground, half dead and groaning in pain as they struggled to move. Hillen desperately tried to stop Darius, insisting that a hero as strong as himself was immune to mind control magic. He believed that the moment the orb entered his body, it would disappear and that none of this was his fault. Granada responded with a grin, explaining that a hero could have their mental defenses dispelled by their own will. Darius reacted with a mocking smirk, making it clear that Hillen's own words had sealed his fate. Enraged, Hillen hurled insult at Darius, calling him a deranged elf and demanding to know if he felt any shame. He declared that Darius should be the one ashamed, accusing him of wasting a precious magical tool, and swore that he would never submit to a Demon King. Ignoring his resistance, Darius coldly silenced him and forcibly made Hillen swallow the orb. Agonizing pain tore through Hillen's body as the magic took hold. Granada observed that Hillen was remarkably tenacious and questioned what would happen if he chose death instead. Darius showed no concern, calmly reasoning that a greedy human who treated his comrades as disposable tools for money would never sacrifice himself. A status window appeared, identifying Hillen Cargill. His equipment was listed as Armani's orb, and his status was now marked as a Demon King's vassal. Hillen cursed bitterly as the transformation was completed. The scene then returned to the castle where Gordon addressed Darius. Although Hillen Cargill had been made a vassal, the massive debt of 100,000 gold meant his actions would be heavily restricted. Gordon pointed out that the gold coins previously exchanged for demonic energy points amounted to barely 2,000 gold, a sum comparable to a small nation's annual budget, and questioned how more would be gathered. Darius responded with a confident smirk, stating that it was about time he received a message. When Gordon expressed confusion, Darius clarified that he was referring to the annual gathering of Demon Kings known as the Unison of Towers. In his thoughts, Darius reflected on his previous life, remembering how he had never attended such gatherings because he found the idea of Demon Kings banding together repulsive. Yet now he reasoned that the other Demon Kings had survived in Aryan for a long time and must have accumulated vast amounts of gold and treasure. Gordon reacted in shock, believing that Darius intended to exchange demonic energy points for money once again. In the past, Gordon would have protested strongly, but after confronting the heroes directly, he understood the necessity of Darius' methods. He realized that if they had followed the old standards, they would never have been able to stop the heroes. With no other choice, he accepted this truth and resolved to believe in his Demon King. At that moment, news arrived that an invitation to the Unison of Towers had been delivered. Gordon immediately informed Darius. Darius responded with a sly smile, declaring that they would go. He resolved that they would swindle his senior Demon Kings. Gordon acknowledged the order and pledged his obedience. The scene shifted to the Tower of Lies, specifically the Demon King's room on the 13th floor. Darius entered with a faint grin, noting that he hoped he was not late for the appointment. He observed that everyone had gathered early and wondered if there had really been that much to discuss without him. Draxon Doldov, the Beast King of the Wolf Beastman race, stepped forward and welcomed Darius. Reyna Soldan, the Demon Lord of the Winters and a Frost Demon, remarked that Darius was the one everyone had been talking about. Uger Belvac, the Demon King of Indestructibility from the Titan race, stated that the fool who had insulted Jason Kochman had already been taken away. Jason Kochman, known as the Devil of Lies from an unknown tribe, also happily welcomed Darius. Darius responded with a smile, internally labeling them as pathetic. He commented on Harmony and questioned whether a Demon King should feel ashamed. In his thoughts, he admitted that he knew this was the right path for Aryan, yet something still lingered in his mind. Belvac suddenly erupted in anger and cursed at Darius, demanding what a newcomer like him could possibly know about Aryan. Darius calmly reflected that by scratching the surface just a little, it was easy to read people. He sensed that Belvac was openly radiating murderous intent. Darius smirked and mockingly called him an idiot, stating that he thought he was the only one in charge there. Belvac's rage intensified as he threatened to kill Darius if that was what he wanted. Darius replied casually, telling him to try if he could. As the two Demon Kings locked eyes, Jason intervened, reminding Belvac that this place existed for Harmony and asking him not to ruin it. In Darius' mind, he noticed that the killing intent of both Demon Kings vanished instantly. He realized it was not magic and wondered whether it was Jason's power or the power of the tower itself. Darius agreed to proceed. Jason thanked him for his cooperation. Darius considered whether this phenomenon was similar to Mana's Oast, then dismissed the thought as unfounded speculation. He reminded himself not to let his guard down. Jason announced the start of the Harmony at the top and declared that everyone could now speak freely. Darius remarked that it was not particularly impressive. Draxon angrily demanded to know from Belvac where Hillen Cargill was now. Darius fell silent and finally stated that Hillen Cargill was. The scene smoothly transitioned to the adjutant's reception room within the Tower of Lies. There, the aides of the Demon King of Beasts and the aides of the Devil of Lies stared coldly at Gordon. One of them questioned whether Hillen Cargill was dead. Gordon, visibly nervous, claimed that he did not know and explained that he had not even come to the top. He guessed that Hillen Cargill might be wandering around Mount Irgist and begged them not to question him further. Another beast scoffed, saying that it made no sense and that the tower should be visible if that were true. Gordon responded that it was not their tower. A different beast remarked that perhaps the rumors were true and mentioned his majesty the Demon King. Gordon thought to himself that everything was indeed as Darius had said. Darius Darius' earlier instructions echoed in his mind, reminding him that if other officers asked about Helen Cargill, he was to say that he did not know and to act as a spy. He recalled Darius emphasizing that strict confidentiality was the top priority. Even so, Gordon felt something was strange. He realized that the Demon King had not been wrong. Gordon finally spoke. He suddenly shouted that the devil he served was a rebel, a fool who never listened to anyone. He complained that if left alone for even a moment, that devil would start doing bizarre things, and angrily declared that if things were going to be like this, then everything should just be done without him. As the outburst ended, Helen felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him, and he could not understand why it felt so refreshing. Hearing Helen outburst, the remaining beastmen responded with understanding. They expressed that they already knew and truly understood how things were. They complained that all demon lords were the same and repeated the words about their own Demon King again and again. As Helen heard this, tears poured from his eyes. In his heart, he realized that he had truly needed this small moment of comfort. The scene transitioned smoothly back to the Tower of Lies. Belvec stared at Darius in disbelief, questioning whether Darius genuinely expected him to accept the situation as it was. Darius responded calmly, affirming that this was indeed exactly what he expected. Belvec erupted in anger. He pointed out that Helen Cargill had not even arrived yet and accused Darius of not even building the tower on top of the mountain. His frustration reached its peak as he shouted about the tower being 82% complete, demanding to know who Darius thought he was fooling with such nonsense. Jason chimed in, remarking that the situation remained unchanged with warriors still targeting the tower. He questioned why Burgee Darius had abandoned his own tower just to come here. Mockery dripped from his words as he referred to Darius as a Demon King who had lost his tower and sarcastically recalled the lessons from the Demon King Academy, calling him the best leader ever with clear irony. Darius dismissed the concern outright, stating that there was nothing to worry about because he would personally protect his own tower. Internally, he admitted that something had been bothering him for some time, particularly the Devil of Lies. When Jason attempted to continue in the same mocking tone, Darius cut him off, signaling that there was no need for further commentary. Draxon, clearly irritated, questioned whether Darius truly believed that Grand Duke Arcane would ignore the situation. Darius replied flatly that it did not matter what that old woman said. Draxon silently acknowledged that Darius was without question extremely stubborn. Darius reflected inwardly that even if he confronted them directly, there would be no way to confirm anything. For now, his doubts were sufficiently settled. He concluded that avoiding unnecessary trouble was better than being caught and reminded himself of their real objective. The top priority was collecting 100,000 gold. After that, the conversation among the demon lords continued. Burgee Darius appeared far more active in the discussion than expected. As Darius observed the exchange, he realized that even among demon kings, a clear hierarchy existed. The Demon King of Lies stood firmly at the top tier. Darius carefully observed and gathered information, paying close attention to which demon king seemed particularly desperate for magic points. In the midst of his observations, Reyna suddenly cast a cold gaze toward Darius, leaving him momentarily confused. The scene shifted to the balcony on the 13th floor of the Tower of Lies. Reyna stood there alone. Darius approached her and asked what was going on. Reyna explained that it was not a secretive matter. After hearing the rumors, she had simply wanted to speak with him privately. Darius was surprised that Reyna specifically wanted to talk to him. Reyna turned toward him and confirmed it directly. She stated that she agreed with some of his opinions. Darius was visibly shocked and wondered whether Reyna had ever said anything like this to him in his previous life. Reyna clarified that he should not misunderstand her intentions. She explained that she did not hate orthodoxy the way he did and that she believed in classical values. However, she also believed that flexibility was sometimes necessary, especially in Aaron, which was precisely why she had wanted to meet him. Compared to the others, she added he was at least someone she could communicate with. Darius shared his thoughts in response. Reyna replied that it was not bad and admitted that he was better than she had initially expected. Darius accepted the compliment with mild surprise. Reyna then handed him an item and explained that it was a personal communication port. She told him that if he ever needed advice, he could contact her at any time. She added that as long as he did not insult the Demon King's standards in front of her, she would tolerate him. She expressed her hope that someone capable of proper communication like Darius would not disappear anytime soon. Darius asked why she did not simply speak with the Devil of Lies instead. Reyna explained that his mind could not be read and that while he was better than the other two, there were still limits. With that explanation, Reyna left the balcony. Left alone, Darius admitted to himself that he still could not fully trust her. Even so, Reyna Solden remained in his mind as an unexpected and valuable gain. At the same time, the scene shifted elsewhere, inside the Tower of Burgee's. On the first floor of Burgee's tower, the princess arrived after baking cookies for Lodger. She cheerfully presented the cookies to him and urged him to try them. Lodger was surprised to see snacks inside the Demon King's tower. The princess laughed softly and explained that the ingredients had been purchased by the Demon King himself. With the assistance of spirits, she had attempted to bake them on her own. Lodger praised her as a genius spiritist and remarked that the atmosphere felt unusually comfortable. The princess encouraged him once more, inviting him to taste the cookies. Lodger chuckled and decided to eat them with gratitude. Inwardly, Lodger reflected that the princess had been raised without ever having to lift a finger, without even a single drop of water touching her hands. He assumed that homemade cookies from someone like her would not be particularly good. Even so, he resolved to call them tasty out of courtesy. The moment he took a bite, his thoughts completely collapsed. The flavor overwhelmed him, and the taste caused his mana to sway violently. He realized that he had never tasted anything like these cookies before. To him, they tasted like heaven itself. The princess watched him closely and asked about the taste. Lodger found himself unable to look away, completely stunned by what she had created. The princess explained that she had mixed a small amount of sesame oil into the dough and waited shyly for his reaction. Relieved that it had turned out well, Lodger struggled to understand why something like this felt so precious to him. He sensed his mana draining before suddenly surging again. The princess smiled and explained that this was a gift meant to build a friendship for the future. The princess then playfully offered the idea of giving some to Granada as well, giggling as she spoke. Lodger reacted by remarking that the shock would be even greater than before. The princess grew even more excited, wondering whether the Demon King himself would like them too. Lodger acknowledged the thought as the moment settled into a quiet calm. The scene then transitioned smoothly back to Darius, who had just finished his private conversation with Reyna and made his way back to the meeting hall. Upon returning, he immediately noticed that the area was completely empty. Darius observed that everyone had already left. Jason confirmed that the Harmony meeting of the tower had officially ended. Darius remarked that it had ended far too quickly. Sensing his tone, Jason offered him a cup of tea, suggesting that he might be feeling some regret. Darius dismissed the notion entirely, making it clear that he felt no sadness over it. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Jason insisted that Darius, as a human, was in desperate need of something essential, and that thing was money. The statement left Darius visibly shocked. Internally, he questioned what Jason truly meant and wondered how he could possibly know something like that. Jason made it clear that pretending was meaningless. He stated that Draxon had already told him everything. The tension in that moment sharply intensified, but Jason dismissed it entirely, stating that there was no need to waste time on meaningless psychological warfare. He immediately moved to the main point and proposed a deal involving demonic energy points in exchange for human currency. Dishers reacted cautiously, demanding to know Jason's true intentions. In response, Jason let out a quiet chuckle and revealed his plan. Aligning himself with Burgess, he expressed his hope that they would maintain a good relationship moving forward, reinforcing his willingness to cooperate and support their mutual interests. With that, the scene smoothly shifted to the first floor of Burgess Tower. Large sacks filled with gold were revealed, sent by Jason as part of their agreement. Dishers immediately gave instructions to take 100,000 worth of gold and move it without delay. Helen stood frozen in shock, realizing that Jason had truly fulfilled his promise. Dishers carefully analyzed the situation, suspecting that Jason might possess the means to track the flow of money. He realized that the worst possible outcome would be becoming nothing more than Jason's puppet. Turning his attention to those present, Dishers explained that everyone who remained had already been transformed into dark knights and dark magicians. He pointed out the individual standing at the center, stating that his name was Ammon, a member of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, and revealed that he had already been aware of this when the contract was first established. Helen listened silently as Dishers continued speaking. Dishers instructed that the dark knights and dark magicians of Burgess Tower would be responsible for managing the funds, emphasizing that they would obey his commands with absolute loyalty and without hesitation. At the same time, the dark knights and dark magicians who had been forced into binding contracts by Dishers were filled with deep resentment. Within their hearts, they silently pleaded for Helen to save them from their current fate. Dishers then stated that the situation was not a complete failure, since everyone was still alive and the debt could still be repaid. From this, the implication arose that they might be able to return to their roles as heroes in the near future. Helen responded with a smirk, suggesting that they should make it work as partners. Dishers' expression immediately darkened. In the next instant, he pressed the orb in his hand, activating the linked orb embedded within Helen's brain. A wave of unbearable agony surged through Helen's body, forcing him to collapse onto the ground. Dishers coldly corrected him, declaring that their relationship was not one of partnership, but one of master and slave. The dark knights and dark magicians felt a grim sense of satisfaction, believing that Helen deserved such treatment. Still trembling in pain, Helen forced out a weak remark, attempting to mask his suffering by saying that he had not realized Dishers took pleasure in such cruel games. Dishers showed no reaction to his words and emotionlessly ordered everyone to disperse and carry out their assigned tasks. As the scene progressed, the princess appeared and handed Helen a letter. She instructed him to deliver it to her sister. Helen realized that she was referring to Elena, the 13th princess of Hilderin, and responded by acknowledging her request and accepting the task.
Later on, Gordon voiced his concern to Deus. He clarified that it was not a matter of distrusting the Demon King, but rather doubt about whether the hero would truly follow orders properly. Deus responded by explaining that Hillen Cardell was not a simple materialist who only sought money. He noted that although it might not seem obvious at first glance, the vulgar greed typical of humans who only chase wealth was not present in Hillen. At the same time, Deus admitted that Hillen was not especially noble either. He concluded that Hillen Cardell did not seek honor, but popularity. Deus observed that Hillen was aggressive in everything he did because he wanted to stand out. He added that if Hillen controlled himself well using the Armani orb, there would be no better spy than him. Gordon reflected silently, realizing that Deus had studied humans to this extent. He felt that he could no longer remain idle. Deus then smirked and imagined the outcome. He stated that if a hero acting as a subordinate of the Demon King were to destroy human society from within, it would be a sight worth seeing. Gordon immediately agreed and affirmed his loyalty to the Demon King. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, leaving both of them briefly confused. The scene then revealed the princess entering the room, carrying a plate of cookies. She offered them cookies in a calm and casual manner. Deus took the plate from her and commented that she had been coming in and out of the hall room whenever she pleased lately. He warned that if he disliked it, he would send her to the underground prison for an entire month. The princess responded confidently, insisting that he try them first. Deus looked at the cookies and remarked that they were nothing more than a simple human dessert. As Deus took a bite of the cookie, his expression changed instantly. He was visibly shocked by the taste and reacted to the unfamiliar flavor. The princess watched closely and thought to herself that he had reacted, wondering if he liked her cookies, just like others did. A faint sweat appeared on Deus's face as he smirked and acknowledged it. He remarked that for a human dessert, it was decent. The princess was stunned internally, realizing that he had withstood it. Deus then pointed out that medicinal herbs had been mixed into the cookie. He noted that the flavor was dangerous. The princess openly admitted it, saying she knew he would notice immediately. Deus connected her action to the reward he had previously given her and concluded that she clearly wanted something specific in return. The princess chuckled and confirmed that this was indeed the case. Deus remained silent, his confusion obvious. The narration then shifted forward in time. After arriving at Molten Walk, they immediately departed for Hilderin through the teleport circle, and Granada restored discipline soon after. The scene moved to the Scarlet Hawk mercenaries' headquarters, where all of Granada's subordinates returned beaten and battered. Granada, burning with anger, questioned how they had all fled during the first avalanche and left their captain behind. He accused them of abandoning him over something they did not even bother to face. One mercenary, his face swollen and tearful, tried to explain. He insisted it was not like that, and begged Granada to listen. He described Era Ergust as a place where even heroes had fallen and questioned how mid-rank mercenaries like them were supposed to endure it. He claimed they had no other choice if they wanted to survive. Granada responded with fury, beating the man as he shouted that survival did not justify abandoning their captain. Just then, someone called out to Granada, causing him to turn around. Standing before him was a blonde-haired female knight. She introduced herself as Kaid, declaring that she was a hero. She explained that due to unavoidable circumstances, she had been unable to join the hero's expedition from the beginning, but had now come to seize the opportunity to participate. Despite her late arrival, she asked for permission to join the hero's expedition. Granada responded with visible confusion, questioning her reason for coming and expressing his disbelief at seeing a hero appear in that place. At the same time, some of Granada's subordinates, already intoxicated and enjoying themselves, began joking around. They pointed out that Kaid had been the one who paid for their drinks while their captain was absent, and casually suggested continuing to drink more. Granada immediately silenced them by striking them again and ordering them to be quiet. He then acknowledged Kaid's generosity in paying for their drinks, but informed her that the hero's expedition had already ended. Hearing this, Kaid was left visibly stunned. Granada continued explaining, stating that Hillen Cardell and the others had already departed from Holton Walk. Kaid reacted with shock and disbelief. Unable to accept the situation, she apologized for her bold request and asked him to tell her everything that had happened, expressing her desire to hear about the expedition's failure. Internally, Granada resolved that he would only reveal the information that the Demon King had permitted him to share. The scene then shifted to the two of them sitting together inside a restaurant. Granada began recounting the events in detail, explaining everything that had transpired. After listening carefully, Kaid handed him several gold coins while showing clear disbelief. She realized that the Demon King's tower had not actually been located at the summit. With that realization, she concluded that there was no longer any reason for her to remain there. She expressed her gratitude to Granada for taking the time to share the information with her and stated that the gold was a gift and appreciation of his help. After conveying her thanks, she stood up and left. After her departure, Granada's subordinates spoke dismissively, describing her as an inexperienced hero who lacked understanding of the world. They remarked that it would not be surprising if she were eventually betrayed. He then silently watched the knights as they departed, carefully observing everything that had taken place. The scene shifted to Holt Walk. Inside a quiet and deserted alley, Kaid arrived and announced that it was time to return, explaining that the princess's fiancé was waiting. In response, the princess firmly rejected the suggestion, expressing her refusal to return and declaring her determination to live as a hero instead. Granada secretly observed the entire exchange from his hiding place. Driven purely by curiosity, Granada noticed the shadowy figures moving silently as they walked. Their faces were concealed behind masks, making it impossible to read their expressions. He realized that the hero in question was actually the princess herself. He understood that matters concerning the kingdom were not something he should interfere with. At that moment, a knight suddenly appeared and stopped Granada, pressing a sword against his throat. Granada immediately began sweating as fear and tension overtook him. The knight demanded that he reveal his identity, accusing him of spying. The knight further pointed out that Granada was using suspicious magic. Panicking internally, Granada realized that the item in his possession was a magical artifact given to him by the Demon King. He understood that if he were captured, his identity as the Demon King's subordinate would inevitably be exposed. The knight's expression grew colder and more menacing as he concluded that Granada was a spy from another realm. With that judgment, the knight declared his intention to execute him. Overwhelmed by fear, Granada thought of the Demon King. He realized that he had chosen the wrong place to hide. His thoughts raced frantically as he struggled to determine what action he should take next. Granada was suddenly spotted by a knight, and the instant their eyes met, he immediately turned and ran. He sprinted toward the palace entrance as loud shouts erupted behind him. The knights raised their voices in alarm, shouting that an assassin had appeared, their cries echoing throughout the area as they warned each other not to let him escape. Shock spread rapidly as the possibility that he might truly be an assassin became real. However, the knights did not hesitate. They urgently instructed the princess to step back, quickly surrounding her and forming a protective barrier with their bodies. Granada panicked internally, realizing that hesitation would only lead to his capture or death. Even if his identity were exposed at this moment, he had no other choice. At that instant, the knights released a barrage of arrows toward him, pushing the situation beyond the point of return. Just as the arrows flew toward him, the Demon King suddenly appeared. He casually remarked that he had been wondering why things were taking so long. In the next instant, the arrows aimed at Granada shattered in midair, effortlessly destroyed by the Demon King's overwhelming power. Granada was left completely stunned by what he had just witnessed. Unable to fully comprehend the scene before him, Granada watched as the Demon King spread his wings and rose into the air. A flame of magic calmly formed in the Demon King's hand as he casually commented that Granada must have been wasting time playing around in a place like that. The Demon King dismissed the entire matter lightly, casually remarking that there was no need to make such a fuss over wounds that could heal easily. Hearing this dismissive attitude, Granada reacted with visible frustration, expressing through his tone and demeanor that he was taking the situation far more seriously. Panic spread among the knights as they shouted in unison, reacting as if an unimaginable enemy had descended upon them. They immediately assumed that the Demon King had come for the princess and believed he intended to abduct her as part of some dark sacrifice. She urged the knights not to hesitate and declared that this was their opportunity to capture the Demon King. She ordered them to attack without concern for her well-being. The Demon King turned his gaze toward her, showing a brief hint of surprise as he realized something he had not previously known. The knights reacted with disbelief, shouting angrily as they rejected what they were seeing. Confusion spread among them as they questioned why the Demon King would appear in such a place. The Demon King remained calm, explaining that his presence there was merely coincidental, as he had been on an errand nearby, transitioning smoothly to an earlier point in time. Inside a quiet tower, the Demon King was shown sitting calmly while listening to the princess. She expressed her request, stating her desire to obtain Senile powder. The Demon King immediately understood the meaning behind her request. He recognized that Senile powder was a substance used to assist in forming contracts with spirits. The princess confirmed this understanding with a gentle smile, making her intentions clear. She then began recounting a story from hundreds of years ago. Long ago, an elf named Sel had returned to the human kingdom, where the king gave her a specific command. land. He had wished for humans to be able to form contracts with spirits more easily, and so Cell was ordered to develop a substance that could aid in that process. Through long years of effort and research, the substance later known as senile powder was eventually created. The Demon King shifted his focus back to the princess herself, calmly pointing out that based on her natural talent alone, she did not actually require senile powder. The princess responded with a faintly saddened expression, conveying that he was overestimating her abilities. She explained that as he already knew, the tower contained very little mana, and without senile powder, her spirits would struggle to function properly. The Demon King continued, revealing that he himself had been considering forming a contract with a new spirit, specifically one of a higher level. Hearing this, the princess became visibly flustered. She turned her face away and pouted slightly in embarrassment. Her fire spirit and water spirit mimicked her reaction perfectly, reflecting her emotions. After a brief moment of silence, recalling memories from a previous life involving Ernan, she remembered that at the age of 27, she had formed a contract with a high-level spirit, an event that had shaken the entire continent and thrown it into chaos. Forming a contract with a higher-level spirit was something only a few humans had ever achieved, yet now it was happening 7 years earlier than expected. She had intended it to be a surprise. The Demon King casually finished his cookie, expressing that he had eaten well before standing and leaving. The scene returned to the present. Daius raised his hand, forming a dense and overwhelming mana flame. He expressed his intention to finish everything quickly due to his own circumstances. The Night Princess froze in shock. Without hesitation, Daius released the flame. A massive explosion instantly engulfed the battlefield. When the destruction cleared, everything had been annihilated. Yet the Night Princess remained standing. A powerful green aura flowed from her body. The Demon King stared at her in surprise. Ignoring the Knight's warnings, she charged forward and attacked. She declared that a warrior's aura could destroy demons and expressed that warriors were the natural enemies of the Demon King. She rejected her life in the palace, declaring the battlefield as her true place. She unleashed Jesbine's highest swordsmanship, the Crescent Slash. The attack detonated the air and surged toward the Demon King. As she fought, she reflected on her past. She had been treated as insignificant, someone easily discarded for political gain. Despite that, she endured brutal training to be acknowledged as a warrior. She believed defeating the Demon King would finally earn her recognition and freedom. With that resolve, she risked everything. In response, the Demon King calmly gathered aura and instantly shattered her sword. She froze in shock as the fragments scattered. A dark red aura erupted from his body as he rose into the air, completely dominating the battlefield. His presence overwhelmed her, filling her with fear. He mockingly expressed that someone who was both a princess and a warrior could be useful. Fear consumed her. The knights immediately rushed forward, placing themselves between her and the Demon King. The Demon King released another massive explosion. His aura engulfed everything. Minutes later, silence remained. The battlefield was completely destroyed. The ground was torn apart, and knights lay motionless. Two healers soon arrived. Seeing the destruction, they immediately realized a demon was responsible. They found an injured knight and desperately tried to keep him conscious. With his remaining strength, he mentioned the princess and the Demon King. The healers froze in shock. The scene then shifted to the dungeon of the Tower of Burge. In the dungeon, the Demon King brought the unconscious warrior princess. Her body was covered in bruises and wounds from the battle. Another princess examined her carefully and wondered if she was senile. The Demon King corrected her, stating that she was Princess Cuddy Jespine, the ninth princess. He declared that she would now live on the fourth floor of the tower and instructed that she be treated properly, concluding that she would be useful if raised well. The princess agreed, but asked why another princess had been brought. The Demon King casually explained that he found her along the way and picked her up, adding that kidnapping royalty helped him gain magic points. When the princess asked what magic points meant, the Demon King immediately realized he had nearly revealed a secret. He denied it and claimed she had misheard him. He then changed the subject and stated that he would bring her senile powder. As he left, he internally reprimanded himself, reminding himself that he was the Demon King and she was only a prisoner. Soon after, news spread across the continent that the ninth princess of the Jespine Empire had been kidnapped. The scene shifted to the Hero Guild headquarters. Hillen stood at the center while the heroes questioned him. One hero confirmed that Hillen was telling the truth. Hillen lowered his head and admitted his failure to locate the Demon King's tower, accepting responsibility. Another hero reassured him, expressing that no warrior should be blamed for such an outcome, since doing so would discourage future leaders. Hillen felt relieved and expressed his gratitude. At that moment, new information arrived. A hero reported that during the retreat, the Demon King had kidnapped the ninth princess. The Jespine Empire had requested the raising of the warrior's banner. Hillen spoke, expressing regret and proposing a reconnaissance mission instead of immediate war. He reasoned that a truly powerful Demon King would not hide, and secrecy suggested weakness. The heroes agreed with his logic and supported his proposal. A senior hero then declared that full-scale war would be suspended until the tower's location was confirmed. Hillen bowed and silently wondered if this outcome had been part of the Demon King's plan, realizing he had successfully bought time. The scene returned to the Demon King, who reviewed Hillen's report and instructed him to continue observing. He admitted to himself that without Hillen's actions, the warriors would have already launched an attack. He considered recruiting them one of his best decisions. Outside, Hillen and Granada used their influence to delay the warriors further. Meanwhile, the Demon King continued his plans, focusing on accumulating demonic points through kidnapping royalty. His resources steadily increased. He also prepared to use the powerful Armanis beads as an energy source. The dwarves reinforced the tower, making it nearly impenetrable. Krutu's power grew through contracts with high-level spirits, including Princess Ernan. The Demon King concluded that even elite warriors would not be able to defeat him. With the tower nearing completion, his thoughts turned to revenge. He aimed to take revenge on the warriors who had killed him before. His target was Amur, the city of magic and engineering. His goal was to seize it without being detected. The scene then shifted to the kingdom of Akan, to the great city of magic and engineering, Amur. On the outskirts of the world's largest magic market stood a small and unremarkable shop known as Jettison's Paradise. Inside, the shopkeeper sat lazily behind a counter, casually flipping through a newspaper. His expression gradually grew dull as boredom overtook him, and he released a weary sigh. While reading, his mind wandered to the latest rumors spreading across the continent. He recalled reading that the ninth princess of Jespine had been kidnapped immediately after the hero expedition ended. He also reflected on the growing anger directed toward the Hero Guild and their continued inaction. The newspaper further reported that a hero named Logger was now being hunted. After absorbing all of this information, the shopkeeper quietly muttered to himself, expressing that these events truly made it feel like the end times were approaching. Suddenly, the bell above the door rang, announcing the arrival of a new customer. The Demon King stepped inside. The seller immediately set aside his newspaper, straightened his posture, and greeted the Demon King with an overly bright and friendly smile. He welcomed him enthusiastically and asked if there was anything specific he was searching for. The Demon King, however, paid little attention to the seller's exaggerated enthusiasm. His gaze swept across the dusty and rundown shop with clear disinterest. He finally spoke, stating that he was looking for some powder and asking whether it was available. In his thoughts, he recalled that the princess had personally asked him to bring this powder for her. Upon hearing the request, the shopkeeper's mood shifted instantly to excitement. His eyes sparkled as he proudly declared that they absolutely had it in stock. He began speaking with excessive cheer. The narration then further explained the setting. The kingdom of Akan was known as the sacred land of magic engineering, attracting heroes, mages, and alchemists from all across the world. Because of this, famous shops were constantly filled with powerful individuals. Even when demonic energy was carefully concealed, the risk of being detected in such crowded places remained high. This was precisely why Demius had deliberately chosen this quiet and isolated shop with almost no customers. The shopkeeper then eagerly held up 2 glass vials filled with sin powder. Laughing loudly, he cheerfully declared that the Demon King was extremely fortunate today. He then picked up one of the vials and examined it carefully. He observed that sin powder was normally green and questioned why this one was purple instead. The shopkeeper laughed and explained that this was a newly developed version. Lowering his voice, he revealed that it had been secretly created inside the Mage Tower and had not yet been officially released. The seller continued his excited explanation, emphasizing that this new sin powder had not yet entered the public market. In his thoughts, he assumed that the man before him must be a wealthy noble, since no ordinary person would travel all the way to such a remote and shabby shop. The Demon King immediately saw through the seller's intentions. His expression darkened as he realized that the seller understood he had limited options and was deliberately attempting to extort him. Anger surged within him, and for a brief moment he considered killing the seller on the spot. However, before he could act on that thought, the bell above the shop door rang once again. The seller instantly shifted his attention away from the Demon King and turned to greet the new arrivals with cheerful enthusiasm. A group of people stepped inside, and one of them quietly whispered to another, expressing disbelief and questioning why they were beginning their search in such a shabby place. The Demon King looked toward the entrance and froze in shock. He immediately recognized the newcomers as Princess Louise and her knights. One of the knights calmly remarked to Louise, expressing his belief that if the man named Logger possessed any sense, he would avoid appearing in places that attracted attention. Louise, however, displayed clear irritation. She openly complained, expressing frustration at being forced to enter such a filthy place because of him. Hearing this, unease grew within the Demon Demon King as he was the one responsible for kidnapping Lawyer. One of the knights then approached the cellar and politely explained that they were searching for someone. Meanwhile, the Demon King carefully observed Louise. He studied her sharp temperament, her rough tone, and most notably, her distinctive twin tails. He became certain that she was Louise Werft. At the same time, he reassured himself internally, reminding himself that she would not recognize him since he had used a magic item to conceal his identity during their previous encounter. The seller laughed awkwardly and told the knight that he understood they were searching for someone. Then, in a strange and absurd claim, he stated that he suffered from a peculiar condition, explaining that his memory would fail him if he did not sell anything first. The knight reacted with visible confusion and shock at such a bizarre statement. Louise immediately responded with fury, expressing her anger through harsh insults directed at the seller. In the next instant, she stepped forward and pressed her sword dangerously close to his neck. He screamed in panic, reminding them that murder was forbidden in the royal capital and begging desperately for his life. Trembling uncontrollably, he pleaded that if they were going to threaten him, they should at least buy something first. Staring at him in disbelief and expressing that he had completely lost his sanity, he expressed his willingness to accept any punishment they chose, as long as they agreed to buy something first. Hearing this, the Demon King remained stunned in silence. Even Louise herself appeared momentarily surprised. She stared at the seller briefly, visibly taken aback by his boldness. Then, unexpectedly, she burst into laughter. Rather than remaining angry, she expressed amusement and commented that the man was surprisingly interesting, deciding that she was willing to see what he had to offer. Seizing this unexpected opportunity, the seller quickly changed his approach. He immediately renamed the sin powder and presented it proudly as arch powder. He confidently claimed that it was an extremely valuable item, particularly useful for dwarven masters. Without hesitation, he declared that its price was 3 gold coins. Watching this unfold, the Demon King felt his anger intensify. His teeth clenched tightly as he silently cursed the seller in his thoughts, realizing that the man had attempted to scam him and was now shamelessly deceiving Louise as well. Yet to his surprise, Louise appeared completely satisfied. She accepted the arch powder without hesitation, expressed her thanks to the seller with a smile, and even offered blessings toward him before shifting her focus back to her true objective. She then calmly asked whether a dwarf named Lawyer had recently passed through the shop. The seller shook his head and expressed that it was the first time he had ever heard that name. However, he quickly added that there was a well-known gathering place in Aachen where blacksmiths typically met whenever they visited the kingdom, suggesting that they might find useful information there. She then signaled that it was time to leave, and her knight immediately acknowledged and followed her decision without hesitation. As she turned toward the door, she quietly expressed her disgust, remarking that the seller's behavior had been utterly shameful. Once Louise and her knights exited the shop, the tension finally dissipated. After the door closed, he raised an eyebrow and addressed the seller with a faint smirk, expressing his admiration for the seller's boldness in successfully selling worthless powder for 3 gold coins. The seller responded with a proud grin as he pocketed the coins, clearly satisfied with his success. He admits he stayed silent because Louise looked like a noble who would easily pay 3 gold and would not kill him over such a small amount. Smirking, he adds that for 10 gold, he could even share a secret. The Demon King internally calls him a scammer, but finds his boldness amusing. Leaning closer, he tells him to go to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild and say he was sent by the mountain, assuring he will be accepted. The seller is confused and questions why someone would associate with a nearly bankrupt guild. The Demon King smirks and reveals the truth. The woman he scammed was Louise Werft. The seller freezes. His hands tremble, the vials fall and shatter, and his face turns pale in terror. He realizes he scammed the infamous Mad Dog Princess. Panicking, he demands to know what the Demon King wants. The Demon King calmly places 1 gold coin on the counter and repeats his answer. Join the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, where the monthly salary is 1 gold. Smirking, he warns that if he refuses, he will bring Louise back. Terrified, the seller begs for his life, but suddenly, his fear vanishes, replaced by a mocking grin. He angrily orders the Demon King to leave, daring him to bring Louise back, and scoffing at the idea. The Demon King leaves without another word, muttering that things will go as the seller wishes. He goes straight to Louise and tells her everything. Hearing she was scammed, Louise explodes in fury and storms back to the shop. Inside, the seller sees Louise return and breaks completely. Outside, the Demon King examines the vial and realizes even the poorest shops sell proper sin powder, silently cursing the seller's shameless greed. Louise approaches and thanks him sincerely, saying she recovered her money because of him. He politely asks what she did to the seller. She clenches her fist and admits she could only teach him a small lesson in a foreign country, muttering that she should have ripped his heart out. One knight tries calming her, surprised at her rage. The Demon King grows uneasy, reminded how dangerous and eccentric she is. He quickly changes the subject and asks about Lager. Louise immediately brightens and eagerly confirms he is a blacksmith, asking if he knows him. The Demon King shows a necklace and asks if it belongs to Lager. The knight instantly recognizes it as Lager's early work. The Demon King fabricates a story, claiming he met Lager 2 months ago in Ormuth, helped him while starving, and received the necklace in gratitude. Louise grips the necklace tightly, trembling with emotion. She admits she owes him again and wishes she could host him properly, making the Demon King uneasy. She hands him an emblem, saying it can be exchanged for the best equipment in the Dwarven Kingdom. He accepts it calmly. Louise and her knights leave. One knight asks her next move. She declares she will request reinforcements and vows she will not let Lager escape. As they disappear, the Demon King's thoughts turn inward. One word echoes in his mind: the heart. Memories resurface. After regression, he realizes he forgot a crucial event. Draxon discovered the heart of a mystic beast. After absorbing it, Draxon gained overwhelming power. A realization settles in. That power was the only thing Demon King truly desired. Now reborn as a new Demon King, Demon King understands his current limitations. Dimensional interference is still heavily affecting him, restricting his true strength. If he were to fight Louise one-on-one under these conditions, especially with Louise being fully equipped with high gear, Demon King knows the outcome would be uncertain. At best, he would barely manage to win. That would not be enough to take revenge on the heroes and to survive in this dimension. Demon King comes to a decisive conclusion. He will send Louise to Ormuth, to the place where the Tower of Beasts stands. Their 2 monsters will inevitably clash: the Mad Dog Louise and the Demon King of Beast Draxon. While those to tear each other apart in brutal conflict, Demon Kings will remain in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. And when the battle ends, he will claim the prize for himself. Deep within the Rainforest Kingdom, the scene shifts once again. The dwarf princess pushes through the dense jungle as her armor brushes against thick vines while her companions follow closely behind. One of the dwarves rushes toward her urgently and reports that airborne officers have delivered an ultimatum. An anonymous source demands that they withdraw immediately. Yet she does not slow down, and her eyes burn with determination as she answers firmly that she still has not found him. Continuing deeper into the dark forest without any intention of turning back, cold sweat rolls down the dwarf princess's face while her subordinate urges her again, warning that they must inspect only the areas permitted by the anonymous order. Yet she clenches her teeth as anger overpowers her hesitation, and she declares that there are still places she has not searched. Then her gaze suddenly locks onto Beast Mountain standing in the distance, and she freezes for a moment in disbelief. Even the domain of the Beast King is considered forbidden and dangerously beyond reason. A dwarf calls out desperately to stop her, but she continues walking forward without hesitation, confidently declaring that it will be fine because no one can touch her. Sweat soaks through her armor, yet excitement burns brightly in her eyes as she laughs sharply and declares that someone dared to challenge her, reminding everyone that they are part of the royal family, and the entire nation wields dwarven weapons crafted by their kingdom. If anyone wants war, then they will receive war. Beside her, the small doll companion whispers nervously and wonders what if there were never any loggers in this forest. What if the man they trusted fooled them? The princess immediately shoots a sharp glare toward the doll and coldly admits that such a possibility exists, but warns it to stay quiet or she will knock its head off first. Without waiting for any response, she marches forward again, while glancing toward the distant tower and mutters that the Demon King situation is becoming serious. Inside the tower, the Wolf Demon King slowly lifts his head as a demon girl appears before him and bows respectfully, while reporting that the dwarf princess is approaching Beast Mountain. His eyes widen in shock and he demands to know why that reckless princess has come here. Anger twists across his face as he suspects she may be trying to interfere with the heart of reincarnation. The chamber guarding that power is protected with absolute security, and even the pure mana sealed within the magma core cannot be altered. Even 10,000 spirits combined would be unable to move it. He mutters in frustration that the aggravation work is already in its final stage, and wonders why trouble appears now of all times. Suddenly realization strikes him like lightning, and he roars in order to stop her immediately and prevent the princess from approaching, but quickly adds another command that she must not be killed, and no one should be seriously injured. The demon servant hesitates and admits that such an order will be difficult to accomplish. Back in the forest, the princess suddenly halts as a towering muscular figure appears before her and blocks the path completely. His presence overwhelming and his calm voice carrying a deadly edge as he questions whether she has lost her mind and come here seeking death. The princess narrows her eyes proudly and refuses to be intimidated intimidated, declaring that the pride of the dwarves will never bend to threats. The man replies that this is the territory of the Demon King, and entry here is strictly prohibited, gripping his sword as he reminds her that someone should have warned her, adding with a dark chuckle that there is always the risk of being killed by demons in a place like this. The man is revealed to be Max, the Prince of Ormus, and orders him to move aside, demanding that he should not return until he finds the missing logo. Max's expression twists with irritation as he mutters that dwarves truly lack intelligence, remembering the full-scale war from 1 year earlier near the kingdom of Jasper, which borders the Demon King's castle. Ignoring the worried cries of her subordinates, she keeps her eyes locked on Max alone. Max begins speaking about how things work in his country, but she cuts him off with a sneer, declaring she's heard enough. The tension exploding as both prepare to strike, and the forest trembles under their power. Suddenly several men emerge from the shadows, shouting that it's their turn to claim the rewards. Max tightens his grip and orders them to kill everyone. Soldiers and hunting hounds surround the princess, cutting off every escape, while Max declares they will all die for the prosperity of Ormus. Rage surges from the princess as she raises her massive axe and shouts at them for daring to challenge her. In the distance, thunderous demonic gallops echo. Inside the tower, the wolf demon king roars in disbelief, realizing Ormus' forces intend to kill the princess and frame him, triggering a full-scale offensive like 200 years ago. Monstrous demons are dispatched instantly, as he grimly resolves the princess must survive. Back in the forest, blood and violent mana stain the battlefield, as Max's allies cut down dwarves with precision, chaos reigning until a golden shield flares around the princess. She shouts for her soldiers to be released while a wounded dwarf pleads that the enemy advantage is overwhelming, and they cannot win head-on, urging her to escape while they clear a path. Her teeth clench, fury burning as she declares she'll smash everything herself. Ignoring the doll's plea to calm down, Max raises his weapon, mana blazing, sneering that she hides behind a shield like a turtle. Suddenly violent purple energy explodes before him, blinding and overwhelming. He freezes in shock, wondering if the Beast King's subordinate has arrived. A dark purple aura intensifies above them, and a cold voice echoes declaring the Ormus attack was never part of the plan, and humans are unpredictable. Max's eyes widen as he realizes the being before him is no mere beast or demon. At the same moment, both Max and the princess tremble under the Demon King's suffocating presence. Pierce Doss appears with a mocking smile and coldly orders the princess of Ormus to die, activating his equipment magic tool with an unyielding expression. Someone shouts that high-level demons have appeared. At the same time, the Demon King releases a monstrous aura, the suffocating energy pressing down like a physical force, wrapping around Max and binding him completely. He struggles in shock, shouting in confusion as the crushing pressure freezes him in place. In that exact moment, Princess Louise Vert flashes forward with unstoppable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, ready to strike. Some of Max's soldiers gather their courage and angrily shout that she dared to attack the prince and must pay for it. Yet even as they speak, they can feel the terrifying power radiating from her body, the pressure alone making it hard for them to stand their ground. Louise's expression hardens as she fires back that they came here to kill her first, and now she will send them to their prince as well. At that moment, the dwarf soldiers arrive and immediately form a defensive shield around the princess, while others rush forward to launch counterattacks. The forest erupts into chaos as explosions shake the trees and violent shockwaves rip across the battlefield. Watching everything from a distance with calm, unreadable eyes, the Demon King quietly remarks that Louise will not die here, deciding that the time has finally come to set his true plan into motion. As his gaze slowly rises toward the towering beast tower ahead, as the scene shifts to the tower, an immense surge of energy radiates from it, thick and overwhelming as if the very air itself is trembling. Inside the chamber, the Beast King rages as he realizes another demon lord has sent demons into his territory. His anger growing as he understands that the timing is far too perfect while the princess and Ormuth forces are clashing outside. Determined to see the situation for himself, the Beast King rushes to the battlefield and immediately demands to know what happened to the dwarf princess and the invading demon. His soldiers nervously explain that by the time they arrive, the princess was already surrounded by Ormuth troops, a report that only worsens his anger as a troubling thought enters his mind, that the same great war from 200 years ago might begin again. But when the scene shifts back to the battlefield, the truth becomes clear. Princess Louise is already cutting down every enemy before her in a brutal and unstoppable assault. Not a single soldier able to stand against her, while even her own troops shout desperately for her to stop before the battle turns into pure slaughter. Back with the Beast King, the soldier lowers his head and finishes the report saying the princess solved everything herself, and they were unable to help. Hearing this, the Beast King snaps in irritation and tells them not to confuse him like idiots. In his anger, the Beast King strikes the soldier. The man instantly drops to his knees and bows repeatedly, while apologizing again and again, his entire body trembling beneath the overwhelming fury. Soon more soldiers arrive accompanied by several powerful beasts. One of them hesitates before nervously reporting that Prince Max was killed by the dwarf princess. Another soldier quickly asks what should be done with the remaining Ormus warriors, clearly waiting for the Beast King's permission before taking any action. The Beast King remains silent for a moment, his expression dark and calculating, as he carefully considers the situation in his mind. Finally, the Beast King turns toward his soldiers and gives a firm order to send them alive, explaining that these men must provide their statements properly, so he will not be falsely accused. Then he looks toward the rest of his troops and sharply asks whether they have found the demon who invaded his territory. The soldiers hesitate before answering that they are still searching, their voices trailing off awkwardly. Hearing this, the Beast King grabs his head in frustration and calls them pathetic, saying that not only their heads but even their noses are useless. His anger burns fiercely, but soon his expression shifts into deeper thought. If it is a high demon that specializes in stealth, then it is no surprise these fools cannot detect it. He narrows his eyes and mutters that it has been a long time since he has faced a situation like this. Then he activates a technique known as sensory super maximization, a powerful method that heightens the senses by concentrating magic directly into the sensory organs. By mastering this technique, even the faintest traces of stealth magic can be detected. After a moment, he senses it, faint traces of an unfamiliar demon lingering in the area. His expression darkens as a thought crosses his mind that perhaps that bastard had chased the dwarf princess. Immediately, he turns to his soldiers and demands to know which direction the dwarf princess ran. One soldier quickly points and answers that she went that way, but before the sentence can even be finished, the Beast King vanishes from the spot and rushes forward with incredible speed, his furious voice roaring through the forest as he curses the Demon King. In that instant, the Beast King suddenly understands everything, his eyes widening as the truth pieces itself together inside his mind. It was all about the dwarf princess and Prince Ormus. Even exposing the magic was part of the plan. Everything was meant to lure him away from the volcano. Rage surges through him like wildfire as his aura erupts violently, and he races toward the mountain, the ground cracking beneath his steps while the wind howls around him as he moves. The scene shifts deep within the Beast King's territory, inside a massive cave hidden near the volcano. Numerous beast warriors guard the area heavily, while bear demons carry materials back and forth with urgency and discipline. The entire place feels like a secret operation moving in perfect coordination. Then the view moves deeper into the cave, where the Demon King himself has already arrived at the hidden location, standing before a massive pool of extraordinary lava while observing it carefully. The molten flow glows unnaturally as it radiates a strange and powerful energy. He quietly mutters that this is no ordinary lava, and that the energy of return is being transmitted there. No matter how tough Draxon was, it would have been impossible for him to jump into it, meaning the lava must have been secretly constructed to drain it, though he calmly adds that he does not mind at all. As he speaks, dark energy begins rising around his body while mysterious abilities awaken within him. He calmly explains that the black flame dragon scales are capable of moving even within lava. Just then, someone senses his presence. A tiger demon, sharp and alert, instantly locks onto him and launches a full force attack without hesitation, his weapon infused with all his strength as he strikes with deadly intent. Yet the Demon King simply raises one hand and stops the attack effortlessly, the weapon unable to move forward even a single inch. Without even looking troubled, the Demon King calmly remarks that at such a distance it was inevitable. A high demon would eventually discover him. The tiger demon bares his fangs and angrily shouts for him to stop right there. But before he can react further, the Demon King coldly tells him that he should come with him. With those words, he drags the tiger demon along and leaps straight into the massive pool of lava. As they plunge into the burning molten depths, the tiger demon's screams echo throughout the cavern, while his body is instantly destroyed by the intense heat without leaving a single trace behind. Yet the Demon King remains completely unaffected, as the black dragon scales covering his body protect him from the devastating heat, the molten fire sliding across his body as though it were nothing, while he continues descending deeper into the blazing depths. He often wondered what kind of recovery ability he had truly obtained, a faint smile appearing on his face as the memory returns. Then far below within the depths, something finally appears, a phoenix whose presence radiates immense power even within the lava itself. The Demon King recalls that during his time as a Demon King cadet, the existence of the phoenix had been confirmed across multiple dimensions. The phoenix capable of transcending dimensions ranging from divine beings to entities that rule their own realms as ultimate destroyers, the scale of its power differing greatly depending on its form. However, there was one thing all records shared in common. Every demon lord who completely absorbed a phoenix became powerful enough to have their name engraved in the history of the demon world. A quiet satisfaction appears on the Demon King's face as he softly thanks Draxon in his mind, saying that because Draxen absorbed the Phoenix in the previous life, he is now able to stand here. The one power he always envied finally within reach, and in this life he will make sure to write his own legend with it. The Demon King slowly stretches his hand forward, and an overwhelmingly powerful light bursts from his palm. The radiance so intense that it illuminates the sky and the surrounding mountains even from far away. Seeing the blinding light in the distance, the Beast King's expression twists with shock and rage, as he roars in fury while demanding to know who discovered his Phoenix, his mind racing through possibilities as he briefly considers Deus, but quickly rejects the thought because that man would never move without a clear benefit. In the next instant he arrives at the entrance of the cave, where the guards stammer nervously as they try to report the appearance of a demon, but the Beast King pushes past them without hesitation, and orders everyone to stay back while he strides deeper inside, muttering to himself that Ugar lacks the intelligence to plan something like this, and Rena from the Snow Demon tribe could not approach the Phoenix because of its fire attribute, leaving only one possible explanation. He suddenly turns toward his soldiers and sharply demands whether they are safe. One soldier hurriedly explains that earlier the tiger demon suddenly jumped into the lava. The Beast King immediately snaps in disbelief, saying that such a thing is impossible, yet the trembling soldier continues, and explains that the tiger claimed he was going to steal it. At that moment someone shouts that the Demon King is inside, and that it is dangerous, an immense light pouring outward from deep within the cave, growing brighter with every passing second, as its glow spreads far beyond the cavern, and becomes visible even from great distances. From afar several figures witness the astonishing sight: Princess Louise, Merchant Granada, Cargill, and Princess Elena, standing beside their soldiers as they watch the radiant eruption in stunned silence. Meanwhile the Beast King's fury reaches its absolute peak as he clenches his fist and his aura explodes violently around him, roaring with uncontrollable rage that he will kill the intruder, and within the blazing depths the Phoenix finally reveals itself.
Deep within a dense forest, a sharp, unnatural sound echoed briefly before fading, leaving silence. On the forest floor lay Deus, motionless, abandoned by life. Minutes passed before his eyelids trembled and opened, confusion clouding his gaze as he stared at the tangled canopy above, unsure where he was or how he had arrived. Around him, animals had gathered, wolves in the shadows, small creatures peeking from bushes, birds perched above. None attacked. They simply watched the stranger in their territory. Ignoring them, Deus slowly pushed himself up, heavy and disoriented, searching his memory. Then it hit him: the Phoenix. His plan had been simple: kill it, store it in his subspace, and return to his tower. But the volcano erupted, its force hurling him across the sky before he crashed in this forest. Walking through the trees, he reached a narrow stream and froze at his reflection. His appearance had completely changed. The face staring back was unfamiliar. Far away in Ormus, Princess Louise reported to the king about the battle. Ormus warriors had intervened bravely, but the king's son had died. Consumed by grief and rage, the king immediately ordered a massive expedition. The Beast Demon King must be defeated. Back in the forest, Deus received a holographic call from Hillen. Shock crossed Hillen's face at Deus's new appearance, but Deus calmly confirmed his identity. Hillen reported that nearly 500 participants, including 200 recognized heroes, would attack the Tower of Beast, led by the 10-star battle mage Rosal Charnt and Vice Commander Balaf Dislord. Not all groups agreed with killing the Demon King. Some wanted him alive for the tower's rare resources. Deus quickly decided Hillen would join the expedition and personally kill the Beast Demon King when the opportunity arose, boosting his reputation among humans. Soon after, Gordon reported that Draxen had summoned several Demon Kings, including Belvec and Reyna, to the Tower of Beast. Recognizing the urgency, Deus transformed into his demon form and took to the sky. The Phoenix's mana flared violently, igniting his wings. He shot through the sky like a burning comet, crashing into the barrier surrounding his tower but stabilizing safely. As Deus confirmed his safety, Gordon prepared a portal to the Tower of Beast. Heroes gathered from across regions. Rosal drew admiration as she boldly declared she would defeat the Beast Demon King, while Hillen internally resolved the victory would ultimately belong to him. Deus, Gordon, and Jason arrived at the tower's top level, where Draxen awaited. Calmly acknowledging them, Draxen led them into the meeting chamber. Deus noted that arriving late would have been unwise. Once everyone gathered, Belvec questioned the urgency. Jason casually remarked on the assembling hero forces, and Draxen revealed the truth. One Demon King had secretly sent an acetate demon into his territory. That intruder had stolen the corpse of the Phoenix that Draxen had been preparing to absorb. Even worse, the same culprit had caused the death of the second prince of Ormus, which had triggered the current hero expedition. The other Demon Kings silently considered his words. Some wondered whether Draxen had been secretly hiding a Phoenix all along. Others believed stealing such a powerful spirit beast was reckless. However, provoking the kingdom of Ormus into launching such a massive expedition clearly suggested that someone intended to destroy Draxen. Continuing his explanation, Draxen suggested that the same mysterious enemy might also be responsible for the death of the dwarf princes. If that were true, the real objective might be to ignite a massive war across the entire continent. Looking around the chamber, Draxen declared that someone present might be trying to eliminate him. But if that was the plan, he warned that he would not fall alone. Filled with anger, he swore that he would uncover the traitor responsible. To achieve that, he announced that he would purchase the black box key. The black box installed inside the tower was a special device capable of recording the movements and actions of Demon Kings. It had originally been created to analyze past operations and help plan future invasions more effectively. However, many Demon Kings who followed strict demonic traditions believed such devices were unnecessary. Using the system required an enormous number of demon energy points, and because the device would disappear if the tower collapsed, most Demon Kings had stopped paying attention to it entirely. But Draxen intended to use it. When Deus heard this announcement, a troubling thought crossed his mind. The black box was something he had never considered before. If Draxen opened the black box inside his tower, the truth would be impossible to hide. Draxen continued explaining that activating the device was not something he could do alone. The system required the approval of the Demon King who controlled the tower where it was installed. Without that authorization, the black box would remain sealed. He looked around at the other rulers and asked each Demon King present to grant him permission to open the black box in his domain. His reasoning was simple. If the one responsible for the chaos was hiding among them, that person would likely refuse the request. For a moment, the chamber fell silent. Deus listened carefully, feeling a growing sense of unease. The situation had suddenly become far more dangerous than he had expected. If the recordings inside the black box were revealed, the truth might come to light. But the tension in the room quickly dissolved. One by one, the Demon Kings granted their approval. Even the Demon Queen gave her authorization without hesitation. None of them opposed the request. Satisfied, Draxen nodded. With everyone's approval secured, the process could begin whenever he decided to activate the device. He announced that once the results were obtained, he would inform them. For now, the meeting was finished. Later, more details about the black box key became known. It was an extremely rare consumable item that could only be used once. Its price was staggering 9,999 demon power points. Only rulers with immense reserves of demonic energy could even consider purchasing it. Because of that overwhelming cost, most Demon Kings avoided using it altogether. Draxen himself had no intention of buying the key immediately. With the hero expedition preparing to attack his tower, spending such an enormous amount of power right now would be reckless. If he weakened himself before facing the heroes, the consequences could be disastrous. However, he had already decided what he would do afterward. If the hero expedition failed and the situation returned to normal, he would immediately purchase the black box key. Once he obtained it, he planned to open the black boxes belonging to Deus and Jason. Only then would the traitor's identity be revealed. Meanwhile, after leaving the meeting, Deus and Gordon returned to their own tower. As soon as they arrived, Deus began carefully analyzing the situation. The possibility of the black box being activated weighed heavily on his mind. There was only one solution. Before that moment arrived, Draxen had to be eliminated. With that decision forming in his thoughts, Deus decided to inspect the tower before planning his next move. Gordon informed him that most of the preparations inside the tower had already been completed. Hearing that, Deus suggested they begin their inspection from the lowest level. Together they descended to the first floor of Berg Tower. The sight that greeted them was impossible to ignore. A gigantic magical weapon dominated the entire floor. The structure resembled a colossal cannon, towering like a siege machine built for pure destruction. Standing proudly on top of the massive device was Lager. The moment he saw Deus arrive, his excitement exploded. He began enthusiastically explaining his newest creation. This, he announced proudly, was the weapon forged in the Hellforge, Hell's Catapult Mark I. His voice overflowed with admiration for his own masterpiece. According to him, the design was both magnificent and elegant. It was without question the greatest creation he had ever produced. As Deus and Gordon turned to leave, Lager continued shouting excitedly behind them, thanking the Demon King repeatedly and promising that the next weapon he created would be even bigger, stronger, and more extraordinary. Leaving the loud inventor behind, Deus and Gordon moved up to the second floor of the tower. There they found Kate Turde standing alone in the training area, practicing her swordsmanship with focused determination. The moment she noticed Deus entering the room, she did not hesitate for even a second. She lunged forward and launched an attack immediately. Her blade moved with impressive speed, cutting through the air toward him. Deus calmly raised his weapon and blocked the strike with almost no effort at all. Nothing has changed, he remarked quietly, observing her technique. Kate Turde narrowed her eyes as determination filled her gaze. The real battle begins now, she replied firmly. Without wasting another moment, she activated the Qing combat technique and unleashed a modified attack known as Waxing Moon, breaking the waning moon. The power behind the strike was clearly greater than before, refined through careful practice. Yet even this improved attack failed to trouble Deus. He stopped it just as effortlessly as the first. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he spoke again. You've improved a little, he admitted, but you still have a long way to go. K-Turd stared at him in disbelief. She could not understand how her carefully refined technique had been neutralized so easily. Before she could gather herself for another attempt, Deus launched a swift counterattack. His strike landed with controlled precision, hitting just hard enough to nearly knock her unconscious. The brief exchange ended as quickly as it had begun. Deus then turned his attention toward Gordon, curiosity appearing in his voice. He asked why Princess K-Turd had been placed on the second floor. Gordon explained that Princess Ernan was currently conducting a summoning ritual on the fourth floor. To prevent any interference during such a delicate process, he had temporarily moved K-Turd to another level of the tower. Hearing this explanation caused Deus to raise an eyebrow slightly in mild surprise. At that exact moment, the ritual on the fourth floor was already in progress. Inside a large glowing magic circle, Ernan stood with focused concentration, channeling her energy while activating the spirit dust that had been provided earlier by Senior. Drawing upon her magical power, she began reciting the summoning incantation with careful precision. She called upon the great spirit of water, invoking the guardian bound by blood and soul. Her voice echoed softly within the chamber as she spoke the sacred name of Ernan Hilderan, seeking to form a spiritual contract with the ancient being. Moments later, the ritual succeeded. A powerful water spirit manifested within the circle, its presence shimmering with flowing blue energy as it connected directly to Ernan mana. However, the moment the bond was established, a sudden surge of energy flooded through her body. The overwhelming force disrupted her balance, and she began to fall forward. At that exact moment, Deus appeared beside her, moving with incredible speed. He caught her before she could collapse onto the ground. Supporting her carefully, he smiled faintly. It seems I arrived just in time, he said, calmly praising her successful ritual. Ernan laughed softly, though she seemed a little embarrassed, and shook her head. She explained that the ritual had succeeded largely because of the spirit dust she had received earlier. But then something completely unexpected happened. In a quiet voice, Ernan suddenly said that she loved the Demon King. The words left her lips before she could stop them. Deus froze in surprise. Ernan immediately panicked. She insisted that she had not meant to say those words, even though the voice had clearly come from her mouth. She claimed she had no control over it at all. After a brief moment of confusion, the truth revealed itself. Those words had not actually been spoken by Ernan. They had come from the newly summoned water spirit. Ernan sighed lightly and remarked that she seemed to have summoned a particularly troublesome spirit. Hearing this, the spirit burst into laughter. Soon afterward, she introduced herself properly. Her name was Nairuniel, a high-ranking water spirit. Her personality quickly became obvious. She loved reading romance novels, especially dramatic stories involving forbidden love. With cheerful enthusiasm, Nairuniel declared that she truly adored the Demon King. She even pointed out that he had clearly noticed Ernan's feelings already, and immediately began asking when the two of them planned to officially become boyfriend and girlfriend. Hearing such outrageous claims left Ernan completely flustered. Her face turned bright red as she demanded to know what kind of nonsense the spirit was talking about. Meanwhile, Nairuniel appeared thoroughly entertained by the entire situation. With a playful smile, she continued teasing Ernan relentlessly. She urged the princess to admit the rumors that were apparently spreading throughout the spirit realm. According to those whispers, the innocent demon princess had already entered a romantic relationship. To Nairuniel, the situation was simply too amusing to ignore. She leaned further into the topic, asking when the supposed relationship had begun. In flustered frustration, she asked Nairuniel to return to her own domain, hoping the spirit would leave and end the humiliating teasing. But Nairuniel had no intention of leaving so soon. Deus stepped forward and interrupted. His expression remained calm, yet his voice carried a serious tone as he addressed the high-ranking spirit directly. He asked Nairuniel what impression he gave in her eyes. Nairuniel studied him carefully for a moment. Then a slow smile appeared on her face as she answered honestly. To her, he looked like a refined and striking demon king, someone who appeared perfectly suited to stand beside the princess. Maintaining his steady composure, he repeated the question once more. Then, without any warning, he activated his magic. His appearance began to change instantly. His hair shifted into a vivid shade of red, and the energy surrounding him transformed dramatically. Ernan and Nairuniel were both stunned by the sudden shift. The transformation had been so intense that neither of them had expected it. Nairuniel attempted to analyze the sensation carefully. Just moments earlier, his power had felt like a dense cluster of magical energy typical of a demon king, but now it felt entirely different. What she sensed now resembled pure monosign, refined and unlike the aura of any demon lord. Instead, it carried the unmistakable essence of a spirit. At the same time, a blazing aura surrounded Deus as flames of energy radiated outward. Calmly, he explained the purpose behind his transformation. Even a superior spirit like Nairuniel had been deceived by his disguise. If she could be fooled so easily, then the other demon lords and warriors would likely never detect the difference either. A confident smile formed on his face as he reasoned aloud that the beast demon king could probably handle matters independently. For the moment, Ernan remained confused, struggling to process everything she had just witnessed. The conversation had shifted so quickly that she could barely follow its meaning when she heard the idea of one demon king eliminating another. The thought unsettled her deeply. Not long after, the scene shifted again. Deus moved swiftly through the sky, flying at tremendous speed with clear determination. While he traveled, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Gordon's face appeared on the screen. His expression was filled with stress and urgency. He looked completely overwhelmed, even grabbing his own hair in frustration as he shouted loudly. Deus remained calm and asked what had happened. Gordon immediately responded that the situation involved the demon king. The news surprised Deus briefly, though he quickly regained his composure. Gordon continued speaking in disbelief. He could not understand why a demon king would attempt to eliminate another. Deus answered without hesitation. He reminded Gordon that he had already stated his intention clearly before. He planned to remove Draxon. That response only increased Gordon's panic. He protested loudly, explaining that such actions violated the long-standing rules among demon kings. If the others discovered that rule had been broken, the consequences could become uncontrollable. Deus tightened his jaw slightly as he considered the urgency of the situation. He explained that the matter had to be resolved quickly if Draxon succeeded in opening the black box first. The entire situation would turn against him. In that case, Deus himself would be the one to suffer the consequences. Gordon admitted that he understood the reasoning, but understanding the logic did not make the plan any less dangerous. He emphasized the risks involved. The demon king had not yet obtained Orion dimensional energy, and Deus still lacked the ability to fully control such power. Dimensional energy was a fundamental force that existed between worlds. Without mastering it, the margin for error remained extremely small. Every realm naturally resisted intruders from another dimension. When a being crossed into a foreign world, that world reacted defensively. It pushed back with overwhelming pressure, using dimensional energy as a barrier. The force alone was enough to suppress the abilities of the invader. Because of this natural rule, demons who entered the devil experienced extreme weakening. Their original strength was heavily restricted. A demon whose power ranked at the terrifying level of 666 in their own realm would be reduced to something closer to level 1 after arriving in another world compared to their original power. They became almost insignificant. In that weakened state, they would have to face warriors chosen by the dimension itself, guardians who existed to preserve the balance of that world to overcome this natural suppression. The demon race had created a specialized invasion system. That system was known as the Demon King's Tower, sometimes called the Devil's Tower. The tower functioned as a magical conduit that linked the demon world, the demon king, and the flow of magical energy. By investing accumulated magic points into the structure, the demon king could gradually draw stronger power from their home realm. As the tower expanded upward, the connection became stronger, slowly restoring their original strength. In many ways, the tower's growth directly reflected the ruler's true power. However, the system came with an important limitation. The farther the demon king traveled away from the tower, the weaker the magical connection became. With distance, the energy supply thinned and their strength declined accordingly. Gordon reminded Deus of another crucial detail. The Beast King's tower had already reached 13 levels. In comparison, their own tower had only grown to the 5th floor. Reluctantly, Gordon admitted something uncomfortable. Even if Deus truly held the title of Demon King, victory inside the Beast King's territory could not be guaranteed. Deus acknowledged the situation calmly. Although he had absorbed the Phoenix Heart, he had not yet fully integrated its power. The energy inside him remained unstable, which meant he could not completely dominate the other demon lords in his current state. But that limitation existed only if he fought alone. Slowly, a confident expression appeared on his face. The moment Gordon saw that look, he immediately understood what Deus was planning next. Panic returned to him. He tried to object before anything irreversible happened. Yet Deus had already decided once again. He altered his appearance through magic. His body shifted, reshaping into an entirely different persona. With a playful smile, he introduced himself under a new identity. From that moment on, he would go by the name Pale in disguise. He declared that he would personally join the upcoming Brave expedition. Gordon froze in disbelief. The scene transitioned. In the distant region of Ormus, intense combat raged across the land. The Knights of Hillen were engaged in a fierce confrontation with invading demons. Though the knights managed to eliminate several enemies, they were not unscathed. Many bore injuries. The battlefield was chaotic, filled with exhaustion and destruction. Both sides had sustained losses. Hillen surveyed the situation with concern. The enemy had pursued them to this location, yet now the remaining demons appeared noticeably weakened. Recognizing the shift in momentum, Hillen moved quickly between fallen comrade, kneeling beside injured knights to assess their conditions. He provided healing potion, urging them to drink and regain strength. One soldier groaned in pain, struggling even to sit upright. Amid this aftermath, Views arrived, now appearing as pale. His presence was composed and unfamiliar, his demeanor calm yet commanding. After observing the wounded and the disorder around him, he asked Hillen how the situation had escalated to this point. Hillen instinctively began to address him formally, but Deus interrupted gently, instructing him to use the name Pale instead. Hillen nodded and complied. He then began explaining the events. Once the expedition force had gathered, they initiated their assault on the Beast King's tower as planned. Their strategy relied on exploiting the Beast King's vulnerability, specifically targeting the tails by concentrating their attacks on that weakness. They succeeded in inflicting meaningful damage during the confrontation. However, the battle had not unfolded as smoothly as expected. The memory of the encounter resurfaced. Draxon had unleashed overwhelming force, turning the battlefield into turmoil. Hillen had retreated under pressure, urgently calling for Rosal to execute their plan. But when he looked back, his expression shifted to horror. Rosal had collapsed. She lay severely wounded, blood visible across her face as she struggled to remain conscious. Hillen was shaken. Then he noticed something far worse. Draxon stood directly behind Rosal. Realizing the immediate danger, Hillen reacted without hesitation. Rushing forward to protect her, he supported Rosal firmly, helping her back onto her feet, keeping one arm around her for stability. He turned and fled the battlefield, shielding her from any further attack as they withdrew from the Beast King. The recollection dissolved. Back in the present, Hillen completed his account. His tone carried both frustration and regret as he described how the mission had ended. Because Rosal had sustained serious injuries, continuing the assault was impossible. The retreat had been the only option. The brave expedition had ultimately failed. Deus remained quiet after hearing everything. A subtle smile briefly touched his lips as he processed the details. Then suddenly his expression stiffened. Something clicked in his mind. The pieces aligned with unsettling clarity. In short, everything had fallen apart. Hillen continued, explaining that despite their withdrawal, they had successfully dealt a heavy blow to the Beast King. Still, many knights were severely wounded and required urgent treatment. Their forces were exhausted. On top of that, they had eliminated a significant number of demons during the clash. As Deus listened, calculations formed rapidly in his thoughts. Rosal observed him closely. The more she looked, the more curious she became. She asked who he truly was and why he was assisting them. There was also something else she couldn't ignore, a faint warmth radiating from him. The energy felt unusually pure, unlike anything she had sensed before. Before responding fully, Deus glanced at the injured knights scattered across the field. Their bodies had healed, but their spirits remained broken. Simply fixing physical wounds would not be enough. Without restored morale, they would not fight effectively, and he needed them to defeat Draxon. Unity and resolve were essential. After a brief pause, he decided it was time to reveal part of his strength. A small fiery presence hidden within him stirred. He instructed everyone to follow him quietly. Then he began, rising into the air. The knights stared in shock. Rosal immediately recognized the energy forming around him. A golden flammable-like aura expanded outward. Behind him, a massive silhouette resembling a phoenix unfolded its blazing wings, dominating the sky with radiant power. The atmosphere transformed completely. Deus spoke clearly. He revealed that he was the wielder of the phoenix. His name was Pale, and his objective was simple: to defeat the Beast King. Rosal's eyes widened. The phoenix was a legendary existence. The overwhelming surge of energy she had sensed earlier now made sense. That immense presence had likely been his. Judging purely by mono output, his strength was comparable to that of elite 10-star warriors. She felt a surge of hope. If she fought alongside him, victory against the Beast King might truly be achievable. The display quickly revitalized the battlefield. Knights who had been emotionally drained began regaining confidence. One by one, they straightened their posture and rose to their feet. Hillen felt his determination returning as well. Though Diaz was operating under a new identity, his leadership and strategy naturally guided the group forward. None of them realized that the mysterious warrior known as Pale was in truth the very Demon King himself. Draxon stands before his companions declaring his intent to reclaim the tower. He reveals that he used far more demonic energy than expected. Because of this, he was only able to obtain a single black box key. Deciding to leave the other for later, he grips the black key tightly, preparing to open the box. His focus sharp and unwavering. He calls out toward his unseen opponent. As he begins opening the black box of a consenting Demon King, a dark and powerful aura erupts outward, filling the space with an ominous presence. Draxon demands to witness everything, seeking to uncover all hidden truths. But as the process continues, something feels wrong. He realizes the black box is not being manipulated. Instead, he himself is being affected. Shock overtakes him as he struggles to accept it. The truth becomes undeniable. The black box cannot be controlled at all. The cryptic indicator confirms it with 96% certainty. Frustration surges as he recalls past actions. Finally understanding the reason behind them, urgency fills his mind as he decides to inform the other Demon Kings. At that moment, his servant rushes in, bringing alarming news. Draxon demands an explanation immediately. The servant reveals that the heroes have launched an invasion. The situation escalates even further. He adds that a newly risen 10-star hero is leading the charge. Ralph Schmidt's at the front of the vanguard. Draxon's expression darkens as the reality sets in. Meanwhile, Ralph makes his entrance into Draxon territory. His presence alone shocks the surrounding wolves. His posture steady and filled with determination, signaling the start of a decisive battle. The scene shifts 1 hour earlier, back to Ormuth, where tension fills the battlefield. Deus hovers before the advancing soldiers, confronting them directly as they prepare to push forward. The soldiers rally themselves, declaring they will try again. Their confidence rises to 93%. They remind each other they have the Phoenix on their side. With renewed courage, they dismiss the Demon King as nothing, calling him the King of Beasts. They draw their swords and charge forward. A loud battle cry erupts across the field. They vow to slaughter the demons, believing the Phoenix power guarantees victory, declaring the Demon King treasure will soon be theirs. Observing this, Daze notes their morale has recovered, yet he remains uncertain about one thing: whether they can fully control the Phoenix mana. As events continue, the scene shifts again. Daze speaks calmly with Helene and Roselle. He acknowledges that 10-star heroes alone are not enough, expressing the need for reinforcements. Roselle smirks confidently at this, revealing that luck is on their side. A powerful hero has just requested to join. At that moment, a new presence arrives. Daze immediately recognizes him. It is Ralph, a 10-star hero, known as the strongest among shield masters, serving as the vanguard of this mission. His arrival shifts the balance instantly, adding weight to the conflict ahead. The scene returns to the present, inside Draxon Kingdom, where Ralph is already fighting. He moves effortlessly through the battlefield, slaughtering wolves while blocking attacks with ease. His shield radiates overwhelming spiritual power. Each roar from it spreads fear among enemies, driving them into panic and destruction. Watching this, Deus reflects deeply, recognizing Ralph as the second strongest tank. He understands the nature of his shield, a weapon capable of reflecting any impact. Deus knows how dangerous he truly is, because in a past life Ralph helped defeat him, and even mocked him afterward. Anger rises within Deus at the memory. He wants to tear Ralph apart immediately, but he restrains himself, knowing Draxon is the true priority. Rosal then informs him of something. Ralph only arrived after the expedition ended. Frustration fills her voice. She clenches her teeth in anger. If he had come earlier, things would be different. Together they could have won without losses. Meanwhile, the troops continue advancing. They announce the first floor has been cleared. Confidence continues to rise among them. They push forward, eager to face the Demon King, determined to end everything. But Deus warns Rosal seriously. Confidence is fine, but underestimating a Demon King is fatal. Rosal questions his warning. Deus explains that every Demon King holds a trump card, something revealed only at the brink of death, a final instinctive move capable of changing everything. As he thinks further, he considers a possibility. If Draxon reclaimed the tower and used his energy, then he would not have enough left to stop them. In that case, a rare opportunity appears. For the first time, Deus might witness the hidden trump card. The scene shifts to the Beast Tower. Reaching the 13th floor of the Demon King chamber, an eerie silence fills the space. Draxon sits alone upon his throne, his presence dominating the entire room, his eyes glowing deep blood red. At that moment, Ralph and his knights arrive. They step inside cautiously, sensing that Draxon has been waiting. They scan the area in confusion. No demons are present at all. Even though this is the final floor, they question why only the Demon King remains, recalling how it was once filled with enemies. Without warning, Draxon raises his hand. A sphere of demonic energy forms instantly. He speaks with contempt, calling them insects. He shows no surprise at their return, though he did not expect them so soon. He reveals he has been preparing for this moment. Rosal is shocked by the dense energy, realizing all demons are gone for a reason. Draxon opens his mouth, releasing a beam of aura. He confirms he gathered all his vassals into himself, planning to eliminate them in a single strike. Deus analyzes the situation carefully. This breaks standard dungeon strategy. Instead of placing strong enemies on upper floors, Draxon absorbed everything into himself. His red eyes glow even brighter. He declares he will erase them completely, ensuring they never return again. Helen, Rosal, and Deus are visibly shaken, while Ralph remains calm and focused. Deus senses something critical approaching. The moment is coming. Suddenly, Draxon unleashes a deafening roar. Dark red energy explodes from his body. Two knights rush forward to attack. Another knight shouts a warning from behind, telling them to stop immediately, but they ignore it. Believing this is the perfect moment to strike, their confidence shatters instantly. Draxon power erupts violently. A massive shockwave blasts through the room, sending everyone flying backward. Even Ralph is shaken by the force. Helen realizes the terrifying truth. Draxon magic has reached another level. Rosal cannot believe their attacks failed so easily. She recognizes this as the true power of the Beast Demon King, now far stronger than before. Draxon stands surrounded by overwhelming aura. The entire chamber is filled with dark red energy. His glare alone instills fear. Knights begin trembling uncontrollably. Some struggle even to breathe. At that critical moment, Deus takes action. He activates a high-ranked defensive spell, Protect Phoenix from his back. Two radiant wings emerge behind him. The atmosphere shifts instantly. The others feel relief and gratitude, recognizing it as a legendary ability. They vow never to forget this moment. But Deus remains focused. He cannot allow Draxon to grow stronger. Creating a barrier, he protects everyone inside. He orders them not to step out, saying they will only become a burden. Grateful, they thank him sincerely. Deus steps forward without hesitation. Helen, Rosal, and Ralph follow beside him. Together they prepare to confront Draxon. Observing them, Draxon notes only four can still move. His attention locks onto one figure. The red-haired individual irritates him greatly. It becomes clear he does not recognize Deus. Under his new identity, Deus smirks quietly at this advantage. Knowing this ignorance gives him an edge. As the battle reaches its decisive moment, the final clash is about to begin. The battle reached a boiling point as Draxon finally recognized Deus. Rage exploded within him as he roared about the theft of the Phoenix. Enraged that Deus dared to step foot inside his tower. His fury shook the surroundings, but Deus remained completely unfazed. With calm authority, Deus silenced him, creating a domain and activating sound removal magic. A faint smirk appeared as he declared control over every sound. The battlefield shifted instantly. Rosal immediately understood the brilliance of the move. Draxon's roar was completely nullified. At the same time, enemies could not hear spell chants. The advantage had subtly shifted in their favor. Without hesitation, Deus unleashed high-rank binding magic. Sage's chains shot forward to restrain Draxon, but Draxon responded with overwhelming force, roaring in fury as he shattered the chains effortlessly. The gap in power became clear. Draxon declared it was not a fight but a hunt, promising to tear them apart piece by piece. Even then, Deus remained calm, mocking him by saying he could not hear the barking. The silence remained focused solely on Draxon. Rosal urged the others to focus on Pale. At that moment, Deus launched a direct assault. A massive explosion erupted on impact. The battlefield descended into chaos. Both sides exchanged relentless blows. Their movements became faster and unpredictable. Deus moved so fast Rosal could no longer track him. Helen dismissed the concern, saying following orders was enough. Draxon continued roaring in disdain, calling their actions madness. Yet he acknowledged they dared challenge him. The tension continued to rise. Deus suddenly shifted direction at incredible speed, attempting to reposition himself. Draxon reacted instantly, warning him he would not leave alive, calling his name with burning rage. At that moment, Deus locked eyes with him. A memory surfaced from before the battle. He had explained the strategy to his team. Speed was the key to defeating Draxon. Draxon's massive body was matched with terrifying reflexes. They needed to bind his feet and exploit his weakness. Helen doubted himself, questioning if he could keep up. Deus reassured him confidently, promising to give a signal. Helen was confused about what that signal meant. The memory faded. The present battle resumed instantly. Draxon lunged forward to crush Deus, believing he had finally caught him, but Deus dodged effortlessly. Then suddenly he stopped moving, revealing Armani's orb with a smirk. Draxon mocked the attempt, calling the orb useless. Deus calmly clarified its purpose. It was meant to reveal a master's location to a vassal. Draxon scoffed, believing no vassals were present. At that exact moment, the signal was given. Helen appeared instantly, leaping into the battlefield, activating Armani's orb. As he struck Draxon, immense pressure hit him. His head felt like it would explode, but he continued the attack regardless. Draxon erupted in anger. He was shocked that a hero had become a vassal. Deus responded with a calm smirk, saying the method was useful if one survived. His eyes remained sharp and calculating. Helen delivered a full force strike. The impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The ground cracked beneath them. Debris scattered everywhere. Yet Draxon barely staggered, mocking them once again. He called the attack pathetic. His durability made it seem insignificant. Then suddenly flames struck him, catching him off guard. For the first time he recoiled. The timing was too perfect. The plan from earlier came into play. Deus had instructed Rosal carefully. She would act once an opening appeared. He told her to pour everything into the attack to turn her pain into power. Rosal had listened in silence. Her resolve hardened completely. Back in the present, she unleashed her full power. Mana surged violently around her. The air distorted under the pressure. She targeted Draxon directly, preparing a top-tier spell. Satellite cannon gathered immense energy. The ground cracked beneath her feet. Heat became unbearable even from afar. Then the attack was released. A massive beam tore through the battlefield, blazing with blinding intensity. It struck Draxon with devastating force. The explosion swallowed everything. Fire and destruction filled the area. Then silence followed briefly. Even the wind seemed to stop as the smoke cleared slowly. Helen, Ralph, and Rosal watched closely, their bodies tense with anticipation. But Draxon stood once again. Rage consumed him as he mocked them. His laughter echoed with madness, sending chills through them. Deus remained calm, acknowledging such an enemy would not fall easily. There was no panic in his expression, only calculation, as if everything was expected. Draxon's fury surged to new heights. His mana exploded uncontrollably. A terrifying red aura erupted, engulfing the battlefield. The pressure forced the heroes back. Draxon declared his identity proudly. The Demon King of Beasts. He swore none of them would leave alive, charging toward Deus once more, faster and more erratic than before. But Deus stepped back effortlessly, a faint grin appearing. Seeing Draxon had become a mad beast, consumed by rage, Draxon screamed he would silence Deus, revealing the power of the Phoenix. A massive aura gathered in his hand. Heat distorted the surrounding space. He spoke with hatred and desperation. But before he could act, Deus struck with a precise attack, interrupting the build-up instantly. Draxon screamed in pain, yet refused to fall, declaring he would not die easily. Rosal identified his weakness immediately, his tails. Without hesitation, she aimed carefully, gathering just enough mana. She released a precise strike, cutting through one of his tails cleanly. Draxon screamed in agony, his weakness exposed. The opportunity appeared. Deus activated Sage's chains once more, this time instantly binding Draxon. Draxon realized the danger. If struck now, it would be over. He struggled violently, but the chains held firm. At that moment, Ralph stepped forward, activating his healing power. A blue aura spread outward, restoring his allies, strength returning instantly. Then he reinforced himself, preparing to strike. Draxon continued cursing in rage as defeat drew closer. Everything aligned in that moment. Draxon restrained and weakened. Unable to defend himself, the final blow was delivered. In one clean motion, his head was cut down. The battlefield fell silent. Only the aftermath remained. A battle that pushed them to their limits. Deus stood over the fallen king, a faint smirk on his face, confirming the end. He declared he would use the Phoenix and bid farewell to Draxon, his blade slicing cleanly through the air and through Draxon's neck as the Demon King's head separates from his body, spinning away before crashing heavily onto the ground. For a brief moment, everything falls silent. Then the remaining heroes erupt into cheers as relief and triumph flood the battlefield. Voices rise in unison, declaring that they have finally won. Yet beneath that proud expression, his thoughts twist with ambition. The cheers are not enough. He craves more recognition, more admiration, more worship. He imagines a future where those voices never fall silent. The ground trembles violently. Cracks spread beneath their feet as the tower begins to collapse. Celebration shatters into chaos in an instant. As panic surges through the crowd, voices shout in every direction, while orders are barked rapidly to grab whatever treasures they can, prioritizing recovery potions for the 10-star heroes before escaping immediately. Amid the confusion, Deus stands still for a brief moment, his gaze fixed silently on Draxon's lifeless body. His thoughts linger as he reflects on the path the Demon King chose, wondering if someone like Draxon had been given another chance, whether anything would have changed. The answer comes quickly. No. Draxon had clung to his identity as a Demon King until the very end, leaving no room for anything else. Urgency finally overtakes hesitation as everyone flees the collapsing structure carrying whatever treasures they can. Outside, Rosal approaches Hillen, her gaze sharp and observant as she calmly states that it seemed he had planned everything from the beginning, intending to be the one to take the Demon King's head. Hillen dismisses her claim, effortlessly brushing it off as a misunderstanding born from the chaos of battle. Rosal does not argue yet. Her expression reveals she does not fully believe him, recalling the moment he chose to join the fight and how suspicious it had felt. Though the Demon King had not been as overwhelming as expected, the battle still pushed them to their limits, and she cannot deny Hillen's contribution. Changing the subject, she informs him that she has taken possession of the Demon King's corpse. Asking if he objects, Hillen replies that he does not. At that moment, urgent voices call out to Rosal, urging her to come quickly, as something unexpected has been discovered among the ruins. She rushes over, only to freeze at the sight before her. The kidnapped prince, and beside him the Akan Kingdom's third princess, Lavinia Akan. Lavinia lies unconscious at first, but slowly begins to stir. Shocked, Rosal demands to know why she is there. Lavinia responds in her usual fragmented manner, mentioning materials. Rosal quickly pieces it together, realizing the truth. Lavinia had entered the tower alone to gather materials for creating a chimera. The realization leaves her stunned as the recklessness of such an act defies belief. Lavinia adds scattered words about monsters, deepening Rosal's concern as she grasps the full situation. Others watch in confusion, unable to understand how Rosal can interpret her speech. Staying focused, Rosal asks if the Demon King harmed her. Lavinia replies with disjointed words about money and monsters. Rosal interprets it quickly, realizing she had been trading monsters for money. Lavinia confirms it without hesitation. Watching them leave, Deus reflects on her actions. Entering such a deadly place alone and negotiating with the Demon King for research is not just reckless, but dangerously unpredictable. The scene shifts to the Hero Guild, where elder heroes gather to discuss the aftermath. They note the loss of the Beast Tower, once a valuable hunting ground. Frustration evident as they speak of the effort invested coordinating sponsors and managing the 10-star heroes, only for an unknown figure to claim victory. This individual, known as the owner of the Phoenix, holds no affiliation with the guild. The elders question his identity, recognizing the importance of uncovering who he is. For the first time since the Demon King descended upon Urgist, the threat has been ended so decisively. Realizing the shift in power, they decide it is time to tighten their control over the heroes once more. The scene transitions to the Ormus Royal Banquet Hall, where the atmosphere is filled with conversation yet weighed down by exhaustion and grief. The king, overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly expresses his gratitude, thanking the heroes for defeating the Demon King and rescuing the prince. Despite the lack of preparation, he urges everyone to enjoy the banquet while knights gently try to persuade him to rest. Among the guests, Rosal stands out dressed elegantly as she sips a cocktail, observing the room quietly, noting that despite the somber mood, the drink is surprisingly good. Hillen approaches, offering a compliment on her appearance, remarking that the dress suits her well, while mentioning the princess has safely returned to the Akan Kingdom. Rosal responds with suspicion, questioning if he is trying to leave a good impression. Hillen laughs it off, claiming such efforts are meaningless before her. Shifting the topic, Rosal asks about Pale, expressing her desire to meet him, especially regarding the Phoenix. Others echo her curiosity, wanting to thank him. Then unexpectedly, Ralph speaks his voice alone, shocking everyone as he praises the Phoenix's owner. Hillen reveals that Pale has already left, deepening the surprise among the guests. The narrative shifts to the Urgist mountain range at Burgess Tower, where Gordon stares in disbelief, thanking Deus, asking if he truly killed the Demon King Draxon and returned. Deus confirms it calmly, leaving Gordon stunned, struggling to process the reality. Concern creeps into his thoughts as he wonders about the consequences and what comes next. Dismissing him, Demon Kings tells him to stop staring before taking his seat on the throne. He explains that with Draxon gone, the other Demon Kings will inevitably make contact, and his absence would immediately raise suspicion. Gordon understands and accepts the reasoning. Reflecting on the battle, Demon Kings admits to himself that he is still not strong enough. Even Draxon's final attack had not been as devastating as expected, partly due to his weakened state. Relying solely on his current strength will not suffice. He needs to grow stronger, and so must the power of the Phoenix. At that moment, a message arrives from Jason requesting a meeting of the Demon Kings. The timing feels immediate, as if Jason already knows of Draxon's death. Internally, Demon King smirks, knowing the truth, while outwardly feigning shock. Then another revelation comes. A new Demon King has already descended. This genuinely surprises him, as the speed of replacement suggests preparation or foresight from higher powers, still with no evidence linking him to Draxon's death, and the tower now gone. He feels confident enough to attend. The scene shifts to the Tower of Lies on the 13th floor, where several Demon Kings gather, including the Demon Queen of Bitter Cold, Jason the Demon King of Lies, and Big Rock Belvec. Draxon's absence is noticeable. Among them stands a new figure introducing herself as Vivian Blunt, Queen of the Blood Moon Clan. Demon King shows little interest, correcting her on his name before taking his seat. Vivian is caught off guard by his indifference, having expected acknowledgement yet receiving none. Recalling her orders, she reminds herself that Draxon's fall is suspicious and that Demon Kings is the likely suspect. Instructed to observe him, she instead finds his sharp, dismissive nature intriguing, perhaps even easier to manipulate. Deciding to test him, she rises, approaching him as the meeting begins, speaking casually about the strange cooperation among Demon Kings, before shifting focus entirely onto him. Admitting her interest, moving closer, she boldly sits before him. Demon Kings immediately questions her behavior, irritation clear. Vivian brushes it off, claiming curiosity about the kind of demon capable of disrupting the entire realm. With a confident smile, she compliments his appearance and makes a suggestive advance. Without hesitation, Demon Kings rejects her, pushing her hand away with a blunt insult. The reaction leaves her stunned, unable to process what just occurred. As a succubus queen, she is not someone easily dismissed. Yet here she stands facing a man who rejected her without a second thought. Reyna, slightly irritated, told Vivian bluntly to return to her seat. Vivian stood there stunned by the sharp tone. Reyna continued, firmly explaining that the gathering was meant to welcome Vivian, but it also served a more serious purpose. It was a place to uncover the cause behind Draxon's senseless defeat. She emphasized that everyone present should maintain their dignity. Jason, observing the situation, found himself shocked that Lady Reyna herself was presiding over the meeting. Meanwhile, Vivian responded with a grin, teasing Reyna by implying that she too desired the same man. Reyna, growing frustrated, dismissed Vivian, thinking it shallow and lame. Vivian brushed it off casually, saying that was enough for the day before taking her seat. Jason stepped in to restore order, calling for the meeting to resume. The discussion shifted to the 10-star heroes described as the main force behind the current hero expedition. From there, the meeting continued in a monotonous manner as the Demon Kings began sharing the information each of them had gathered individually. As the exchange progressed, one topic rose above the rest as the most significant point of discussion. That topic was the emergence of a new powerhouse known as the Owner of the Phoenix. Despite the disagreements, the meeting concluded with a unified decision to investigate the Owner of the Phoenix more thoroughly while remaining cautious. Moving forward, Deus reflected internally, noting that since he had been in the middle of the hero expedition disguised as Pale, the demons could not have been spying on him. His thoughts shifted to Vivian, the Inquisitor sent by Archduke Arcane. At that moment, Vivian playfully blew him a flying kiss. Deus turned his face away, dismissing her presence and thinking goals over girls. The scene transitioned smoothly to the first floor of Burge Tower, where Kaida observed that the surveillance around her had become lax and cautiously noted that there did not seem to be any demons nearby, while Princess Ernan was nowhere in sight. Seeing this as her opportunity, Kaide resolved to escape, focusing on the exit door, believing that once she crossed it, she would be free. With determination, she began running toward it. However, just as she moved closer, Ernan suddenly appeared alongside her spirits. Ernan confronted Kaide, declaring that for the peace of the tower and Kaide's own safety, she would stop her escape. Kaide, realizing the danger of Irgis, drew her sword and warned that staying any longer could lead to unpredictable consequences. She admitted she had not wanted to fight, but now she had no choice. The two locked eyes as tension rose between them. Before the conflict could escalate, Gordon arrived, telling Kaide to leave as she wished, claiming he did not care what happened to her. He added a dismissive remark about humans, leaving Kaide shocked and confused, unable to understand how they could kidnap her, and then suddenly act indifferent. Despite her confusion, she suspected a hidden scheme at play, yet decided to take advantage of the distraction. She planned to escape the tower, survive in the Irgis mountain range somehow, and then head straight to Holden Walk to request reinforcements. Acting quickly, Katie dashed toward the door at full speed, but the moment she touched it, an overwhelming aura burst forth from the door itself. The force hurled her back violently, sending her crashing to the ground. Everyone present was shocked by what had just happened. Gordon calmly explained that such a reaction was normal, meaning anyone not permitted by the Demon King could not leave the tower. Despite the warning, Ernan approached the door as Gordon cautioned her not to touch it carelessly or she might face consequences. However, to everyone's surprise, Ernan opened the door with ease, leaving Gordon stunned. Ernan herself seemed confused, awkwardly admitting that she simply felt like she could open it. Unsure of what to do, she attempted to close it again, but at that moment Deus appeared from outside, pushing the door open with a smirk. He questioned whether Ernan was finally attempting an escape. Ernan was visibly shocked while Gordon acknowledged Deus' arrival, addressing him as the Demon King. Observing the scene, Deus asked what everyone had been doing before the setting shifted to the Demon King room within Burge Tower. Deus ordered Gordon to lock Princess Katie in the underground dungeon for attempting to escape, and Gordon accepted the command without without hesitation. However, he raised a concern regarding Princess Ernan, asking what had happened with her, since only those recognized by the Demon King could leave the tower. Yet Ernan had opened the main gate. Deus explained that the tower had already recognized Ernan as one of its members. Shocking Gordon, Deus then observed her through a system window, reflecting that now that she had formed a contract with a high-ranking spirit, escaping the tower and crossing mountains alone would not be difficult for her. He wondered why she had not attempted to escape yet, and questioned her true intentions. The scene shifted to the underground dungeon of Burge Tower, where Kaide was imprisoned and Ernan came to visit her, reminding her that she had warned her not to attempt escape. Kaide responded with suspicion, stating that there was no kindness without motive, believing the Demon King had a hidden scheme and attempting to warn Ernan. At that moment, Ernan looked upward as if aware that Deus was watching through the system window and calmly stated that she had come to the tower of her own will. Kaide was shocked by this revelation, while Deus, watching, was equally surprised, realizing she had looked directly toward him as if she sensed his presence. Ernan then revealed her truth, explaining that she had run away because she hated the royal palace, the royal family, and even her own father. To be precise, she admitted she had been kidnapped at first, but afterward chose not to return. Kaide was left stunned by this confession, as Deus wondered if those words were directed at him. Kaide then recalled that among the many princes and princesses of Hilderin, Ernan alone possessed overwhelming talent, questioning why someone destined to become the future queen would abandon such a brilliant future to become a subordinate of the Demon King. Ernan responded by pointing out a strange truth, revealing that there were 62 princes and princesses in the Hilderin royal family, the largest number on the continent. Yet aside from her, not a single one of them was known by name, leaving Kaide confused, as she insisted that the official number was 28. Ernan clarified that while the official count was 28, the full truth was different, and suggested that Kaide ask the emperor upon returning to the empire to learn the real answer. Kaide worried that if such a secret became public, it would damage the honor of the kingdom and the royal family. Ernan giggled, teasing Kaide by pointing out that a princess who ran away to avoid marriage should not be making such statements, causing Kaide to blush in embarrassment. As Ernan left, she casually said she was joking, and that they would meet again tomorrow. Deus, reflecting on everything, realized this was a secret known only to high-ranking royals, the hidden truth of the Hilderin royal family. He then ordered Gordon to prepare Ernan, stating that he would be going out to find spirit herbs, and Gordon acknowledged the command. The scene shifted to the Irgus mountain range, where a water spirit, along with other spirits, began searching for herbs enthusiastically. Ernan tried to restrain it from acting recklessly, noting that it seemed excited after being outside for so long, while also mentioning that Deus himself had been away from the tower frequently. At that moment, Deus called Ernan by her name, startling her instantly. With a dark expression, Deus formed an aura flame in his hand, demanding that she reveal what she had been hiding from him. Ernan stood frozen, shocked by the intensity of his presence, while from a distance someone observed Deus through a telescope. The observer finally recognized him as the Demon King of the Eargips. Deus' question immediately unsettled Ernan, causing her to grow anxious and hesitant. Her reaction was obvious, but Deus showed no patience. He made it clear that there was no other option, leaving no room for avoidance or delay. Without waiting, Deus moved Ernan aside and stepped forward. He extended his hand and unleashed a powerful attack. A surge of energetic purple flames erupted from his palm and shot forward with precision. The strike traveled a great distance and hit a man who had been secretly observing Deus through a telescope. The man was caught completely off guard. Shock and terror overtook him as the realization set in that his stealth had been detected from such an extreme range. It became even more alarming when it was revealed that the one struck was merely a clone. Deus regarded the situation with indifference, recognizing the enemy's reliance on cheap tricks. Ernan tried to make sense of what had just happened and questioned whether that individual had been a hero. Deus confirmed that it was indeed the case, and admitted that the presence of this figure had been bothering him for some time. Ernan continued analyzing the situation. She reflected on the unusual circumstances of a hero traveling all the way to Urgest under the guise of exploration. A hero who relied on stealth techniques could only be one person. She identified the individual as the 10-star hero, Daphne Filion, a mercenary known for expertise in information gathering and espionage. His abilities were widely recognized, particularly his mastery of invisibility and cloning techniques. Hearing the name triggered Deus' thoughts. He recalled Daphne Filion from his previous life, realizing that much of his own information had supposedly been exposed because of that individual. Despite knowing of him, this was the first time Deus had encountered him at such close proximity. Ernan then shifted her concern toward the tower, wondering whether it would remain safe. Deus reassured her that there was no problem. The scene then transitioned to the Burge Tower in the Irgus Mountains. Inside the tower, the same hero was analyzing the situation and confirming the existence of multiple clones. He speculated that if a Demon King existed, there had to be a tower nearby. Despite his efforts, he was unable to detect anything around him. At that moment, Deus received a notification through his system window. The ability known as Monoghost remote control had been activated, rendering the tower invisible. However, this ability came at a cost, consuming 10 demon power points every second. Deus acknowledged the activation of the invisibility function. From the moment he detected the threat, he had already taken action. He recognized the usefulness of this ability, especially for avoiding encounters with heroes. As he monitored the system, he noticed his points steadily decreasing. The cost of maintaining invisibility was significant. With the immediate danger under control, Deus turned his attention back to Ernan. He instructed her to continue their conversation and demanded that she reveal everything she had been hiding. He made it clear that refusal would result in her never being allowed to enter the tower again. Ernan lowered her head and remained silent for a moment. After gathering her thoughts, she decided to reveal the truth about herself. She brought up the concept of the Child of the World Tree, questioning whether Deus was familiar with that magic. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Deus' guards maintained surveillance on the spy attempting to infiltrate. They reported back that the hero had emerged from the Irgus Mountains without using any stealth techniques. As expected, it appeared to be another clone. Deus acknowledged their efficiency and ordered them to locate all remaining clones and track their movements. The guards accepted the command without hesitation. At the same time, the system window continued updating. The Mana Ghost ability remained active, and the demon power points kept decreasing. Deus reflected on how close the situation had come to exposing the tower's location. Although the tower was now more reinforced than before, it was still not ready to withstand a full-scale expedition of heroes. Eliminating Daphne Filion had become a necessity. Ernan then revealed that Daphne had likely come in search of her, sent by her father, the king. Deus interpreted this as the royal family's unwillingness to give up on the first princess. He connected this to her earlier mention of the children of the world tree, suspecting a deeper link. Ernan admitted that the story was long and complex, and Deus assured her that there was time to listen. She began recounting the past. The kingdom of Hilderin had once been a powerful empire. However, after enduring several wars, its national strength declined significantly, reducing it to a mere kingdom. Her father, the king, desired to restore it to its former imperial glory. To achieve that goal, he believed that instead of relying on tens of thousands of soldiers, what was truly needed was a single genius mage capable of dominating the battlefield. However, geniuses could not simply be created through education, nor were they easy to find naturally. Deus began to suspect the truth behind her words, and Ernan confirmed it. The Child of the World Tree was the answer, a form of magic capable of creating humans. The revelation stunned Deus, his eyes widening as the implications sank in. Ernan continued explaining that from the fetal stage, an immense amount of mana was forcibly injected into developing bodies. The success rate was extremely low, with only a small fraction true prodigies emerging from the process. The goal was to create magical geniuses with exceptional sensitivity to mana. She added that humans were capable of acts strikingly similar to those of demons. Deus questioned how such a process could even be endured. It seemed impossible for either the fetus or the mother to survive such strain. Ernan confirmed the fear. Many had died during the process, and even those who survived were often left deformed and perished shortly afterward. Only the successful cases were ever presented to the public. As this heavy truth settled in, Deus noticed something unusual behind Ernan. A creature resembling a one-eyed octopus-like demon had appeared. He quickly assessed the situation. The creature had likely been drawn by the demonic power he had unleashed earlier. Judging by its presence and aura, it was a monster of superior rank. Deus once again extended his hand, gathering mana within his palm as its energy condensed into a destructive force, and ordered Ernan to step aside, addressing her firmly as the princess. However, Ernan did not retreat. Instead, she raised her hand alongside her water spirit, preparing her own attack. As she stood her ground, she revealed that she was among the successful outcomes of that forbidden magic, a being created as an overwhelming genius. At the same moment, the demon formed a powerful red mana circle, its energy swirling violently before being hurled toward them. The air trembled under the pressure of the attack, yet Ernan reacted instantly. Through her water spirit, she manipulated the surrounding water, compressing it into a sharp, ice-like spear. With precision and speed, the attack was launched forward, piercing straight through the demon's body and ending its existence in a single decisive strike. As the demon fell, Deus observed the outcome in silence before acknowledging the feat. The fact that a human had eliminated a higher-ranking monster in an instant made it clear why the king refused to abandon his ambitions. Ernan, however, did not take pride in her strength. A sense of guilt guilt weighed heavily on her as she described her power as something stained with blood. Deus responded by pointing out the contradiction. With such immense power and a position so close to the throne's succession, her claim of not wanting to return to the kingdom sounded unbelievable. He questioned whether she truly expected that explanation to be accepted. Ernan, now visibly irritated, insisted that she was telling the truth. She demanded that she be taken along, just as a magical artifact had been used on Hillen. Her tone carried urgency, emphasizing her sincerity. Deus dismissed the request, explaining that the Armani orb could not withstand the mana of spirits. Raising his hand once more, he gathered mana again. He demanded that she reveal her true intentions. Frustration overtook Ernan. With a sudden movement, she grabbed Deus's hand and pressed it against her chest. Her voice rose as she insisted that the truth had been told all along. Caught off guard, Deus reacted with shock, questioning her actions and demanding that she release his hand. Ernan insisted that the heartbeat could be heard, using it as proof that nothing but the truth had been spoken. Her words left Deus momentarily confused, but then something unusual occurred. Through her, he began to sense something deeper. It was as if a phoenix existed within her, allowing him to perceive her internal state. The rhythm of her heart became clear, conveying emotions directly: shame, anger, and disappointment, all blending together within her. Ernan, slightly embarrassed yet still holding onto her anger, explained that this was a method of communication used by spirits. When mana was pure, it allowed one to perceive subtle waves that revealed the feelings of others. She reaffirmed that everything she had said was the truth. Deus, reflecting on what had been sensed, acknowledged internally that her words aligned with those emotions. Ernan then revealed something more personal. From the very first moment she saw the Demon King, she had sensed something different about him compared to the others, and that difference had given her hope. Deus reacted with confusion and disbelief when she spoke of needing help, struggling to understand what was being implied. With urgency and desperation, Ernan pleaded for assistance. Her intention was declared clearly. She wanted to bring down Hilderan itself. The statement left Deus stunned. Even as the words were processed, disbelief lingered, and the question remained whether such a claim could truly be taken as the truth. After hearing everything Ernan had explained, Deus finally accepted her words and chose to trust her. Ernan responded with quiet gratitude as her face turned slightly red. Watching them, Naruniel could not resist teasing. She became curious about what was happening between them and wondered how they had grown so close without her noticing. She playfully accused Ernan of pretending to be innocent while hiding something. Deus was left surprised by her reaction while Ernan, flustered and shy, tried to explain that it was not like that and that it was only the spirit's method of communication. Naruniel continued teasing with a soft chuckle, implying the exchange seemed deeper than simple communication, clearly enjoying the moment before the topic shifted. Bringing the focus back, Deus acknowledged that he understood Ernan's seriousness. He suggested continuing the discussion about Hilderan once they returned to the tower, and Ernan agreed without hesitation. Before moving on, Deus gave another instruction, ordering Ernan to use the spirits to locate the real body of Daphne Filion since they planned to capture him. As the scene shifted, the surroundings changed into a freezing mountain where heavy snowfall covered everything. In this harsh environment, Daphne, known as the hero, reflected on his cloning magic. His ability allowed multiple clones to share power, but as their number increased, their individual strength weakened. Even so, the technique allowed him to search a vast area at once. Looking at the map, he analyzed the situation carefully. A Demon King's tower should be at least 50 meters tall, yet after scanning the entire region there had been no sign of it. Based on information previously provided by Lord Warden Cullo and Lord Hillen Cargill, the route and timing of the hero expedition had already been calculated with high accuracy. With that in mind, he concluded the tower had to be nearby. He scanned the surroundings again, convinced it was within reach. The Demon King should also be close, yet nothing appeared. The complete absence of any trace left him unsettled as he tried to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a warning alarm rang from his map, making him realize something was wrong. His clones, capable of avoiding even high-level monsters, were being destroyed in large numbers. As the situation escalated, Deus demons moved swiftly across the battlefield and eliminated the clones one after another. After completing their task, they reported that all detected clones had been destroyed and noted that for a 10-star hero, the opponent seemed underwhelming. Hearing this, Deus smiled and ordered them to destroy every remaining target they encountered. The demons accepted the command immediately and prepared to continue their assault. Confident in his advantage, Deus began calculating his next move. He realized he still had enough points remaining and planned to eliminate all the clones before turning Daphne into a subordinate. With that accomplished, he believed he could gain control over the entire continent. However, the situation suddenly shifted when Gordon appeared through the system window with urgent news. Deus turned his attention to the update and learned something was wrong with the tower. Gordon explained that the Mona Ghost was behaving abnormally and had heated up to a critical state. At the same time, the system displayed an alert stating that the tower was experiencing overload due to prolonged invisibility use. The cost to maintain invisibility had increased drastically. The updated status showed it now required 100 points per second, while the remaining demonic energy stood at 49,910. This revelation left Deus shaken as he quickly understood the severity of the situation. At this rate, there were not even 10 minutes left before failure. If he could not capture Daphne within that time, the tower's position would be exposed and the hero expedition would begin. As the pressure increased, Gordon added that outside the tower, countless clones were surrounding them from all directions. Meanwhile, the hero carefully scanned his surroundings again, yet he still could not locate the tower. The failure confused him since he was certain his calculations were correct. He became convinced the tower had to be nearby. After investing so much mana into the search, he resolved to find it at any cost. At the same time, Deus acted immediately and contacted Krutu, emphasizing that there was no time to waste. He ordered him to prevent any more clones from approaching the tower and to search every part of the area. Krutu acknowledged the command and confirmed his understanding without delay. Deus then turned to Gordon and demanded immediate data. He requested the locations of all destroyed clones, focusing on those created by that specific magic. Gordon began processing the information, and as the data formed, Deus analyzed the pattern. He understood that the clones could not move far from the original body, meaning the search would naturally center around it. From this, he deduced that the real body must be located at the center of where the destroyed clones were concentrated. Elsewhere, the hero suddenly noticed something unusual. The presence of the Demon King confirmed his suspicion that the tower was nearby. Realizing this, he prepared to retreat and report the discovery. However, before he could act, the situation shifted again. Naruniel located him first, and immediately formed a mana circle, confirming with certainty that the real body had been found. The moment the situation changed, the hero attempted to escape. Naruniel noticed and informed Deus and Ernan that he had fled. Reacting instantly, Deus demanded the location. Ernan responded without delay and confirmed the exact position, transmitting it directly to him. With the coordinates in hand, Deus moved swiftly and appeared in front of the fleeing hero. At the same time, he activated his Phoenix power, intensifying his presence. Facing him directly, Deus identified Daphne Filion and presented him with a choice, making it clear that survival depended on obedience. Daphne was overwhelmed with shock and confusion. He recognized the Demon King, but what unsettled him more was the presence of a phoenix. He began questioning the possibility of two phoenix owners. According to what he knew, the phoenix owner was Pale, someone connected to Lord Hillen. This led him to a disturbing conclusion. He began to suspect that Pale might actually be the Demon King, with Hillen acting as his subordinate. At the same time, he recalled that what he had witnessed earlier was clearly a spirit. The idea of a spirit assisting a Demon King felt impossible to him. As his thoughts spiraled, he became convinced that even the princess was helping the Demon King. Instead of submitting, he saw an opportunity. He believed that exposing a scandal of this scale could allow him to live comfortably, so he decided to escape and use the information later. But Deus instantly appeared in his path. With overwhelming presence, he made it clear that a choice had already been given. At that moment, the power gap became undeniable. Daphne, a 10-star hero, was completely stunned as he realized the strength of a Demon King who had not even ruled for a year. Regret began to consume him as he questioned why he had accepted the mission. He felt that if he had known the truth, he would have never come. Before he could react further, Deus unleashed a massive explosive attack that shook the entire area. As the battle reached its peak, Daphne made one final move. Using a mana bird, he sent a letter toward the king of Hilderan. The scene then shifted to the kingdom itself. Inside the palace, a messenger arrived before the king and reported that a letter from Daphne Filion had reached the intelligence department. Hearing this, the king showed immediate interest and assumed the tower's location had been discovered. The The messenger confirmed that the exact coordinates had been delivered, which pleased the king as he acknowledged Daphne's reliability. With visible concern, the messenger revealed that the mana bird had suddenly ignited in black flames and vanished immediately after delivering the message. This caused the king to tremble as he realized something had gone wrong. The messenger explained that the destruction of the mana bird indicated that Daphne's real body had been killed in the same manner. Hearing this, the king was overcome with anger as he realized he had underestimated the new demon king. Without wasting time, he ordered immediate action. He commanded that the hero guild be contacted at once and demanded a general summoning of all 10-star heroes. Consumed by anger and determination, he resolved that this time he would personally kill the demon king and bring his princess back. A massive explosion erupted with overwhelming force, powerful enough to drive Deus down to his knees before he collapsed onto the ground, completely consumed by its intensity. Even after combining the power of the phoenix, he realized that the force released was far beyond what he had imagined. At the same time, the exhaustion crushing his body was also much worse than he expected. In that moment, Erin quickly rushed over and supported him in her arms while checking his condition. She addressed him as the demon king and expressed concern for his well-being. As Deus slowly steadied himself, he noticed that her knees were burning hot from the strain. We finally got some romance in this goated manhwa. Anyways, worried, he pointed out her condition. Erin responded with an awkward smile and explained that water spirits specialize in recovery, implying that she could endure the damage. Despite reassuring him, she still restrained herself from showing weakness. She remained aware that the Peel orcs could still be watching nearby, making it important to maintain composure. Understanding her reasoning, Deus accepted it. Erin then decided to rest briefly to recover while Deus calmly reassured her not to worry as the situation finally settled into silence after the chaos. In the next scene, Jason was seen reading a newspaper with a bold headline reporting that dozens of succubus had invaded. At the same time, a loud declaration echoed that demon kings must be hunted down. Reading this immediately angered Jason. His hands trembled as he tore the newspaper apart. Despite his frustration, a faint smile appeared on his face as he turned toward Vivian and reminded her that he had specifically instructed her not to send her subordinates outside the tower and to maintain a low profile. Meanwhile, Vivian casually sipped her wine without concern. She asserted her authority and made it clear that she had no intention of obeying him simply because he ordered her to. Declaring herself the queen, she questioned whether he had summoned her over something so trivial. Jason responded with irritation, explaining that her actions had increased human surveillance, something he had been trying to avoid from the beginning. Vivian brushed off his concerns and claimed that he was worrying too much. She downplayed the threat by stating that they were only heroes. Her response left Jason confused. Vivian continued by explaining that heroes were nothing more than prey for demon kings. She treated the clash between her subordinates and a hero inside the palace as nothing but bad luck. Disappointed, Jason placed a hand on his forehead and questioned why the Archduke would send someone so reckless and lust-driven, even calling her an idiot. The remark instantly enraged Vivian. She climbed onto the table and demanded that he correct the way he addressed her. She proudly declared herself the succubus queen and insisted that she was far more than a simple lustful demon. Jason found her reaction amusing and let out a small chuckle before shifting the conversation. He reminded her that the dimension was already inhabited and asked her to consider how many heroes might actually exist there. Based on her past experience, Vivian recalled that the dimension she conquered only had around 10 heroes. She estimated that Irene, a place famous for producing many heroes, might have around 50 at most, and questioned why everyone was panicking over such a small number. Slightly exasperated, Jason pointed out that the Archduke clearly failed to explain the real situation to her. He implied that if she had known the truth, she would have never entered that dimension in the first place. Confused, Vivian questioned what he meant. Jason then revealed that the Hero Guild currently had 4,732 registered heroes. Hearing that, Vivian forced a nervous smile while fidgeting with her hair and questioning whether he was joking. She insisted that there had to be limits and claimed it was impossible for a single dimension to contain that many heroes. Jason responded with a knowing smirk and explained that if the dimension truly had limits, the previous demon kings would have conquered it long ago. He made it clear that encountering heroes in that world was an everyday occurrence. Hearing this, sweat began running down Vivian's face as her body trembled. She awkwardly tried to deny the possibility and clung to the belief that the Archduke had promised her success. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment her superior spoke to her. She had been reminded that as Vivian Blunt, the demon king who conquered the Luna dimension and ruled as queen of her race, conquering Irene should not have been difficult. She had also been promised the position of the next Archduke after completing the conquest, along with the responsibility of watching over Bergideus. Still smirking, Jason revealed that he already knew she had been promised the position of Archduke. He further exposed that she had secretly been ordered to monitor Bergideus. Shocked, Vivian could not understand how he knew such confidential information. Jason calmly explained that he understood the situation well, because it was the same method he occasionally used whenever treating someone as a disposable informant. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power and violently slammed Vivian into the ground. Stunned by both his words and actions, Vivian reacted in disbelief after being called disposable. Jason answered with a piercing glare and declared that she had already been abandoned. He mocked her as a foolish succubus queen, and warned that from that moment onward, with her limited intelligence, she should stop trying to think for herself. He demanded absolute obedience to every command he gave. Overwhelmed by fear, Vivian trembled before confirming that she understood. Meanwhile, Jason continued reading the newspaper as more alarming headlines filled the pages. The paper reported that the legendary 10-star hero Daphne Phelan had died. At the same time, it announced that Wharton Cullo had been chosen as the new 10-star hero. Another shocking report revealed that the location of Urgus Tower had finally been exposed. The article then shifted to darker news, revealing that the Demon King of Urgus had received a terrifying new title, the Demon King of Black Flames. Alongside that announcement, the Hero Guild officially declared that it would provide no support for any future conquest attempt against the tower. Following the death of Daphne Phelan, fear rapidly spread across the continent, creating an atmosphere filled with anxiety and uncertainty. As Jason absorbed the reports, a heavy realization settled over him. The world itself seemed to tremble in fear, and he silently acknowledged that this was not the outcome he wanted. Even so, he dismissed Vivian Blunt as a minor issue that could easily be manipulated. However, his thoughts soon focused on the real threat, our boy Bergideus. He originally intended to leave things alone for a while longer, but circumstances had changed. Now believing there was no other option left, he resolved to eliminate him. Yay, good luck on that one. The scene then shifted to the tower, specifically inside Ernan's house. The atmosphere sharply contrasted the chaos outside. Ernan calmly cooked while nearby Dios rested on a bed, visibly injured in his phoenix form as his body recovered. Still cooking, Ernan noticed that he had awakened and warmly remarked that the Demon King was finally awake. She mentioned that the soup was ready and told him he could eat. While gathering his thoughts, Dios suddenly froze as shock spread across his face. He realized that he was inside his own tower. Meanwhile, Ernan casually smiled and commented that the place was beautifully decorated. Struggling to sit up, Dios questioned how much time had passed and wondered how they had managed to re-enter the tower in the first place. Ernan reassured him that no one had discovered them. She explained that she had taken advantage of Gordon not being in his post and secretly entered through a fifth-floor window. She also clarified that less than 10 minutes had passed since they entered the tower. Hearing this, Dios calmly acknowledged her efforts and praised her for doing well. However, Dios soon noticed something strange about his condition. He questioned whether Ernan had done something to him because his body, which should have collapsed from exhaustion, was instead overflowing with energy. At that moment, the water spirit intervened and explained that it had shared its mana with him. Dios was shocked by the revelation, realizing that a spirit had restored the Demon King using its own mana. The water spirit further explained that because Dios had absorbed the phoenix, a spiritual beast, his body could now absorb mana in ways that were previously impossible. It admitted that it had never seen anything like it before. Meanwhile, the water spirit secretly smirked to itself, thinking that simply placing a hand on Ernan's chest would no longer be enough, and that even hugs would now be required. The thought alone makes it blush, causing it to panic internally as if it would not survive at this rate. Deus then stood up and told Ernan that everything that happened there must remain a secret, and warned that nobody else could learn about it. He believed that if a Demon King revealed weakness, it would damage his authority. Ernan agreed to keep the secret, but added that she had one condition. Curious, Deus asked what it was. Ernan let out a playful chuckle and explained that next time he must grant one of her wishes. Deus questioned what kind of wish she meant before agreeing, as long as it was nothing troublesome. Ernan happily agreed while laughing softly. At that moment, a message from Gordon arrived for Deus, urgently informing him that the situation had become grim. Deus immediately asked what had happened. Gordon reported that the kingdom of Hilderan had discovered the location of their tower and was preparing to reactivate the hero expedition. The report had been submitted by Helen Cargill, leaving everyone shocked. Hearing this, Ernan recalled that before dying, Daphne Phelan had revealed the location of Urgus Tower during her final mission. A drop of sweat rolled down Deus' face as he remembered that unlike the demon realm, that dimension had no communication magic and relied mostly on messenger pigeons. He recalled attacking Phelan in a way meant to eliminate even those pigeons. However, it seemed that she had already sent the information from another location before their battle. Even so, he realized that at least she had failed to reveal that he was the master of the Phoenix. Gordon continued by explaining that this hero expedition would gather every 10-star hero and would become the largest expedition in history. According to the estimates, preparations alone would require at least 6 months. Our boy is officially cooked. Hearing the number, Deus fixated on those 6 months. The tower's location had already been exposed, and against 10-star heroes, cheap tricks would no longer work. Avalanches and monster traps would ultimately be meaningless once hundreds of fully prepared heroes stormed the tower. The realization struck him hard that within only 6 months, he could once again die after being manipulated and hunted down. Frustration surged through him as he desperately searched for a way to counter the situation. Overwhelmed by anxiety, sweat poured down his body. Seeing his condition, Ernan held his hand and reassured him that there was still a solution. She explained that only the Demon King's capable subordinate, the Dark Spiritist referring to her alter ego, could carry it out. Hearing that absurd title again caused Deus' hair to turn black as he let out a small chuckle. Somehow, hearing such a ridiculous name always calmed him and eased his tension. After regaining his composure, Deus admitted that he had caused unnecessary worry and declared that they would immediately begin discussing countermeasures. Deep inside, he swore that he would never again fall before the heroes who once manipulated and killed him. Before claiming his revenge, he refused to collapse. At that moment, Ernan revealed the method to stop the Hilderan hero expedition. She explained that they needed to kidnap his younger sister, Elena. Hearing that unexpected proposal immediately left Deus stunned and confused. Ernan holds Deus' hand and urged him to save Elena in order to stop the hero's journey. Deus immediately recognized Elena as the 13th princess of Hilderan, the same princess who had originally been chosen for kidnapping. Ernan then revealed that Elena was actually her younger sister. Even though they were born from different mothers, the two shared a bond as close as real sisters. Earlier, Ernan had read in the newspaper that Elena had been kidnapped by the Demon King of absolute hardness, and ever since then she had been worried about her safety. Deus found it strange that Ernan cared so deeply about her. He reminded her that other Demon Kings did not treat hostages the same way he did. Ernan then explained the special magic connected to the World Tree's child, the same power that forcibly increased mana sensitivity. Elena had inherited that power as well. Unlike Ernan, however, Elena's mana sensitivity had exceeded its limit since birth, leaving her with an extremely frail body as a side effect. Because of her condition, even going outside had been restricted, and learning magic had become impossible for her. Still, Ernan believed there was hope. She explained that if Elena stayed inside Deus' tower where mana was scarce and learned how to properly control mana, she could eventually become someone truly powerful. Ernan confidently guaranteed it. Hearing that, Deus silently considered the possibility. Having another person with abilities similar to Ernan would certainly be useful. Even so, Deus pointed out that rescuing a princess was the type of mission meant for heroes, not a Demon King. Ernan casually suggested that they could simply let the heroes handle it instead. Deus realized how naturally Ernan ordered others around. Ernan proudly reminded him that she was still a princess after all. At the same time, Deus realized that heroes were already gathering, leaving no time to continue arguing. He immediately ordered Gordon to inform Hillen and organize a hero's journey to rescue the 13th princess. Gordon accepted the order at first, but the realization quickly struck him. Another princess rescue mission had somehow been added once again. As the discussion ended, the scene shifted toward the Tower of Absolute Hardness, specifically the chamber of the Demon King himself. Deus arrived there alongside Gordon, where the Demon King of Absolute Hardness, Ugar, was already waiting. Ugar had already heard the news that another hero's journey was preparing to invade Deus' tower. He wondered if Deus had come seeking assistance this time. At the same moment, Ugar questioned why he should help someone foolish enough to insult the standards. Deus slowly spread his wings and rose into the air. Looking down at Ugar fearlessly, he declared that he had not come to ask for help, but to offer it instead. Hearing those words, Ugar was completely shocked. He could not understand what Deus meant. Deus calmly revealed that a hero's journey was targeting the tower. The statement immediately startled Ugar once again. Without hesitation, Deus instructed him to place the 13th princess on the first floor of the tower. He explained that if this was done, the hero's journey would simply rescue the princess and leave without causing further trouble. Ugar's anger instantly flared. Furious, he called the idea complete nonsense. He argued that there had been no reports regarding a new hero's journey. In the next moment, Ugar launched himself forward in anger. While attacking, he accused Deus of becoming arrogant and insulting the standards of Titans. The attack he unleashed was Titan Magic Gigantification Level 3. However, before the strike could even land, Deus calmly began listing names. He mentioned the 3rd Prince of Gianna, the 7th Princess of the Veloductum, the 4th Prince of Machiel, and the 6th Princess of Candaria. The moment Ugar heard those names, his movement suddenly stopped. Deus continued by explaining that all of them had either been removed from the line of succession or lacked the resources necessary to launch a hero's journey. Because of that, kidnapping them would never trigger a hero's journey at all. Ugar was shaken internally. Deep down, he realized those were the same targets he had once considered kidnapping himself. However, he had never been completely certain about them. Completely stunned, Ugar questioned how Deus could possibly know such information. A smirk appeared on Deus' face as he replied that the method did not matter. Inside his mind, Deus silently recalled the truth. Those princes and princesses were the exact people Ugar had kidnapped in his previous life. Deus then reminded him that the only thing that truly mattered was the tower's safety. Ugar hesitated and warned that if the information regarding the hero's journey, rescuing the 13th princess, turned out to be false, the consequences would be severe. Deus remained completely calm. He explained that it would not matter either way, since keeping a single hostage on the first floor would not bring harm to the tower. After hearing that reasoning, Ugar found himself unable to argue back. Ugar stared at Darius suspiciously and demanded to know why he was trying to help him. He wanted to understand what Darius truly desired from all of this. At those words, Darius formed a faint smirk. Inwardly, he mocked Ugar as a fool. Realizing that Ugar had completely taken the bait, Darius slowly repeated the question to himself, wondering what he truly wanted. Inside his thoughts, Darius reflected on the reality of this dimension. Arin. He knew that brute force alone was not enough to withstand the overwhelming number of heroes that existed there. Deep down, he understood that Ugar shared the same fear. Darius realized that Ugar knew he lacked the intelligence needed to completely stop the heroes of this world. Because of that fear, Ugar constantly lived in anxiety, only kidnapping targets who would never trigger a hero's journey. To Darius, the situation was no different from before his regression. As he continued thinking, Deus understood what would eventually happen. The large and cowardly Ugar would one day try to cling to a certain man in order to survive within this dimension. That man would become a ray of hope for Ugar, Jason. After reaching that conclusion, Deus calmly stated that he wanted nothing in return. He simply believed that a great Demon King deserved to live longer. After delivering those final words, Deus began leaving the area. As he walked away, another thought crossed his mind. He decided that he would personally take that role, bring Ugar to his side, and neutralize one of Jason's future pieces before it could become a threat. The scene then shifted to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild base, specifically the teleportation circle station. Deus arrived there while using his alternate identity. With Ugar's side already settled, his attention turned toward the next phase of the plan. Hillen confidently reported that everything had been prepared according to Deus' orders, and that the group could depart at any moment. At the same time, Archmage Rosal revealed that she had personally taken responsibility for creating the tower raid map. She explained that she only accepted the role because Hillen had personally requested it. Nearby, Hawk, the leader of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, proudly announced that his entire guild was present and ready. The mercenaries intended to prove the true strength of their guild during the mission. Deus quietly concluded that the mission only required reaching the first floor, meaning their current preparations were already sufficient. He then turned his attention toward Granada and Amon, and asked about the elf slaves. Amon reported that 33 elf slaves had been rescued from various regions across the continent. Granada added that every one of them had willingly sworn loyalty to her. Jennison proudly claimed that none of those negotiations would have succeeded without his assistance. At the same time, he secretly wondered if another bonus reward would be waiting for him. After settling everything, Deus officially announced the departure of the hero's journey. Their mission was now to rescue the 13th princess of Hilderan. The entire group responded in unison and immediately prepared to depart. As the preparations outside came to an end, the scene smoothly shifted deep underground into the warehouse beneath the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. There, Deus questioned Granada regarding the loyalty oath she had mentioned earlier. Granada confirmed that all of the elves had sworn loyalty upon the World Tree itself. The other elves explained that Deus and Granada had saved them from lives filled with disgrace and suffering. Because of that, expressing gratitude through loyalty was the only way they could truly feel at peace. To them, serving the great Granada was also considered an honor. Satisfied with their response, Deus congratulated them on becoming vassals of the Demon King of Blazing Fire. At that moment, Deus spread his wings and revealed his true identity as a Demon King. The entire group of elves froze in shock. Deus casually questioned why elves always reacted the same way whenever they discovered his true identity. Granada explained that such reactions were only natural. After all, no ordinary Demon King would travel across the world while disguised in such a manner. The other elves immediately became furious and demanded an explanation from Granada. Granada then revealed that she had already sworn loyalty, meaning every elf who followed her would also have to pledge loyalty to the Demon King. One elf cried out in disbelief, unable to accept that Granada had seemingly betrayed the World Tree itself. Granada angrily revealed her true true feelings. Everything she had done was for revenge against humanity. She could never forget the humiliation and suffering humans had forced upon her and the other elves. Those memories were filled with cruelty. Humans had slaughtered elves without reason, shown them no mercy, enslaved them, assaulted them, and tortured them endlessly. Even when the elves begged for mercy, nobody listened. Hearing those painful memories awakened fury within the other elves as well. One after another, they clenched their fists and admitted that humans truly had committed all those terrible acts against them. Soon they openly supported Granada's desire for revenge. They all agreed on one thing: humanity deserved revenge. Watching their hatred continue to grow, Deus quietly realized that even pure elves could eventually fall this far after witnessing the ugliness of humanity firsthand. Without wasting time, Deus ordered Gordon to gather every piece of information related to the elves and create a route that would allow the girls to secretly infiltrate human society. Gordon immediately accepted the order. Deep down, Deus continued calculating his next moves carefully. In 6 months, the 10 Stars heroes would gather together in order to kill him. Before that day arrived, he needed to recruit more talented individuals to strengthen the tower and expand his influence throughout society. Creating chaos across human civilization was also an important part of the plan. Delaying the hero's journey for as long as possible would buy him valuable time. Until the 10 Stars heroes finally gathered together, 6 months still remained. And regardless of what happened during that time, Deus was determined to survive. The scene shifted to the Tower of Adamant, specifically the first floor where multiple Titan corpses were scattered across the rocky ground. Hillen and the others carefully moved through the area, while the mercenary bragged that the tower was far easier than he expected. He even joked that he might abandon his current profession and become a tower climber instead. Rosal explained that the monsters on the first floor were naturally weak and mostly consisted of low-level creatures. Hillen immediately warned the group not to become careless, simply because the enemies were easy to defeat. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the floor as someone announced that they had found the girl. Princess Elena could be seen sleeping quietly inside a cage. Hillen quickly ordered Granada to carry the princess and guide everyone back toward the kingdom, and the elf immediately agreed. While the group continued walking, Rosal mentioned that something about Hillen felt unusual. She pointed out that the old Hillen would have pushed everyone to continue deeper into the tower instead of retreating so soon. Hillen explained that their priority now was the safety of the others, since many could lose their lives during the battle against the Demon King. Rosal became even more convinced that Hillen had changed, though he simply denied her suspicions. In the past, Hillen had been driven entirely by greed and his obsession with glory. Now, however, he seemed calmer and far more restrained than before. Although Rajal admitted that this version of him felt unfamiliar, she also confessed that she actually preferred the person he had become. Her honest words briefly caught Hillen by surprise before he urged everyone to keep moving. Now we finally get a romance on this one. After rescuing the princess, the heroes returned triumphantly to the Hilderin Kingdom, where a grand royal banquet had already been prepared in their honor. Inside the magnificent hall, the king openly praised Hillen for protecting the kingdom's reputation and rescuing Princess Elena from disgrace. He proudly declared that Hillen deserved rewards worthy of a true savior chosen by the crown itself. Despite the overwhelming praise, Hillen humbly insisted that the mission could never have succeeded without Rajal's support. The king appeared highly impressed by Hillen's modesty and presented him as a role model for every noble attending the celebration. Amid the celebration, Hillen suddenly realized that Princess Elena was nowhere inside the banquet hall. The king calmly explained that the princess was currently resting under strict protection after suffering through a traumatic experience. However, behind his reassuring expression, the king secretly began analyzing how emotionally attached Hillen had become to Elena. He believed that arranging a marriage between the hero and the princess could permanently tie Hillen to the Hildeharn royal family and transform him into a weapon fully controlled by the crown. Filled with pride, the king raised a golden goblet and announced a grand toast celebrating the man who conquered the Tower of Steel. The nobles enthusiastically raised their cups alongside him as he loudly proclaimed that no kingdom would ever dare underestimate Hilderin again. Cheers echoed endlessly throughout the banquet hall as everyone celebrated the kingdom's glory and strength. Yet far away from the feast, another plan had already begun unfolding in secret. Ernan quietly infiltrated the tower with the intention of rescuing her sister personally. She realized that the heroes capable of sensing demonic energy were too distracted by the royal celebration to detect her presence. Alongside her was Deus, who silently eliminated guards while warning Ernan not to waste unnecessary strength that might attract suspicion. As they advanced deeper into the tower and approached the staircase, several guards attempted to raise the alarm. Before they could react properly, Ernan immediately summoned her water spirit and unleashed a massive torrent that exploded through the corridors. The violent flood threw the defenders into chaos and completely overwhelmed the area. Standing confidently before the captain of the guards, Ernan revealed herself as the Dark Spirit Summoner, one of the 4 heavenly lords serving the demon lord of the Black Flame. Deus quickly realized that Ernan had intentionally allowed herself to be captured earlier, purely because she found the situation entertaining. While she attempted to introduce him dramatically, Deus ignored the theatrics and continued walking forward alone, irritated that anyone would underestimate him. The guards panicked after realizing that the intruders had boldly entered through the main entrance itself. The captain soon understood that Deus was deliberately suppressing his demonic aura to avoid alerting the heroes attending the banquet nearby. Believing this restriction weakened him, the elite guards confidently launched their assault without hesitation. Their confidence proved completely meaningless. Even without relying on his dark powers, Deus effortlessly avoided every attack aimed at him. He mocked the guards for believing they ever had a chance of defeating him in the first place. The violent battle shook the tower so intensely that even the massive chandelier inside Princess Elena's room trembled violently, waking her from unconsciousness. As she regained awareness, Deus calmly demanded that the captain surrender while explaining that he had already restrained his power enough to avoid destroying the entire tower. Desperate to escape, the captain attempted to flee and call for the heroes. However, the damaged stone wall behind him suddenly dragged him backward and trapped his body within the structure itself. The terrified captain cursed the Dark Spirit Summoner as he became completely immobilized. Deus found the entire situation amusing. He reflected on how kidnapping the princess again less than a day after her rescue would utterly destroy the kingdom's reputation and authority. When Deus finally entered Elena's room to properly address her, she barely paid attention to him at all. Instead, Elena immediately rushed toward Ernan and embraced her joyfully after recognizing her despite the disguise. She explained that she had already received Ernan's letter and understood that nobody else besides the demon lord would ever come to save her. Watching the reunion, Deus realized that the two sisters were far more alike than they first appeared. Curious about the situation, he questioned Ernan about secretly sending a letter to Hillen earlier. Ernan admitted it was true and appeared surprised that Deus had allowed her actions without interference. Deus responded that he never considered her actions dangerous enough to deserve concern. Finally spreading his wings, Deus ordered the sisters to return with him immediately. Meanwhile, back at the royal banquet, the celebration suddenly descended into complete panic. A terrified guard rushed before the king and announced that Princess Elena had been kidnapped once again. The king's face twisted with disbelief and uncontrollable fury after hearing the shocking report. Enraged beyond reason, he violently smashed dishes across the banquet hall while screaming at his soldiers for their incompetence. In the freezing northern region surrounding the tower of the blazing fire, the scene then shifts inside the tower's first floor, where gigantic weapons and machinery are lined throughout the area. A small blonde girl immediately becomes amazed after seeing one of the enormous mana cannons. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she loudly praises how massive and beautifully designed the weapon looks. Nearby, a large bearded blacksmith covered in tools and grease proudly introduces himself as Lodger Friedrich, the master blacksmith managing the first floor. The blonde girl becomes even more fascinated and quickly asks whether she could someday create one herself. Lodger bursts into laughter and immediately offers to hire her as his assistant whenever she wants. Soon afterward, a blonde female knight enters the room while carrying a damaged training scarecrow. She politely asks Lodger if he can repair it. The moment the little girl sees the knight, she completely freezes in shock. She loudly blurts out how unbelievably beautiful the knight is, and even comments on how toned her body looks underneath the armor. The knight instantly becomes embarrassed after hearing such direct compliments. Meanwhile, the Demon King silently watches everything from nearby, while the workshop's magical lights glow behind him. Inside his mind, he realizes that the child possesses an incredibly dangerous talent for charming people. He then properly introduces the little girl. Her name is Elena. As he speaks, the scenery briefly shifts toward Elena, happily staring around the tower with sparkling eyes, showing how this strange place is the first real world she has personally experienced outside of books. The knight slowly begins blushing after realizing the child is being completely sincere. At the same time, Gordon suddenly loses his composure. Standing in the middle of the room, he starts yelling that the Demon King has already gone too far. He complains that raising heroes, elves, and warrior princesses was already troublesome enough, but taking care of a child princess inside the tower is beyond unreasonable. The Demon King calmly responds that nobody asked Gordon to raise her. Then Elena suddenly walks toward Gordon, immediately causing the atmosphere to become comedic. As Gordon panics in fear, he warns Elena that she should not speak casually to him because the Demon King's mage must remain a terrifying symbol feared throughout the world. However, Elena innocently explains that her her older sister told her many stories about Gordon. The atmosphere softens into warm glowing colors as Elena happily explains that Gordon always cooks delicious meals. She then bows deeply and sincerely thanks him for always helping her sister. For a brief moment, Gordon becomes completely speechless as the terrifying image he tried maintaining instantly collapses. Soon afterward, Elena happily runs around the tower while admiring everything around her. She excitedly says that there are no scary monsters nearby, the tower feels clean, and everyone treats her kindly. She even mentions that she no longer feels sick anymore. The Demon King quietly realizes that Elena has already completely won everyone over. Curious, he suddenly asks what exactly Elena's older sister wrote about him in her letters. The moment he asks that question, Elena freezes. After nervously trembling for several moments, Elena embarrassedly admits that her sister never actually wrote anything about him. The Demon King immediately becomes suspicious. The conversation then turns serious as Elena's illness is finally explained. Her older sister reveals that Elena suffers from mana overload. Elena was born with an enormous amount of mana comparable to powerful high-level mages, but her weak body cannot properly withstand it. Fortunately, the dense demonic energy surrounding the Demon King's tower naturally drains mana little by little. That demonic atmosphere is the reason Elena's condition continuously improves after arriving there. Because of that environment, Elena could eventually recover completely if she remains inside the tower long enough. Afterward, the atmosphere inside the room becomes serious once again. The Demon King reveals that the hero's journey will officially begin in 6 months. He asks whether Elena can become strong enough before then. Her older sister honestly answers that turning Elena into an archmage may still be difficult, but making her into a powerful high-level mage should still be possible. The Demon King accepts that answer and orders that Elena stay on the 3rd floor under Ernan's care. Before leaving, Elena's older sister quietly makes one final request. With a worried expression, she asks the Demon King not to allow Elena to directly participate in combat because she is still too innocent to witness bloodshed. The Demon King silently wonders whether Hildebrand's destruction in the future originally happened because of Elena herself. The chapter then shifts toward the 5th floor strategy meeting room. The room is enormous, with a giant glowing blue tactical table positioned at the center while magical projections float throughout the air. The Demon King explains that he expanded the room using the points earned from kidnapping the 13th princess. Until now, he personally handled most matters because of limited resources, but preparing for the future now requires a far more organized system. He officially grants Gordon full authority over the strategy room, and even allows him to freely expand it whenever necessary. The Demon King then explains the 2 most important objectives moving forward. First, strengthening the tower itself. Second, delaying the time needed for the 10-star heroes to fully gather. The atmosphere becomes heavier as the future threat of the heroes is mentioned. The Demon King also asks about the operation involving the elves. Kruth reports that everything is proceeding smoothly, and that the elves have already been secretly distributed to trade partners around the continent through the Merchant Guild. However, the meeting suddenly changes when an orc urgently contacts them through a magical communication screen. The orc reports that the princess has disappeared again. The story then shifts toward the Akan Kingdom. Inside the magnificent royal palace filled with white pillars and blue decorations, the king receives a letter discovered inside the princess's room. After reading the contents, his expression immediately changes because he realizes exactly where she went. Frozen Mountain. The king instantly orders a search party to head toward Urgest and safely bring Princess Lavinia back before something terrible happens. Meanwhile, deep within the snowy lands of Urgest, countless dead monsters cover the frozen ground. Blood stains the white snow while blizzards violently rage across the mountains. Monstrous creatures are slaughtered one after another before the person responsible is finally revealed. Lavinia Akan, the 3rd princess of the Akan Kingdom, wrapped in dark clothing while snow gathers around her purple hair. Lavinia calmly walks through the battlefield searching for ingredients needed for her chimera experiments. The scenery around her looks horrifying. The orcs then reveal another shocking detail. A human mage is currently leading monsters directly into their territory. Even worse, she is approaching the Demon King's tower itself. The moment the Demon King hears Lavinia's name, his entire expression darkens. He immediately explains that Lavinia is no ordinary chimera creator. Before his regression, she single-handedly invaded his territory while controlling an entire legion of chimera monsters. The background shifts toward horrifying memories from the future as gigantic chimera creatures rampage through the battlefield while countless demons are massacred. The Demon King remembers how Lavinia kidnapped many of his vassals and nearly caused the tower itself to collapse. Back then, the entire world feared her under one terrifying title, the one-woman hero's journey. The Demon King then realizes that something is extremely wrong. Originally, Lavinia was not supposed to become active for several more years. He starts wondering whether Draxon's death altered the future timeline and caused Lavinia to move much earlier than expected. Kruth then points out the biggest problem. Lavinia is still the 3rd princess of the Akan Kingdom. If they kill or kidnap her, the Akan Kingdom would immediately launch a full-scale invasion against the Demon Realm. With the hero's journey already approaching, they would never survive fighting both enemies at once. The Demon King silently agrees before finally making his decision. He personally leaves the tower in order to lure Lavinia away before she can reach it. As he walks alone through the dark hallway illuminated by magical lights, another terrifying thought suddenly appears inside his mind. The entire situation feels far too familiar. Before Draxon died, someone had also deliberately sent a princess directly toward him. The Demon King slowly begins realizing the horrifying possibility that someone may have intentionally sent Lavinia Akan toward him simply to completely ruin his life once again. The scene shifted as Deus was seen flying through the sky. He ordered Krudu to retreat to the east for now. Deus thought to himself that Lavinia Akan would not have come into the mountains without any reason, and that someone may have lured her in. Deus thought of Jason Cockman as he was the only one who might have done this. With that, Deus resolved that if Jason was truly the mastermind, he would not just sit back and take it. And with that thought, he flew away into the distance. The scene then shifted to Krudu as he faced the princess and her monster. Krudu was secretly pleased that his subordinates had escaped safely, and that even without him, their tribe could last forever. He then shouted that as long as he could protect their tribe, paying with his own life was a small price to pay. He then silently apologized to the Demon King and hoped that Deus would look after their tribe. Suddenly, purple flames erupted. Krutu was shocked to see the flames, and a voice rang out asking Krutu who had ordered him to die. It was revealed that Deus had come to save Krutu. Krutu immediately bowed down and declared that he would accept any punishment. Deus ordered him to stand up, then added that Krutu had fulfilled his responsibility as a chief and should not throw his life away so easily. That finding someone like him was not easy. The words rizzed up Krutu. The princess was now shocked that the Demon King himself had shown up. Deus's flames had pushed back the Chimera army, and he added that it was better to thin their numbers even by a little. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Sister!" It was revealed that the prince had come to take the princess, adding that their father was worried about her. The prince was none other than Cain Akan. Cain ordered his troops to move near the chimeras, as his sister might be close by. Deus then declared that he had no quarrel with the Akan Kingdom, but that next time she overstepped, none of them would be spared, leaving the princess wondering why the Demon King himself had come personally. Prince Cain finally reached her location, but was shocked to find only a doll with a letter stating that they did not need to look for her. Cain was furious at why the princess kept disappearing and leaving letters. His own subordinates asked the prince to head back, as the monsters in the area were dangerous. Cain, having confirmed that his sister had not been kidnapped by Deus, agreed to head back. The scene shifted near the tower, where the princess could be seen looking at it from a distance. Spotting her, Deus thought to himself that Princess Akan would probably not back down until she got what she wanted. He added that she was a madwoman who had even aimed for the Demon King's flesh solely for the sake of her own experiments. Gordon reported to Deus that the scouts from earlier were leaving the Irgos Mountains. Deus figured that the princess must have shaken the scouts off herself. He added that if the kingdom discovered the princess was heading for the tower, the hero party would have raided him. Gordon concluded that if the Chimera princess disappeared in the Irgos Mountains forever, the Akan Kingdom would have no justification to invade, and though the most reasonable option was an all-out attack on the princess, Deus' army had no chance against the Chimeras. Deus finally decided to deal with her himself. Deus could now be seen flying above the princess. Jason, hiding within the Chimera's body, could not believe that Deus himself had come to face the princess. Deus was more careful than Jason had thought. Deus finally spoke, stating that he knew Jason was listening, and that he could sense Jason's faint energy on the Chimera the princess was riding. Jason, no longer hiding, finally spoke, declaring that it was impressive that Deus had noticed, but questioning what he could do about it even so. It was now clear that the Chimera army was large enough to rival a hero's party. Deus thought to himself that every one of these Chimeras was a high-ranking monster, but that his only target was Princess Lavinia. Suddenly, he noticed a certain Chimera. Gordon reported that the body of the Beast Demon King had been confirmed to be in Lavinia's hands, the very beast she was riding. Deus was shocked to see that even Draxon's corpse had been used as material. Jason, overjoyed that Deus seemed to have noticed, added that the corpse could even replicate Draxon's speed from when he was alive. He mocked Deus, stating that every Demon King used their demonic points to strengthen themselves, but that Deus had converted most of his into money. In his current state, without any strengthening, Deus would likely struggle to defeat the princess mounted on Draxon's corpse. Furthermore, Jason had placed eyes and ears on each chimera, so while Deus fought the princess, just one chimera entering the tower would be enough to reveal its internal layout and establish a perfect strategy to conquer it, just as heroes did to demon kings. Jason asked with a mocking tone what Birja Deus would do in this situation. Deus admitted with a smirk that he had been played and finally decided to act. Deus suddenly threw away his cloak. Gordon shouted that it was extremely dangerous to reveal himself in front of those chimeras. Jason also wondered what Deus could be planning. Deus finally spoke up and proposed a deal, telling the princess to cancel her deal with Jason, the demon king of lies. He added that if she did, he would give her one of his own horns, and swore it on the demon king's standards, tempting the princess. As Lavinia handed Deus the contract, a contract paper that looks like it's still waiting for the GTA 6, she demanded the horns be given. However, Deus stated that they should head inside the tower first, adding that Lavinia did not need the contract because he swore on the demon king's standards. We all know this line now. As they entered the tower, even Jason stated that Deus himself treated the demon king's standards as a joke. He added that Deus had him, however Jason still had one more move, leaving him to wonder what Deus would do. The scene shifted inside the tower as Logar and the others were shocked to see Princess Lavinia inside. Lavinia wondered where all the materials were, materials referring to the monster she was talking about. Deus replied that he only promised the horns, not other materials. The two other princesses whispered to each other. Kayhenda asked if that really was Lavinia, to which Aaron confirmed. Elena asked what she was doing there. The scene shifted to the demon king's chamber as Deus threw Lavinia a horn. Shocked, Lavinia demanded that Deus give her his real horn, a demon king's horn. Deus mocked her, stating that he did not care about the demon king's standards and that he could not simply give his own horn to humans, as it was his own pride. Now furious, Lavinia summoned all her chimeras, preparing to attack Deus. Gordon quickly appeared in front of Deus to protect him, but Deus told him it was fine. Deus then confidently stated that the horn he gave Lavinia was not just any horn. He had placed a power as strong as a demon king's inside it, a phoenix flame, which Lavinia was immediately drawn to. Deus added that it would be perfect for a chimera. Lavinia ordered her chimeras to retreat as she asked for more from Deus. Seizing the opportunity, Deus pulled out an Armani's orb and stated that if she swallowed it, he would give her one more horn. But swallowing the orb meant she would turn into a subordinate. Before Deus could finish the sentence, Lavinia quickly swallowed the orb without hesitation and immediately demanded the horn be handed to her. Deus thought to himself that Lavinia might be out of her mind. With that, Deus successfully obtained a new princess for his army. I think our boy is building a princess army or a harem. The scene shifted as Lavinia and the others were seen chatting. Deus thought to himself that he had finally obtained the power capable of taking on a massive hero's journey, and that he only needed to prepare for the 10-star heroes. Krudu then reported that he had successfully removed all traces of the chimera. Deus thought to himself that even though the Akan Kingdom would not think Lavinia was in the tower, he still needed a backup plan. Back in the Akan Kingdom, it was announced that a letter from Princess Lavinia had arrived. As it was read, one noble recommended that they send a search party. The king disagreed and added that if she was happy, he would leave the princess alone for now, before stating that if the Aegis Mountains became a wasteland because of her experiments, he himself would take full responsibility. In the Tower of Frost, Ice Batty was seen eating a frozen candy as she asked the big boy if Deus had truly helped him, to which he confirmed. He added that Deus had discovered the hero's journey ahead of time and had warned him. She then asked if Deus was more trustworthy than Jason, adding that Jason had also helped him survive an Aryan in the past. The big boy did not deny it, but admitted he could not truly trust Jason and could not explain why. She then clarified some things, explaining that the three of them, Draxon herself and the big boy, had survived Aryan for decades because of Jason. Unlike the new demon kings who had fallen in under 3 years, like the demon king of lust who got slain by Hillen, even though he could save the new demon kings. This statement made the giant demon king wonder if Jason was the one who might have killed Draxon. The Ice Queen replied that the big boy should judge it himself, and that she herself did not trust Deus either, but added that there was a way to find out by asking the succubus demon queen, though she hated it. The scene then shifted to Burfet, as the succubus queen was seen flying above the castle while using an invisibility spell. Vivian then asked the Ice Queen if she truly wanted her to kidnap the dwarven princess. The Ice Queen explained that Draxon's death stemmed from the dwarven princess, and that someone with the demon king's power might have sent the Prince of Ormuz, which led to Draxon being killed. Before proceeding, Vivian asked for the magic words, which irritated the Ice Queen, but having no choice, she said it please. Vivian teased her further by stating that she had not actually asked her to say that. Without wasting any more time, Vivian immediately teleported into the middle of the street, thinking to herself that the order was also the Arcane Duke's order to find the culprit who killed Draxon. She arrived at the front of the castle, thinking that if she completed this mission she might get sent back. Walking inside the castle, she even teased one of the dwarves that could not see her. Peeking around a corner, she thought to herself that the plan would go smoothly as long as there was no top-tier hero. But suddenly, Hillan was standing in front of her, shocking her. She worriedly asked if he could see her, to which he replied, of course, before pulling out his sword and striking at her directly. Now panicking, she wondered why a top-tier hero like Hillan was guarding the princess, before shouting that she could not stand this dimension anymore. Hillan immediately realized that everything was unfolding exactly as the Demon King had predicted. Vivian had truly come to kidnap Princess Louise. Earlier, the Demon King had already warned Hillan Cargill to guard the dwarven princess for the time being, because the Demon Queen would definitely attempt to abduct her. Trusting those words completely, Hillan charged at Vivian with his full strength. His confidence in the Demon King only grew stronger, and he believed that faith would make him even greater. Determined to increase his achievements, he declared that he would defeat the succubus queen. At the same time, Vivian quickly retreated at incredible speed. She refused to believe she could be defeated in a place like that, and desperately searched for the dwarf princess. Before she could react, the dwarven princess suddenly appeared behind her and launched a fierce attack. She moved in for the kill. Shocked, Vivian finally realized that the person attacking her was truly the princess. The dwarven princess mockingly responded as if Vivian had expected someone else entirely. At that moment, Hillan attacked from the opposite side and declared that Vivian would die there. Vivian was pushed into complete despair. A hero was protecting the princess while the princess herself was charging at her with an axe. The entire situation felt completely absurd to her, as though something was fundamentally wrong with that dimension itself. Unable to handle the chaos anymore, Vivian let out a loud scream. Despite being cornered, Vivian still managed to escape from the battlefield. Hillan could only watch as she fled. The dwarven princess became furious the moment she realized Vivian had escaped. She reminded Hillan that the Demon Queen had come specifically to kidnap her, and insisted that Vivian should have been killed on the spot. Without wasting another second, she immediately ordered the soldiers nearby to pursue the Demon Queen at once. Soon after, Hillan reported everything directly to Deus. He confirmed that the succubus queen had appeared exactly as the Demon King had predicted. Hearing the report, Deus calmly reflected on the moment he had first seen Vivian. From that very first encounter, he had already expected something like this to happen. Deus then asked about the outcome of the battle. Hillan admitted that he had failed to eliminate the succubus queen. However, he revealed that he had still managed to obtain a trophy from the encounter and planned to send it to the tower. The trophy turned out to be the tail of the succubus queen. As the situation settled, the scene shifted toward the Eastern Triangle straight within the Sea of the Sea King. There, Krudel, the master of the Eastern Sea and a calamity grade monster, was engaged in battle against Palav Disrod, one of the 10 Stars heroes. The fierce battle continued until Roselle suddenly arrived at the battlefield. Without hesitation, she fired a fairy arrow that struck Krudel directly and instantly killed the monster. Palav immediately became irritated because Roselle had interrupted the fight. Roselle then explained that an order had been issued to summon all of the 10 stars. A hero's journey to Irgust had officially begun. At first, Palav complained about the troublesome situation, but the moment he heard the name Irgust, his expression changed completely. He knew that place was filled with countless calamity grade monsters. Roselle quickly warned him not to get overly excited, because they were not heading there to enjoy battles. Their mission was simply to capture the Demon King. Even while complaining, Roselle pointed out how ridiculous Palav was. Palav, however, proudly admitted how satisfying that style of fighting felt, and even encouraged Roselle to try it herself. Roselle immediately rejected the idea and told him to get lost. As the conversation continued, Palav noticed how much stronger Roselle's magic had become. Smirking, he pointed out that she must have been secretly training on her own. Excited by the thought, he immediately suggested having a match against her. Roselle reacted with visible irritation and told him to fight alone and die by himself. Ignoring her attitude, Palav casually asked how she had even managed to find him. Roselle explained that someone had informed her that he would be there wasting time by himself. Curious, Palav asked who had given her that information. Roselle then revealed that it was the guildmaster of the Heroes Guild. Not long afterward, the scene shifted to the Heroes Guild, where Hillan arrived before the Elder Heroes. The Elders praised him as 10 Stars hero Hillan, the hero who had defeated 2 demon kings and protected the dwarven princess from a kidnapping attempt by the Demon Queen. They acknowledged that his recent achievements had been exceptionally outstanding. Hillan humbly expressed his gratitude. The Elder Heroes then announced that in recognition of those achievements, the Heroes Guild had decided to appoint him as an Argon. At that moment, Hillan received an even more powerful sword. Argons were individuals who stood alongside the Guildmaster and the 4 Elders to determine the direction of the entire Heroes Guild. Their influence was so immense that even kings sought friendly relations with them, a position that carried enormous authority and power. As Hillan stood there, emotions overwhelmed overwhelmed him. He reflected on how an ordinary boy from a countryside village had managed to rise this far, and he realized that only a little more remained before he could finally achieve his dream. Filled with determination, Hillen swore to fulfill his duties as an Argon, becoming convinced that he was now one step closer to becoming the greatest hero in history. At that moment, Palworld suddenly arrived and jokingly wondered when such a greenhorn had become such a huge figure. He mentioned that it had been a while since they last met, and brought up the rumors about Hillen defeating 2 demon kings. Excited as always, Palworld suggested sparring together sometime. Hillen respectfully greeted Sir Palworld and expressed his happiness at seeing him again, though he admitted that sparring might be difficult. Soon after, the elder heroes welcomed the arrival of both Palworld Disrod and Rosal Shant. They explained that everyone had been gathered because a grave mission needed to be assigned. Palworld immediately became irritated, claiming that they had ruined his fun and warned them that the mission had better be worthwhile, otherwise someone would end up dead. The elder hero calmly assured him that the mission would definitely satisfy him as well. From that moment onward, the Heroes Guild ordered them to forcibly return the 7 10 stars heroes currently employed in the Jespine Empire Succession War. No matter what methods became necessary, the Heroes Guild would handle the aftermath themselves. The 10 stars level hero's journey had become the highest priority. Hearing this, Palworld immediately grinned in excitement, thrilled at the idea that they were being allowed to beat the other 10 stars down if necessary in order to bring them back. Rosal quickly told him to calm down, as his excitement was becoming unsettling. Meanwhile, Hillen's expression darkened in shock. He realized that gathering all of the 10 stars meant the hero's journey would begin much earlier than expected. Inside his mind, Hillen desperately thought about the Demon King. To him, the Demon King represented his path toward ultimate success. The Demon King absolutely could not fall. Later, Hillen reported everything directly to Deus. He explained that if the heroes employed in Jespine were brought back, the hero's journey would begin immediately. Deus questioned why such a sudden decision had been made. Hillen admitted that even the Guildmaster had never revealed the reason behind it. After hearing Hillen's report, Deus immediately became uneasy. Everything was happening far too suddenly, almost to the point of feeling artificial. He started wondering whether Jason had interfered behind the scenes. Trying to understand the situation, Deus asked how the Heroes Guild planned to move the hero's journey forward so quickly. Deus Hillen explained that the guild intended to intervene directly in the Jespine Empire Succession War. The story then revealed the true nature of those succession wars. They were an ancient tradition of the Jespine imperial family. The position of the next emperor was decided through brutal competition among the princes and princesses who risked their lives to claim the throne. Whenever the emperor assigned a difficult task related to the empire, the royal candidates hired mercenaries and carried out those missions alongside heroes. The succession war itself was divided into 5 total stages, and the entire conflict usually lasted around 6 months. Hearing this, the Demon King slowly realized the seriousness of the situation. If the war truly lasted 6 months, then the 10 stars heroes would remain gathered there the entire time. Hillen confirmed that 7 out of the 10 stars heroes had already been hired as mercenaries in the succession war. However, he also warned that if Palworld Disrod interfered personally, the entire war could end within a single month, or even within just a few weeks, causing all of the 10 stars to gather together much earlier than expected. Deus immediately understood the danger. Whether Jason had interfered or not no longer mattered. He realized he had no time left and needed to act immediately. Without hesitation, Deus announced that it was finally time to move to the next stage and ordered Logger to create a golem. The command instantly shocked Logger, and excitement filled him as he realized Deus was talking about an ancient weapon. Deus reminded him that Maggate was essential for constructing a golem, then turned toward Lavania Aken and ordered her to assist Logger with the project. Confused, Lavania questioned why she should help. As a reward, Deus presented her with the tail of the succubus queen. The moment she saw it, Lavania became excited, recognizing it as a valuable ingredient, and immediately agreed to help with the golem's creation. After settling that matter, Deus turned toward Ernan and asked about Elena's condition. Ernan explained that Elena's mana had almost completely drained away, and that starting from the next day, he planned to begin teaching her the basics of magic. Satisfied with the progress, Deus instructed him to continue. Soon afterward, Deus switched to his other identity and met with Gordon. He informed Gordon that he would be leaving for some time, meaning Gordon would need to take care of the tower in his absence. Gordon immediately became suspicious and asked whether Deus was heading where he thought he was. Deus calmly confirmed it, revealing that he would personally participate in the Jespin Empire Succession War. The scene shifted to the Utura Island, located within the territory of the Jespian Empire. Recently, Utura Island had been overrun by a massive horde of the undead, and the innocent citizens of the Empire trembled in fear because of it. The final objective of the war was to subdue the necromancer of Utura Island, a necromancer of high-tier grade bearing attributes of dark and life essence. The scene shifted to the island where countless undead armies attacked relentlessly. A noble could be seen sitting upon a throne carried by 4 soldiers while others formed a protective guard around him. The noble declared that the path to the throne was paved with blood, and since this was the final trial, he insisted that he would need to send in as many retainers as necessary. The soldiers cried out their devotion, declaring everything they did was for the first prince. Naya Diaphragm, the 3rd star of the 10 star heroes who had been employed by the first prince, spoke up, stating that even if this was the final task, they would not have any retainers left at this rate. With a displeased expression, the first prince retorted that even if she was a famous hero, she was still merely a subject of the empire, and she did not have the authority to oppose his orders as the first prince. This arrogant prince was revealed to be Rufus Jespine, the first prince of the Jespine Empire. Faced with his rebuke, Naya did not press the matter further. The scene shifted to another part of the island. A woman's scream pierced the air as she begged her brother to spare her life. It was revealed that the two were a prince and a princess. The prince remarked that she should not speak of such terrible things coming to pass, as he could not bring himself to harm his own sister. But suddenly, an assassin hired by the prince stabbed her in the back. The prince mocked her coldly, declaring that he would never dream of dirtying his own hands, as he was destined to become a noble emperor in the future. It was revealed that this man was Floin Jespine, the second prince of the Jespine Empire. He then ordered his soldiers to clean up and hunt down the remaining heirs, to which the soldiers readily complied. It was further revealed that his retainer was Ralph Schmidt, the 6th star of the 10 star heroes. The scene then shifted to another part of the island, where multiple undead were being thoroughly beaten back. 2 figures stood back to back, trading compliments as they fought. The red-haired hero remarked that the heir's punches were truly worthy of a ruler, while the heir praised the hero in return, saying his posture was excellent, and that he truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 10 star heroes. The heir continued, declaring that every citizen of the empire should possess a body as fine as his, and that the current generation was far too weak. She further proclaimed that once she became emperor, she would begin purging her scrawny brothers and sisters. And yes, if you're still confused, this ripped person is a girl. She was Terran Jespane, the 4th princess of the Jespane Empire. The hero, upon hearing her words, did not argue further, and simply displayed a puzzled expression. The red-haired hero was revealed to be Gillian Eint, the 5th star of the 10 star heroes and the one employed by the 4th princess. 2 hours since the necromancer subjugation had begun, the remaining heirs had dwindled from 17 to only 15. The scene shifted once more to another part of the island, where countless undead were advancing. A voice cried out desperately, begging the undead not to chase him any further. It was revealed that the boy was Noah Jespine, the youngest of the heirs, the 17th prince of the Jespine Empire. As Noah ran from the countless undead with tears welling in his eyes, he thought to himself that all of his retainers had been slaughtered by the undead, and even the heroes he had hired had abandoned him. The only things he had left were the artifacts his siblings had given him. He further reflected that, given all the previous trials he had already failed, he did not even know how to use these artifacts. As he clutched the artifacts in his hand and ran, a vine suddenly tripped him and he tumbled to the ground. The precious artifacts scattered across the dirt around him. As he lay there, a countless horde of the undead army closed in around him. He thought desperately to himself that he could not fail here. He thought that if any of his 1st, 2nd, or 4th siblings were to become emperor, a bloodbath would surely sweep throughout the empire. Countless retainers had sacrificed their lives for him, begging him to save the empire from the hands of those nobles. He then declared that for the sake of those retainers who had given their lives for him, he had to stop his siblings. As he lay on the ground weeping, he slowly reached for an artifact and declared that a true emperor is someone who protects everyone. But his words were quickly cut short as the undead rapidly surrounded him. Dread washed over him as he thought to himself that this was his end, before apologizing inwardly to his siblings, lamenting that he could go no further. But suddenly blue lightning rained down from the sky, striking the horde of undead monsters surrounding the prince. A man's voice called out, saying he was fortunate not to have arrived too late, and asked the prince whether he was hurt anywhere. It was revealed that the hero who had arrived was none other than Hillen Cargill. Shock flooded Noah's face as he stared in amazement at one of the 10 star heroes who had come to save him. Then another arrived, a red feather drifted down and landed on Noah's head, and our boy Deus, I meant Pale, descended from the sky, emanating a blinding red light as Noah looked up at him. Pale asked Noah if he wished to hire them, adding that they might be able to help him, all while holding a massive flame in his hands. Noah, stunned by what he was witnessing, did not hesitate and shouted with a shaky voice that he would hire them. Pale replied that they had a deal, flashing a smirk before launching a fireball into the undead as a massive explosion of flame erupted beneath him. 10 minutes prior, Deus had laid out his plan to Helene. Raising a finger, he explained that they needed to prevent the 10-star heroes from participating in the hero's journey. To accomplish this, he proposed that they keep the heroes pinned down and stall for time so that the War of Succession would never end, with further details to be explained later. Helene then brought up Palav Disrod, identifying him as the main problem, noting that Palav would disqualify all the other 10-star heroes before the war even concluded. Palav, with a calm expression, stated that they would deal with him first, but that before anything else, they would need to enter the conflict without drawing suspicion, and for that they would need an employer. He then named someone, declaring that the 17th prince, Noah Jespine, was the perfect candidate. Noah's rank was so low that he would not have been able to hire other high-level heroes, and he was, in Palav's own words, a complete crybaby and a coward. The scene then shifted back to the present, where Noah was on his knees, tearfully thanking the two for saving his life. With a shaky voice, he confessed that he had thought it was all over for him. He then urgently pleaded that they had to stop his first, second, and fourth siblings at all costs, but admitted that he did not have the funds to hire renowned heroes and asked whether artifacts would suffice as payment. Suddenly, Pale took hold of him and told him that he did not want his money. What he needed was Noah's sense of justice to save the empire from his wicked siblings, before declaring once more that a true emperor is someone who protects everyone. This moved the boy deeply, and so both had been successfully hired. Pale, the Phoenix Master, and Helen Cargill, a 10-star hero. Deus thought to himself that humans were so easy to deceive, before urging Noah that they had to move and stop them. Noah, still a child with little understanding of what was truly happening, affirmed with conviction that they had to protect everyone. Meanwhile, Helen silently apologized to Noah and his thoughts for getting him caught up in their scheme. On the other side of the island, Rosal was struck with shock as she sensed Pale's energy. She gazed into the distance, spotting the flames that Deus had unleashed. Palav, having noticed it as well, asked Rosal if she had felt it too, and remarked that there was someone interesting on the island, visibly shocking her. Palav was revealed to be holding one of our boy's hero, the 10th star, in his grasp. He then remarked that fighting our boy might actually be entertaining compared to these weakling heroes. It was further revealed that the 10th star and the 6th prince had both been disqualified from the war. Rosal told him to leave it be, adding that the one Hilan had brought along was no one to concern himself with. Palav, turning his back, questioned why Hilan would call upon someone else when he was already there. Rosal meanwhile wondered to herself what on earth Hilan was thinking, as she continued to stare into the distance. Deep within the forest of Utura Island in a suspiciously isolated area, Hilan and Noah could be seen walking side by side. Noah asked where they were headed, but Hilan offered him no answer. Walking ahead of them was Pale. He recalled that in his past life he had searched for monsters worthy of becoming his familiars, and this was where he had found one. It was the Necromancer's cave. A being sat upon a throne within, two servants standing at its sides. Pale observed it from a distance. The creature was revealed to be the Necromancer that had been wreaking havoc across Utura Island, and it let out a growl in our boy's direction. Deus, revealing his true form as his phoenix slowly transformed into a black dragon, declared that before Pale could disqualify the 10-star heroes, he would conceal the Necromancer and ensure the War of Succession never came to an end, all while channeling a surge of purple energy through his dragon hands. Hilan and Noah were left completely frozen in shock, before Noah screamed in disbelief, crying out that a demon king had appeared before them. Even the Necromancer itself appeared stunned upon hearing that Deus was a demon king. The Necromancer revealed that he had spent his entire life hiding from demon kings just to avoid becoming someone's puppet. He realized that Deus had finally tracked him down. Declaring himself the king of the undead, he refused to serve under anyone, insisting that he would bow to no one. At that moment, countless undead soldiers roared around him. In a single second, Deus erased the entire undead army with overwhelming power. The Necromancer was left completely shocked by the display of strength. Deus coldly questioned whether the Necromancer wished to die. Terrified, the Necromancer immediately dropped to his knees and swore absolute loyalty to Deus. Deus accepted his surrender and reminded him that only the living could have a future. He warned that pretending to be brave would only lead to a meaningless death. Deus then turned his attention toward the 17th prince Noah. Noah trembled in fear as he stared at the black flames surrounding Deus. It was then that he finally came to understand that the owner of the Phoenix was actually the demon king of blazing fire. The truth that the hero Hilan Cargill served under a demon king completely shattered him. Deus offered Noah a chance to become his familiar as well. At the same time, Deus considered the strength of the Jespine Empire. In his mind, he reasoned that turning the 17th prince into his familiar would prove useful later, because the Empire was strong enough to keep the hero guild under control. Despite crying in fear, Noah refused to betray the people who had sacrificed themselves for him. He declared that he would not betray the Empire or humanity. He made it clear that he would rather die than bow before a demon king. Without hesitation, Deus forced an orb into Noah's mouth. Smirking calmly, Deus expressed admiration for Noah's righteous heart and stubborn nature. He admitted that he had fully anticipated the refusal. Deus explained that the stronger Noah's hatred became, the greater the pain he would suffer. He then commanded Noah to surrender and swear loyalty to his new king. Noah screamed in unbearable agony as the pain spread through his brain. Even while suffering, he continued to defy Deus, refusing to yield. Watching the scene, Hilan asked whether Noah had died. Deus calmly explained that Noah was still alive because killing him would be a waste. Afterward, Deus turned toward the Necromancer and ordered him to stand up. He declared that the time had come to work and prepare for the arriving heroes. The Necromancer nervously asked whether the order was truly meant for him. Soon after, several powerful figures arrived outside the Necromancer's cave. Among them were the twin heroes, Beam and Bong. The names kinda sounded like ping pong. Anyways, they sensed the mana of a Necromancer and realized that the trail had been intentionally left behind. Confident in their abilities, they boasted that elite heroes like them could easily track a Necromancer's den through mana alone. Alongside them was the 11th princess of the Jespine Empire, Sierra Jespine. She urged that they subdue the Necromancer before anyone else discovered the location. The group entered the cave while Beam and Bong laughed confidently. They recognized the cave as the Necromancer's den and cautioned everyone not to lower their guard, warning that the enemy was a powerful high-tier monster. Even so, the brothers arrogantly claimed that fighters nearly qualified to become 10-star heroes would have no trouble defeating such an opponent. They mocked the Necromancer as nothing more than a weak mob and declared that they would slaughter him within 10 seconds. However, the situation changed instantly. The Necromancer unleashed overwhelming freezing magic and completely froze both brothers. Feeling the incredible strength flowing through his body, he marveled at how the Demon King's mana had elevated him far beyond what he had ever imagined. At that moment, he became convinced that he was stronger than even a calamity rank monster. From the shadows, Deus warned him not to overdo it and ordered the frozen heroes to be moved into the freezer immediately. The terrified Necromancer quickly obeyed and froze the remaining intruders as well. As Deus observed, he noted that 3 princes and princesses had already been frozen, though no 10-star hero had yet fallen into the trap. He was confident that the Necromancer's sealing magic enhanced by his own mana would even work against a 10-star hero. Deus explained that if they continued luring heroes into the cave and freezing them, the War of Succession would drag on far longer. This would also prevent the 10 stars from returning to the hero guild anytime soon. Helen warned that the 10 stars would not fall so easily. Deus calmly replied that he already had another plan in motion, and then asked about the situation outside. Helen revealed shocking news. The 10th star, Wharton Colo, had already been defeated by Palworld Disrode. Only 8 stars remained. Deus was stunned, unable to believe that not even half a day had passed yet. Deep in thought, he came to the realization that gathering all 10 stars had merely been a formality. If the King of Hilderan changed his decision, the hero's journey could still begin with only 7 or 8 stars assembled. If that happened, everything would be over. Understanding the danger, Deus decided that he needed more time. He announced his intention to personally deal with Palworld Disrode. Helen immediately panicked at the idea. He pleaded with Deus, warning that Palworld Disrode was a monster beyond imagination, and insisting that even Deus could not win against him. Hearing the certainty in Helen's voice, Deus questioned him on it. Helen nervously explained that Palworld Disrode was powerful enough to defeat the Demon King of Beasts entirely on his own. According to Helen, defeating Palworld Disrode, the first star, in a one-on-one battle was completely impossible. The next scene shifted to an intense battle between Palworld Disrode and Ralph Schmidt. Palworld attacked relentlessly, while laughing with excitement. He acknowledged Ralph as the master of the ultimate shield, and revealed that he had always wanted to fight him. He spoke of the rumors claiming that even a broken door could become the strongest shield in Ralph's hands and demanded to witness that power for himself. However, the overwhelming strength of Palworld completely shattered Ralph's shield. A massive explosion erupted across the battlefield immediately afterward. Realizing the difference in power, Ralph surrendered. Palworld was left shocked by the sudden surrender. Soon after, the second prince arrived at the scene. Ralph apologized to the second prince and admitted that he could push no further. He expressed hope that Floan would somehow find a way through the rest of the battle. The second prince remained silent. Meanwhile, Palworld desperately tried to stop Ralph from giving up. He reminded Ralph that his fighting style relied on strengthening shields and insisted that Ralph could continue fighting by switching to another shield. Ralph calmly explained that his power truly was the ability to grant abilities to shields. However, he admitted that no shield in existence could stop Palworld, for his strength strength was simply too overwhelming. Hearing those words, even Palav appeared saddened. After the battle ended, Palav quietly walked away from the battlefield. Hidden nearby, Deus watched everything unfold from the shadows. He acknowledged that Palav disrobed was exactly the kind of monster Hill and Cargill had warned him about. Deus was shocked that Palav had shattered Ralph's shield, something even Draxon had failed to break. The sheer level of Palav's strength felt completely insane. As Deus continued observing him, the story briefly shifted to an earlier conversation between Deus and Hillen. At that time, Deus questioned why the Demon Kings were still alive if a hero as powerful as Palav truly existed. Hillen explained that Demon King towers were considered vital resources for humanity. Humans could harvest expensive materials and treasures from them. Because of that, heroes were forbidden from slaying Demon Kings without permission from the Hero Guild. According to Hillen, it was one of the guild's strict rules. Deus viewed those rules as arrogant and demanded to know how someone as monstrously strong as Palav could even exist. Hillen admitted that nobody truly knew Palav's origins. One day, Palav had suddenly appeared out of nowhere carrying nothing but a sword. His very first recorded feat was soloing a calamity-ranked monster. Beyond that, no one knew where he was born, how he grew up, or how he obtained such transcendent power. Because of those mysteries, Hillen warned that avoiding Palav at all costs was the safest option. The story then returned to the present. Deus approached Palav while disguised under his second identity. Calmly, he confronted Palav directly. Palav immediately sensed an unusual aura from him and realized that the man standing before him was the Phoenix. Before the situation could escalate further, Roselle interrupted and recognized that Palav was connected to Hillen. Roselle suggested that both sides already understood enough and should simply continue focusing on their respective missions. Ignoring that advice, Deus pressed further and revealed his suspicions. He concluded that Palav's employer was not any prince or princess of the Empire, but the Hero Guild itself, part of a larger scheme to control the Empire by placing a puppet heir on the throne. He then warned that if such a scandal were ever exposed, neither the Empire nor the surrounding kingdoms would allow the Hero Guild to escape the consequences. Roselle immediately realized that Pala had not come there under the Hero Guild orders. He demanded to know Pala's true objective. Deus calmly warned them to stop interfering and leave immediately. He threatened that if they refused, he would spread the entire scandal across the continent. Hearing this, Palav realized that they had been completely played from the beginning. At the same time, Roselle grew furious as thoughts of Hill and Cargill crossed his mind. He swore to settle the matter once he found him. Meanwhile, Deus remained completely calm. Deep down, he no longer cared whether his opponent was a monster capable of soloing Demon Kings. After returning to Arang, he had already abandoned the idea of solving everything through raw strength alone. Instead, he resolved to use the very system and order that humanity had created against them. He planned to bind their hands using their own rules. However, before the situation could continue further, the second prince suddenly appeared. The second prince revealed that none of it would become a problem, for it was he himself who had hired Palav and Roselle from the beginning. The moment Deus saw him, he was struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend how the second prince was standing there after supposedly being disqualified alongside Ralph. Still, he admitted that he had expected the second prince to appear eventually. At the same time, he recognized that his earlier accusation would no longer hold. Roselle immediately supported the second prince's statement and confirmed that everything had been done under his direct orders. Watching their quick response, Deus silently acknowledged how sharp they were. With the misunderstanding resolved, Palav's mood immediately changed. Excitement overtook him as he declared that the minor issues had finally been settled. What remained now was a direct fight against the Phoenix himself. At that moment, Deus began releasing his mana while smirking confidently. Even he could not deny that things had ultimately come down to this battle. Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge and prepared himself to face the greatest hero. A man who's sick of socializing, so he makes a wish to live somewhere with no one else around, and somehow the heavens answer his wish and hurl him into a world crawling with nothing but beasts. When he opens his eyes, Suho sees two massive moons hanging in the sky. Countless beasts tear each other apart over territory. Suho freezes at the sight. Then he notices there's a wolf pup right behind him. Suho bolts in pure terror, and a system message flashes before his eyes.
Alright, you and I are kicking off with some absolute garbage news. A Korean hunter team just failed a 6-star gate raid again. After that epic fail, netizens went wild in the comments, totally stressing out over next year's big international tournament. Honestly, the tension was starting to get real. In a squad van, an older hunter watching the broadcast grumbled that Korea's classic rivalry with Japan was basically dead. There was simply no way they could compete with them now. A rookie snapped back, claiming the Korean hunters still brought in way more cash than the Japanese pros, but the older hunter in the back just sighed. He tried to keep the peace, telling them both to have some faith in the new generation, despite the constant losses. Then, he turned to ask the rescue team leader, Seo Yuel, what he thought about it. Yuel calmly replied that politics were for combat hunters to worry about. Their rescue squad only needed to focus on the urgent distress call they were heading toward right now. The driver laughed a bit, teasing Yuel for always being such a serious, no-nonsense guy. The rookie, who was watching the news, piped up again, pointing out that big guilds are all selfish, leaving the dirty work to them. Yep, the rescue squad always takes the heat. Yuel silently smiled. It was the classic complaint of a tired civil servant, but deep down, he knew it was the absolute truth. Now, pay attention here. The hunter agency was mostly made up of mid-tier hunters, split into 3 branches. Whenever a raid went horribly wrong inside the gates, it was the rescue squad that had to charge straight into danger to pull survivors out alive. As their leader, Yuel's special job was being a tracker. He could spot tiny clues and traces that normal hunters would completely miss. Just then, the van pulled up to the emergency site, and they got ready to breach the gate. Their goal was rescuing the epic guild. But suddenly, some guy with a slimy smirk walked right up to them. He mockingly praised the rescue team for working so hard, even calling them darlings. Yuel silently realized there was always some arrogant jerk showing up just to look down on them. Meet Baek Junhwan, an executive from a giant guild called Overcross. He was famous for sending weaker partner guilds into dangerous gates completely unprotected. All he cared about was money, with zero regard for human life. To Yuel, this greedy bastard was the main culprit behind half their emergency rescue calls. You and I both know he's the one who caused this mess too. Losing his patience, Yuel coldly told him they were on a tight clock and marched his squad right past him. But Junhwan wouldn't let it go, offering backup from his own guild and asking if they were really sure they didn't want the help. Yuel knew this guy was just trying to cover his own tracks and make himself look good. So Yuel shut him down hard, saying they do their jobs without relying on toxic handouts. Junhwan just sighed, calling it a real pity. Meanwhile, inside the gate, they were deep in an ancient Inca jungle. A young healer was desperately using her magic to keep an injured ally alive, but bloodthirsty monsters had her totally cornered. Just as a beast lunges to tear her apart, Yuel flashes in, slicing its head off with a perfect spear strike. He immediately calms the terrified girl down, letting her know the rescue squad has arrived. A veteran squad member shouts a warning. Dozens of ghouls are swarming the entrance they just came through. They need a backup exit right now. Sensing the danger, Yuel springs into action. He triggers his silent wave skill, focusing his hearing to catch tiny sounds no ordinary human could trace. Within seconds, he maps out every monster's location and finds a hidden pathway to escape. The moment he spots the trail, he gets the injured hunter onto a teammate's shoulders. They bolt at full speed. The rescued girl is shaking with pure terror, and though she knows she shouldn't complain, she asks if this route is actually safe. The veteran proudly tells her that even though Yuel is only ranked D, his tracking skills are absolutely world-class. But trust me, you and I are going to want to see if they actually make it out alive. Stick with me. We are diving into a path crawling with way more enemies than before. The ghouls themselves were not a massive threat, but carrying the wounded through non-stop fighting was draining everyone dry. Still, Seo was absolutely sure this specific path would lead them straight to the exit. But here is the real issue. The monsters knew it too. Dumb ghouls are easy, but everything changes when a necromancer starts micromanaging their every move. Feeling the heavy danger, So Yuel triggered his sixth sense, realizing a puppet master was nearby pulling the strings, and he was spot on. A pitch black magic circle erupted directly beneath their feet. Luckily, most of them sprinted clear just in time, but unfortunately, only Sewell and the veteran hunter got left behind. They were violently dragged down down by the crushing gravity of the necromancer's magic. Seeing the trap, the veteran screamed at Sewell to run and save himself, but instead of running, the tracker delivered a hard kick straight to his ally, shoving him to safety while trapping himself inside the magic circle. With that last move, Sewell was completely paralyzed. Now watch this. The frantic veteran begs him to hold on while trying to break him out, but Sewell immediately shut him down. He snapped his head toward their manager, Lee Han, yelling at them to get the hell out right now, because staying meant certain death for everyone. Seo demanded the manager get the survivors and the squad to safety as fast as humanly possible. Eaten alive by guilt, manager Lee Han choked out a quick apology and retreated. Sula yelled after him, warning him not to count him out, because he had zero plans to die today. Even frozen solid and surrounded by hungry ghouls, Seo glared straight at the terrifying shadow stepping forward. It was Caracal, the dungeon boss, and a deadly necromancer. Seo spat out a question, asking if the beast was playing a sick game from the start. Caracal hissed back that this was exactly the plan, though he admitted the human brat actually surprised him by being so good at running away. The monster then demanded to know how on earth a mere human knew the layout of this ancient temple so incredibly well. Seo smirked, suggesting that if the monster kept him alive, maybe he would share the secret. But the necromancer scoffed, saying he had no reason to bargain when he could just turn him into another mindless ghoul. Right then, a devastating curse slammed directly into Seo. His ability to heal and regenerate was instantly crushed and completely shut down. I know what you are thinking. If he just accepted help, maybe he survives, right? Maybe he would have made it out, or maybe his brutal fate would be exactly the same. He bitterly remembered how guild leaders and executives only ever cared about cold hard cash, instead of saving innocent human lives. In a world full of selfish cowards, Seo remembered the hero who saved him years ago. That hero, unable to save anyone but Sewell, had wept bitterly on that tragic day. Driven by that heavy trauma and deep admiration, Sewell wanted to become just like him, a true hunter who protects the weak. With that burning resolve locked in, he absolutely refused to die in a trash heap like this. Once again, he pushed his synesthesia and sixth sense way past their absolute limits. Desperately searching for any clue or escape route to save his life, Seo suddenly detected a cracked monument deep within the temple, glowing with intense light. The system responded to his desperate struggle, giving him direct access to the files of a secret hidden class. Meanwhile, the necromancer Caracal mocked him, saying the boy was struggling in vain, and promised to end his misery once and for all. As the ghouls lunged forward to tear him to shreds, a sudden system prompt popped up, asking if he would like to change his class to Dungeon Architect. With nothing left to lose in his final moments, he instantly accepted the offer. The moment the transformation triggered, his tutorial officially kicked off. Visions of the entire temple flashed through his mind, showing it from completely different perspectives. Even Caracal stood completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this weak piece of trash suddenly vanished into thin air. And just like that, we see him vanish into an entirely new space. Alright, let's dive into this epic story, where Seo is staring down a level 10 class change quest on his screen. Talk about average stats: 80 HP, 17 strength, 20 agility, 30 mana, and a measly 16 defense. But on the bright side, he still had his sixth sense and his silent waves active. Was his old observer class gone forever? Looking around, he realized this weird place was actually just a tutorial zone for his brand new class. The system dropped the main quest, use the map to hunt down 20 ghouls inside the labyrinth within a strict 24-hour limit. Succeed, and he becomes a permanent dungeon architect. Fail? The entire class change quest gets cancelled instantly. The warnings made sense, but Seo was left scratching his head about these mysterious map functions. Then, right as he said it, a three-dimensional map hologram of the labyrinth popped up right in front of him. It was super clean, a green pointer showed exactly where he was, and red dots marked every enemy lurking in the maze. He instantly figured out the whole system. Using this map to clear the ghouls within a single day was his golden ticket to a brand new class. To some, hunting this many monsters in such a massive area feels like absolute madness, but pay attention, because here is the twist. For an experienced tracker like him, this was actually light work. So, he jumped straight into action, and honestly, the hunt turned out to be incredibly fast. By the time he slaughtered the 16th ghoul with only 30 minutes left, he actually leveled up. With only 30 minutes left to eliminate the last 4 monsters, he had to pick up the pace. Up until now, this tutorial was honestly feeling way too easy and relaxed. He was even stripping off the dead ghoul's claws to use as makeshift weapons, using his map to hunt down each target one by one. Honestly, he was taking these guys down at a very comfortable and steady pace. He was completely confident he would finish on time, until he noticed a massive shadow stalking him from behind. This ghoul was absolutely massive and entirely different from the rest. The beast moved on its own, stalking Seo through the winding maze. Let's pause here. If he fights this thing, it'll eat up all his time, and honestly, we don't even know if he can beat it. If he was going to take down this giant, he needed to wipe out the smaller ghouls first, to buy himself some breathing room. But right then, the giant beast closed the distance. Except he didn't come alone, he brought the other 3 remaining ghouls with him. Seo was completely blindsided. He never expected them to team up, since up until now, that giant had been wandering completely solo. During those final critical minutes, he totally forgot to check his map, and that lazy slip-up landed him right in this absolute mess. It was a textbook rookie mistake. He quickly formulated a plan. He could only handle fighting 2 ghouls at a single time, meaning his only real option was to get the hell out of there immediately. But the massive problem? He was totally cornered. He had to force his way through, taking down at least 1 on the run. No matter how he looked at it, this was total checkmate. Was this really his limit? As a mere D-rank hunter, the odds were stacked against him from the start. But wait, if this whole setup was just a tutorial to become a dungeon architect, he decided he might as well treat it like one. He charged straight at the pack like an absolute madman, fully unleashing his sixth sense. This sudden move let him spot a rotating block, linking his sixth sense right to the map interface. It made no sense at first, but as he analyzed the map with closer attention, he noticed a tiny hand icon prompting him to physically spin that specific wall. The instant he flipped the wall, he slipped through, trapping the furious ghouls on the other side. This isolated a single ghoul, and he instantly pounced to tear it to shreds. Seo realized how insanely broken this trick was, giving him a massive edge to clear the remaining targets within the time limit. He kept spinning walls to vanish and reappear, striking the confused monsters completely off guard. When only the mutant giant remained, he blindsided the beast as well, jamming his blade deep into its neck with raw force, but the monster still fought back with insane rage. The creature clamped its razor-sharp claws tightly onto his face, trying to crush his skull by any means necessary, but he put it down for good, proving he didn't struggle all this way to die, and trust me, we're just getting started. Alright, you and I are about to watch Seo finally complete his tutorial and unlock a crazy new class dungeon architect. This rank up gives him 2 unique abilities, King of the Dungeon and the Gate. And that first skill, any ghouls he defeats while it is active are instantly drafted as loyal monsters for his personal lair. Just like that, his transformation is complete. But outside the dungeon, things are pure chaos. Manager Lee Han is frantically trying to charge back inside to save Yule. The other rescue squad members yell at him to stop, because right before their eyes, the gate completely vanishes. They ask how he expects to find Yule now. But right at that exact moment, the man himself appears. He strolls right out of thin air, totally relaxed, holding a tiny umbrella and eating a sweet popsicle. He casually looks at the shocked team and asks what all the yelling is about, even offering them popsicles to celebrate a successful mission. What a guy. Later on, in private, our main character takes a closer look at his new gate skill. It basically lets him trap enemies inside his dungeon. Outside of his labyrinth, this is going to be his absolute best weapon. Now pay attention here, this S-rank skill is insanely powerful, but it comes with a major catch. If the trapped enemies manage to defeat his dungeon boss, they can break free. Even worse, doing that makes them way stronger than before. Knowing this massive risk, Yule realizes he can't just throw people in there randomly, since the gate is invisible to everyone else. Kidnapping targets and dragging them inside is a piece of cake. But to survive the deadly threats ahead, he needs to stock his dungeon with elite, high-tier monsters. Right now, his army is just a bunch of low-level ghouls. To upgrade his forces, he has to hunt down new enemies, using that king of the dungeon skill. While waiting around, a familiar face finally returns. His friend Yunhui drops by, carrying a massive bag full of fresh apples. She casually claims her family always has way too much fruit lying around anyway. They have been next-door neighbors for 5 long years. Yule takes the chance to ask how she is doing and how school is going. Yunhui just sighs and says school is the exact same boring routine as always. But watch closely, because right then, a sudden emergency erupts right in front of them. A terrified woman is being dragged away as a full-blown dungeon break tears through the area. She is crying and screaming because her little daughter is still trapped inside the building. Staring up at the massive hotel towering right in front of him, Yule immediately recognizes this as a classic dungeon break. These terrible disasters happen when a gate is ignored for too long, allowing the monsters to break free and invade the human world. He quickly apologizes to Yunhui, asking if he can pick up those apples from her a bit later. She nods, but nervously asks what he is up to. Yule is completely focused on his duty as a rescue hunter. He slips right past the yellow police tape, flashing his official hunter badge. A guard immediately blocks his path, demanding to know why he is charging in there all by himself. Yule calmly explains the backup team is on their way, but he is going first. The guard snaps back that it is way too dangerous, warning him that a massive swarm of red goblins is inside, and going in alone is pure suicide. Yule fires back, telling the guard that is the exact reason he has to move right now. He explains that there is still a helpless child trapped somewhere inside the hotel, and since the greedy guild responsible for this area hasn't even shown up yet, he is going to handle it alone. He promises he will be totally fine, adding that in reality, he is definitely not alone. Normally, this specific hotel gate was supposed to be cleared by the massive Hunmu Guild, the giant corporation ruling over this district. Regular people put all their trust in these huge guilds to clear gates so they can live in peace. But these greedy guilds often ignore low-rank gates that do not make them a ton of money. Because of this corporate neglect, innocent people suffer from sudden dungeon breaks. The second he steps inside, Yule is met with a truly horrific scene. Dead hotel staff lie scattered across the main lobby floor. Sensing the danger, Yule activates his skills and commands the hidden monsters to show themselves, telling them he already knows where they are hiding. And trust me, you and I are about to see him test some crazy new powers. Alright. You and I are jumping right into a brutal, coordinated goblin ambush. Cool reacts instantly, tearing open his gate while those goblins are still midair in their attack leaps. They get violently sucked straight into the rift, landing right inside Soul's private dungeon. They get torn to shreds by his ghouls. This is where he truly begins to show off the real power of his new class. These red goblins are classified as 1-star monsters. They always sync up their movements around their leader. Honestly, they are not much different from normal goblins, except for one major, crucial detail. They are way smarter and pull off far deadlier ambushes. 3 of them throw themselves at the very first ghoul in the labyrinth, trying to drag it down by pure force. But So Yule is not about to let that happen. He smoothly opens up his map functions and spins a wall, completely blocking 2 goblins and isolating the last one to be ripped apart by his loyal ghoul. So Yule mutters to himself that these monsters are plotting some annoying little tricks. The moment he looks away, he notices the goblins are already adapting to his dungeon environment. Even so, he loves how his ghouls do all the hunting. It is a sweet deal not having to lift a single finger himself. Still, with so many goblins flooding his private dungeon, Co decides to keep a very close eye on everything, letting them try their sneaky, treacherous tricks all they want. Because inside this dungeon, those monsters are the prey, and he is the ultimate predator. Eventually, Soul heads up to the 17th floor of the hotel and finds the missing child, a little girl named Sumi. She is crying, completely frozen in absolute terror, but he reassures her that everything is taken care of, and she is finally safe. On their way down, Sumi anxiously asks if he really got rid of all those scary monsters. Soul smiles and says yes, though he secretly laughs knowing his ghouls did all the actual heavy lifting. But since those creatures work for him, he still gets all the credit. He thinks back to his climb up the hotel, where the goblins were using their keen sense of smell to sniff out any hidden humans. If Co had not shown up when he did, little Sunumi would have definitely been captured by them. Right before stepping into the elevator, Seol receives a sudden, massive system alert, warning him that 50% of his defenders are dead. Watch closely as he calmly ushers Sumi into the elevator, telling her that her mother is waiting anxiously downstairs, and quietly letting her know that he needs to stay behind just a little longer to clean up the bad guys. Checking his dungeon status, Co Yule sees the goblins are causing chaos and have already slaughtered half his ghouls. At this rate, his entire defense force is going to die. The cause of this slaughter is the Red Goblin King, commanding the field with a devastating fireblade. Seo could just let this Goblin King fight the main boss of his dungeon, but there is a huge risk that his own boss might actually lose that fight, which would make things even more complicated. I know what you are thinking, but So Yule has to step in personally, crossing the portal straight into his own dungeon. Right off the bat, he finds his fallen guards and angrily warns the monsters to stop messing with his ghouls. Then he literally spins a wall, pulling the Goblin King away from the others. Now, they are standing face to face. Seo Yule summons his blade as the Goblin King swings a flaming sword. This narrow corridor leaves barely any room to dodge. Because of that, Seo Yule keeps backing away, slowly building up some distance. Even so, his body feels incredibly light compared to before, thanks to a massive level up. He is level 24 now, with 150 stamina, 45 strength, 40 agility, 90 magic, and 48 defense. He can feel the difference. He openly mocks the Goblin King, saying he originally planned to just sit back and let his ghouls do the testing, but now he is going to handle things personally. Seo Yule's next strike actually shatters the Goblin King's bones. The beast retaliates, hurling the hunter far away, but it cannot even swing its sword anymore since its arms are completely shattered. Now, So is in the absolute perfect position to end this. He looks down and mocks the Goblin King, asking where all that confidence went. He tells the boss that if he is a king, he should fight like one. Or is he just a coward? Trust me, you and I are about to watch this beast get destroyed. Alright, you and I are starting with this furious Goblin King going totally ballistic, charging straight ahead with a flaming sword. Our main character casually responds that the monster better be worth the investment. Out of nowhere, massive spikes from the ceiling crash straight down onto the beast. Only a single severed arm clutching his sword is left outside the trap. Setting that up cost 20 gold, but it easily bore fruit and guaranteed great results. Thanks to that massive kill and achievement, he levels up. The defeated red goblins and their king are now absorbed into his own dungeon system. But when he finally steps out of the hotel, his manager is waiting for him. Seo Yule asks what is up, and the highly annoyed manager snaps that he has been waiting, demanding to know what crazy stunt Yule pulled all on his own. He wants to know if So Yule is alright, and if he actually wiped out the red goblins himself. Seo Yule plays dumb, claiming he cannot remember anything since he recently bumped his head. The manager snaps back, mentioning that literally everyone is whispering about how the monsters vanished the moment he arrived. Watch closely here, just as our main character starts joking about needing some premium Korean barbecue to remember, a mysterious suit suddenly approaches them. The man introduces himself as Kwon Seung-sun, a manager representing the massive Hanu Guild, but the rescue crew is not exactly thrilled to deal with a corporate guild manager. First, he politely thanks them for containing the dungeon break, before getting straight to the point, requesting that they all completely avoid doing any press interviews. The Hanu Guild wants this entire incident kept strictly under wraps. They promise to cover all hotel hail damages, claiming that bad press would only cause unnecessary panic among the citizens. Naturally, they are offering a massive donation to the department to buy their silence and understanding. Seo Yul instantly recognizes this as a classic cover-up. Still, the corporate guy has a point. Unlike their underfunded department, which is mostly made up of lowly ranked D hunters, the Hanu Guild has elite heavy hitters going all the way up to rank S. Because of that, the public naturally trusts these powerful guilds, viewing them as legendary heroes saving the day. And yeah, you and I can see why this greedy exploitation gets him totally furious, but he knows this is reality, and he cannot change the system by himself. Putting a hand on Kwon Sung-sun's shoulder, he says he completely understands, though secretly, he had zero intention of making a big scene in the first place. Even if he spoke out, the association would just bury it, and bringing heat on himself serves no purpose. But he slyly wonders out loud exactly how much the guild intends to donate, implying he might just keep cleaning up their messes. So, Seo Yul gets brutally honest and demands 10 billion won to buy his silence. Kwon Sung-sun gasps in sheer horror, stammering at the massive 10 billion price tag. The following morning, he is chilling at a plaza, sipping iced tea. After handling that hotel dungeon break, he was granted 2 well-deserved days off. He single-handedly saved the day, and even extorted a mountain of cash from the guild. The only catch is that his colleagues are giving him highly suspicious looks, wondering if he is really the same old Yul, and how on earth he cleared a whole horde of red goblins alone. But he has no reason to explain. If word of his reawakening spreads, life will get incredibly annoying. So he is just focusing on upgrading his personal dungeon for now. First, he needs to spend gold to fix the broken walls and revive his monsters. Right now, durability is sitting at 80 out of 150, so fully repairing everything will cost 34 gold. Reviving a ghoul costs 1 gold, 2 goblins is another gold, and a red goblin king is 3 gold. Gold coins are the universal currency for hunters, making it easy to calculate since the exchange rate remains identical across all dungeons. The real issue is that repairs are still insanely expensive. 53 gold is equivalent to about 5.5 million won, nearly double his monthly salary. Still, having 80 gold in his pocket, he decides to invest it. But right then, his peace is shattered by a highly unwelcome phone call. A woman is calling on his day off. So he answers with a sigh, stating he is off duty, and telling her to make it quick. It is the monitoring department's annoying lackey, who snaps that she does not care and accuses him of just slacking off at some park. She says his free time is actually perfect, because she needs him to use his special tracking skills to locate someone for her. He listens to Lee Jong-hee prattle on, but responds with absolute silence, slowly pulling the phone far away from his face. And that is where we leave him realizing he might not need to revive all those monsters after all. Trust me, our main character really needed to cut down his expenses. If things got bad, honestly, it would just be faster to step in and handle it himself. If it came to that, I mean, he literally told this woman to shut her mouth right to her face. She had been rambling non-stop up to that second, so he told her if she was for monitoring, she should find the guy herself. Lee Jong-hee fired back, begging politely, and promising to buy him food. She actually asked if that was how he treated a beautiful, delicate girl, pleading for his help. He was instantly highly suspicious about the beautiful and delicate part. She insisted she was, adding that the moment he heard the target's name, he would want to look for him personally. Then, she revealed it was Kang Tan. Seo Yul confirmed the name, and admitted he would honestly love to see him one more time. If the target was a guy of that insane caliber, he would find him in no time. Later, he was hanging around the plaza, watching some old men play Go. But of course, he was not really watching the match. He was just completely lost in his own thoughts. He could feel it from a distance, but up close, it was absolute madness. One of those elders had a dark red aura that only god-tier awakened warriors possess. But setting that aura aside, he wondered if this was really the target, because he looked totally different from his expectations. Just a normal, everyday old guy. One elder asked Seo Yul if he knew how to play Jungi. He answered that, yeah, he knew a little bit about it. The old man asked for a winning tip, but check this out, the moment he tried to help, his sixth sense screamed danger. Boom. A massive blast shattered a tree behind them because the other old man literally flicked a game piece, blowing a crater into the wood. The first elder told him to ignore anyone coming near with hidden motives, but honestly, that was absolutely impossible. Seo Yul realized it was really him, one of South Korea's rare S-rank hunters, famous for turning literally anything in his hands into a lethal weapon. Kang Tan, the legendary S-rank master of weapons, barked that he could not just ignore this kid's useless backseat driving during his game. Right after that, though, Lee Jung-hee showed up, calling out for her master. Kang Tae-san asked if the brat was from the monitoring department. Our main character replied that no, he was just a rescue tracker. Kang Tan remarked that the boy moved way too arrogantly for a guide, adding that his only flaw was being too damn talented. Lee Jung-hee demanded to know where he had been, since she had been searching absolutely everywhere for him. The old man just replied he needed a second. She snapped back that the trainees were waiting and they had to go. But think about it, she suddenly asked how he found someone that even the entire department could not track down. He shrugged and said he was just highly qualified, and that his job was done. But before he could walk away, Kang Tae-san demanded to know where the arrogant punk was going, reminding him he was still a hunter with the department. He ordered the young man to follow him, wanting to test if the kid was actually as good as everyone said. Later at headquarters, the master was lecturing the recruits that awakened individuals have a hard-capped maximum capacity, meaning no matter how hard a C-rank trains, they will never escape C-rank. But get this, the system does not define everything. Martial arts cannot be measured with simple numbers alone. Unsheathing his blade, he explained that flawless technique and high proficiency could make anyone vastly stronger. And that was exactly why everyone was gathered here today. Except, guess who was standing up on stage right next to him for the demonstration? Seo Yul. And honestly, he did not want to be there at all. Master Kang Tan then asked a recruit how long he had been training. The kid replied it had been 4 months, while the crowd whispered that he was one of the department's rare B-rank recruits. The master nodded, saying he had real potential, which was why he was chosen to stand up there. Then he asked a critical question. What did the recruit believe was necessary to wield a sword properly? The recruit answered that it takes absolute strength and understanding your own skills. Then, the master turned to ask our arrogant main character. Seo Yul answered, without a single second of hesitation, it is simply the will to swing. A massive uproar instantly broke out because the crowd thought his simple answer was absolute garbage. Kang Tan barked that he was being careless, but our main character stood his ground, knowing the old master was incredibly sharp. He was indeed sharp for an S rank. Kang Tan scoffed that for someone looking so lazy, he sure was an arrogant brat. But that was the correct answer. Trust me, you and I are going to love what comes next. Stick with me, he is screaming, demanding to know how that is the right answer, completely ignoring the fact that Yul is not even a real trainee and is just standing there. Yul wonders why this guy is throwing a tantrum over one question. But before he can act like a total child, Master Kang cuts in, stating that anyone with the right qualifications can stand here. He suddenly announces that he is dropping his original plan to give them both a test. They have to prove their answers directly on him. The rival disciple eagerly accepts, but Yul flatly replies that he is not really feeling it. Thanks. Master Kang says he has no choice but to go with the big guy as planned, but asks if he is absolutely sure. Passing means becoming a direct disciple under a top ranker. Yul quickly reconsiders. Training under an S-rank master would not only make him stronger, but it would also help him climb much higher. Master Kang asks the rookie if he feels fully prepared and motivated now. He replies that he is more than ready for this. Now pay attention. They move inside a closed arena. and this test is shockingly simple. They have to use a skill passed down by the master to shatter as much ether stone as possible. Whoever manages to break the most becomes his disciple. This ether stone is packed with insane magical power and only exists deep inside a temple. Yule heard that only incredibly powerful awakened hunters could even hope to shatter it. Still, he wonders what the master means by passing down a technique and what kind of power it actually is. Meanwhile, the big guy is soaking up the spotlight, demanding cheers and hype from the department staff. Only Lee Jung-hee is not cheering. She just cannot comprehend what is happening or why Yule is even standing there. But Yule knows that no matter what, this is his one big shot. Master Kang announces that he will now transmit his skill. He warns them that if they fail to feel even a spark of this power, they will be disqualified on the spot. At that exact moment, he unleashes his terrifying sword aura, leaving both of these rookies completely unable to breathe. You saw how intense that was, right? Yule has to endure this crushing pressure just to grab the skill while fading out. But at the absolute edge of his consciousness, deep inside his mind, he senses something and witnesses a vision. He witnesses a spear and successfully unlocks the skill. He has conquered both the Serene Mind and the Dragon King's spear. The old master notes that judging by their pale faces, both of them definitely have the talent to learn it. Both of them are completely spent, their faces frozen in pure shock and exhaustion. Most of the regular spectators watching have passed out. Then Master Kang asks who wants to go first. The big guy steps up instantly. Gripping his massive two-handed greatsword, he vows to crush the spirit of the weak punk who dared to challenge him. To a guy like him, all this talk about willpower is absolute garbage. He was already suspicious of the kid the moment he walked in with the old master, refusing to believe a mere D rank could survive that pressure. Assuming the kid just bought his way into the test, the big guy swings his blade, tearing a massive chunk right out of the ether stone. The crowd goes wild, wondering how he broke it so easily, whispering that a guy this strong is way too overqualified. Master Kang quietly nods, noting that the boy actually managed to pull off the Dragon King's spear. The big guy shoulders past Yule, muttering that his spot is secure, but Yule fires right back, asking what kind of pathetic life he lives, being this terrified of a rookie and walking on eggshells. The master breaks up the bickering, announcing that it is finally the rookie's turn to step up. Yule admits to himself he only barked back because the guy was seriously getting on his nerves, but he has to respect that his opponent has some serious, raw, destructive power. But wielding this skill is not just about muscle. It is a true test of a warrior's resolve. Besides, Master Kang said his answer was the only correct one. The sheer will to carry a weapon. Sure, he said those words casually, but that is only because it is his absolute truth. He asks himself why he still carries a blade, why he joined the rescue department in the first place, why he slays monsters, why he remembers the hero who saved him, and why he keeps saving others. Separate questions? Yes. Yet every single one points to the exact same reason why he wields his weapon. That is why he became a hunter, to grow stronger. And now, you and I are about to witness his legendary Dragon King's spear heart-piercing strike. Alright, you and I are about to see everyone lose their minds over this insane power. Kang Tan stays quiet, but that seasoned veteran loses it, gasping. What on earth is that? So Yule straight up vaporized the stone. The master actually apologizes to Gunsu, joking that his junior is about to snatch his rank right out from under him. He explains that weapons and skills are really just simple tools. To unlock true power, you have to master yourself first, regardless of the weapon. With that, he officially accepts Seoul as his personal disciple. But elsewhere, Seo Yule's childhood friend and neighbor, Yeonhee, is in deep trouble. She is being brutally beaten in the streets by thugs from her school. Their handsome leader sneers that she should have run when told, and this is what happens when you do not listen. A tiny girl smoking a cigarette chimes in, pretending to care. She mocks that her heart is breaking, scoffing that dear Yeonhee brought this on herself by playing hero. Did she really want to help her friend that badly? Suddenly, the girl turns and slaps Ginte right across the face. She scolds him, but Gente just laughs it off, sneering that it is a pity since she now has absolutely nobody left to save her. Her friend apparently jumped off a building on her own and is now clinging to life in the hospital. So, what can she even do? Yeonhee just glares at him with pure rage, which only gives him a perfect excuse to hit her yet again. Suddenly, one of Ginte's men, a rank B hunter who calls him young master, steps up to interrupt them. Ginte decides he is done for now, ordering his goons to secure the girl so she cannot escape. He demands that the rank B hunter follow him as well. When the hunter asks where they are going, Ginte replies they are heading somewhere secluded to play until they are fully satisfied. Completely unaware of the unfolding nightmare, Lai Zhong talks about how awesome it is to train under a legendary rank S hunter and get a free weapon. Searle does exactly that, choosing a bizarre weapon known as the Spear of Evolution. It only has a pathetic 50 durability, but its special effect allows it to evolve according to the wielder's desire. Lai Zhong laughs about how many crazy things happened today, noting that her shift ended a long time ago. Searle asks what she actually calls work. He questions if her slacking off counts as real duty, but outside, a desperate woman is frantically searching for him. Guards are blocking her, but he steps in. Trust me, what she says next changes everything. The frantic woman, who is Yeonhee's mother, gasps that her daughter was dragged away into the deadly yellow zone. He instantly demands to know who took her. Meanwhile, deep inside a creepy forest-like dungeon, Ginte's friends worry if entering this place is actually safe, but he laughs it off, claiming he did not bring an expensive rank B hunter along just for show. All he wants is to watch this defenseless girl fight a deadly beast, mockingly asking if Yeonhee is terrified. He tells her they are only weak monsters, and if she fights with the same fire she used to slap him, she will win this super easily. She suddenly breaks free and runs, but Ginte orders his hunter to grab her. You and I both know this absolute psychopath is going to force her to fight. Ginte is a complete lunatic, which explains why he targeted her poor friend in the first place. Her desperate escape is brutally cut short when the rank B hunter trips her, sending her crashing hard onto the ground. She screams for help, but nobody is around to hear her cries. The first wave of monsters closes in, and the rank B hunter readies himself. Suddenly, a stray monster attack strikes the smoking girl, killing her on the spot. A sharp blade pierces her chest, and the terrified rank B hunter warns his master they must retreat right now. Gente demands to know what is happening. The hunter yells back that they are stinghawks, massive predatory insects that hunt like giant killer wasps. Fortunately, So Yule has entered the dungeon, thanking his ally for the tip. He knows this guy was the one who tracked down Yeonhee's location. Young Min, from the combat unit, replies that he was simply doing his duty. Reporting a personal mission is his job, but he still warns Seoul to stay safe, though our hero tells him not to worry. Either way, this place is a total disaster. The yellow tape seals off a zone completely overrun after a major dungeon break. The beasts here are not the strongest, but they are terrifyingly smart. They have adapted to this brutal environment and are using the terrain to hunt their prey. He is slaying these pests, but they keep coming. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, trust me on this. They were way weaker than the red goblins, but for any unawakened human, surviving here would be a total nightmare. So he charged in to save Yeonhee, but out of nowhere, an even bigger insect horde blocked his path. So he finally fought back with his portal, showing the bugs exactly how the goblins were shredding their friends inside, while mocking the swarm to bring on as many reinforcements as they wanted. And the wasp horde did just that, calling in a massive, terrifying swarm. They lunged right at Seo, who actually considered running because things were getting dangerous. Plus, the monsters inside his dungeon were already starting to thin out pretty badly. Shoving any more insects inside would definitely cause the dungeon to collapse. But with too many enemies left outside, he used his absolute last resort opening a portal, sucking the swarm in, and then submerging the portal completely underwater. This instantly drowned every single bug trapped inside. His inventory bag turned into a disgusting, filthy mess of bug parts, black blood, and dirty water. Seoul admitted it was going to be a huge pain to clean up and fix the dungeon. But hey, his crazy plan worked, and the area finally got quiet. Well, on his side, anyway, because those rich prep school kids were still running for their absolute lives from the wasps. Now, look at this spoiled brat. Ginty is literally screaming, asking why a B rank hunter can't handle some stupid bugs and is running away like a coward. The hunter argued there were just too many, and stopping to fight would put the young master in serious danger. Ginte just snapped, shouting that he was completely sick of this and demanding to know why his B-rank bodyguard was so useless. Meanwhile, his other friend's legs got shredded, leaving him totally helpless against the swarm. Finally, the hunter turned to face the monsters, but they immediately used that opening to ambush Yunhee and Ginte. But out of nowhere, another hunter appeared and absolutely decimated the beasts. Ginte demanded to know who it was, and Soleil coldly replied he was just a department watchdog. Ginte immediately cursed, blaming Soleil for dragging Yunhee into this mess. Right then, she ran forward and threw her arms around Seol, sobbing uncontrollably. He realized this was the very first time he had ever seen her cry. Meanwhile, Ginte arrogantly ordered the department hunter to lead them straight to the exit. Yunhee begged Seola to just ignore him, crying that she just wanted to leave. Seo softly apologized, and in the blink of an eye, knocked her unconscious with a quick strike, promising to finish this up and take her home. Ginte screamed, demanding to know what the hell he was doing. Seo calmly replied he did it because she really shouldn't witness what was about to happen next. Ginte barked, asking if he knew who he was messing with. Seo shot back that as a department agent, he easily recognized his pathetic face. Park Ginte, the Supreme Court Justice's son. Let that sink in for a second. He was deeply involved in bullying, theft, and pretty much every dirty crime you can think of. He committed countless crimes but always bought his way out because his daddy was a powerful judge. Ginte sneered, asking what he was going to do about it. But mid-sentence, a brutal kick shattered his shin, sending him straight to his knees. Soleil smirked, asking if it felt good to buy his way out of everything. He sarcastically suggested Ginte try bribing him right now to avoid getting beaten to a pulp, while already grabbing the brat tightly by his collar. But Soleil was suddenly cut off by the hunter serving the rich brat. Ginte smugly bragged that it was too late to beg, claiming Soleil could never defeat a B-rank hunter. And honestly, that long-haired bodyguard was insanely fast and lethal with his blade, but Soleil deflected every single strike with his spear, saying he was willing to let it slide with a warning. But his opponent had officially crossed the line by trying to murder him first. In pure self-defense, he countered with a heavy, earth-shattering blow that blasted the B-rank bodyguard right backward. The man panicked internally, wondering why on earth a mere department hunter was totally overpowering him. If Soleil were actually B-rank, he would have recognized him, so he assumed he was a lower-rank nobody. The real issue was that the bodyguard used a thin, lightweight sword, while Soleil wielded a spear with a massive reach advantage. The B-rank desperately tried to close the distance, but Seo Yul grabbed him by the throat and absolutely leveled him with a brutal punch, putting him down instantly. Ginte fell into complete despair, and let's be honest, you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. Was that weakling really a B-rank? You and I are about to see him realize his own stats had surged lately, without him even knowing, wondering if he was already sitting comfortably at a solid B-rank level by now. For some bizarre reason, that idiot Ginte actually tried to sneak up and ambush Sewell with a rock, which backfired completely. With one lightning-fast spin of his spear, he slammed the brat face first onto the dirt. Saley glared down and asked him how it felt, pointing out that a spoiled punk like him had never been beaten down like this before. Meanwhile, the innocent people he tortured for so long suffered 100 times worse. Ginte spat back that if he hated it, he should have gotten power and money himself, since that is how the world works. Seo Yul just nodded, agreeing that he used to believe that, before adding that the world is better off without a worthless piece of trash like him. Ginte shivered, asking what he planned to do, but Seo told him to relax, since he was not feeling too ambitious today. Just making a piece of absolute human garbage like him suffer a painful lesson would be more than enough. So he swept Yunhee up into his arms and bluntly declared he was leaving Ginte behind to rot, since after all, the bastard had plenty of wealth and power to save him. Now pay attention to this. Left alone in the pitch black, the dungeon beasts tore Ginte apart, and just like that, the terrifying nightmare of Yunhee's kidnapping inside the yellow tape zone finally came to an end, reuniting her with family, while Seo's loyal friend, Jung Min, waited for him outside. He reported that the authorities had successfully hunted down the dirty officials who let Ginte sneak into the restricted zone in the first place, completely wiping out the entire corrupt group from the department. Chaos erupted. While those crooked officers were getting dragged out, news of the incident spread through the entire community like wildfire. Eventually, the whole mess was swept under the rug when Supreme Court Justice Park Bun-jin was forced to resign. Suddenly, the system chimed with a deadly new elimination quest: hunt the Queen Wasp, the absolute apex of the swarm, with a strict 30-day time limit. Defeating her would grant him several legendary high-tier items, along with a massive reward of 100 gold, but failure meant his combat power against insect-type monsters would permanently plummet by 50%. When Sul first walked out of the dungeon with Yunhee, he had actually stood face-to-face with the Queen Wasp herself, but chose to walk away and avoid a fight back then. But let's look at what he is up against. Even the low-level worker wasps had enough raw power to trigger a dungeon break, so their queen had to be an absolute god. After that, he bade farewell to the office crew, telling them he had something urgent to handle, and was heading out early. His manager smiled, saying it was awesome to see him so active lately, but immediately asked if his massive pile of paperwork was finished. Sally answered with dead silence and walked right out. Yeah, he definitely did not finish it. He had exactly 1 month before the Queen Wasp quest ran out, and the longer he waited, the more that terrifying insect swarm would expand its territory. He had to make sure he was absolutely and utterly prepared, so he headed straight to his master to kick off some brutal, high-intensity training. Stepping inside the deeply traditional temple, Seo Yuel had to change into a formal kimono. He asked if he had officially become the master's direct disciple, or if this was just a temporary trick to motivate the rest of the crew. The master confirmed it was official, but sternly warned him not to get cocky, since 2 senior disciples still ranked far above him. Besides, the mountain of grueling training waiting for him was going to be absolutely insane. The master showed him around the facility, where he was met by Gonsu. The guy was glaring at him with pure suspicion, which made sense, since some random newcomer had just appeared and snatched up a highly coveted spot. Later on, Master Kang Tan pulled out a severed skull, explaining it was the jaw of an iron demon, a rare and highly dangerous variant beast. He revealed that this monstrous creature was the first thing that had ever come close to ending his life. Trust me, his first task was deceptively simple. Using insane raw strength, the master pried the demon's iron jaw wide open, but when he let go, the massive jaw slammed shut with a deafening, bone-crushing thud. Koinsu spoke up right away, calling the master a total martial arts god. Stick with me, because this guy is unreal. Meanwhile, So Yul silently realized the old man was on a whole other level, possessing an absolutely terrifying amount of strength. The master turned and told him it was his turn to try. Yul figured he could at least pry the thing open by a single centimeter. After all, he had just recently reached the level of a B-rank hunter. He squeezed and strained with every single muscle in his body, but the master looked totally bored because the massive mechanism did not budge even a fraction of a millimeter. Kang Tan calmly explained this training was meant to build core physical strength, so he just had to keep trying day in and day out until he finally succeeded. But no matter how hard Seo stood there straining, the damn thing refused to budge even a single inch. Watching this embarrassing display, Gonu knew his suspicions about the new guy were entirely correct. This kid had clearly wormed his way in through pure nepotism, which was an absolute insult to their entire legacy. Bright and early the very next morning, Gonu found himself reflecting on his own tough journey. It had already been 2 long years since he first joined the prestigious martial arts association. He worked 10 times harder than anyone else in the building, just to prove he deserved to become a direct disciple. Yet some random guy just walks in off the street and steals the spot. No matter how he looked at it, the whole thing felt incredibly unfair. But the moment he stepped into the main hall, the new guy, So Yul, was already training hard in the dim morning light. He warmly welcomed his senior, bowing deeply to show real respect. Gyeonggu noted dryly that he was up pretty early for a rookie. Yeol politely replied that, even on his days off, he felt the need to stick to his routine, kindly adding that the veteran could speak casually with him from now on. Gansu was not buying this overly friendly act, but he suddenly noticed the wooden floors were practically glowing. He asked if the rookie had cleaned the entire dojo himself. Holding a mop, Seo Yeol smiled and said the place looked a little dusty, so he decided to clean it up. Gansu told him to stop doing that right away, complaining that it made everyone else look incredibly lazy when a direct disciple was running around doing basic chores. Yeol tilted his head, asking if they really needed to worry about hierarchy for simple things like cleaning, saying he just had some free time and wanted to be useful. He added that holding a disciple title did not mean he was too good to help clean up the place. They were all there for the exact same purpose, to get stronger, and that was all that mattered. To him, keeping the place clean was just a sign of hard work, and he wanted to work hard. But to Gansu, this humble attitude just made the guy incredibly annoying. Over the next 2 weeks, Seo Yeol returned every single day. Pay attention, because his dedication is about to pay off. He constantly tried to pry open that heavy jaw mechanism, but failed every single time. Despite holding a prestigious disciple title, he never once abused his authority, never looked down on anyone, and got along with everyone in the temple. On top of that, he trained like an absolute beast. This reality made Ganu even more furious, because when it came down to it, Seo Yeol was exactly the kind of perfect person he wished he could be. On that day, Seo Yeol almost managed to crack open the jaw, and the guys actually cheered. Gunsu even brought him water, telling him not to push himself too hard. Yeol joked that it took forever just to get him to speak casually. Suddenly, a loud alarm blared through the temple. Gunsu explained it was the mobilization signal for the Overcross Guild. They were heading to a nearby dungeon, and it had to be today. Seo Yeol asked if they had to go now. I know, perfect timing, right? And Genie replied that the Overcross Guild works around the clock, because they are completely dedicated. He mentioned he used to work for them, so he knew exactly how they operated. Meanwhile, inside the portal, the raid team had already wrapped things up with crazy speed. They successfully captured a rare steel blood orc. One hunter assured the skeptics that this beast would fetch at least 12 billion won on the open market. Since guild money does not grow on trees, they planned to sell it. The only issue? This orc had absolutely no intention of sitting still. As the rescue shift ended, the manager asked if Yule was heading back. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are starting today's wild ride, right as Seo Yule declines. The manager wanted him at dinner, but he refused. He was way too locked into his training. But suddenly, a loud alarm pierced the air, demanding emergency support from every available team. A 3-star class boss monster, illegally transported, had just broken free, and was now going on a wild rampage. The chaos was happening right at the Martial Arts Association. A few disciples managed to escape, but the Overcross crew was not so lucky. Gunsu stayed behind to stall the beast, which was that exact same giant orc. Gano always thought of himself as a genius and a prodigy, ever since joining Overcross. He used to believe that exploiting smaller guilds was just the right of the strong, but then he realized he was being used too. He was nothing but a disposable pawn, and one day, they just left him behind to die. That was when he learned how cruel this world is. Still, he refused to believe everything was rotten because someone had actually saved his life. And now, pay attention, because he wanted to be the one who saves others, too. He pointed his shattered sword at the orc, so the other disciples could run. His legs were shaking, but he held his ground, hoping to buy them just 1 minute. Suddenly, something massive crashed straight through the ceiling. Seo Yol landed right on top of the beast, telling Gunsu to leave everything to him. He dragged the beast into his own dungeon. But soon, he was running for his life from that giant orc. Honestly, it was much stronger than he expected. This iron blood orc was tearing through the maze walls like a runaway freight train. It definitely earned its title as a unique monster. Taking it down solo was going to be tough. So Yul shifted the walls and summoned every single monster inside his labyrinth. While his minions swarmed the beast, he waited for the perfect opening to strike, but there was none. The iron blood orc completely wiped out every single summon with one devastating swing. His ally count dropped from 35 to 29. Seo Yul snapped, asking if the monster knew how hard it was to clean up. He realized standard monsters were not going to give him a breakthrough. He hated using this due to the high risk, but a steel trap would let him collect more hardened blood. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his dungeon boss, the giant ghoul Kiori. The two giants traded massive blows, and Seo Yul finally found his chance, driving his spear right into the orc. But feeling the intense pain, the beast went berserk and absolutely crushed Kiori, taking him out instantly. A system alert popped up, warning him that since the boss was dead, monster respawning was temporarily disabled. Seo Yul grumbled that thanks to the beast, his main boss was completely gone. So he triggered the first trap, driving huge metal needles deep into the orc. Immediately after, Seo Yul landed a heavy spear strike, pinning the orc down as spikes rained from the ceiling. He muttered that he had set up multiple traps in this zone for a reason, and thank goodness he did. A warning popped up showing the dungeon's durability had dropped to 72%. It would break completely if durability hit 60%, or if all his monsters died. The giant beast seemed to celebrate its victory, and Seo Yul knew losing his boss was a massive loss. Still, he would have been completely doomed without that distraction. But of course, he spoke too soon. Right at that moment, the giant orc stood back up. Using its steel blood to shield itself, it crawled out from under the massive spikes and entered its final phase. Now, watch this, because instead of breaking his dungeon, he used a portal to warp them to the real world. Meanwhile, Gunsu was still trying to escape, wondering where the heck Seo Yul went. Ever since he attacked the beast, they had both vanished into thin air. But speak of the devil, Seo Yul dropped right back out of a portal, landing dead center in the training yard. He raised his spear to deflect a barrage of heavy strikes from the beast. He knew his body should be absolutely exhausted and running on empty right now, unable to block any of these devastating blows. His intense training had paid off, and those 2 weeks were not wasted. He was not godlike just yet, but he was way stronger than before. Though his body screamed in agony, he pushed through and landed a heavy, solid strike right in the monster's stomach. The beast coughed up blood onto his spear, but trust me, a brutal retaliatory strike is coming. Alright, let's jump right in as the beast hurls Seo across the yard, proving his armor won't pierce so easily. But then he realized he had landed right next to the Iron Demon's massive jaw. As the orc charged, Gonu slashed at the creature's arm to buy time, only to get brutally slammed into the ground yet again. Seo Yul seized the opening, grabbing the demon's jaw to deliver a direct hit that shattered the blood helm, leaving the orc totally vulnerable. Seo Yul pried the giant jaw wide open, slamming it shut right on the orc's head, devouring it whole as the skull exploded in a burst of blood, yielding a brand new demonic dagger upon the boss's defeat. He thanked the mechanical jaw, realizing that this victory meant he was finally ready for the next phase of his training. Meanwhile, Gunsu was looking back at his painful past, remembering the dark day he was left behind to die. He pictured the savior who had rescued him back then, and suddenly, his eyes locked right onto Seo Yul. He couldn't tell if this kid was actually that legendary savior, or if his mind was just playing tricks on him. But Seo Yul was saving him right here, and that was all that really mattered. And just like that, it blew over. The next morning, a massive swarm of reporters aggressively cornered Baekjun Hwan, the powerful director of the Overcross Guild, right outside headquarters. They grilled him relentlessly, demanding to know if he would admit to smuggling dangerous monsters illegally. Putting on a massive show for the cameras, Baekjun Hwan offered his deepest apologies to the victims. However, he smoothly lied that the steel blood orc had incredible research value, claiming they only captured it to donate to the department, completely ignoring the massive risks involved. He refused to comment further, claiming he was fully cooperating with the monitoring department's ongoing investigation. But get this, he wasn't their only target. As Seo Yul tried to walk past, the reporters swarmed him as well, bombarding him with questions, asking how a simple D-rank hunter could possibly defeat such a terrifying monster. Luckily, his manager quickly dragged him away, but a reporter yelled out out, demanding to know if the department's response was completely useless. He argued that their entire job is to keep guilds in check to prevent these disasters, openly asking if the department itself shared the blame. Seo Yul muttered to himself, wondering what kind of absolute trash this guy was talking. His manager quickly told him to ignore it, explaining that the guy was obviously just a paid sellout, posting biased clickbait for the big guilds, and giving him any reaction would play right into his hands. Now watch closely, because Seo Yul confronts him. Walking straight up, he asked if the stream was currently live, warning him to listen very closely because he had a message, directly asking the guy if it felt good taking dirty money just to clean up the guild's garbage, especially since the department is always the one cleaning up the disasters their executives cause. Straight up asking if he thought that was right. Director Baek Joon-hwan didn't say a word, offering only deeply threatening, silent glare. But right after that epic call-out, his manager literally dragged Seo Yul away by his hair. Watching them walk away, Baek Joon-hwan asked his men if that was the same kid who ignored him earlier, muttering that a newborn pup truly doesn't know to fear a tiger, coldly ordering his right-hand man to handle that little piece of trash immediately. The moment the YouTuber's video went live, headlines about supervisor Seo Yul flooded every major media outlet. Back at headquarters, the manager admitted the kid had definitely spoken out of turn, but argued that any actual disciplinary action would be a massive overkill. He strongly defended Seo Yul, arguing that the major guilds were clearly at fault, and these videos were obviously staged, pointing out that countless people online were actually thanking him. But Gu Hong, the department chief, snapped back that whether the video was staged or not, everyone was talking about it, leaving them with no choice but to punish him. The manager fired right back, arguing that if anyone deserved punishment, it was Overcross, or the lazy bosses supposed to manage them. Gu Hong sneered, asking if the manager was calling him and his entire team completely incompetent. Manager Lee Han stood his ground, asking if that wasn't exactly the truth. This makes the chief completely lose his temper, screaming at him. But a veteran officer finally steps in, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let us dive in. The director turned to manager Lee Han, asking if this rookie truly had a perfect 100% rescue success rate. Standing tall, the manager confidently confirmed it, prompting the chief to realize they had a rare, priceless genius they could not afford to lose. He knew that even if they had to rely on powerful guilds for support, the department's pride and reputation had to remain absolutely intact. Since the guilds had played a clever opening card, if they could not retaliate with equal force, they at least needed to deliver a worthy reply. Meet Kwang Soo, the formidable and highly influential director of the entire department. And soon enough, Seo Yul was summoned straight into the big boss's private office. After all, they had a highly critical, top-secret matter to discuss. Sipping his tea slowly, the director threw a heavy question his way, asking which rank he honestly believed he would get if he retook his official evaluation exam right now. The boy calmly replied that while he couldn't pinpoint the exact tier, it would definitely be far above his current rank. Smiling, the director pointed out that the rookie had been pulling off miracles that a mere rank D hunter could never even imagine. He warned him that things were getting tight for the brass, especially since tons of jealous rivals were actively trying to dig up dirt on him. Pay attention here because you'll immediately wondered if this smooth-talking director was subtly pressing him to spill all of his hidden secrets. This director was a cunning master politician who had kept his powerful grip on the department for years, and manager Lee Han had already warned the boy to stay completely humble and honest, since playing mind games would only make his situation 10 times worse. Yul chose to take that advice, for now, yet he still hesitated, deeply unsure if he should reveal the existence of his unique solo dungeon. But the boss laughed it off, promising he would not pry into how the kid suddenly acquired such mind-blowing power out of nowhere. They just needed his ultimate strength. With the pleasantries out of the way, the chief got straight to the point, dropping a massive bombshell that he was transferring him to the countryside. Oddly enough, the annoying Joon-hwan was lurking nearby, pulling coordinator Se-woo into a corner to ask what he really thought of this kid. The coordinator shrugged, saying he barely knew him since they worked in entirely different divisions, but he was curious why Joon-hwan suddenly showed so much interest in a low-level rescue member. Joon-hwan sneered, claiming there was absolutely nothing more frustrating than having an annoying pest buzzing right before your eyes. Realizing what was up, the coordinator asked if he pulled strings just to banish the kid to the middle of nowhere, earning a sharp glare and warning to watch his tongue. As Joon-hwan smoothly claimed he only wanted the rookie to have some peaceful time to reflect on his actions. You saw that coming, right? At that exact moment, Yul strolled right in, asking if they had always been this close. Joon-hwan sneered, bringing up that his assistant manager, Se-yu, seemed a bit off lately, adding that a rumor was spreading about Yul being kicked out to the countryside, demanding to know if the gossip was actually true. But Yul instantly turned the tables, asking how Se-yu could possibly know that when the transfer paperwork had not even been officially finalized yet, boldly questioning if he was secretly playing spy within the department's private files. Yul calmly added that it was just a brief 6-month stay, causing Joon-hwan to bust out laughing at him, mocking his ridiculous naivety, and pointing out that only top-tier chiefs or higher are ever transferred to that specific region, sneeringly asking if he actually thought he was on their level, and telling him it was time to wake up to reality. But Yul just grinned, declaring he was merely waiting for the perfect moment to break the news that he had actually been promoted to senior officer. An insane double promotion. Unsurprisingly, both of their faces froze in absolute shock. Mocking their priceless expressions, Yul laughed, noting that they did not exactly look thrilled to hear the good news, and teasingly asking if they wanted him to fail. Joon-hwan gritted his teeth and forced a smile, claiming it was wonderful news, but growled under his breath, wondering out loud if the agency had suddenly started handing out elite promotions like free candy. Yul confidently shot back that they were simply desperate to lock down an elite, unmatched genius like himself. He knew very well that Joon-hwan was boiling with pure rage over this failed scheme, but honestly, he did not care one bit. They exchanged a heavy, silent glare before Se-woo stepped in to break the tension, reminding director Joon-hwan that they had to get moving immediately. The director quietly agreed, muttering that he got sidetracked, and swiftly walked away with Se-woo. But Yul was not finished, tossing one final, icy warning at the departing man, and trust me, that was the ultimate mic drop, proving that no matter where they banish him, his mission remains exactly the same. You and I are starting right after So leaves, where an angry Joon-hwan punches a wall, shattering it in pure rage. Meanwhile, back in the director's office, the boss sits back and reflects on his recent talk with Seo Yul. Back then, he told the kid not to worry, explaining that while this looks like an exile on the surface, it is really just a 6-month deployment. Of course, he still needs to bring results, since that is the only way to keep enemies away. Seo Yul thanked him for the help, but made one very specific request. If he was getting sent away anyway, he wanted the director to assign him somewhere that actually, genuinely needed his help. The director could not believe the kid's attitude, given the circumstances, realizing right then that this rookie is worth every single penny. Later, when the official notice drops, the entire rescue department is left completely scratching their heads, wondering how on earth Seo Yul became a senior officer in a single day. One guy asks if Lee Hon already knew about this. He snaps back that of course he did, since he is the manager after all. The squad is stressed about handling rescues without their star rookie, but manager Lee Hon tells them they will just do their jobs, same as always. Now, you and I know the kid got a week off before deploying, so the manager orders them to invite him to their team dinner. One guy grumbles, asking who actually goes to a work dinner on their day off, but when they call Seo Yul, he is a bit busy. His friend asks if he is doing homework, and he says it is basically that. He is actually clearing a massive hornet nest. Seo Yule is right in the middle of a deadly extermination quest to eliminate the queen of the swarm, with only 3 days left to pull it off. He hangs up, realizing that even though he moved fast, the queen is mass-producing soldier hornets at an absolutely insane speed, but that does not matter as long as he can keep moving. In the end, he just needs to kill the queen. Suddenly, as he charges, a storm of steel stops him. It is a special type of hornet that shoots its stingers like actual bullets. Since these monsters waste tons of energy to make them, the queen normally avoids using this attack, meaning they must have prepared for him well in advance. If he wastes another second, he will be completely surrounded, so he hurls his portal forward. Using the dungeon traps to deal with them, the portal throws the swarm off balance. Seoyul grabs this chance to blitz right through the entire forest. Different kinds of hornets lunge straight at him, and he notices their behavior pattern has completely changed. Some of these insects are purposefully clinging to the ground to avoid getting sucked into his portal. And right here, we finally see her emerge, the monstrous hornet queen who has been watching him this whole time. He's almost flattered. This giant queen is throwing every single thing she has just to take him down. Too bad for her. He has got a solid plan too, because he cannot have these bugs respawning forever. This is his signature move. He opens a portal and dives inside to lose the monsters, determined to move faster than ever. He blitzes through a massive chunk of the forest using the portals, constantly jumping and skipping whole sections until he finally tracks down the queen. The air is heavily polluted and the queen's pheromones are growing suffocatingly intense, summoning the entire nest to protect her. It is a total trap, but even so, relying on pure sixth sense, Seoyul dodges the first strike from this evolved, insanely powerful monster. While dodging the beast, Seoyul admits he did not expect a monster of this level. She must be desperate to kill him. But despite her massive size, this giant bug just made a huge mistake. This means when he strikes, the queen will be left totally exposed. So, Seoyul throws the soldier bug inside the portal and pushes forward to strike the queen. But the beast escapes by cutting off its own arm, throwing itself directly in front of him to protect the queen. Seoyul snaps back that they are being a massive pain in the ass, and no matter how hard they try, the outcome is staying the same. And since sending just one did not work, he drags both of them into his portal, the soldier and the queen. This was not his original plan, but it works, because they are finally trapped inside his domain. He gives them a friendly piece of advice, warning them that if he were them, he would not move an inch. The soldier charges anyway, making him mutter that he is losing his mind for trying to talk with a monster. He activates the Iron Ray, but as they shield themselves with their wings, you and I are left waiting for his next move. But, alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as arrows rain from everywhere, blasting the soldier before another trap completely roasts him. Seol glared at the queen and said, "Now that your ultimate weapon is gone, it is just you and me." He charged forward, knowing her heavy armor would easily bounce those arrows, meaning he absolutely had to locate a vulnerable opening. He thrust his spear, desperately trying to force a gap, got pushed back instead. Defeating her was never going to be that simple. With only 3 days left before the quest timed out, he had room to breathe, but he wanted to end this fight right now. Leaving the dungeon just because he could would feel exactly like running away from a tiny insect, and he refused to do that. So, he triggered the explosive block trap. The massive blast flipped the Hornet Queen right onto her back, ripping several of her legs clean off. The move completely wrecked his spear's durability, but it paved the way for a devastating martial arts strike he let loose right after. He figured if he was debuting this ultimate technique, using it to obliterate the Hornet Queen was the perfect way to do it. He unleashed the Crimson Lotus, a blazing, fiery strike that pierced the queen and finished her off, instantly completing the quest. But the sheer force of that attack left his main spear hand severely injured and trembling from the impact. He quietly reflected on how he had saved countless lives before, yet in the end, he was still just a weakling facing these truly powerhouse monsters. Now pay attention to this, he finally realized he would never have to run away again. With the quest reward sent straight to his inventory, he knew he had to inspect his haul right away. He scored a Toxic Stinger, a highly rare weapon boasting way more durability than his trusty spear. It had a unique effect with a 95% chance to paralyze any monster ranked 2 stars or below. For 3-star targets, that rate dropped to 30%. He could easily swap this in depending on the fight, and honestly, was going to be incredibly useful. But the absolute jackpot here was the Hornet Queen's Royal Jelly. To put it simply, it permanently supercharged his mana sensitivity, though it did come with a catch. He learned that triggering labyrinth traps drains his mana automatically, meaning he desperately needed a massive pool to scale up his defenses. He downed the Royal Jelly in one go, instantly feeling a wild storm of magical energy exploding deep inside his chest. It was violently trying to rip its way out, but after everything Seol had survived, he refused to let this raw power crush him, successfully taming the energy to upgrade his entire body. His senses instantly became razor sharp, all thanks to that single drop of Royal Jelly. You and I both knew his stats were about to skyrocket, especially his total mana. Risking his life for that crazy quest was definitely worth it. Even so, he could not help but worry about potential side effects. Aside from having to forcefully control the mana to prevent any backlash, he was still completely in the dark, so he decided to worry about that later. The actual main event was finally about to begin. He planned to bring all these fresh monsters into his dungeon, which had only been home to basic ghouls and goblins until now. Regardless of how overpowered he was individually, there was only so much he could achieve while fighting as a solo player. He desperately needed reinforcements. Luckily, the system chimed in, explaining that a hive acts as a single entity and suggesting a decomposition pool. This was the awesome new trap unlocked by taking down the queen. By dropping a monster corpse directly into this new decomposition pool, the spiritual essence of the dead beast would transfer directly into a designated target, meaning if he linked it to the hive, every single egg would hatch into a supercharged monster. Soon, the entire batch was integrated into his dungeon. He immediately spotted one massive hornet that looked way stronger than the others. It had to be the new queen. After naming his new queen, he finally logged out of the dungeon to grab some drinks with his buddy, Jung Min. His friends started wondering out loud. Since Li Jung volunteered to help them out first, she was probably secretly worried about Seol's sudden deployment. Seol replied that even if that was true, she was still running way later than them. Jung Min shrugged, saying it was just her usual routine anyway, before asking what he had been up to lately. Seol casually mentioned he had been busy collecting food for the little hatchling he was currently trying to raise. Jung Min blinked, asking what he meant, and wondering if he was raising some illegal pet. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Seo Yul completely shatter his rank evaluation limits. His friend chuckled, saying anyone else would have gone on vacation, calling him the biggest weirdo of them all. But his buddy noticed everyone was staring at him because of the news. Yul admitted he felt it too, that heavy, overwhelming sensation of dozens of eyes locked right onto him. He jokingly asked if he had somehow gotten more handsome. Young fired back that no matter his looks, that definitely was not the reason. Finally, Li Jong showed up. Seol playfully called her shameless, but stopped dead in his tracks. Why on earth was her nose suddenly bleeding? A bit later, she sat there with a tissue plugged into her nose to stop the flow, and Young Men offered to grill the meat himself, but she stubbornly refused to let him, insisting she should handle it since she was late. The guy told her to at least keep her eyes open while cooking. Seol sighed, telling her to hand it over because she was making him incredibly nervous. And for some bizarre reason, when Li Jong looked up at Seol again, she pictured him as a jaw-droppingly gorgeous stallion and slammed her face onto the table. Right then, the nasal plug popped right out. Blood started spurting everywhere all over again, and she collapsed completely onto the floor. Seol stared in utter disbelief, wondering what the hell was wrong with this girl. Suddenly, another girl approached, and he urged her to call an ambulance, but she was actually just there to ask for his phone number. Now watch closely, because Seol was wondering what ridiculous situation he had stumbled into, until he noticed something highly unusual that explained the root of the problem. Later on, when she was feeling a bit better, she stole a quick glance at him and muttered she must just be exhausted from overwork. Jung agreed that she needed to stop working so much overtime, but Seol knew the real truth. It was entirely his fault. He had consumed royal jelly to get his new special constitution. But the problem was, a Hornet Queen commands her soldiers through pheromones, and he had completely forgotten that crucial fact. Basically, Guy was a walking magnet now, exuding raw, irresistible attraction to the opposite sex. Li Junghai admitted her heart would not beat wildly like this just from being tired. Let that sink in. She was confessing right then that she was head over heels for him. Seo Yul panicked, telling her to see a doctor immediately and ordering the girl to back away. But in that exact moment, he realized he was actually having fun, deeply missing normal, ordinary days like this. He had been so completely consumed by getting stronger and killing monsters, and things of that nature, he had completely forgotten to actually live his life. Still, it was best to enjoy the moment. Soon, he would be heading to the countryside, not showing his face around here for a very long time. Later that day, Director Kwang Soo reviewed the official results of Seo Yul's evaluation. His power was clocked at a staggering 7.5. Keep in mind, the strict cutoff score for an S rank is 7.8, meaning he was practically sitting on that exact same tier. The doctor nodded eagerly, confirming that was correct, noting it would massively elevate the entire department's reputation. But Director Kwang Soo countered, stating this information would stay strictly between the two of them for now. He did not want to force such a heavy burden onto the kid. Besides, when the perfect moment arrived, the young man would reveal his power on his own terms. Later, he was on a ship bound for the countryside, breathing a major sigh of relief. The rescue department people had chased him all the way to the port because he had not completed his paperwork before leaving. Seol noticed the ship felt incredibly bizarre. It was absolutely massive, yet there were very few people on board. A little boy approached him, asking if he was heading to Oolong-do. He replied he was, and asked why. The boy responded that he rarely ever saw anyone on the ship. Seol asked if he took the ship often, and the kid explained he did not. But on the anniversary of his parents' death, he always visited the cemetery with his grandmother, leaving Seol feeling quite awkward. But the kid smiled, saying it happened long ago, leaving you and I wondering what adventures await him next. Stick with me here, the kid explained. He had no idea where our main character was headed in Anongo, but warned him to stay alert because that area is incredibly dangerous. Watching the boy reunite with his grandmother, Seo wondered if he was actually a kid, given how mature he acted. See, Uliwangdo is a high-risk zone where small portals constantly pop up at any given second. The massive problem is that there simply aren't enough awakened ones to handle them, keeping its safety rating at rock bottom for years. And of course, the government couldn't care less. Yet despite the constant danger, the locals refuse to pack up and leave. Why? Because it's still their beloved home. Now, pay attention here. During his trip, the dangers immediately show themselves as a giant sea monster, with massive tentacles aggressively tries to capsize their ship. As the vessel violently shakes from the impact, Seo Yul runs up to the deck to see this monster for himself. Right at that moment, a brand new subjugation quest pops up. Slay the Kraken before reaching Oolong-do. His reward? A batch of random skills and high-tier equipment. But if he fails, he will lose health points, mana, and get completely locked out of his own labyrinth. Seo Yul realizes this penalty is brutally harsh, and the quest even comes with an incredibly strict restriction. You're going to want to watch closely, because the Kraken cannot get within 10 kilometers of Oolong-do, meaning he has to end this fast. Meanwhile, over at the Oolong-do branch office, one of the resident hunters is wrapping up their monthly status report. Another guy asks if basically nothing happened over the past month, and the hunter confirms that is indeed the case. The chief nods, saying they should keep things quiet and peaceful, just like that, before telling the hunter to head back to his regular duties. But another member who is already completely wasted asks if the guy smoking a cigarette is actually the real boss of the place. The smoker explains they have strict orders from Kwang Soo because some new troublemaker is about to arrive at their branch. He is, all over the internet lately, making headlines as the notorious brat who just cannot stop causing massive problems everywhere he goes. The drunkard asks if the Roman uncle sent the kid down there. The smoker shakes his head apparently. Even he had no idea. But since they are closely tied to Overcross, they plan on giving this kid a brutally warm welcome when he finally arrives. Then, the smoker asks his drunk buddy if he can handle the job, teasing him that if he manages to make this young man completely disappear forever, he would grab a massive payout from Overcross, and you and I both know he would get his chief title back.
We begin our story with someone saying that the students, after studying for so long, have learned the theoretical part about the profession system. In the place, one can clearly see a strange transmutation circle glowing in green, and the man in front shouts that today is the day the professions will be chosen and determined, and this is the headmaster of the first CI Academy, known as Lu Yun. This elder states that he doesn't want to take much time and only hopes that they become like their seniors and turn into one of the pillars of the human race. We can see that everyone is tense with the situation, as if the atmosphere itself is heavy. And among them, we see our protagonist, Lin Moyu, who is a reincarnated one that came to this world years ago. It is described that this is a place with a typical RPG game style with dungeons and secret areas. After their profession selection, they can gain experience and level up by killing creatures in these places. After countless human sages made efforts, they managed to create a stable society throughout this world. And of course, the most popular professions are the combat ones, followed by support professions, which are divided into 4 categories. In the end, even with the entire population of the city, no one has obtained a legendary profession in the last 10 years. Soon, the announcer states that the transmutation circle has been activated to be used, and a friend of our protagonist approaches asking what profession he wants to receive. And this blonde says he wants to be a knight after all, he'll be able to protect all the girls and even help our protagonist with a shield. But others approach him, telling him not to talk to that idiot because he's the type who doesn't talk to anyone and has no kind of potential. However, the friend promptly states that our protagonist just doesn't talk because he doesn't like to waste his words in the end. We then see the presenter greeting the formation master of level 52, saying he apologizes for bothering him. The boy observes this and is shocked to realize that there's an extremely rare support profession in front of him. And the bearded man says he'll call them by name and they should step into the transformation circle, and the first will be the one called Suda. The class that was chosen was the farmer for this man present in the location. Desperate, the teenager can't believe he got such a useless subsistence class. Everyone around him says it's not a bad profession, but it could have been better in the end. Another boy is called, and he receives the chef class, saying he's satisfied because he inherited this ability from his father who has the same profession. The elder states that the students are quite common, and it is said that a rare profession could appear. And with a smile, the old man says it would be interesting if a high-level combat class appeared, which is said to happen only twice a year. We can see that the next is Kizaksu, who says she will fall behind the protagonist and will show she's a true genius. In her thoughts, she states that the two are considered the greatest geniuses of this academy, but the boy has always been above her, though she won't give up. The elder, as he stares at her, realizes she has enormous latent potential in her veins. Soon, the bearded man asks what is being said, to which it is replied that her mental strength is extraordinary, and because of that, she might awaken a mage class. As she steps into the circle, it's visible that a flame begins to rise with a reddish hue, and huge explosions begin to happen in the sky, and there, everyone realizes it is the emergence of a rare profession. The combat class that was given to her is the elemental mage. Everyone screams that she is truly amazing for getting something of this level, saying that, as expected, her reputation is well deserved. The elder states that the young woman has great talent, thus prompting her to show respect by bowing before her senior. The girls around say she did excellently in everything and even believe that this time she might be able to surpass that annoying Lin Moyo. But the girl, upon hearing this, is surprised and thinks about her protagonist, who is the next to be called for his class selection in this very important place. With a dark tone, she watches while giving a brief smile, believing he won't have much potential. The elder states that the boy has nothing special, which is said to possibly be due to his simple demeanor. However, the boy is considered the #1 genius of this academy, making the elder say that this has nothing to do with the class selection. But the bearded man wonders whether the protagonist will really be able to obtain a rare profession. Suddenly, as he steps into the circle, we can see that a massive storm of power has erupted in this place. The clouds begin to grow heavy, and everyone there realizes that this is an extraordinary sight, since not even the weather forecast had predicted this. The man questions what is happening at this exact moment, as he has never seen anything like it. And the elder states that this is a vision of something much greater that is about to occur. The headmaster, feeling an extreme pressure, says it's completely terrifying and wonders if it will be another rare combat or even support profession. The girl, on the other hand, thinks she can't lose to our protagonist and says this vision is much greater than the one she had when she received her profession. One of the students suddenly notices something dark coming from the clouds in this place, and we can see several eyes appearing amidst the storm as if it were the omen of an army. As the clouds dissipate, it's clearly visible that undead have begun appearing in this place that was supposed to be safe. One person ends up falling backward, saying that these clouds are a vision of the end of the world because they are full of the undead. And we can clearly see that an entire group of them has appeared in the vision of our protagonist, who has just received this powerful class. The girl knows this is only a vision, but isn't sure if she'll be able to fight something at that level. The souls settle calmly into the body of our boy as a whistle echoes through the area, and thus it is described that his combat class is that of a necromancer, unique and secret. The boy observes this, realizing that he is the only necromancer in the entire world at this exact moment. Even if he ends up dying, no new generation will arise with the same talent as his. People start talking, saying that he's an incredible person, while others feel envy. One of the men says that secret professions are just rare but not necessarily good, and one of the teenagers mocks how well it matches his personality. Our boy remains calm, stating that this exclusive profession is much better than he can imagine. Suddenly, the elder approaches Lin, telling him to wait for a moment. The young man shows respect by bowing his head and asking what his senior wishes to request. The man says he has never seen a unique profession before, and for that reason, asks him to demonstrate his abilities, to which the young man agrees. And upon analyzing them, he realizes that he possesses the ability to summon a level 1 skeleton warrior, considered black iron, the lowest classification. The young man thinks that his spiritual power is stronger and could compare to a mage's, but his ability is similar to that of summoners, and so he uses his power. Thus, a black iron skeleton warrior with only 15 stats appears before him. Everyone is shocked to see that he managed to summon a monster of this type from the dark clouds. Suddenly, the mage performs a small attack on the protagonist's servant in a single move to test it. The skeleton warrior enters attack mode, stating they will counterattack in 10 seconds if not stopped by its master. And the boy promptly orders his servant to hold position, and the mage finds this very interesting. He's a level 52 professional, and even so, the summon remained hostile toward him, stating that as the protagonist level increases, it will become even stronger. The elder promptly thanks him for this beautiful demonstration, hoping that the young man will grow stronger over time. Soon, the boy begins walking alongside his summon, who is escorting him at this very moment. The blonde approaches, saying this is really cool and asking if he can touch it. As he does, he asks if his powerful skeleton is said to be stronger than him, surprising the friend with such a statement. Soon after, he is called to be the next, and then says he will get his profession and return to talk to him. The system explains that the space is 1 out of 10, and the young man realizes that he can summon it without using energy this way, and upon leveling up, he can store even more than before. But then he becomes a bit thoughtful as he considers this possibility, because when he received his profession, he was able to see a true necromancer, and one day he too will be capable of slaying dragons in just a few seconds using his army. The blonde approaches again, saying that he became a knight and from now on will be his shield, so if anyone wants to kill him, they'll have to go through our protagonist's corpse. And the friend promptly says that he spoke after so long and admits he did it on purpose just to see if he was paying attention to his words. The presenter clearly says that professions don't matter, they will have a chance at the academy if they improve their worth, and for that, he wishes them well. Lin Moyu thinks that the newbie dungeons have monsters from level 1 to 8 and are not very difficult, being the safest compared to the world outside. Suddenly, Su approaches, saying she wants to compete with him to compare their exam results, to which the young man promptly agrees. The boy walks past her while she says it's decided, declaring that she won't lose to him, because even though she lost today, she won't give up. We see our protagonist's house, where he's looking at a photo on his shelf. He tells his grandmother that he got a profession and that it's super rare, and also tells his sister to wait for him since she'll be joining Xia Academy in the future. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, catching his attention. Upon opening it, he realizes it's Director Lu, who came to deliver some supplies to him. This man says that last year in the city of Sihai, only the protagonist's older sister was accepted into Xia Academy. He promised her that he would take care of her younger brother before she left for that academy. Our protagonist promptly thanks him, and the man takes his leave, saying that tomorrow the young man will take a test in the dungeon and should get a good night's rest. Suddenly, midnight falls and the system screen begins to load, startling our boy. It is said that the host has awakened the necromancer profession and fulfilled the prerequisites to awaken the unique divine level talent, damage comprehension, and transfer. It is then read that this ability transfers all damage received by the mage to his summons, and the effects of all skills are multiplied fivefold. The boy promptly summons his skeleton warrior to see how it is, and upon observing it, he realizes that its stats are clearly 6 times higher than before this entire situation. He then states that with this ability, he can become invincible in this new world. The next day, we see that our boy has already arrived at the dungeon portal, and his friend asks if they want to form a party. When he answers no, the young man starts shouting, calling him a jerk for looking down on him, but Lin just replies that it's because speed decreases in a group. The girl says that he's right in the end, since experience is split equally, and that going with someone who helps is the best way to level up. This man says that Seok Sui, Lin Moyu, and the other combat professions can bring support into the dungeon, and the rest can form parties among themselves. It's said that the girl has a truly extraordinary skill, but they don't know our protagonist's potential, so they'll have to ask for help. The other people watching begin to tremble because they're afraid of the undead and don't want to team up with our protagonist. The boy then says that he's also aiming for Xia Academy and will take this test alone just the same. And the director promptly shows concern, saying it's very difficult to enter the place, and that his sister had to be at level 16 just to have a chance. It's hard to imagine he'll reach level 12 in just one short week, besides the other requirements that will be revealed at the end, and which no one knows for sure. However, our young man says he is confident, which makes the director agree with the situation since, as the protagonist has a secret profession, it might work. The girl says they'll compete to see who's faster, and so she'll take his silence as a yes. Our young man, on the other hand, just scratches his head, thinking she's really competitive in the end. Soon, he approaches the portal, already preparing to perform such a feat. And as soon as he enters, he thinks that he used 10 of his points to summon a skeleton, and after meditating, he recovered 40 points and will summon 4 warriors. With that, the young man extends his staff forward, commanding them to advance, giving the final order that they must find and kill all the monsters that appear in front of them. The skeletons are fast and can eliminate the creatures extremely easily, and the boy thinks that each monster increases his experience by 1%, so eliminating 100 will already be enough to level up. In the end, since the skeletons give him all the experience, it's really productive. After half an hour, he already manages to level up in an overwhelming way, and all his stats increase equally. The boy promptly says that he will summon level 2 warriors from now on, thinking that the stats have even increased, and this is only the beginning of his story. The creatures are extremely powerful and can eliminate the monsters with enormous ease. Our boy, on the other hand, realizes there's an extra function, as the path of the skeleton warriors will create a map for him. However, some monsters end up slipping through, so it's a good time to test his new active skill. And so he uses Soul Flame on one of the cats that was watching. Since his ability is amplified 5 times, even a creature like that ends up turning to ashes due to the spiritual attack, which ignores physical and magical defense. And with the boost from the necromancer talent, it's important to say that this profession is probably stronger than the legendary ones, and so he levels up again. With a confident smile, our young man looks forward, and he summons more skeleton warriors to assist him. The system keeps notifying each creature that was killed and the experience obtained from each animal. It is said that the duration of this dungeon is 12 hours, and in 4 hours he reached level 4, and if he continues like this, he'll reach level 8, where he can enter the suburbs of Taihai. We see outside where Xiepsu's father is talking to the director about his daughter's status. The man says he did nothing but take care of her, as she worked hard and is very smart. Besides that, she obtained an extremely rare profession. But the father is afraid because he can't miss her first dungeon, and her seniors have rare professions and only reached level 5 on this journey. The director, on the other hand, says that they'll be able to predict the level of speed by judging how they entered earlier in the day. It's said that there's a countdown inside the dungeon, and after 12 hours they'll see how strong they become. This man heard about a secret profession that emerged, and it's said that yes, it's Lin Mohan's brother, and he says he'll make sure the girl stays under his protection. We then return inside the dungeon where we can see a mist settling in the air. The system informs that a level 7 bear was just eliminated, and the protagonist realizes that his skeletons can be up to 500 meters away from him. Almost 7 hours have passed and he hasn't seen any level 8 monster and wants to know how the others are doing in this situation. As he walks further ahead, he observes the place calmly, until suddenly something rushes in his direction, catching his attention with extreme tension. And as soon as he's hit, his passive damage transfer ability is activated, making him unscathed. This is a level 8 whip tree, and it will attack any living creature that passes nearby, and our protagonist promptly realizes this is the dungeon's monster. And he states that with his own stats and the warrior's stats, there won't be any problem eliminating the tree. Thus, the first skeleton charges forward, attacking the trunk of the massive creature in a single strike. But then he realizes that it didn't die in one hit like the previous ones. And he notices that it takes 4 strikes to eliminate a level 8 monster, and that will greatly slow down his leveling speed. However, in the end, there are 100 of these creatures, so it will be nothing more than a sanctuary of experience. So all the undead charge forward to eliminate the trees and gain experience for their master. With a single strike, we can see that the skeleton completely destroys the tree, and several notifications appear on our protagonist's screen. After some time, we can see someone coming out of the portal, scaring everyone there because it's necessary to get past the level 8 monsters to reach the exit. But upon exiting, our protagonist says that he killed all the monsters inside, and that's why he decided to leave the place. The elder realizes that he reached level 7 in just 10 hours, and the boy says that there weren't many monsters and that he'd at least like to go to the suburbs of Seahai. This is the first time that the old man hears of someone who killed everything in that dungeon in such a short time and wonders if it might be an ability of the necromancer. As a reward, the old man says he will allow him to arrange a travel certificate and that he can rest and wait for the other students because everything will be organized. The executors promptly notice that the boy came out of there without any companion and in much less time than expected. And so the director explains that he is Lin Moyu and crossed the easy level dungeon by killing all the level 8 monsters in the area. As expected from a secret profession, this class could easily be among the legendary ones on the continent and is likely to reach much higher levels. The director says that this boy has a brilliant future, and if he enters the Sing Academy, then he thinks they will have a headache and Sui will likely be impacted. And the old man promptly says that the results in that place never change and the girl has been in second place for 2 years, surprising the elder who didn't know that. Our boy is meditating and thinks that so far the number of skeleton warriors has already reached 24 out of 70, so we should use the time during meditation. We see another person coming out being Sui, who says she won't fall behind the protagonist and asks where he is at this exact moment. Then she realizes that he has already left the place and questions how that's possible. And she is startled to see that he's already at level 7 in such a short time, surpassing her again. We see her father calling her and she wonders why he's there, though her mind remains uncertain. The elder tries to calm her and the young woman says that Bastard has always been ahead of her through all the years. But then she says that this is her own issue and she can't keep losing to that idiot, and the father reveals that he killed all the monsters in the dungeon in just 10 hours. The young woman is immensely surprised by this because she left the area of level 7 monsters and didn't see any of rank 8 and questions how something like that is even possible. The blonde promptly approaches the protagonist in tears, calling him boss and asking if he can take him along next time, to which the boy replies yes. And so the young man says it's settled and he will wait for the protagonist at the academy entrance tomorrow. But the next morning we see that he's waiting in the breeze until the director informs him that the young man went to the suburbs of Seahai. Annoyed, the boy says his friend tricked him and that's why he'll fight him to the death, and the elder says he'll lose in the end anyway. Suddenly we see another place, the checkpoint of the Shen Xia Empire. By touching a stone, the identification is initialized as being from our protagonist, who is granted passage into the empire at that exact moment. And so he wonders if there's any suitable mission for him, to which one appears: invade a level 14 domain and acquire the Goblin Chief's core. This mission has a lot of money involved and will definitely be difficult, and the difficulty in this world is divided into 3: normal, nightmare, and hell. The second hardest, which is nightmare, usually requires a strong team to clear without problems. As for hell, it requires people with legendary classes to complete such objectives, and it seems he won't be able to take on that mission right now. The knight promptly notices our boy and wonders what class he might have and still questions how he has permission to leave the city, but then decides to ignore it and says he should be careful, and if anything happens, he must return to the city because his life is the priority. We can see that he has already entered the area, and it's said that these are 2 completely different worlds, not just a simple wall, but prison on the other side. Suddenly, a monster begins to approach with a heavy step. There's a goblin who observes our protagonist who seems distracted. However, he summons his skeleton and commands it to go and kill the goblin that's watching him. We see that the creature is level 10, but it doesn't compare to the strength of his skeleton warrior at 375. Several other monsters run toward our protagonist, who has already summoned his army at this moment, and in thought, he realizes this is the capability of goblin, and if he can continue at this pace, he'll probably reach level 15 by the end of the day. But it's still strange to know how his sister reached level 16 before the final exam. But then he remembers how radiant she was and how she asked what he wanted to eat every single day, and that's why he will enter the academy no matter what. Upon reaching level 10, it's impressive how quickly he got there, and his spirit level has already reached 300 because he's a mage or something like that. In addition, his skeletons have been upgraded to bronze level, and when summoned, it's noticeable that their stats increased immensely, and they gain new abilities. Our protagonist thinks that now he'll be able to dominate this area with his skeleton warriors, but now he realizes he has wiped out all the monsters in the area, and there's no longer a way to level up with them. Suddenly, an arrow flies in his direction, making the young man widen his eyes, and as he's hit in the chest, his passive damage transfer ability activates, making the damage practically null. Looking ahead, he sees a woman passing by and wonders who she might be. Observing her more closely, he sees that she must have the assassin profession, and the one who attacked him likely had at least a bow and arrow in the end. The girl promptly walks past both of them, ignoring them in that moment, and our protagonist does the same. We see 2 men approaching, and our boy realizes these are the ones he was looking for. Their direction in the end is wrong, and they'll never catch that assassin. One of the men says the person was cunning and also managed to escape, and the archer asks if he saw anyone wearing clothes similar to those of the assassin class. But our boy ignores them, saying that her arrow hit him and therefore she should apologize immediately. The archer promptly apologizes without any concern and wonders how this kid, hit by an arrow, is still fine. Our protagonist says he shouldn't do that again, further irritating the man. And the blonde who is with him notices that the young man has a skeleton warrior right at his side. The creature promptly steps in front of its master just to protect him from any incoming attack. Angrily, the blonde says that summon undead only come from a class of disgusting people and definitely not from a good person. However, his companion tells him not to do anything in the end, as it would be troublesome. And the blonde promptly says he knows that, which is why he decided to ignore all of it. Our protagonist says they're smart, and if they did anything, they would receive something 100 times worse. His experience efficiency has decreased, and after reaching level 10, it takes 3 times more than before. He doesn't have much time in the end, but it's also impossible to return home at this exact moment. If he wants to enter Exceeded Jing Academy, he needs to try harder than anyone else in his school. We see the trees being lit by a fiery glow, a campfire our boy made, and so he thinks he won't be able to reach level 15 by the day after tomorrow, and will only be able to enter the academy if he reaches level 16. He questions how his sister managed to level up so much because even with a legendary profession, it's still hard to believe she was that fast. But then he remembers the Xi mine dungeons and that she may have formed a team to invade on nightmare difficulty, and that was why she returned so injured. With that in mind, he says that the next day he'll see what he can do to catch up to her. Soon, some time passes and night echoes through the whispers of the forest, and someone suddenly approaches, catching the attention of our protagonist's protective corpse. The boy realizes it's a professional and wonders if there are still people who hunt in the middle of the night in this place. But as the person approaches, it turns out to be the assassin from before, who asks if the young man has any food with him. Our boy promptly hands her a sweet potato without any hesitation, seeming to be extremely kind. The girl then takes off her mask, revealing herself to be extremely beautiful. But then in his thoughts, the boy says she looks really hungry and wonders how that's possible. From eating so quickly, she suddenly starts choking, catching our boy's attention. She grabs a water bottle and drinks it all at once to swallow everything properly. She then thanks him and asks what our protagonist's name is, since he hasn't introduced himself yet. But the boy, being someone of few words, simply remains silent, watching her. She says he may not like to talk, but at the very least they can analyze each other's abilities to learn more. Both touch fingers, using the analysis skill to read one another. But our boy is surprised to see that the skill failed and didn't retrieve any information, and the young woman doesn't seem surprised by this. The girl reads that his name is Lin Moyu, and that he's level 10 with the profession of necromancer, something she's never heard of before. But she thinks she saw him with a skeleton soldier and states it's something extremely rare after all. The girl waves her hand, asking why he doesn't speak, and then suspects he might be mute, but our young man promptly asks why. Completely happy, the woman realizes that the protagonist is still capable of speaking after all. Then the boy continues by repeating the same same question, asking the reason for that. The girl explains that she has a blocking medal that only allows someone 10 levels above her to analyze her. Then she puts the item away and tells the protagonist to try observing her ability again. The boy points his finger, which charges up again to view her stats. And upon seeing the screen, he realizes that the young woman is a level 19 shadow assassin, something quite unusual in this place. Suddenly, both of them get bad feeling, and our boy has a mental image of enemies approaching from 2 different directions. The boy realizes that his skeleton detected that they're trying to surround him in this tight space. And the girl says they haven't given up and mentions she only has a mid-rank scroll, so she doesn't want to be chased around for another day. So as she gets up, she says she's leaving because she's in trouble and hopes to see him again. However, she dodges an attack coming from behind her with extreme agility. But when it hits the trunk, we see that the projectile emits an aura, immediately marking our protagonist and his assassin companion at once, while the archer laughs at their expressions. A marking arrow is really a problem, since she won't be able to go invisible or even leave the area quickly like she usually does. Our protagonist watches the scene, realizing that this archer has anti-invisibility skills, something perfect to be used against assassins. He assumes they came prepared, and the blonde says there's nowhere to run this time. It's said that he knew the two were a team because a filthy rat and an evil summoner make a good pair after all. The girl tries to say he has nothing to do with this and offers to hand over the scroll skill, so they'll never see each other again. But the archer says that could have been accepted yesterday. Now the safest decision is to kill them, so there won't be any rumors about what happened here. The young woman tells the protagonist she'll distract them while he escapes, while he worries about his new companion. She tries to explain that she's a shadow assassin and can dance freely away under the moonlight, to which our boy says that can't be true, because she's already been marked and her invisibility won't work against this type of enemy, who's now in every direction. The archer quickly shouts for them to stop wasting time and just kill the girl already. And then the blonde-haired mage raises his staff, saying he doesn't want to take the protagonist's life. He wants to watch him suffer until the last moment of his pathetic existence. Then the illumination skill is used, making everyone visible in that open field. It's explained in thought that this completely disables shadow and invisibility skills, so the assassin is now destined for a brutal death. But the girl growing tense says she has to give it her all so she doesn't end up dying right there. And all 3 men are already prepared to eliminate our protagonist along with his new companion in a single strike, leaving no witnesses. The entire field is against them, and we can clearly see that our protagonist remains relaxed in the end. He then briefly raises his hand, summoning his shadow skeletons to his call. The mage tries to say this is a waste of energy, and that undead summons are disgusting to an extreme level. He immediately shouts that the fireballs of a level 20 mage are enough to turn them into ashes. The girl tries to pull our protagonist, telling him to run as fast as he can to avoid the attack. But when she tries, she realizes it's impossible. Spiritual threads have already been tied to her shoes, preventing her from escaping. The archer fires 3 projectiles, saying this is the moment they say goodbye, to finally end the evil that is those two. The girl can only shout that this is bad as the 3 arrows fly in her direction. She tries to push the protagonist to help him dodge the attack, but then she realizes it's impossible to escape. After all, the fireball is heading toward her while the arrows come straight at her, making her eyes widen. Suddenly, we see our protagonist group finally emerge from the shadows all at once. The first skeleton takes the attack directly without suffering any damage. Meanwhile, another monster uses its own sword to block the attack, which fails to cause any harm to it. Another creature also emerges, charging at the knight with its shield to stop him from moving toward the protagonist. And the force is so great that it pushes back the one who is supposed to be the toughest among the group. The skeleton that took the fireball is completely intact and skillfully holds its axes, ready to end the situation. The mage then questions how this is possible, since his analysis skill said this boy is just a level 10 necromancer. He then desperately shouts not to let him get closer, saying a level 20 mage should lose to someone 10 levels below him. The archer starts questioning what that was, as he doesn't understand how any of this is possible. And the knight says his skills have no effect on these summons, so they question why their attributes are so high. To their surprise, several blue flames form around the archer. They also settle around the knight in the same ghostly way, and stunned, the mage can feel that danger is arriving at that very moment. After all, an entire army just appeared right then. All of different sizes are now surrounding him, ready to eliminate those who dare attack our protagonist. Their images are fragmented as if they were weak, but it's clear they have much more strength than they appear to. The young woman is left speechless upon realizing that these are the same skeletons from before, and they seem extremely fragile, but can endure these powerful attacks. She questions if such a massive summoning could really be done by a rare or even regular level mage. Our boy, eyes closed, gently pushes his companion. Then he opens his eyes, which emit a deep blue flame of a necromancer. We can see that the protagonist's stats are much higher than before, to the point where his comprehension power has already increased his summon abilities tenfold. Sensing the danger, the mage quickly tries to raise a magic barrier around himself. However, the creatures are able to break through that defense with a simple physical attack without any difficulty. With a second charge, the boy can feel the pressure of being about to die. In desperation, he raises his staff, summoning flames around him to try and protect himself while attacking. He follows that with a maniacal smile, shouting for the creatures from hell to taste all his power. However, our protagonist's soldiers pass through the flames without any difficulty, charging at the mage as if he were nothing more than a cockroach. And so they finish him with brutal attacks, splitting his body into 3 parts. The archer thinks this is completely insane, as instant death is supposed to take a few seconds. And he doesn't understand how he's even being tracked in this situation. In the end, escape seems impossible, and his speed has reached a level of 1500, so it shouldn't even be possible to keep up with him. Our protagonist, however, ends up surprised to see that the knight has extreme defense abilities. It's said that with that, he can withstand attacks from a level 40 mage, and individuals who possess this kind of power devote their time to mastering it completely. But the man says these skeletons are terrifying, and if he had known he was walking into his death, he would never have accepted this in the first place. Our boy promptly raises his hand, thinking he can't let them escape, using the ability of his soldiers to make sure they can't get away. This is the fury attack that increases the damage by 200%. The knight screams in fear upon realizing that the undead are even capable of using unique abilities after all. It is said in his thoughts that his ability lasts for 1 minute, but the time is reduced with each attack, and that's why this is his limit. So in desperation, he can only curse the heavens and the world as the corpses come toward him. Our protagonist remembers his sister saying that if he's going to do something, that he must not hesitate at any moment. The young girl observing this questions whether they're all dead, as Lin Moya wasn't even fazed by it. The boy, on the other hand, thinks that when a professional dies, the items they stored are dropped, so he'll check it out. Looking at them, they realize they're from level 18, even rare equipment for people of that level. The girl states that these weapons can only be obtained from the Carmen Ort dungeon, mainly from level 20. The boy promptly uses his storage space to keep the equipment, which is useless but should be worth some money on the market. Then he notices a primary skill scroll worth 10,000 gold, and the girl says he can try using it to get a new ability. She then says he shouldn't sell it, as something primary isn't worth much in this world, and the young man asks how to use it. The girl quickly says it's simple. He just needs to shout and use it while holding the scroll. But when he does it, nothing happens, and we realize the boy fell into his companion's prank. Laughing, the girl says she might have lied, but if he really wants it to work, he has to say it with more passion. Observing this, our boy realizes he probably just needs to inject spiritual energy to activate the scroll. The girl is surprised that he figured it out so quickly, and is even disappointed because she wanted to keep messing with her friend. In the end, our young man gained the corpse explosion skill, which wasn't in vain after all. In the eyes of a necromancer, a corpse also possesses life energy, and though it seems weak, it's incredibly powerful. Its range of action will be increased to 10 meters due to our protagonist's skill. So when one of the corpses explodes, it will trigger a chain reaction with the others, making it extremely useful for area attacks. Thanks to his luck, all his skills can become high level, and the girl asks if he got something new. The boy says yes, and the girl promptly praises him, saying his voice is extremely calm and even pleasant to listen to. Our protagonist, on the other hand, looks at her thinking she's quite different from the other girls at the academy who only despise him in the end. And so he says that his friend has a beautiful voice, leaving her completely over the moon at that moment. The girl hands a small chest to our boy, saying it's for saving her life and for the compliment. The boy is surprised to see it's an intermediate level scroll worth at least 1 million, being very valuable after all. But then he realizes the girl is being chased because of it and questions in his thoughts whether she's just giving it away so easily. After a while, she decides to explain that she found a secret chest in the Carmen Ort Legion dungeon, something random that she was lucky to discover. She got the scroll when she opened the chest, and it was something extremely casual for her. But what the young woman hadn't noticed was that she was being watched by those bastards who wanted to rob her, even if it wasn't worth that much. It was something she rightfully earned. That's the story of how they were chasing her, and after running for 2 days, she managed to reach this place in the end. Our protagonist points out that she nearly died, and the girl reassures him by saying that if she suffers a critical hit, she'll be transported far away, but still thanks him. Trembling slightly, she says it hurts to be wounded, and she's terrified terribly afraid of it, and our boy thinks the young woman is even more of a rich girl than he had imagined. The girl promptly asks if he has anything to eat because she's starving and asks for a potato. While eating it, she asks which university the boy plans to go to since he's leveling up, and he replies it's Xijing. She then says it's not bad at all, and with his ability, it's impossible for him not to get in. If he can't, then no one else will be able to. With that in mind, she decides to give him a tip not to forget to go to the Shingshin Tower as soon as possible. The reward will be double on the first challenge, and he has to clear as many floors as possible on his first attempt. That way, he'll earn several academy points that are worth gold coins, besides other things like a crafting seminar at the university. After all that conversation, our boy covers her with a coat, seeming to even enjoy this unexpected company. And so he relaxes to meditate and recover his spiritual energy. The next day, the young girl wakes up asking if he has more sweet potatoes because she's very hungry. With all the items in hand, she says it's too little and therefore asks him to be a gentleman and hand everything over to her. The boy promptly says there's none left, making his companion relax because she fully trusts him. Getting up, she says she's leaving now because she's also leveling up too much, and tells him to level up quickly so they can meet again in the future and farm levels together. Our protagonist, watching her walk away, seemed delighted by that presence that had become dear to him. But then getting up, he says it's time to test his new skill on those bodies lying there. Extending his hand forward, a red energy envelops his arm, and so the corpse explosion is used. We can see that the destruction area is immense and throws our protagonist slightly backward at that moment. He realizes that the area grew a lot due to the effect of his talent, and it's a skill that can eliminate bodies without leaving a trace, something extremely powerful. That's why he's going to put it into practice in the Shihai Mine dungeon from now on. After the transition of his skeleton warriors to bronze, the cost to summon them increased significantly, and now after meditation, he can only summon 4 more. He doesn't need to rush as soon his space will be filled with an army. It's clear he's already reached the dungeon he was looking for. We can see several people looking for individuals to enter the area and level up. Our boy arrives accompanied by his skeleton, keeping his head down to avoid drawing too much attention, but that's impossible. Looking at the status panel, he realizes the true difficulty already features extremely powerful monsters, and without a group, it would be difficult to complete this task. Suddenly, someone approaches, trying to use the scanning system and asking if our protagonist is a summoner. But then they're shocked to see a blocking emblem deny the ability, and the skeleton glares at him with extreme suspicion. The other members try to approach, asking the protagonist to join their group since they need someone capable like him. And promptly, our boy lifts his head, stating that he won't accept any requests today. Soon, the system asks if he wants to confirm his choice to enter on nightmare difficulty after all. So the young man accepts, causing an enormous pressure to surround him. Everyone is startled to see that he entered that place alone and wonder if he's reckless or someone extremely powerful. They couldn't see anything in the protagonist's status, so they'll wait to see if he comes out alive. Inside the Axihai dungeon, we see our boy sensing a strong smell of blood and hearing that if he steps out of that circle, he'll be detected instantly. Facing a goblin, he realizes it has abnormal strength even compared to the usual ones, so its experience must be extremely high. The constitution of a level 14 knight is extremely low for the elite monsters in this place, and that's why most of them need help. But compared to the skeleton army, these mine goblins are nothing, and so he advances, ordering them to attack everyone there. We can see that the army easily handles the creatures, granting a massive amount of experience, which makes our protagonist realize it's 10 times more than monsters of the same level, so this place is truly a source of experience. He'll take only a few seconds to kill these creatures, so his strength will increase drastically as this progresses. And in the end, he can't let any of them escape, so he uses his mental map to detect them all. After a few eliminations, our protagonist finally levels up without any apparent difficulty. Soon it said that he reached level 11 in just 5 minutes, and his spiritual energy was restored, allowing him to summon 4 more skeleton warriors. All these basic attributes improved after level 10, however, it is seen that the points are increasing more and more after the 10th stage. It's clear that his warriors are also getting stronger as his level increases, and that's great for his development. But then he questions why all his skills have improved except for the one he learned earlier, and so he sighs, thinking that his friend must know something she decided to hide so they could meet again in the future. Regretfully, pressure passes over him, catching his attention. It's the Mine King Wolf and a late leader of the area. Our protagonist thinks the attributes are pretty high, and it seems close to being a boss of this dungeon, but it's still just one creature against several warriors. So he commands all his skeletons to charge the massive dog in front of them. The creature promptly lets out a roar, while our protagonist thinks that the constitution of his warriors should be able to withstand the wolf's attack. Then, to increase damage, he uses the Fury Attack skill on all his summons to make the job easier, saying that the bigger the enemy, the more advantageous it is for the large numbers in his army. The creature uses another roar, which is blocked by one of the skeletons, while our boy states the power is weak but still capable of throwing his allies away. Then he's surprised to see that the leader ended up fleeing, questioning whether that's really fair in the end. But suddenly he realizes something's wrong and immediately orders his summons to retreat. We then see that they were all surrounded by fierce level 14 mine wolves with not so high stats. The boy says they're not that strong, but their number is already over 100, so even a typical 5-person team wouldn't be enough to handle so many. However, he's a necromancer, and these creatures are mere experience points, and we can see that just one attack is enough to eliminate them. The boy promptly gathers energy in his hand, using corpse explosion to his advantage, saying that after his talent enhancement, the damage dealt by the skill will cause damage equal to 100% of the wolf's health, resulting in instant death. It's clearly seen that amid the explosions, our boy gained an overwhelming amount of experience, already reaching 72% of level 11. The young man then states that the leader of this pack will suffer the same fate to make up for fleeing earlier and trying to ambush him, and so it's clear that corpse explosion was used on it as well to destroy it. Our boy observes that only 15,000 experience was given, equivalent to 5 mine wolves, but the items dropped are still quite valuable. Storing them, he says he should find the dungeon boss if he keeps clearing this path, so he can finish this challenge. And if he wants to complete these lower level areas in the future, he'll need experience, and it's clearly seen that the skeletons are eliminating other monsters. He gained a lot of experience in less than an hour, so at this pace, if he clears a few more times, he'll even reach level 19. Then he says he'll see his sister again soon, and before that, he should reach level 12 after killing the creature that is the boss of the area. As expected, the constitution and strength of this monster are extreme and far above the stats of his skeletons. The boss monster promptly rises with extreme ferocity, then delivering an attack on our protagonist, who ends up using damage transfer to avoid taking any kind of injury from it. But it's clear that the skeleton can't survive it, and its skull begins to crack, and its entire body is then undone in the air at that moment. The boy promptly notices that the creature was able to defeat 2 of his skeletons with a single blow in the end. In the end, his constitution is only 120 points, and his defense is pathetic against the Goblin King with 3,000 strength, and the damage is transferred naturally without being divided. So it's almost instant death, and apparently, our protagonist is ultimately his own weakness, and for that reason, he'll need to raise his own constitution. It's clearly seen that the boss is at least twice as strong as a skeleton overall, but not overwhelmingly so, because even if one can't compete, it's clear the young man has an entire army by his side. If the pace continues like this, he'll probably be able to defeat the monster with just a few more blows from his army, but suddenly the creature jumps, throwing off all the skeletons that were clinging to its body, and upon landing it uses the tremor ability, which is much more powerful than the Wolf King's roar. The creature then uses flame breath, rapidly decreasing the constitution of the protagonist's army at an insane speed. The boy promptly commands them to return to the summoning space, as he must prevent it from using its abilities at all costs, and so he uses his soul flame to fire a beam of green energy at the creature, which then catches fire, while the boy thinks he doesn't have much spiritual power left, so he must take this chance to finish off the monster once and for all. Using the Fury Attack, he shouts that he's finally hit this boss dead on, so he can finish it off with extreme speed. The system congratulates him for killing the goblin and earning 40,000 experience, and he reaches level 12. After evaluating, he believes it's enough to leave the dungeon. Even being a necromancer, his difference from a mage is very noticeable, so the Mantle of Wisdom may be useful, since it adds 10 points to both spirit and constitution. Besides the fact that he obtained a core worth at least 10,000 gold coins, more valuable than all the equipment combined, and says he reaped good rewards here. After leveling up and restoring his spiritual power, he can summon 4 more skeletons to his group, now totaling 60. With that done, it's finally time to leave, and he uses teleportation to return to the previous location. Everyone is surprised to see that he came out alive and even completed the dungeon wearing the Mantle of Wisdom. The boy thinks that the dungeon cooldown is 12 hours, and he'll use the time to recover and avoid killing other monsters. This place showed him that his greatest weakness is his own body, but also taught him how to use his abilities in the best possible way. Corpse Explosion is great and practically a mass attack, while Soul Flame can interrupt even a nightmare level boss who can't withstand it. After 12 hours, he ends up waking and says that his spiritual power has already recovered, and he's ready to summon 4 more skeleton warriors. As he gets close to the area, he notices that people often sleep outside, and it's rare to see them camping. But in the case of his friend, she seems to be the clumsy type who wanders around in the middle of the night. As he approaches, he notices a commotion and asks what's going on there. It's said that the Dynasty Guild is being unfair because they're not allowing anyone into the dungeon that everyone had been waiting for. And one of the men states that the young master is completing a quest inside, and therefore no one is allowed to enter until he's done. One person shouts that this is very selfish, but the mage promptly says he's being too noisy and attacks the man who was complaining. We can clearly see the man's body falling far away, creating a brief wave of smoke. And those nearby notice that he was killed without any chance to explain, killed in such a brutal way. The armored people say that a mere unknown professional deserves death, and if anyone dares, they can seek revenge at their guild base. Our boy approaches, asking what's going on, drawing the attention of the man who previously tried to scan him. Then it's explained that the Dynasty Guild needs the Goblin Chief's crystal core, which is a rare item, and their young master is trying to obtain it right now. They even posted a notice for all hunters, but that core is worth at least 30,000 coins, and they were only offering 10,000 as a reward. The boy asks what the item is used for, and the answer is that it can be crafted into a chief's ring, which raises all abilities by 1 level and increases stats by 10. It's the most powerful item below level 40, and the protagonist is surprised by that statement, saying it's something incredibly difficult to be in the hands of a rookie professional. Soon our boy promptly walks off, saying it doesn't matter who it is. No one is going to get in his way or interfere with his level farming. The mage is stomping on the corpse and saying that a rookie without a guild dares to challenge them, asking if he has a death wish. Lin Moyu, however, with a serious tone, orders them to get out because they're getting in the way of his leveling. The older man promptly kicks the corpse, saying he must have hit his head, as he's messing with extremely powerful people. But the boy remains skeptical and orders them to get out of the way immediately because they're interfering. The redhead reads the protagonist taking to level 12 necromancer and wonders what this class is about, but says he's too stubborn for a rookie. Everyone around him tells him to stay away from those people because they're unreasonable and will end up killing him without hesitation. However, the apparent leader of the area realizes that when looking at the protagonist, he feels nervous and questions why he's suffering so much in his presence. Preparing to attack, he says he'll kill him if he takes one more step forward in his direction. And our boy, without any hesitation, simply does as he was warned, stepping forward. The men quickly get ready, and the leader orders them to kill the protagonist immediately. The level 25 mage promptly raises a barrier, saying that no matter how strong his summon is, it won't even be able to kill him while standing still. But then he questions what kind of creature it could be and why it's so powerful, since his shield can withstand up to 5 attacks from a warrior of his level. Our boy activated the Fury ability, and the man thinks he'll die from the next blow that hits him. And suddenly, out of instinct, he ends up using the fire ring of repulsion to push the corpse away from him. Then he yells for everyone to stop just watching and start attacking while thinking he barely survived. A knight charges forward, saying he'll completely destroy the protagonist's summon without any difficulty. But upon being repelled, he questions how that's possible since he's many levels higher. The older man orders them to kill the summoner, since the summons will disappear afterward. And so the archers prepare, saying he dared to challenge the wrong guild, and that he'll die because of it. Everyone tries to shout for our protagonist to be careful and dodge, or he'll be brutally killed if hit. However, the young man raises his hand, summoning his skeletons to appear right then, protecting him with their weapons without any difficulty against those attacks. The archers question how that's possible, since summons shouldn't matter that much if the summoner's level is so low. The mage realizes this is extremely problematic, having to face numerous enemies all at once. So he decides to run back, ordering them to stall him as much as they can, and then uses Serpent Dance, a level 20 mage skill and the most powerful attack that can be learned at that level. When it hits, our boy remains unharmed in the middle of those flames that blind the vision of his opponent, who then smiles, boasting that the protagonist must have died in the fire. We can see the explosion starting to fade slowly, and the corpses remain still in place. And then they charge toward the guild, who are confused by how many there are, thinking to themselves they're being overwhelmed in numbers. The mage promptly raises his staff, ordering everyone to form up to launch an attack. We see that many blessings and buffs were applied to the entire team to try to deal with our protagonist, and the redhead thinks their guild is extremely experienced and knows how to work as a team, so they're unbeatable against a solo opponent. Our protagonist commands everyone to step back, and the bystanders obey, sweating cold. The boy promptly opens his hand using the soul flame at that moment, then throws it at one of the archers in a single strike to eliminate him without any trouble, while a woman tries to cast a healing spell. And the mage thinks it works, saying that the healers from the Dynasty Guild are the best. However, the woman with her hand over her mouth says the archer is dead with no chance of getting back up. This shocks the leader even more, leaving him confused and questioning how that's possible. And he wonders if his group is really going to be wiped out by just one person. Our protagonist coldly orders all of his soldiers to attack those who are in the way. A knight promptly uses his shield to try to defend and protect the others. However, with the undead using the Furious Strike ability, it's impossible for him to hold for long. The mage shouts for help as fast as possible, questioning where the support and those who give blessings are. And suddenly, one of them ends up seeing a blue flame in front of him, questioning what it could be, until suddenly the fire spreads across his entire body, and we can clearly see that both of them are eliminated with extreme speed. The mage with his cloak states that everything's over there because their formation is breaking down little by little, and in desperation he orders everyone to run, saying that the bastard they're fighting isn't even human. Soon, a skeleton impales one of the men while our protagonist states that there's nowhere to escape from his army. And so he uses Corpse Explosion, explaining that after being enhanced by his talent, the enemies will take damage equal to 100% of their HP from the corpse explosions, since a tank's health is often much higher than any other class. If the damage is 100% of their HP, no one will survive. One of the men tries to approach the leader, desperately begging for help, and we can clearly see his veins bulging as he watches his ally's body explode right in front of him. Terrified, the man can only fall backward, stating that what he's seeing is an image from hell and can't be real. Our boy keeps walking without any concern, watching the explosions happening around him. He wipes the blood from his face as he approaches the portal in front of him, and to completely eliminate any trace of what happened, he decides to use Corpse Explosion at that moment. The onlookers say that the members of the guild died, and not even the corpses were left behind. One of the men says they'll come back to kill anyone involved, so everyone should leave so they're not mistaken for accomplices, because no one will be able to find them. We then jump to half an hour later, where the apparent young master says he still hasn't obtained the Goblin King's core. One of his companions says something's very wrong because there's no one there, confusing the blonde who questions what happened to Jiaoju's group. Someone orders a message to be sent, saying that if they're nearby, they'll respond immediately. Feeling tense, the older man says he's sure something is wrong, because they may have been at battle that didn't even leave traces of their corpses in the end, and that's why it's dangerous there, so they'll leave as quickly as possible to avoid anything bad from happening. Our protagonist an hour later is still killing the final boss of the area. We can see they even obtain a magic book from the monster, and while observing it, he thinks that another core didn't drop, so it really was a stroke of luck. But the magic book in his hands is quite useful, as it can improve his soul flame and corpse explosion that was useless for his skeleton warriors. He's already reached level 13, and experience points are getting harder to gather, so soon he'll need to finish the dungeon 3 more times to reach stage 15. That's a bit slower than he wanted it to be, but it should be enough to enter Xiajing Academy, so he uses teleportation. As soon as he leaves the place, he realizes that everyone had left, which was expected. After all, it's the best option for them. The next day, we see Sui arriving at the location already at level 10, and she says she can finally challenge this mine. But then the girl is shocked to see Lin Moyu already there entering the dungeon alone. She says she can't believe this is happening and that it'll be easy to find a team, so she won't lose to the protagonist. 45 minutes pass, and our boy is already able to summon at least 72 skeletons at once. Extending his hand forward, he says it's time for this boss to finally wake up and face him. And in a comedic tone, he warns that the boss will always die in the end and should just accept it, because dying at the hands of the protagonist is extremely fast after all. 12 more hours later, the boy laughs, saying he only has to come back 3 more times, and by now they know each other very well, so it won't be a problem. After reaching level 14, he has a total of 76 skeleton warriors who have already raised their stats up to 2,300, and it's a shame he can't improve the skill of his army. Suddenly, someone approaches, calling out to our protagonist and clearly injured. It's Sui, who asks what level he's at now, and the young man replies that he's at stage 14. Upon receiving the answer, she is surprised and questions how it can be so fast, since she's only at level 11 at the moment. She says that even if someone can solo a dungeon, there's no way to level up that quickly, and the gap between them is growing at an overwhelming pace. The girl states that she won't lose to him, and our young man watches Xia, wondering if she's going to enter again without having to wait for the cooldown. We can promptly see an hour later where she's already exited another dungeon and is out of breath, and then she yells that she's a level 11 mage looking for a team and thinks she needs to go a few more times. Our protagonist states that this girl is extremely competitive, though he hasn't found a chance to ask her a question. An hour later, she exits the place stating that she won't lose to Lin Moyu, who tries to call out to her. However, someone announces that they're about to enter the dungeon and only need a mage, and she immediately volunteers. Half an hour later, she arrives saying she's exhausted and that she finally reached level 12 and will soon catch up to our protagonist. The boy asks if she's not tired, to which she replies yes, saying she doesn't want to move a finger anymore, but still can't stop. Angrily, the girl says that after living in the protagonist's shadow for so many years, she will definitely surpass him this time, and the boy covers his face, thinking it's unnecessary. Soon the girl says that she has to enter Xiajing Academy just like him, to which our protagonist replies that she should do it on nightmare difficulty to improve. However, the girl says it's impossible because she needs an elite team to complete it, and would need professionals at level 17, and no one would accept her. With that in mind, our protagonist finally asks how she's able to ignore the dungeon's cooldown time. Xiajing is surprised that he doesn't know how that's possible, since she thought he was really impressive. But then she says that if he asks nicely, she might even tell someone as gloomy as him, who stays silent. The girl says he's really no fun, then explains that she has a cooldown item that allows her to cancel the dungeon's timer. The boy thinks something like that is truly amazing to exist and sees that 3 of the 10 uses are already gone. He asks if that thing is expensive. She says yes, because her father cried to get one of those. The girl says there are only 2 days left and she can still use it 7 more times, but she still has to go 9 more times to reach level 15, so she's going to die of exhaustion if she keeps going. Our boy watches the situation and stays silent for a moment, thinking things through. And he says he can team up with her as she shares a talisman, surprising her as she remembers he's able to complete the dungeon alone. So she says she'll accept the help and will make a good team with Lin Moyu, and even if she can't catch up soon, she'll surpass him someday. Our young man then tells her to rest because they'll go in 2 hours, and his companion takes the chance to enjoy a long nap and recharge. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, uses meditation to recover his spirit during this peaceful moment. As soon as they arrive at the portal, it's said that the 2 hours flew by unbelievably fast. The boy promptly uses the talisman and selects nightmare difficulty as usual. However, the girl is startled and wonders why he chose that since it's very complicated. Upon entering, she realizes that the creature's stats are extremely high and questions if he selected it by mistake in the end. To which our protagonist tells her to stay close to him, making her question if the boy has gone crazy because they'll die if they move forward. But in her thoughts, she's sure he'll laugh if she tries to run away from the dungeon. Our young man tells her to walk a little faster and asks if she's scared, to which the girl yells no. And then she's surprised to see that the goblins and monsters are running away from the skeletons, as if they can't do any damage to those creatures. She then questions what the protagonist is doing, luring the monsters in a certain direction at that moment. Suddenly, she's shocked with wide eyes upon seeing something that leaves her completely paralyzed. It's the Mine Wolf King, which is twice the size of the normal version from the dungeon. We can see the bodies of goblins being thrown from above toward the enormous creature standing in front of them. And our protagonist takes advantage of this to use corpse explosions and thinks to himself that killing them and using the explosion will save a lot of time. The young girl is startled to see her experience increase by 30% in just an instant from that death. She questions what's going on since she's never seen anyone complete a dungeon like that or even heard of such a feat. And as soon as she sees the body already dead, since her last team took over 20 minutes to kill that Wolf King who now was killed in seconds. He then calls her to continue, and Xiexui asks if he's completing nightmare level dungeons alone. The girl asks if he's been doing this since level 10, to which our protagonist coldly replies yes without any hesitation. Only 10 minutes have passed since they entered and they're already nearing the end at an overwhelming speed for this young girl. Previous teams took over an hour to reach the final boss, and our protagonist is doing it so easily it seems natural. And just like that, she notices the final dungeon boss was also killed in seconds by Lin Moyu. Following this, both of their experience bars grow, and it's visible that our boy suddenly leveled up to level 15. Then upon observing her own bar, she states that the gap between them increased once again in the end. When checking the rewards, she notices there's a longsword instead of a staff, and our protagonist asks if she needs it. To which she says yes, since it's a unique item and the best one for those under level 20, but she'll have to ask her dad for money to buy it. But then she picks up the item our protagonist threw, which is actually the rarest object in that dungeon, the one she needed. Grateful, the girl asks if he doesn't need it, to which he says he has a spell book and doesn't like using a staff that much anyway. She says she didn't even notice where he got the book from and asks if the boy doesn't care about the stats weapons give. Our protagonist thinks that gathering corpses and blowing them up is the best option because it saved a huge amount of time, and with a few more runs he can reach level 16. Kneeling next to the boss, he apologizes, saying he'll have to eliminate it a few more times to get stronger. The girl then asks what he's doing since the monster can't understand him, to which he replies it's a habit of his that helps maintain his sanity. She looks at him and wonders who even apologizes to a boss, since that creature is there to kill him above all else after all. And then she states that our protagonist is a strange guy, but actually kind of cute, even with these horrible creatures. Our protagonist says they're leaving and continuing, and the girl follows him with a smile on her face. As soon as they're teleported back, the boy uses the artifact again, so they can go for another round. In the second dungeon, it's clear they got more equipment, and even the girl looks happier. 5 runs have already passed, and just with that, our protagonist has gained a massive amount of experience. The girl says the talisman is finally depleted, and there's still a day and a half left until the exam, meaning they can still clear it 2 more times. Then Xiexu says the protagonist is close to leveling up and could really end up being a champion in the end. It's explained that if he earns enough points, he could be very useful at Xijing University and might even get a chance to enter the University of Creation. They say that's the elite of the elite, to the point where the best member of the city of Xihai got in and was the only one who could. She believes our protagonist could be the second, and director Liu would smile with extreme happiness because of it. In the end, our boy wants to enter Xijing because his sister is there, but he'll take a look if he gets the opportunity. The girl quickly notices the protagonist's friend, who's struggling to find a group to enter the dungeon because he's a level 11 knight. Lin Moyu notices this and says they'll take him along, and the girl agrees with an excited smile. We're then taken to another place where an older man shouts, questioning why the dungeon was shut down since it could have caused a war among the country's powers. For a few days, it's better to stay at the guild since he managed to reach level 16 and still has to wait for the exams. The blonde guy asks what they're going to do about Joji, who has been missing for a while, and admits he's worried about the situation. And the old man says he found someone who will be able to track him down, and if an unknown person did something, they'll have to face the consequences. The blonde, on the other hand, notices his friends are together at that moment, and so he assumes they might be on some kind of date, which irritates the girl, who says she'll tear him to pieces if he keeps it up. The youngest says there's no need to take it seriously, and she explains that they're taking him into a dungeon, and he'll be able to reach level 12 before the exam. In tears, the boy thanks them because the university he dreams of requires a minimum of stage 12, so passing the exam won't be a problem. The girl says she won't take him if he keeps acting weird, and the blonde apologizes, saying that if she ordered his death, he carried out on the spot. The girl keeps getting irritated, so the boy decides to change the subject, asking how long is left before their cooldown ends. She replies that it'll be at least 10 hours before they can enter the dungeon again and complete the challenge. Realizing this, the knight says he'll go kill some wild monsters and wishes our protagonist luck in winning Xiexu's heart. The girl, annoyed, throws a fire blast at her insolent companion, who keeps making those remarks. Desperate, the other guy runs off, fleeing the fire blast amid laughter. Xiexu says he's a complete idiot, and our protagonist says he's just the type who likes to tease, so she doesn't need to worry so much about what he says. 10 hours later, the blonde guy says they must have chosen the wrong difficulty since this one is nightmare level, to which the girl tells him to just go with the flow. And with a confident tone, she says she's not going to be the only one impressed by our protagonist's abilities anymore. The blonde immediately says that in nightmare difficulty, a monster could easily kill him, and the girl tells him not to hide behind a mage since she has even less defense than he does. Meanwhile, our protagonist uses his corpse explosion to eliminate the dungeon boss quickly and without any trouble. His companion says it's absurd because a creature like that needs a whole group of people to be killed, and even then, it's difficult, though the girl says it's not that serious. The knight promptly says he'll be the protagonist's lackey, asking to be taken on future raids. And in a comedic tone, he says he has no pride left since he can't be the knight type when his boss is right there in front of him. Our boy says he can let go now, implying he'll take him along, and then thinks just one more dungeon run and he'll reach level 16, with his companions at levels 15 and 12. After that, it's just a matter of time until the great university exam begins. Sometime later, we see the top of the wall where one of the men says today is the children's return day. Owen says she's imagining the results, and another old man says the 2 geniuses from Old Lu's Academy are aiming for Xiujing University. And the bearded man responds that it's true because his 2 best students must have at least reached level 15 to achieve that feat. Then in thought, he says one is the brother of a girl with a legendary class, and the other is the pride of the Xia family, so they might be able to create a miracle. Someone starts approaching, a level 12 gladiator, which surprises the head of his academy at that moment. Another person approaches, a stage 13 eagle-eyed archer, impressing everyone there for having reached such a high standard. The elders begin to argue, and one of them says levels don't mean anything because the important part is the exam results, and no one above level 14 has shown up. Then it's said that Director Lu's students are taking a long time, and they assume something might happen to them. However, the three of them promptly approach the area, radiating a powerful aura. The bearded man says it's great news that they returned safe and sound and asks what level they've reached. The mage and the knight managed to reach levels 12 and 15 in that short period of time in an exceptional way. All the elders are impressed because the girl managed to have an 80% chance of entering Sijing University, making the old man very proud. However, our protagonist is the most surprising one, as he's a level 16 necromancer, shocking everyone present, because he accomplished an unbelievable feat for the second time in a row in this era, and one of the elders notes that they must have completed a dungeon non-stop and looks at the equipment. They're wearing items from the Goblin Chief set, which are rarely dropped during the waves of that wretched place. The elder promptly says they should get on a bus that's heading straight to the academy and thinks to himself that these youths have left the elders completely astonished. Our protagonist keeps in mind that it's plausible to aim for first place to get into the Creation Seminary, as entry is guaranteed. The next day, his spiritual energy is fully recovered, and he has a total of 100 skeletons with 2,500 status points, making him physically at his peak. The blonde, upon seeing our boy, raises his hand and calls him using the honorific boss. His companion also notices him and is surprised for a moment. He then asks if they're ready, and the reply is yes, since he's been preparing for a long time. The girl says they'll meet again at Sujing University, and the young man agrees. It's said that with this teleportation stone, everyone will be sent to the exam area, and they should prioritize their safety during the process because their lives are what matter most. In the center of Jiangning Province, our boy states that there are tens of thousands of people gathered there at that moment, and suddenly, the test tower shouts that it is being activated. Then it states the exam rules. They must not talk or ask questions, and unnecessary infractions will result in disqualification. Two people begin to talk, questioning whether it's really not allowed to even ask questions at any time. And then the tower immediately disqualifies them for strictly violating the rules. Our protagonist says that his friend must have realized this quickly, saying that it's a good sign after all. It is then explained that the test tower will give tasks according to their professions. Combat types will face extreme battles against powerful creatures. Support types will face adverse situations, but they must prove their worth. After completing the basic tasks, they can choose one of 3 difficulty levels in order to complete their tasks. It's then said that the exam points will determine whether they are selected for the universities they aim for, and the score is more valuable than gold coins. They are allowed to use any kind of equipment, but support items are strictly prohibited, and their storage will be sealed during the event. They are then instructed to form a line to enter the tower, and our protagonist realizes that participants across the country must number in the millions at this point. And upon realizing this, he notes that this place doesn't resemble the dungeon he's been facing, as it is filtered according to his class. The examiners above say that the necromancer should be classified as a rare type mage for now, as they've never seen one before. Our young man is impressed when he sees that his enemy will be a sorcerer type creature. Then the system informs him that he must eliminate it as quickly as possible, and our protagonist notices that he cannot see the monster's stats. The boy says that kind of thing doesn't matter, and so he prepares his soul flame at that moment. He then completely incinerates the creature, not giving it any chance to counterattack. The examiner is surprised to see that the boy reached a historic time of 0.1 seconds, qualifying it as an instant kill. One of the examiners approaches because he heard talk of a new profession, and another man says there's no stable way to assess the capacity of that profession yet. The old man, realizing this, says he should increase the level, and in the second test, the difficulty should be of legendary class. If he fails, it'll award 100 points to the first place, but if he passes the second test, then the elder himself will give him 1,000 bonus points as compensation. We then see a level 20 werewolf sorcerer appear in front of our boy. Quickly extending his hand, the boy uses the soul flame to eliminate the creature. Everyone is surprised to see that it was defeated with a single strike, and the elder decides there's no need to continue, so he should proceed to the next stage. The tower announces that the first phase of the exam has ended, and out of 10,000 people, only 5,000 have passed, and the results will be announced. And the girl observes this and realizes that our protagonist is truly absurd for having finished with a time of 1 second and won't let herself be defeated. The blonde, on the other hand, questions why he's not among the top ranks, since he should be in first place, and assumes there must be a mistake. However, our protagonist wonders if he went overboard, and the tower informs them that the second round may cost them their lives, so they must consider their limitations. In case of danger, they can shout for resistance. They will keep their points, and our protagonist realizes that this round is about killing the most monsters in 30 minutes. Wang Zihao, the level 16 berserker, decides he'll kill a monster on infernal difficulty to earn 5 times more than the normal level and reach first place. Hexax Sui, on the other hand, realizes that mages aren't good at close combat or effective against very strong enemies, so her victory lies in quantity. All the examiners calmly observe the participants, since most of them are choosing infernal difficulty due to confidence in their current levels. However, none of them know which difficulty the necromancer Lin Moyu chose, and a man says he wants to see it too. Our boy smiles and states that the candidates will have a hard time fighting continuously for 30 minutes. But he is an exception, and therefore selects infernal difficulty with extreme confidence. All the examiners notice this and say the protagonist must be capable of reaching the top ranks. After all, this young man seems like he came from heaven. Soon, elite werewolf warriors are brought in to fight them, all level 13, which doesn't surprise our boy. He says their stats are extremely low and claims that candidates wouldn't have a chance to eliminate creatures of this level, then uses his ability. Immediately, his level 16 skeleton warriors are summoned to the battlefield to fight, and the boy easily eliminates the creatures while thinking it takes 5 seconds for others to appear, so 2 skeletons are more than enough. Everyone is shocked to see that his summons are extremely powerful, and that this new class is far stronger than anyone had imagined. The blonde, eyes burning, yells for everyone to come at him, and the administrators think he doesn't know how to manage his energy. In the end, even Xuexu, who chose an easier difficulty, is currently 1 level above him. However, everyone ends up seeing that our protagonist is simply sitting down eating, while his summons do the fighting, and they make a note of it. The oldest examiner says the boy is quite interesting after all. Then Wang Zihao declares that it's finally over, and he must have eliminated 50 infernal difficulty monsters, assuming that first place is his. Panting, he asks the tower to show the rankings right away, as he's extremely confident in his skill. But then he's shocked to find out he's in 4th place again, and wonders how this discrepancy is happening between 1st and 2nd place. Since the respawn time of each monster is 5 seconds, it's only possible to kill 12 in a minute, so he would need to kill 5 every minute to get 1,800 points. But our protagonist completely exceeded this by eliminating 301 almost instantly. The elders are amazed by this, saying that their student is utterly ridiculous, and admit that even Su Kaingui, who was extremely talented, only got 700 points. On the other hand, it's revealed that the 3rd round will be a boss fight, and so he chooses nightmare difficulty to eliminate it with ease. Soon, the werewolf captain appears at level 15 with very low stats, and our boy says it doesn't even compare to the monsters in the Exit High Mine dungeon. Now he understands that they can't send monsters of that difficulty, which disappoints him, so he commands more skeletons to emerge from the shadows. On the other side of the arena, we see the blonde laughing while his eyes burn with excitement from the fight taking place. Elsewhere, Xuexu is fighting the creatures from a distance, since she's an elemental mage taking advantage of her long range. Meanwhile, another person uses their invisibility skill to hide from the monster and strike with a critical hit when the chance arises. However, our protagonist once again kills the creature instantly, and has proven that his summons can even use skills. They can't even evaluate the true extent of his power, so they decide to wait until the 5th test round to see how far he can go. However, our protagonist, upon observing the list, notices that his friend Gao Yang is also giving his best, having reached rank 670 even as a knight. Then it is announced that the 4th round of testing will begin, where the enemies will be enhanced, and they must choose whether to give up or continue. The blonde, noticing this, realizes that this is his chance to shine and reach first place, finally entering the place he longs for. With the current rankings, they won't have any trouble entering the top 100 universities of the Empire, so he will respect those who chose not to give up. Each person will face 10 waves of monster attacks, totaling 100 enemies, and after 1 minute, more monsters from the next wave will appear. The last wave will be composed of a boss monster, and only those who kill all creatures will pass the test. Each enemy is worth a total of 10 points, and upon completing all levels, the score will be doubled at the end, allowing for a total of over 2,000. We can see that there are beastly warriors, mages, and even experienced fighters among them. The elders want to see how our protagonist will perform in this test, since the best way to defeat a summoner is to eliminate him. However, the elder believes that this round won't be enough to stop Lin Moyu, as he has an extremely positive feeling. And with that, our boy says this is the time for his army to start warming up and eliminate the creatures ahead. 3 skeletons are more than enough to handle the creatures in front. To eliminate the mages, our protagonist uses his soul flame to prevent them from reviving their allies. With a single attack, it's enough to make the creature scream and writhe in its final moments of death. Everyone is impressed that the young man was able to make a third summon, and they say the stronger he becomes, the happier they are to see his growth. Our young man even yawns, saying that this test is too easy and doesn't come close to the thrill he felt the first time he entered the Exahai Mine dungeon. The men say this is getting boring, so they'll stop watching him and focus on the other participants, to which another person agrees. We then see Xu, who thinks that a mage's strengths lie in area attacks and long-range combat, so she'll do very well in this round. On the other hand, Wang Zihao is proving to be a true berserker, eliminating the creatures with extreme ease while his eyes glow. The participants say this is insane, as the protagonist is absurdly powerful, with skeletons that kill everything in their path. Gobian says that's his boss and starts telling the story of how he soloed a nightmare-level dungeon, which makes everyone call him a liar. In the end, only 5 people made it to this stage of extreme difficulty. One of them is Feng Shu, a holy swordsman who knows the rules of his class very well, and because of that, is achieving excellent evaluation. On the other hand, Wang Zihao used his berserker ability, which increases his strength by 500% for 5 minutes, but decreases his speed by 200%. It's clear that with this massive power boost, he's able to eliminate the monsters far more easily than before. However, our protagonist, on the other hand, states that the final wave of monsters has finally arrived, and eliminates it without any difficulty. Then a man announces that the 4th round of testing is over, and only 5 candidates remain, showing the ranking board, where our protagonist takes first place, and everyone is shocked to see it, since the 4th round was already hell, and they can't even imagine how the 5th will be. The blonde states that according to his calculations, the final stage will determine the winner of this round. The girl says she's among the top 5, so she should be able to enter Xia Jing Academy without any trouble. And we see Zhu Mei, who has the same goal and is giving her all to get into that university. But the man says they must give it their best, or they will disappear among the eliminated, and if they want to enter that university, they must push themselves. Our protagonist and his companions state that the moment has finally come, and the rules for the 5th round will now be revealed. They will be taken to a special place called the Battle Space, where there will be over 100 monsters per round, including captains and bosses. Everyone must pay attention to the pace of their eliminations and the change in score, as this place is divided into 5 stages, and each stage grants different points. When they enter that place, the examiners will only be able to see their score changes, so if they have any aces up their sleeves, now is the time to use them. We then see a chart explaining each round, the points obtained, and especially the level of the creatures. Upon arriving, our protagonist realizes he can feel a deathly aura and assumes an unimaginable war must have taken place there. He concludes that this is meant to simulate a more advanced and true battlefield, where death happens at every moment. And when analyzing the creatures, he notices he can only see their levels, without any information about their stats or abilities. Looking up, he notices that the sound is coming from other monsters calling out to their companions. When one of his skeletons attacks, it can't kill the enemy immediately, so he concludes their constitution must be higher than expected. But that's not a problem, because he can easily land a second blow to finish them off without issue. And as soon as he does, he uses corpse explosion to clear the surrounding area. The examiners are shocked to see that Lin Moyu has already taken action and gained 500 points, killing 10 monsters in the first stage. Our young man laughs, stating that they use their roars to attract enemies, and in that case, he'll have to wait for the rest of the monsters to come. But then he notices that the corpse is disappearing, which means his skill will become useless, since they vanish after 10 seconds. So he realizes he'll need to slightly change his strategy to eliminate the creatures more efficiently. Deploying 9 skeletons, he gives the order to gather the remaining monsters into one spot. And once that's done, one of the skeletons attacks the monsters to leave them with low health. With all of them successfully grouped, our protagonist uses corpse explosion at that exact moment, creating a wave of destruction that completely wipes out the creatures without any difficulty. Everyone is shocked to see the protagonist do something unbelievable they couldn't even witness. His score increased by 4,500 all at once, as if he had killed 100. The elder admits that the necromancer class is extremely powerful and wonders what the true extent of his power is at this point. Observing the arena, he clearly notices there's no need to wait a full minute for the creature to respond like in the previous round. Suddenly, he looks up and sees massive fireballs coming at him out of nowhere. He immediately commands his skeletons to shield him from the attack so he won't take any serious damage. The creatures are able to withstand the blow without any difficulty, and none of them are destroyed or even break formation. It's revealed that the attackers are level 16 lizardmen sorcerers using a skill called Fire Rain, and our boy says they've finally shown up and he's going to take advantage of it to start his turn. The horde quickly begins charging toward our protagonist to take him down. However, his army positions itself in front, ready to annihilate any threat that approaches their master. The skeletons swiftly begin defeating them without any difficulty, while Lin Moyo keeps walking forward with confidence. It becomes very clear that the warriors are able to destroy the monsters without any struggle, and our young man takes advantage of this to use corpse explosion, eliminating all the monsters that have been killed through a consecutive wave of thousands of explosions. Everyone is shocked to see the protagonist's score jump by 6,000 in an instant. They assume it's due to area attacks, which are incredibly powerful. The elders even begin to argue that this class has surpassed the legendary level, though one of them says they can't make that claim yet, since being strong at a low level doesn't necessarily mean much. The boy looks ahead with a serious expression, realizing that the death aura has grown heavier, signaling the start of the second phase. There are at least 40 groups of beastmen scattered throughout the area. Each group is at a higher level than the last, and their numbers have even doubled, but that won't be a problem. Back with the examiners, they say they haven't seen anything like this in 100 years, and Lin Moyu truly has skills that are considered insane. It's suspected that he has awakened his innate talent, making him a great blessing to the human race, something that only happens once in decades. It quickly becomes clear that our protagonist has already reached 34,000 points at once after the previous events, and everyone is shocked to realize that he has entered the second phase, since a monster in that round is worth 100 points, and he just killed more than 100 in one go. Soon we are taken to Xijing, capital of the Divine Summer Empire. We then see the true body of the test tower floating in the middle of the city. From afar, a dark aura begins to approach the place, causing even the animals in the street to sense its presence. A sudden attack begins to fly toward the tower, which shouts, asking who would dare to make such a reckless move. It then forms a huge golden hand to defend itself, while the shadow declares that the facility cannot stop its attack at this moment. We soon see both energies clash, creating a strong shockwave in the area. The tower's system questions whether the creature desires death and charges toward it using the golden hand. The beast, on the other hand, says this is merely a clone, so it can be killed if desired. However, there are still people inside the test after all. Suddenly, the golden hand crushes the creature's head, eliminating it with relative ease. People are flying around stating they didn't expect the remnants of the abyss to launch a stealth attack, targeting the children who are the future of the country. They even infiltrated the space tomb inside the tower, which is derived from the abyss itself, thus benefiting them. The man known as Bai Yuan says that time is now on their side, and one of the men replies that it will take an hour to adjust things on this end. Our protagonist wonders what's going on and what happened to the monsters that suddenly disappeared. Then someone steps forward and catches his attention, appearing familiar. It's Xu, making our protagonist question in his thoughts what happened, since he should be meeting other candidates. The girl explains that she was killing monsters when they suddenly vanished, and our protagonist admits he's not sure what's happening, as this situation is abnormal. Suddenly, other people arrive at the scene, one of them being Wang Zihao, who asks what's going on. Soon the one known as God Bai appears floating and urgently asks the children to listen to him. The elders outside question why this being has appeared, as they don't understand what's happening inside the battle space. Then the oldest one explains that demons from the abyssal world have invaded the battlefield, and they are working to correct this space's rules, which will take 1 hour. Xu is shocked as she sees no way they can survive, but the man reassures her, saying that if they join forces, they can endure against the abyss. He then declares that the children of Shenzhou will not fear battle or death. Seeing this opportunity, Wang Zihao raises his sword, saying they must not fear what lies ahead. He takes on the role of a leader, and everyone begins to cheer and shout the motto spoken by God Bai at that exact moment. Lin Moyu thinks that the weakest monsters from the abyss are around level 70, but if a man like that says they can win, it must mean the enemies aren't truly powerful. On the other side, the elders say the abyss is targeting the purpose of the great exam, which is to find the best of humanity, currently in the 5th round, and one of the elders tells them to stay calm. They must not panic and must believe in the white god. Slowly, everyone begins to calm down. One of the students points upward, saying that the blood moon of the abyss has finally appeared, and its power is starting to move toward them. All the knights step forward to protect the others, but the presence declares that this is nothing impressive, because in the end they will all die. 1 hour is more than enough to eliminate them, though it's a pity it won't be able to savor the delicious bodies these humans possess. Our protagonist watches the monster approaching, a level 19 abyss-infected orc warrior. People begin to calm down and feel confident, knowing there are level restrictions in the war zone, and they might be able to handle it if everyone is united. But then they're shocked to realize that an enormous number of these creatures are appearing, at least elite monsters, enhanced to their maximum. Hejeksu asks our protagonist what he's going to do, to which he replies that it's troublesome, but they can still handle it. In the end, what matters is the experience. They can gain a lot of experience from these monsters, especially since they are enhanced and receiving various mutations in their bodies. The voice laughs, realizing they are afraid, and says that Godbai may have told them to stay united, but they can't face a force of 100 that eliminates one by one. Wang Zihao promptly states that he can't move because their auras are making his body stop responding to his commands. Meanwhile, the others on the podium draw their weapons, preparing for a battle that seems difficult. Our protagonist steps forward with confidence, and his army begins to advance without any fear. Hejeksu questions what he's doing since there are about 100 level 19 elite monsters there and he can't handle that. However, our protagonist tells his friend to go back, which she firmly refuses. He then says she can do whatever she wants since it won't affect him either way. The others notice that he's a level 16 necromancer and question whether those summons belong to him. They want to join him but remain afraid. Even so, they overcome their own despair to try to follow our protagonist, who looks in their direction. The girl declares that the people of Shenxia will fear neither war nor death as long as they continue breathing. The presence laughs, saying someone really wants to die, calling him brave and claiming he could be considered worthy of becoming a slave to the Demon King. It then says as a proposal that our protagonist won't be able to refuse. The gates of the abyssal world will always be open to him. Lin Moya, with a smile, says he's about 50 meters away, and that's more than enough distance for his ability. Everyone is surprised that he stopped and questions the reason for it. Our protagonist, however, raises his hand surrounded by blue flames, saying that here is already enough for him. He then summons his entire army from the shadows to aid him in this difficult confrontation. A total of 100 are summoned, shocking all the other test participants, since this class is truly unique. The spy admits the speed is incredible, as even with a class focused on speed, she can't compare to these monsters. It's seen that with a single furious strike, the army can handle the monsters without any difficulty. However, some of them remain alive and even manage to counter the skeleton's attacks at that moment. And we can see that their constitution has dropped, which our protagonist estimates must be around 3,000 strength. He then thinks that for them to withstand attacks, the creature's constitution must be around 3,500, which is perfect for using corpse explosion, since it gets stronger. As soon as one is eliminated, we see our boy gain the equivalent of 8,000 experience, which is a good amount at that moment. He then uses corpse explosion to eliminate them easily and gather all the points for himself. And with that, a flash appears in the sky, marking the beginning of something much greater. Everyone wonders what happened since the body that was there has now vanished amid a blast of energy. Then it's revealed that those who die by explosion turn into another larger blast afterward, like a chain effect. They are shocked that he killed them all and question what kind of ability that is and why it's so powerful. The berserker asks how Lin got so strong and says he should have awakened that class instead of his own, and everyone around agrees that the young man is incredible. The president says that's impossible, that kind of power shouldn't exist in the world, and declares that the protagonist has angered him and he will drink and feast on his flesh to make up for it. Soon the moon begins to emit dark energy, causing several monster hordes to appear around the area. The spirit questions what he'll do to deal with this, since everyone there is going to die in this moment. However, our boy stares at the moon, stating that the demonic presence must be in that place, and his skeleton warriors withstand all kinds of attacks and eliminate the creatures coming to the area. Then our protagonist takes the opportunity to launch a corpse along with himself toward the enormous floating orb, which is the moon. The demon says he's a lunatic and questions what he's doing at that exact moment. On the other hand, our protagonist uses that corpse beside him as an extremely powerful attack, and once the barrier breaks, he uses the soul flame to strike the monster in a single hit. Our boy is surprised he didn't kill it immediately like he did before. However, the demon questions what kind of ability this is and why it can feel its soul burning, saying that it's impossible for such a profession to exist in this world. On the other hand, our young man lands on the ground with extreme elegance and firmness. Thus, he declares that if one invades the battlefield, then they must pay the price of not being prepared for death. On the other side, an old man can be seen surprised by sensing something unusual. The abyss's interference force is weakening at a terrifying speed, as if something truly happened. Furious, the elder god questions whether all the candidates inside the tower have died, and if so, he will eliminate whoever is responsible. However, the older one says he can feel the life aura of many human beings, and the demon king's consciousness aura has returned much weaker and was injured. Promptly, Godbai admits that he was startled for a moment, and the old man tells him not to release his killing aura like that, as it is extremely terrifying. Soon, Godbai says this is strange and questions who could be capable of injuring him, since all the candidates are currently between level 15 and 16. The demon keeps screaming that he will kill the protagonist, repeatedly summoning all of his minions at that moment to eliminate him. It can be seen that even the others who are being attacked change their focus at that exact moment to head toward our protagonist, who is frightened by the fact that his corpse explosion has leveled up and wonders if it's because he used it repeatedly. To test it, he decides to watch the army coming toward him while declaring that this is the right moment to shine. At that moment, our boy managed to level up tremendously due to those corpse explosions. Everyone is shocked by that as he is using these strange creatures to rise in stage and thus states that they are safe thanks to him. Our boy promptly orders his army to throw the bodies toward the moon, and once done, he says the presence cannot escape. The demon king promptly states that he will remember him and that once he reaches the abyss, he will punish him. But he is soon interrupted by our protagonist's corpse explosion, which causes immense damage at that moment. The battlefield returns to normal and everyone is surprised to realize they managed to win. Outside, the old man states that the abyss's consciousness has been completely eradicated in this whole situation. Even the tower is managing to restore itself at this moment, and because of that, Old Bai asks how the children are doing. His answer that there were no victims, which impresses him. After all, he didn't expect such a feat to happen and wonders what occurred inside. For safety, they will teleport the children back while reconstructing what happened within the battlefield. Shueisui asks if our protagonist is okay, with an almost romantic tone, to which he responds that he is. Soon, Godbai appears as a hologram saying they will be sent back to the testing site, where the results of this important test will be announced. The girl says she couldn't even damage those monsters and says it was incredibly lucky to have our protagonist by her side in that situation. Soon, everyone heads to the main combat exam where they are being evaluated and awaiting their scores. The old man says that's the least of it since academies have high standards, and these evaluations will have to be carefully analyzed. He wonders what exactly happened in there, but is more curious to see how far our boy managed to go during all this time. The examiners can be seen observing the scene of what occurred within the space. Godbai realizes that our protagonist is someone extremely powerful while watching him on the big screen. His existence was only recently discovered, and he didn't expect his class to be so strong after all, stating that he may have even awakened stronger talents. The others say this year's evaluation is a bit difficult, but with the exception of Lin Moyu, all others will need to be discussed gradually. Soon, the big screen is shown where the protagonist ranked first with the maximum score and excellent level. Director Liu starts to get emotional and shouts the protagonist's name while his friends say he will brag about this for over 20 years. The girl congratulates him, saying that the young man really managed to get the highest score in the province, and our boy gives a small smile in gratitude. However, this reaction is unusual for Xiaoxu, who watches him calmly. And then, in a comedic tone, she says that he looks really good being happy like that and asks why he doesn't do it more often. The old man is also impressed to see that Xiaoxu came in second place, and her companions congratulate and even envy her at that moment. The others had similar scores, however, Wang Zihao was the only one who did poorly on the test. The man questions why this is happening, as not even the top 20 academies will accept him if this is his result. He then shouts that he does not accept it and questions why his evaluations are so bad without any kind of evidence. The tower, realizing that he violated the rules, immediately disqualifies him. Soon the officials state that the student with the highest score this year was Lin Moyo. We can see Gao Yan celebrating that his leader is truly incredible for achieving something of that level without any kind of injury. But then the officials ask everyone to be quiet because they still need to deliver one more title, coming directly from the Imperial Order to our protagonist. He's become the top national scorer of this year, surprising everyone present at that moment. Even Director Liu wonders if he heard it wrong, as this is something truly incredible. And so he starts ascending to the skies, questioning if it's really true, while his companions tell him to be careful not to die in the process. The other students become extremely excited that our protagonist achieves something of such a high level and start shouting his name. Soon, the other candidates recognize his excellent approach to congratulate him on his result and thank him for the help he gave them. They both say they will meet again at Xiajing Academy and will treat him to a good meal. Shueisui says that he's a guy who doesn't talk much, and even though they've been classmates for 3 years, they haven't exchanged more than 10 words in total. However, our protagonist seriously states that he has used a total of 26 sentences with her so far, and this leaves her embarrassed while the others chuckle slightly, realizing they actually have a great relationship. We see our protagonist's house, where he says he'll he'll be going to the same academy as his sister and announces to his grandmother that he got the best national score. Soon, there's a knock at the door calling for him at that moment. When he opens it, he realizes it's Director Liu and asks why he's there in that exact situation. And suddenly, he feels an overwhelming presence coming from behind the man, turning what seemed to be a simple visit into something much more intense. The boy states that with such a terrifying aura, he can't even breathe as easily as before. Soon, his skeleton comes out of the summoning to immediately protect him from this potential attack. However, God Bai says that he had a good reaction and then suppresses his own aura at that moment. The boy promptly shows respect by bowing and greeting the two men who were there at that moment. This important man came to talk about matters regarding Xiajing Academy and notices that our protagonist is calm, serene, and has excellent instinctive reactions. Soon, it begins to turn to dusk amidst the boy's situation at that moment. The director asks not to mind since the protagonist's sister is currently at the academy, meaning he has been living alone for this past year. This god knows very well that having both siblings entering such a notable academy is something extremely rare after all. And upon observing the skeleton warrior of our protagonist, he questions how his attributes can only be at 250 despite fighting against unbelievable monsters. The young man is impressed as apparently others cannot see the attributes enhanced by his passive skill. Soon, the man promptly asks what talent was awakened, and the boy explains that it's something related to amplification that increases the level of all his abilities and stats. The man now understands how everything makes sense and says he has two things to discuss. First, a reward, and second, taking him to the academy. Our young man asks what kind of test will take place in the coming days, which was mentioned by the elder, and is told that not many details can be revealed. Lin Moy was surprised that it's up to him to decide, and since it's such a secret, then the nature of this objective must not be ordinary. The man explains that he can't say much, but this test is a very rare opportunity, and originally he wouldn't even have been able to participate in it, and our young man accepts. Soon the man laughs, saying he will now hand over the rewards for the national first place, which apparently are some skill scrolls. The old man first hands over a card with 100,000 points due to his score, where such a score is worth more than gold coins at the academy. And the second part consists of skill scrolls that are extremely rare even for the most experienced. As for the third item, it cannot be given at the moment as it will depend on his performance in the battlefield space of the Summer Divine Tower, being something very precious. Our young man understands this and then states that for Lord Bai to be reminding him of it, it must be something extremely important to do in that tower. The man tells him to get ready because he will take him to Xijing Academy. And outside, the director says goodbye to our protagonist, wishing him good luck on his journey. As soon as the teleport is completed, we can finally see the facility of what the academy looks like, the one Lin Moyu always wanted to enter. The young man looks at the gate, impressed by the architecture of the place for a moment. And so God Bai decides to explain that the entrance is a kind of weapon that even high-level specialists would pay a price to try and force their way in. It's soon explained that this is the residential area where he will stay and someone will come to guide him the next day when a person approaches. This red-haired boy questions the identity of our protagonist since God Bai is being extremely cordial and even polite to this person in front of him. The redhead asks if he is Lin Moyu and asks where he would like to stay during his month. They have several dormitory options for 4 people, 2 people or 1 person, each with a different quantity and a huge price difference. This boy says that our protagonist should save his points because he'll need to use them later, to which the young man agrees and chooses a single person room. The redhead is surprised by that and asks if he's sure in the end since earning points isn't exactly easy, to which our young man says yes. As soon as they arrive at the place, the boy is going to scan his identity card to register the payment. The machine deducts a total of 2,000 points, but then the boy is shocked to see that our protagonist has more than 133,000 points at the moment. The boy says that it's a reward for being the national champion, surprising the other, who says he must really be someone powerful to have achieved such a feat. And with a smile, he says that this room is now his dorm and tells him to get good rest and not forget to pick up the communication device. Our young man looks out the window and notices people practicing their skills, and in this kind of atmosphere, he thinks leveling up will be pretty quick. The next day, someone rings the doorbell, causing him to end his meditation. And a familiar face asks if Lin Moyu remembers her, to which our young man says he would never forget someone like her. Soon they both head out, and the assassin says she's taking him to grab some breakfast and show him around the academy. At the cafeteria, we see that our protagonist is grabbing a bit of food while his friend is piling her tray high. The girl is surprised that he's using points to pay and tells him not to because they accept coins at that location. Our young man says he doesn't have money, which makes the girl say she'll lend him some whenever needed, but he shouldn't waste points since they're hard to earn. Luckily, only 5 points were spent, but then she notices something that catches her attention. It's the fact that our protagonist has such a massive point total, which leaves her speechless for a moment. As they leave, the girl explains that he should use coins instead of points in places where that's allowed. Even if he has a lot, it's good to save them for various situations. Our young man has just handed over a gift, the core of the Goblin King, which is an extremely rare item. The girl says it's worth a huge amount of gold and he could sell it for over $1 million, and she asks if he's really giving it to her just like that. Our protagonist says yes because she's a good friend to him, which makes the girl completely blush, and she says she won't refuse it, no matter what. After some time, they end up exploring the whole place, and our protagonist gets to know all the areas of the academy. The girl promptly explains that the enrollment procedures are complete, but Lin Moyu asks why he can't see information about his sister. She says that she might be on a confidential mission from the academy, and she may have entered a more specialized school, such as the Divine Creation faculty. The girl says he doesn't need to worry because nothing will happen, and so Lin Moyu becomes more confident about heading to the main location. As they enter, the young woman calls for her sister Tao Tao, saying that she brought the national champion there. The girl promptly introduces herself as an elven knight of level 23, to which our young man replies that he's a necromancer of level 17. However, a mage nearby says he must be joking because he can't go around bringing people with no value into this place as if they were important. Everyone around tells him to watch his words because the protagonist got the highest score on the national exam. However, the boy says that compared to them, that means nothing. He's seen the previous scores, and they were all just a bunch of trash. He then approaches the protagonist, saying that he may have been introduced by Mr. Bai Shen, but he shouldn't think he can do whatever he wants just because he has strong connections. In his hidden dragon team, everything's about strength, and if the other dares to come along in this trial, then he better keep his mouth shut and not make noise or get in their way. Our protagonist thinks that not even the young lady from the Xia family is as arrogant as this guy and asks if he's ever washed his mouth out with soap. Irritated, the boy promptly asks what he just said while preparing a fire attack at that moment. Suddenly, the elven knight steps in front and asks how he dares to attack, then orders him to stop because it's against the academy rules. The mage says he'll do so out of respect for Sister Tao Tao, but there won't be a second time. The girl explains that they'll meet again at 9 o'clock and that the content of the trial can only be discussed the following day, and Lin Moyu thanks her. His friend says they need to go buy some things and make a few preparations for this mission, which will be difficult. The girl says that Ling Zhen should keep his complaint for after the trial, to which the mage replies that he just wanted to see what kind of person replaced his brother's spot. The young woman says he's not ordinary and has a newly discovered class and achieved the highest score in exam history, which makes the mage go quiet. Our boy's friend says not to argue because he's completely crazy and states that they should buy some healing potions along with the communication device. The young man places the items on the table, asking for help with the purchase, and the girl requests 10 red and blue potions along with the communication device. Our boy is promptly identified while his companion says she'll be bothering him anytime from this day on, and so she tells him to exchange contacts and add each other as friends, which the young man does without difficulty. Arriving at his room, the girl says goodbye, saying she'll see him the next morning, to which the boy replies with a friendly tone that he will. Sitting on the bed, he realizes he still needs to prepare more for the trial and uses the primary skill scroll. The system informs him that everything was successful, and he acquired the action Curse of Slowness, which reduces the speed of his enemies by 50% and lasts 10 minutes. He then thinks his talent is truly capable of enhancing skill sets to an insane level, turning a simple ability into something completely incredible in his hands. Overall, he can be categorized as a summoner of attack and curses, and regardless of the type, all of them are important and very powerful. He hopes to learn more skills in the future to further expand his arsenal. The next day, we see the girl calling him, saying the sun's already shining and she's waiting downstairs so they can have breakfast together. After that, the team leader says that once they are teleported, they shouldn't wander off, and the mage tells the boy not to slow them down. The girl starts an argument saying they'll be fine, to which the leader says they should sort this out after the trial, and for now, they will introduce their classes. Miao Yu introduces herself as an elder elf of level 20. Another is a priest named Duan Gao, also in the same level range. Ling Zhen, with an arrogant attitude, claims to be a sorcerer of level 21. Jing Tao Tao introduces herself as an elven knight of level 23, holding a rare class. Our protagonist and his friend introduce themselves as a necromancer and shadow assassin of levels 17 and 19. It's stated that in this trial, they must work together. Otherwise, otherwise they will end up in a lot of trouble. Soon it is said that the Hidden Dragon team is ready to begin the teleportation to the trial. Everyone is taken to a mysterious place where there is a dark tower full of chains. The young woman recognizes it as the divine structure of Xia, making Moyo realize that the monument is in the sky, and he wonders if it is this divine power that is teleporting them at that moment. We then see that they have arrived at the Mermaid Island, which is located within that enormous structure. The leader explains that it is a mission stone, which they must touch to learn more about the trial. As soon as our young man does so, he realizes that they must enter a dungeon with a team of 6 people and obtain a mermaid tear. It is said to be located in the center of the island, and he wonders if this item has some special priority to be dropped. Tao Tao says she didn't expect this trial to be here, which makes her companion question her experience and what she knows. She explains that it is an extremely rare item that creates equipment, and besides the divine empire of Xia, other countries are also coming to this island this year. In total, they have 10 teams in the Hidden Dragon Academy, and they are Team 2, which means they will have to fight against teams from several other countries. The girl asks what they will do if they encounter such enemies, and it is said that they guard the dungeon entrance to prevent others from entering it. But they must not let their guard down, as deaths have occurred before, and if a conflict arises, they must handle it appropriately so their lives are not in danger. Our protagonist tells his friend not to worry. After all, they won't face that kind of situation again. Once everyone is ready, the leader asks Du and Gao to apply the buffs, which are quickly given to everyone there at that moment. Our protagonist thinks his stats increase by 30% along with the power of this ability by 20%, lasting for 1 hour. The priest is truly a powerful class, but it doesn't compare to the effect of his own talent, so he decides to test whether it works on his army as well as on himself. Everyone is startled to see an undead summoning, which the assassin says is quite cute and even protected her before. Our protagonist asks to boost the status of his summon, which the man promptly understands. He then states that his abilities cannot be applied to the creature, and Lin Moyu thinks his talent is interfering with the amount of damage that can be delivered. However, not knowing this, the sorcerer says the summon is as useless as its master since it can't even receive buffs. Our protagonist, together with his warrior, observes him cautiously as if they are ready to enter a decisive battle at that very second. The mage with his staff charge asks if our protagonist desires death. Quickly, the leader steps in front and asks if he's gone mad, saying they're in the middle of a trial and they can fight later. However, Ling ends up feeling a strange sense of death from the summon looking at him, and his body becomes cold and stiff like a board. The trial soon begins, and everyone must run immediately to the island at that moment. Their target is the mermaid dungeon, and for that, they'll need to move quickly and avoid fighting monsters if possible, which everyone understands. A creature can be seen in the distance, submerged in water, apparently cooling off, but then it dives deeper into the area to hide, and soon it leaps out, revealing itself as a level 19 merman soldier that attacks the team leader. However, the girl manages to counter using her daggers along with her shield, successfully handling the creature with no difficulty. Following this, the assassin jumps over the monster while a fireball flies in its direction. The soldier is quickly defeated, and Captain Jiang Tao Tao obtains a fish scale from the creature. After the single yet extremely troublesome enemy, another one approaches from behind at that exact moment. Now monsters at level 21 are already appearing, and at this pace, they'll need 3 hours to reach the center of the island, so they must lure and delay the monsters to advance. The mage says she's using wind binding and tells everyone to run as fast as possible because she has everything under control. After 20 minutes, they are close to the location, but they are still very far behind in this situation. She questions whether they will have a chance to advance, and it is said that there are many monsters and only a few can be controlled, as they've already reached level 22. Attacking directly will put them in danger, and they cannot afford to be surrounded. It would take more than an hour if they decide to take another path. Our protagonist promptly steps forward, saying he can do it. The mage mocks him, saying he's just a level 17 rookie who should keep hiding behind the women in this situation. The captain asks what his plan is, and he says he can simply use his skeleton warrior to distract the Triton monsters and create an opening. The young woman understands this and is surprised, then says she'll leave the situation to him. Quickly, the creature charges forward, and everyone notices it has extreme agility even at level 17. With a clear path, everyone moves forward to head toward the center of the island. Soon the skeleton is recalled back into the summoning space, while the leader says Moyu did a good job and she owes him a lot at that moment. The mage keeps saying they will already reach the top of the mountain if his brother were there, and the assassin tells him to shut up because he can go alone if he wants to. But the sorcerer continues being arrogant and says the protagonist is degrading himself and not showing anything useful, and Moyu says this is the last chance he's giving him. Suddenly, the girl ends up shouting for everyone to run as fast as possible because several monsters are coming toward them, and soon the leader orders an immediate retreat. They realize that the one responsible for this is someone from country Y who possesses the unique class of Shikigami Summoner. This man then uses several magical and strange papers, throwing them at the group, causing mythological figures to appear, and everyone says they've heard he can even summon ancient gods. The mage asks what they're doing because at this rate they won't be able to reach the top of the mountain. The summoner orders them to stay there, saying that the mermaid dungeon belongs only to his country, and then laughs boastfully. Everyone in the group curses him and says he spared no effort to subdue such weak people, and that they can't wait to kill him. The leader asks if our protagonist can do something, and the boy raises his hand to perform a feat. That feat being using his skeleton warrior to lure the monsters in another direction, though it's said that unfortunately 2/3 of the monsters are still there. But then our boy surprises everyone by summoning a second skeleton warrior and giving the monster a pat on the back, telling it to go lure the monsters. Quickly, as the other horde arrives, our protagonist's summon appears to attract them, and everyone is extremely grateful for it. Everyone then thanks the one who did such a thing, since now that everything is stable, they can go after that Shikigami summoner to move forward. The mage gets irritated seeing all of his companions thanking our protagonist and saying he's amazing for doing that for them. And the other man, on the other hand, questions what's going on because he doesn't understand how they got through all those creatures so suddenly. He then orders the archers to get ready as he must find a way to deal with these invaders who handle the tridents. As soon as the arrows are fired, everyone screams that they're from the archers of country Y. The mages raise their protective shields, but even so, it's unpredictable, and some arrows end up hitting unprotected members. However, our boy says the fight has begun, and his friend feels safe because her skeleton warriors are protecting her. After the first round of clashes, the teams split up and say they need a mage to regroup and suppress this team. Then the arrogant one approaches the captain, saying he wants to join another team at that moment, saying either he stays and the protagonist leaves or the opposite, and the captain must decide. And all the members say he's going too far because they wouldn't have survived without Moyo. The assassin says Ling Zhen is really shameless for wanting to get rid of the one giving them the best chance right now. However, this mage is confident that his captain will try to keep him after all. He's the one dealing the most damage in the group and could get the protagonist expelled from the team. But the woman stands up and says that if that's the case, then Ling Zhen must leave the team immediately. The mage is completely stunned upon hearing such words coming from someone considered his friend, and he questions why she wants him to leave. After all, she's practically saying she no longer wants to enter the creation seminar. But his companion says that he forgot her profession. She's an elven knight who has her own beliefs and cannot comply with that man's demands. Annoyed, the arrogant one understands and then walks away, hoping she won't regret what she has done. Our protagonist promptly says that they are going to enter the dungeon, making their leader confused by that statement. However, it is clearly seen that Yayi tells them to go in, making the woman question what they will do inside. The priest and the mage observe the situation from afar, saying they will accompany them. But they state that in the worst case scenario, they can retreat and it won't be that dangerous with a healer around. But they wonder why the assassin trusts the protagonist so much. Sometime later, we can see a portal submerge beneath a nearby waterfall. The men say to capture those intruders because they don't have permission to get close to the mermaid dungeon, which is now their property. However, the companions say the protagonist helped them with his summons and that they won't let him be intimidated by this stupid country. On the other side, it's clear that the mage is happy about this, saying that in the end, they are truly longing for death. Regretfully, the strongest from country Y sends a huge creature in the direction of our protagonist while his allies provide support. Soon, the elven knight steps forward with her shield to withstand the blows. But our protagonist raises his hand, asking for his army to rise at that moment. And with a single strike from that summon, the creature is completely destroyed along with the appearance of the protagonist's army in that place. All the other group members wonder how the protagonist can summon so many, and those skeletons are blocking all of those massive attacks. The people from that country question what kind of profession this is and state that these skeletons are incredibly strong and their attacks become ineffective against them. With the announcement that they are entering the dungeon, all those men charge forward to stop the protagonist. He then selects the nightmare difficulty while those other presences around approach. But as they try to attack him, it is visible that he is already teleported inside the place without taking even the slightest bit of damage. The men are completely enraged by that and can only bite their tongues in frustration. Inside the place, Lin Moyu observes the surroundings of his current group. It is clearly seen that his expression is relaxed, but the area leader is worried about the situation. The girl says not to worry. After all, the protagonist's skeletons are very powerful, and the young woman understands and says she'll do her best to protect them from attacks. Thus, the healer and the priest must take care of crowd control and boost their strength while advancing through that hell filled with monsters. However, suddenly the system informs that they just killed a level 21 elite Triton, and they begin to question what happened and the reason for that amount of experience. Soon it is seen that the protagonist's skeleton eliminates another monster without any difficulty in a single blow. Our boy orders them to keep searching for the target, and the leader realizes that his skeletons are so powerful, they're stronger than a perfect team. The assassin quickly says they need to hurry so they don't fall behind the protagonist, and the leader says they should move forward, but the priest at least wanted some time to process everything that's happening. The creatures barely stand a chance against our boy's army, which uses the rage attack to increase its damage and speed up the advance. Tabadeo realizes this is the first time she's felt so relaxed while clearing a dungeon. She doesn't even need to step in this time. The other two supports say they can't really do anything, and the healer says they'll just stay in the back and keep going with the tide. Suddenly, they end up arriving at a dead end, and there are apparently no dungeon monsters in this place. But the assassin tells them to look down because the boss seems to be right here and now. And so we see a Queen Triton Serpent of level 23 with absurd stats, even higher than the Goblin King that Lin Moya faced. The woman says she'll lure the monster. Our protagonist tells her to stay back because it's not necessary. And so Lin Moya's army jumps down from above to eliminate anything that opposes their master's existence. However, the boss uses a move called Whip to eliminate those who get close. Everyone notices that the serpent is very agile even in an unfavorable location and despite having such a large body. But our boy states that there's no need to worry and thus uses his slowing curse. Everyone notices that the serpent becomes chained at that moment, with its speed becoming even more obsolete and futile than before. The group leader is impressed by this ability that our boy possesses, which she claims is nothing special and is just a necessary support. In her thoughts, the girl acknowledges that the necromancer class is extremely powerful and wonders what else it can do besides these summons and unique abilities. The snake continues to retaliate against the attacks to survive the onslaught and uses a move called Death Strangle. And upon noticing one of the creatures coming in its direction, it spits extreme venom toward the protagonist's skeleton. However, since they are undead, the poison has no effect on them, and so the monster attacks the serpent. Soon after, it thrusts its sword into its mouth to finish it off right there. Everyone can feel the ground around them collapsing, and the system informs that they have just killed the level 23 Triton Queen's serpent and received 50,000 experience points for it. The priest is in disbelief because he did nothing and still gained a lot of experience, and the assassin tells him to stop talking nonsense and keep moving so he doesn't get left behind. The eldest says they should follow Lin Moyu, as the name of the last boss was the queen of the Triton's pet, so the next enemy lies ahead. As they walk, a putrid smell of rotten fish is clearly noticeable in the area, which reveals itself to be a cave with a temple beneath it made of ivory. Inside, there's a massive number of monsters waiting at the site, which begin to be counted. In total, there are 60 patrols, meaning 180 Tritons, and all of them are enhanced elite monsters that can't even be compared to the previous ones. Our boy, with a flame in his hand, thinks to himself that the more monsters there are, the better it will be for him. The leader promptly questions what he's doing, as his skeletons are very strong, and even so, he wants to follow a path without any strategy. It becomes clear that these creatures are extremely powerful, far more than any others they have faced before. They soon use a skill called Stunning Thrust while the skeletons retaliate with a furious attack. The assassin tries to warn that other patrols are advancing and this could get worse. However, our boy raises his hand and tells her to cover her ears because something unbelievable is about to happen. With that done, a flash stains the young woman's face completely, and then a huge number of system windows appear, saying that they gained experience for killing the Triton soldiers. They wonder how such a talent can be so powerful, and had never experienced a notification spam like this before. Soon the palace door finally begins to open to reveal the final creature waiting for them. Being the Triton Queen, a boss-level monster with devastatingly high stats. The protagonist's friend observes for a moment and begins to fall into a trance, and then advances in that direction with her defense completely down while loudly saying how beautiful she is. Our protagonist grabs his friend and his skeleton stop the others from moving forward because it's a mind-controlling enchantment. The support then uses a skill called Clean's Mind and wonders if our protagonist wasn't affected after all. The confused assassin asks what happened to her because she doesn't remember, and everyone around feels exhausted. Then the healer explains that this boss has an enchantment spell, and if it weren't for the protagonist stopping them, the entire group could have been wiped out. Several bodies can be seen being thrown into the place, and the queen's aura begins to spread throughout the area. Her appearance changes to a more slender and demonic form at that moment. She then uses a skill called Terrifying Scream that echoes with the water she releases. The team leader states that with a normal team, it would take less than an hour to defeat her, but she can't predict Lin Moya's movements or what he will do. The queen's power stats are something even the skeletons can't compare to, and the assassin adds something that comes to her mind. It's like a pack of wolves foolishly trying to attack a lion, where it's hard to tell who will be the winner and who will be the loser in this fight. The monster promptly uses its trident to charge for the creature, and so he throws it at one of the skeletal soldiers to finish it off quickly. The system informs him that the skeleton was completely destroyed but can still be revived. The team leader orders the priest to prepare because the battle is about to begin at any moment, and as soon as the protagonist's skeletons fall, they will advance. But our young man says there's no need for that and extends his hand forward, using the slowing curse. Chains promptly spread across the queen's skin, covering her back and torso. As a defense, she tries to use the wavy wave's ability to attack them and eliminate the threats in her castle. It's visible that the skeletons manage to partially withstand the blow, but some end up being destroyed in the process. The system informs the protagonist that 12 of the soldiers have already been completely obliterated at this point. The leader says they can't hold out much longer and that it should soon be her turn, telling Lin Moyu to order the others to fall back. But the boy shouts no and uses his ability to raise all his soldiers, summoning more than 87 at that moment. Everyone watches this completely insane scene unfolding in front of them, and in shock they question how this is happening. It even feels like a dream, and it's no wonder the assassin has so much faith in him. But even she didn't know he had gotten this strong and has been doing it at a pace far beyond her expectations. It's clear the boss is having trouble dealing with multiple targets attacking at once, so she uses an ability called Queen's Tears to try and clear the area at that moment. It's explained that this lowers their sanity by a certain percentage, but our protagonist states that his skeletons are dead souls and feel nothing. And so it becomes clear, a queen crying red tears while being defeated, and giving the protagonist more than 80,000 experience. Soon, the Triton's tear is obtained, and they manage to complete the mission with extreme ease. Everyone says that with this, they might even get into the Genesis Academy, and they thank the protagonist, saying Lin Zhen was useless in the end. Lin Moyu asks if his friend has an artifact to reset, and once confirmed, she asks if she's planning to do something. Soon with the item in hand, the girl says she'll use it immediately to reset the dungeon's cooldown. Everyone outside is shocked to see that our protagonist already left at such speed that not even half an hour had passed until that moment. But then they start laughing and say that they didn't even face anything and ran away, adding that the protagonist's skeletons are just for decoration. Our boy's companions say it's fine not to clear the dungeon because what matters is his life, and they ask him to come back. However, the mage is upset that they didn't die and wonders what's the point of going as a group if they're just going to run away like that. Then they shout that no one else has entered the dungeon and that everyone must be cautious right now, and the assassin reassures them, saying they can relax because the protagonist is with her. Yell says they'll follow the plan, and her companion happily agrees and uses the recharge talisman. Everyone is shocked to be going back in because it's an extremely rare item, and it was used to enter nightmare mode again. The woman says they can only trust them, to which her companion excitedly replies that they've already seen Lin Moyu's ability, so they'll be fine. Even in nightmare mode, our protagonist was able to clear the dungeon with no difficulty, and so they relax for a moment. Inside the dungeon, the girl hadn't expected the necromancer to help her level up so soon and tells him not to give up along the way, to which he says he won't. Then she says that with the remaining charges of the recharge talisman, they'll still be able to clear the dungeon 2 more times, so they'll take the opportunity to collect all the items. Our boy says it won't be hard because with his army, he is the embodiment of speed itself. We can see the girl has already gained a massive amount of experience just with the help of our protagonist, and the queen's serpent ends up being attacked in the middle of all this with extreme agility, without either of them needing to move. With it dead, our protagonist says it took him half an hour to get here before, but in 5 minutes they broke that record. The young woman says the boy is someone incredible, to which he replies that they should go to the palace as quickly as possible. Lin Moyu and his friends stay in the rear while the skeletons charge the creatures. Soon, they use their fury strike to eliminate them without any difficulty. With that, the guards are already gone, and the queen is finally going to appear to face them. We then see her glorious image emerging in the midst of that place with turbulent waters. The assassin says she will avoid looking at her to not end up being enchanted again. And then she shouts for Lin Moyo to advance, and with a Pokemon reference, says she chooses him for this battle. Our boy promptly uses his slow and curse to prevent complex movements from the monster. The creature quickly starts taking massive damage due to the corpse explosions triggered by the Necromancer. And so the Triton Queen is eliminated, and they obtain the Triton's Tear, which was their main goal. The girl suddenly notices something, her level increasing all at once. She tells the protagonist that he's incredible for helping her, and that they should do it again to collect the rest of the tears. However, the boy thinks back to when he first met her. He was level 10, and she was already level 19. And after all this time, she hasn't changed at all. Everyone wonders why they left again, as this time it didn't even take 10 minutes, and they ask how they could waste such a valuable item like that. But the girl, upon hearing those complaints, sticks her tongue out at them and uses the artifact to reset the cooldown. Everyone is surprised that the duo finished at such an advanced speed, and say that the protagonist is much more capable than they thought. With both of them back at the location, they start a timer saying they'll see if they can be even faster this time, and the boy thinks she looks like a speedrun player. The two of them quickly manage to eliminate the queen without any difficulty, beating the goal in 8 minutes and 58 seconds, 3/10 faster than before. The boy says they're done and that they're going back, while his companion is excited to see everyone's faces. As they leave, it's clear that the others are still laughing at them, saying they're wasting their chances and betting they ran away without even seeing a single monster. Toto approaches, asking if everything was obtained, and the answer is yes, with a hand signal. Suddenly, they see the dungeon disappearing at that moment and question how that's possible, since it shouldn't happen. At that moment, it's already completely gone, which would be impossible unless all 3 tiers had already been turned in. They then realize that this was the case with our protagonist, who says they already finished there and should leave as quickly as possible. The red-haired one shouts not to let them escape, as those items are extremely valuable and must be taken from them immediately. Suddenly, the group is surrounded by all the men, who order them to hand over the tiers immediately. Some question how this is possible, but with the dungeon gone, there's no other possibility, and they start calling them thieves for taking everything. The air around our protagonist group begins to grow heavy at that moment, and then we see the overwhelming presence of someone from a legendary class staring at our protagonist with an extremely angry look. It's clear that his face is pale like a ghost, and he uses all his aura to bear down on the elf. She can only tremble in fear upon seeing this, thinking her death is closer than ever. But our protagonist decides to calm her down by using the Soul Flame spell at that moment. He then fires it at the massive Shikigami summoned by the man. We see that the creature is quickly obliterated without any chance of resistance from the attack. The man is surprised and angry at the same time, saying they deserve to die for committing such a blasphemy in front of him. Then the old man uses his Shikigami summoning with a paper in his hand. He soon summons a massive creature that flies across the skies at that moment, and then he commands the monster to wipe them all out to take the items. The allies say the attacks are useless because they won't even scratch such a massive axe protecting him. But our protagonist promptly uses his shadow ability to summon his army, and so we see the skeletons charging with their fury attack and strength exceeding 2,700. With a single strike, it is seen that the creature falls to the ground due to the immense damage it took. Not even our young man knew it was so weak, and everyone claims that he's an unprecedented monster. The summoner ends up receiving the damage from the Shikigami that was defeated at that moment. The skeletons, on the other hand, continue advancing even after having eliminated the massive creature. We can see that the man with tied back hair spits more ketchup while feeling the damage from his summons returning to him. Our protagonist raises his hand, telling his entire army to head toward that enemy to eliminate him. Feeling fear in his veins, this man can only scream in despair, and so he begs his summon to run as fast as possible in order to retreat and prevent further problems from occurring. Everyone is surprised by the fact that these summons are extremely powerful and question the level and class of our protagonist. However, the one who summons Shikigami states that a level 17 necromancer must have awakened a talent to become so powerful, and says he must report this information. Thus, we see our boy being protected by his army of undead with a look of maximum threat. And so the creatures begin to walk toward those who are allies of the Shikigami summoner. However, one of them realizes the danger and says he's out of this situation because he doesn't want to die or fight against these abominations of nature. Everyone follows that lead and runs as fast as possible, since even someone of legendary class ended up being useless in this moment. The members of the protagonist group are surprised to see that he managed to make everyone flee and say that fighting him would be throwing their lives away in the end. And so while observing him, they wonder where a legend like that came from, as he is completely ruthless and doesn't speak much, being a role model for everyone. We then see the mage getting irritated, thinking that if he had stayed in the team, he would have completed the challenge alongside him. But his ego speaks louder, saying it's not his fault after all. He is much stronger than the protagonist, and he won't let things end this way. With that done, the team leader says the mission is finally complete, and now they can turn in the items to end this difficult journey. The tower watches them, saying everything was done masterfully, that it will now initiate their teleportation. In the hidden Dragon Guild hall, the girl thanks our protagonist, saying she couldn't have completed this important challenge without him. But Lin Moyu's friend says there's no need to be so formal. After all, the young man is a nice guy despite not talking much. On the other hand, the girl says the two of them must have a good relationship since the assassin never stops mentioning the boy's name. Suddenly, the protagonist's watch beeps with a message and it's just arrived for him. Upon checking it, it's revealed to be from God Bay, who is calling him to the academic affairs section for a conversation. He says he watched the video of the challenge and states that the boy did a great job, to which he replies that he only did what was expected of him in the mission. The man is impressed by the calm and serene demeanor of our protagonist and asks him if he knows what the tiers he obtained are for. Lin Moyu promptly says no, breaking the mood and wondering in his thoughts if those items are really that important. It is explained that the proper use of those who reach level 40 can unlock talents with the help of this tier, and that is still extremely rare. It was fortunate that he was there and acquired all the mermaid's tiers, and he asks if there's any reward he would like. After all, he'll do his best to fulfill his request. Our young man says he hasn't gotten any information about his sister and wonders if he might have a chance to ask God Bai about that. Lin Moyu then asks if he could be given some information about someone who is important to him. The old man knew he would make that request and says that his sister is at the Seminary of Creation, and that her information is hidden for that reason, as that place is extremely confidential. Our young man widens his eyes upon realizing this, as Toto's greatest wish was to enter that place, and his companions had already told him it was a good idea. He had no idea that his sister had already entered that place so easily, for she entered the university in just over a year, and within 6 months had already joined the seminary with extreme ease. Due to the rules of this university, the man is forbidden to speak of such information. If he's concerned, he may enter the place himself. That way he can find his sister, and he says he will send the necessary requirements for entry into the Seminary of Creation to help him. But in the end, this old man was already going to talk about his sister, so he won't count that as a reward and tells him to choose another. Our young man thinks there's a rare item he wants, namely the cooling talisman, which is very useful for increasing his strength. God Bai laughs, already imagining he would want that, but says it's not easy to obtain and that he'll have to complete a challenge to get it easily. Lin Moyu says he has no problem with that. After all, even without the item in his hands, he will still be able to achieve such a feat without any difficulty. The old man, holding a stone in his hand, says he must be at level 20 to complete this, and tells him he can go to the instance wing of the university to speed up his leveling, thus concluding that this is a teleportation stone and not everyone is qualified to enter such a place, much less possess an item of this type. Without any delay, our boy uses it, impressing the old man, who admits that he just finished one challenge and is already off to another. Lin Moyu promptly appears at the location, and we can see several teams looking for people who can enter dungeons with them. The boy looks at his watch, realizing he needs to be above level 30 to enter the Seminary of Creation, and upon observing all the information, he wonders if his sister managed to hit that goal in just 3 or 4 months after entering this university. The infernal difficulty is very hard, so he likely won't be able to complete it alone, and he wonders what he needs to do to earn contribution points. Suddenly, someone approaches him from behind, politely asking for permission at that moment. There's an extremely attractive girl who asks if this is his first time in this place. Her name is Shu Han, and she can guide him through the local dungeons, and so our protagonist realizes she must be trying to earn some points. He promptly asks what the price would be for all of this, and the girl becomes tense, saying it's just 100 points for the explanation. She quickly receives the transfer without any apparent difficulty, and so relieved, she sighs and thanks our protagonist at that moment. It's explained that in this wing there are level 20, 30, and 40 difficulties, and on the upper floors it's even possible to find level 70 dungeons. There are also extended dungeons that require 40 people to complete, with the most difficult one requiring 100 participants, totaling 95 dungeons altogether. Each of them has a completion record, and by breaking those, he will earn additional rewards. She then introduces the recruitment and challenge center. This is where he can complete challenges to acquire points and recruit companions. With that done, the blonde asks if he has any questions, and he replies that he wants to know how to gain contribution. The young woman says it's possible to get them by completing challenges issued by the universally on the mission panel. He needs a total of 1,000 points to enter the semi-area of creation, and the highest reward offered is at least 10 points, with the vast majority being just 2 or 3. A bit tense, the young woman explains that it's very difficult after all. Whenever a good challenge appears, someone quickly completes it, which is unfortunate. But suddenly, we see the protagonist's alarm go off, and it said that he just received 50 points, and Duan Bao asks if he got them. Everyone is surprised by that and wonders if they heard it right, as it sounds like a joke since our protagonist doesn't seem to be someone high level. Our young man thanks her for the explanation, to which the companion says there's no problem at all. After all, she was paid for it, and asks if he's looking for a team. However, Lin Moyu doesn't even respond and reaches out his hand to the orb in front of him, and so he sees that the record hasn't been broken for more than 3 years. This is a rare case where he has the chance to shine. He quickly selects the nightmare difficulty in order to complete it without any difficulty. Everyone wonders why he's entering something so weak, since he's someone supposedly under level 20 and question if the information about his contribution points was fake. We are then shown the inside of the place where our protagonist already commands his skeletons to advance, and people wonder what the result will be when he returns. His skeletons are able to handle the small creatures, so he can go straight to the boss to save time. Soon he arrives at a lake, saying he found his primary objective. Thus we see a mutant turtle dragon with extremely high constitution, being much larger than Queen of Titans, who is 5 levels above. The creature jumps out of the water, and the skeletons try to charge at it, but it defends itself at that moment. Their weapons are deflected due to the super defense that this turtle has in its shell. Our protagonist thinks that the fury attack of his army isn't doing much damage, and because of that, he understands why no one has broken the record in these past 3 years. He then uses his soul flame, saying he's in a hurry and will have to use his strongest ability to deal with this creature. We can see that the monster finally stops spinning after feeling the damage that causes his eyes to roll back. The skeletons promptly flip it over to stop it from continuing to spin. With the battle cry, all the undead charge forward again, using the fury state to boost their damage. And so we see that the final boss has been eliminated and gave our protagonist a massive amount of experience. The boy received a total of 35% of his experience bar, and completing it one more time should be enough to reach level 18, and he wonders what the new reward will be. Outside, the bell can be heard ringing because someone has just set a new record, and they wonder which team could have done it. They are shocked to see that it was a solo completion by someone at level 17, where it's not normal to finish it alone, being twice as fast as the previous record. Our protagonist finally appears with a somewhat confident tone. He notes that he earned a total of 5 contribution points from that single run and thinks this is the best chance he has to farm contribution. Everyone around is surprised that he's returning, and even higher level people wonder if they can follow him. As he approaches the orb, he sees it's a dungeon for levels 18 to 21, which will require him to complete the mutant forest once more. Everyone is shocked to see that he returned and wonder if he is really still at stage 17 at this moment. 30 minutes later, spectators see that he has come out again, now meeting the minimum requirements to move on to the next stage. Looking at the panel, they see the young man set another record in under 35 minutes. It's astonishing to see a legend emerging in that place, and they believe he will also be able to break the record for the spider nest. Our young man stares at it and notices that the time is very similar to the previous one, wondering if that team was really that weak. He apologizes for what he's about to do, but unfortunately, he needs contribution points and thus selects the nightmare difficulty. As he walks, he realizes this is the spider nest, but it has a tremendous darkness that permeates the entire place. Raising his hand, he uses his blue flame to illuminate his surroundings. His vision becomes a little clearer, and we see a spider watching him from a distance. In the end, this place seems to be a sort of labyrinth, so he'll have to use his skeletons to find the path to the boss room. There's a large number of paths, and the majority of his army is entering combat, which greatly disrupts his timing. Looking up, he notices that the small spiders are also dungeon monsters and wonders why they are spread throughout the entire path. So he tries to use a skill to see if he can gain experience from them. He soon realizes he eliminated 100 of them in one go, and in a single wave, he earned experience equivalent to that of an elite monster at the same level, an excellent outcome. But soon he notices something. A skeleton that was protecting him is now being covered by those creatures. Its constitution begins to drop at a frightening speed due to the numerous bites being inflicted on its bones. Our protagonist commands it to return to the summoning space and thinks to himself that this is usually the strategy he uses to wear down the boss. But then he notices there's a failure in the return and wonders if it's because of the overwhelming number of creatures on his soldier's body. So he uses Corpse Explosion to completely clean it off, earning all the experience and saving one of his members. He needs to take advantage of this excellent farming location, so he'll send all of his 100 skeletons in groups of 10, so they aren't overwhelmed by numbers. After 10 minutes, he ends up reaching the Spider Queen, who presents quite notable stats, and he is unsurprised to have finally found her. Raising his hand, he says she really likes unfair fights, so now it's his turn to do the same with his boss. Outside, the girl questions whether he'll be able to do it, to which one of them says it must be impossible after all. Time is already running out to set the record. A single run gave him 80% of his experience, but it's already been an hour and 32 minutes since he entered, and the fight dragged on for too long, so he'll need to complete it again. The girl outside says that too much time has passed and wonders if the young man ended up being killed inside the place. But then she's startled to see that he finally returned and asks if he cleared the dungeon. However, she suspects that's not the case and says it's common to happen, as it's practically impossible for a single person to manage it. Yet our young man says it's the opposite. The blonde is surprised by this because his speed compares to that of a group of 5 people who previously set a record. Even so, Moyu seems like a calm person who acts as if this is just a walk in the park for him. He asks if there's a place where he can gain more experience, to which the girl replies that this dungeon is the best possible in that regard. There's no denying the spider nest is truly a great source of experience, and clearing it equals 4 times the mutant forest. However, the time it takes is very long. He then asks if there's another place, and his friend starts thinking for a moment. But then she says there is the Desert of Tyranny, which he can enter by forming a team. It's a large dungeon that allows someone at level 20 to enter as part of a 40-person team, and many veterans take newbies with them. Our young man wonders if it's possible to complete it alone, but just to enter it requires level 20, which is exactly what he needs to complete God Guy's mission. The boy promptly thanks her and says he'll have to speed up his leveling to reach level 20, surprising the blonde. With a confident smile, Lin Moyo declares that all the experience from that place will now become his alone. All the old men watch the scene on the big screen with a certain enthusiasm in their eyes. Old Bai Yuan says that even though he's already met him, seeing him in action always surprises him. Other men say the boy seems quite remarkable and even surpassed everyone in the Hidden Dragon Guild despite being a rookie. The bearded man asks if he has some kind of talent, to which it said yes, but not many details were asked because that would be too personal and disrespectful. Judging by the challenge, this young man must be excellent, to which the man agrees, especially since his sister already managed to enter the seminary of creation. She's under the care of that old man who always spots talent, and most likely our protagonist will be another chosen one alongside the girl. In the future, humanity will gain 2 new stars, and the black-haired man says that this boy will become something incredible. A one-man army capable of fighting against hundreds of enemies at once and slaying dragons that soar the skies. This time, the young man didn't eliminate all the spiders, but still earned 70%, and the completion time was greatly optimized, and he's about to set another record. We hear the bell ring once again, and everyone realizes that Lin Moyu has achieved something incredible again, calling him super talented. However, another boy says that he's just lucky, making everyone question why he's saying that. The mage says the boy has connections with God Bai and must have been given some super powerful item, and without that, he wouldn't even come close to achieving this. But everyone gets annoyed and questions, so he has to challenge the merits of our protagonist, and one of them even says there's no proof of what was said. Soon, our boy comes out, and everyone is impressed to see he set another record of 47 minutes, nearly an hour faster than the previous one. Our young man promptly looks at the mage, who yells that he's just a spoiled kid who got support from someone powerful and would be nothing without help. The protagonist, with his heavy aura, says he's put up with him for far too long and thinks to himself that he can't do what he wants at the academy with this idiot in the way. However, the guy with his inflated ego says he's not afraid of him at all, but in his thoughts, he admits his legs are shaking because he can feel something terrifying. Our young man turns, saying he's already wasted too much time because of this idiot and needs to reach level 20 today to accomplish his goals. After some time, the boy raises his hand, saying he'll level up as soon as he finishes this dungeon one last time. And so we see that by defeating the monster, he manages to reach stage 20, and we'll now see the change in his attributes. The most notable for him is that his summoning skill finally leveled up, and now we should take a look at the silver grade skeleton warriors. As soon as he does, his spirit is drained by more than 500, which is an enormous amount, far more than before. But upon observing them, he realizes their stats are equivalent to a boss, and even their fury skill has leveled up. His cost is already too high, and his equipment is also becoming outdated, so he should sell it to at least be able to buy some skill scrolls. Soon we see that he arrives at the exchange center, where everyone recognizes him as the legend who set records in the dungeons and leveled up twice in one day. He approaches the place where he can sell his items. As soon as he places them on the table, he asks for them to be dismantled so he can buy beginner skill scrolls. The man understands and asks if he won't use any of them, since at level 20 he might be able to use some silver grade equipment. However, the boy knows he needs something better because these common items won't be of much use. Even though his abilities are notable, they don't compare to his talent, so it's better to look for a practical way to make those items more valuable. The man asks if he doesn't like the equipment sold with gold and suggests he take a look at the point shop, where there are fantastic items. Upon arriving there, the vendor explains that he'll sell them, and so the boy should feel free to browse. Our young man quickly spots a spiritual longsword that significantly increases his spirit, which impresses him. All the equipment there is much better, and the sets give extra abilities, but they are apparently very expensive for a beginner. Even cloaks and rings hold great value at his current level, which could help increase his spirit amount. The set's effect is even interesting in his view. However, there's nothing beyond that, so he quickly loses interest. But suddenly, he hears some people discussing a weapon worth 50,000 points, saying it doesn't even have attributes and wondering where that garbage came from. However, as he approaches, our young man notices the price is extremely high and is sure that few people in this university will be able to afford it. Then it's revealed to be an evolvable weapon usable from level 1 in the Death Spirit set, capable of summoning a general hero. Our young man becomes interested in it, since even his skeleton warriors need a leader to support the troops, and it's part of a very intriguing set. He extends his hand and grabs the handle of that weapon at that moment. Even though it currently has no attributes and others think it's trash, he can see that it's capable of evolving by absorbing the souls of abyssal demons. And so he decides with a smile that he'll take the item with him right now. The man is impressed and asks if he knows the value of it, and our boy says it's no problem and hands over his card. When it runs through the machine, the older man is stunned to see he has more than 130,000 points, something completely unbelievable. That scythe had been in the exchange center for a long time, but he never thought this would be the day it found a new owner. Our boy says there are no abyssal demons available, so he'll just use the skill scrolls and wonders if he'll get anything good. He then holds one and begins his tests, and he obtains a defensive ability called skeleton armor, which is great for him since, with his talent, the attributes increase unbelievably. He then decides to summon it to test how it would work in this situation. As soon as he does, it becomes visible, and it's a spinal column that protects him from any imminent attack. Our young man doesn't seem very impressed, but at the same time he appears satisfied with his new ability. And so he uses the other scroll, which catches his attention and makes his eyes widen slightly. He then raises his hand, summoning the new invocation. It is the Iron Rank skeleton mage who has similar stats to him but possesses a spirit strong enough to evolve with the master's power. Now his skeletons can even attack from a distance, and if they keep leveling up in training, his mages will become increasingly powerful. The next day, he believes his spiritual power is fully recovered and it's time to speak with God Bag. He then arrives at the room and is asked what brings him there, to which he replies that he has already reached level 20. The man is surprised by this, as that speed of progression is far beyond what he had at the same stage. He assumes in his mind that these two brothers are complete monsters and smiles, saying it's a simple mission where he just needs help getting his hands on something. He's been to the instance before, so he must have encountered the Desert of Tyranny, and his mission is to obtain the Karen's heart, which only drops in that dungeon. It is said that the place accommodates at least 40 people, so there should be no difficulty for him, and if he brings the item within 3 days, it will help him obtain the talisman. These items can even be compared to the instance wing in the end, however, the cooldown time for high-level dungeons can reach up to a month, and when these instances appear, that's when the equipment shines. Besides, it's necessary to have this initial item to evolve it, and if he manages to complete this mission, he will be guaranteed the process to enhance the talisman. With few words, our young man says he will bring the heart, which makes the man happy and hopeful that he will arrive in time for the opening. After some time, we see the long-haired, bearded man arriving and asking if he's satisfied with the young man, to which he replies that he's very quiet, but that's what he likes. The old man says that knowing his personality, it's very likely he'll try to do the dungeon alone, and remembers that even Bai entered at level 30 and achieved nothing. But it's indescribable to realize now how powerful Lin Moyo is compared to him at that time. After some time, everyone notices that the legend who broke several records has returned and is now heading to the Desert of Tyranny, an extensive high-level dungeon. Our young man observes the orb, seeing something about the Flying Dragon Guild, and so he says it's not much different from the Hidden Dragon group, and it took 16 hours to clear it with a total of 40 people. The blonde approaches, calling the freshman, who responds to her. She asks if the young man is going to challenge that place and wonders to herself if he doesn't get tired because he's working too hard to be doing this kind of thing after yesterday. Our young man says he needs to get an item called the Karen's heart, which startles the girl as it's an item only dropped by the final boss of the area. It can be used to craft a boss accessory and is something that only drops once a year and hasn't been seen in over 2 years. She then says that he can't possibly be thinking of doing that, since he just reached level 20 and asks where his team members are. But then she covers her mouth upon realizing that our protagonist is planning to do it alone, just like before, and says the Flying Dragon record hasn't been broken in over 4 years. She's extremely worried about him while someone in golden armor approaches. This enormous figure comes up behind her, blocking all the light from behind, and then pushes her aside. These are the members of the Bala Guild, who are trying to break the record for the Desert of Tyranny dungeon. They even came prepared with golden grade equipment, which is extremely expensive. The leader stands at the front saying that this time they will set a new record in this dungeon, and they must be as prepared as possible because if there are any mistakes, he will cut off their heads. Our protagonist realizes they are not joking, so it seems he'll have to hurry at this moment, and he quickly starts climbing the steps. Everyone around shouts that the legend is really going to try it and wonders if it's even possible, because he'll go down in history if he succeeds. The white-haired man asks who would be bold enough to do that alone, and then says this rookie must not know the rules of the place he's entering. He then tells his companions not to pay attention to him because he's just a child looking for death, and they should prepare to enter. Inside the place, it's possible to see a vast desert covering the entire ground of the environment, and the sun is directly above, so it won't be possible to use it to determine direction. And considering that others took 16 hours, the space must be gigantic until reaching the boss. So he assumes he'll need to explore it and immediately commands all his skeletons to go out and scout, discovering more about the monsters. It takes 500 points to enter the dungeon, and to reset the cooldown, it's another 2,000, so his 80,000 points won't last very long. Suddenly, he notices that a monster has been found in the region. It's a desert ghost tree, a super enhanced elite monster, which was something expected in this dungeon. A simple creature has attributes similar to a level 24 boss, and if he hadn't upgraded his skeletons, he would have wasted a lot of time there. Soon we can see that the soldier manages to eliminate the creature and sees that the experience given is colossal, and this place is simply fantastic for farming experience. He then uses his skeleton armor, thinking it's better to be careful since there must be hidden dangers within these dunes. He then starts walking, accompanied by a small battalion of 4 skeleton soldiers by his side. 2 hours pass and he finally reaches a different place, an apparent oasis, full of vegetation and water. But since it comes from this desert, he assumes there must be monsters nearby, and for that reason, sends his battalion ahead. Giant scorpions quickly appear, confirming our boy's hypothesis, who says it was very lucky he didn't get too close. The skull's eyes begin to glow red as he uses the rage attack in that moment to speed up the charge. The giant scorpion is sliced in half with no difficulty, giving our boy a monstrous amount of experience. But then he realizes they're gathering around a strange place, trees with fruits that were probably created by this location. Raising his hand, he asks for one of the fruits to be brought to him, and some skeletons are ordered to hold off the giant scorpions, while the rest collect the items. As soon as he sees the item, he wonders why the creatures were gathering because of it and decides to observe its effects. It's an oasis desert fruit that restores a large amount of spiritual power in a short period of time and is practically divine. The boy promptly takes a bite and realizes that all his spirit points were recovered at an insanely fast rate. With that, he'll practically have unlimited energy in this place as long as there are fruits left for him. And such items are abundant at the tops of the trees at this moment. This place is the holy grail for training his abilities and leveling up, so he summons the skeleton mage. He had already been looking for a way to improve his summon's abilities, but now he found it right in front of him, the spiritual power being endlessly replenished. There won't be any problem, as he can keep summoning mages continuously. Once his skill reaches level 20, the creatures will also be promoted to Pratra rank, thus increasing their strength. The young man raises his hand, saying they should continue until they can't go any further. 3 hours later, we see that the skeleton mage summon has already reached level 20, leaving our boy satisfied. He then commands the skeleton mage to appear, and now it can be seen that it has unique ice attributes. Others that are summoned afterward also possess unique elements and special types. The boy says the monsters must have had a lot of fun killing his army, so now it's time to return the favor. Soon, the 4 elemental summons prepare to eliminate any threat to their master. They then unleash powerful elemental magic to eliminate the scorpions. We can see each of them suffering in agony, as if Mother Nature herself were against them. Their bodies are left in small fragments that shine with their cores. Our protagonist states that this is the true feeling of facing an expansive dungeon. He remembers he would need an army to enter here, but his own summons are more than enough. Apparently, as long as the monsters are close to his current level, there won't be any problem eliminating them. And so we see the entire cavalry charging at the monsters all at once. Right after they are killed, our boy takes the opportunity to use his corpse explosion at that moment, thus creating a true scene of war in this place where peace was supposed to prevail in the desert. All the soldiers charge forward while experience is granted to our protagonist in a measurable proportion. And so we see that the sun is already close to setting, and the oasis is finally filled with immaculate silence. Our boy is surprised to have wiped out all the monsters after all. He had planned to further level up his other skills. At this point, his skeleton mages have already been promoted to silver rank, so it's time to go after the dungeon boss to obtain the Heart of Tyranny. Suddenly, a wave of smoke arrives amidst several footsteps coming in his direction. He wonders if this is a horde or something like that and activates his skeleton armor. He quickly jumps to avoid being trampled by the creatures, which turn out to be desert soldier ants. Landing on
It all begins in the western lands of the Mahidoro continent, where 4 years have passed since Emperor Cardion ascended the throne of the Eshrashar Empire and began systematically conquering every neighboring kingdom that dared to oppose his rule. In the midst of all this wartime chaos was a mercenary who was doing everything he could to bury his own past. His gaze carried the mysterious glint of someone who had already seen and lived through far too many intense moments on the battlefield. But the real story begins when our prota finds out he has to get married, leaving him completely shell-shocked and unable to process the situation. Faced with that sudden revelation, he questions his own father about what this means, only to be told that his bride-to-be is Baron Wibbin's daughter. His father goes on to explain that the young lady is only 16 years old, renowned for her great beauty, and that her only hobby is tending to her garden. After hearing that unbelievable news, the young man decides to open the parlor doors to face whatever destiny has in store for him. And so, at just 14 years of age, he finds himself walking toward a commitment that would completely alter the course of his life. The boy could hardly believe he had just become engaged to a noble lady he had never even laid eyes on before. He freezes completely, realizing that he is actually about to tie the knot very soon. On the day of the ceremony, dressed in a white suit, his mind remains a complete mess, utterly unable to process what is happening. He begins to wonder why on earth such a prominent noblewoman would ever agree to this marriage. He feels incredibly confused as to why an aristocrat would marry into a simple merchant family like his, but his doubts are cut short when the bride finally appears before him and greets him with utmost grace. The young man is utterly spellbound and blushes deeply upon hearing Tyria's name for the very first time. She formally introduces herself as Tyria Wibbin, walking with all the elegance of a true lady. Her golden hair reminds him of fields of wheat, while her gentle gaze and green eyes look like fresh spring sprouts. Furthermore, her fair complexion and cherry red lips instantly catch the young man's eye. If he had to describe her in a single sentence, he would certainly say she was the most mysterious and elegant woman he had ever met. It is at that moment that the boy's father taps his shoulder, prompting Elric to finally introduce himself. Incredibly nervous, the young man bows awkwardly and says he hopes they can build a good life together from now on. Although his head is in a complete whirl, a single clear thought manages to stand out amidst all his anxiety. He realizes that from this moment forward, he will spend the rest of his days alongside this incredible girl. Looking back, that warm feeling taking over his chest was in fact his very first love. He tries to hide the silly grin on his face out of pure shyness, just as they begin to exchange rings. Our prota even puts on a slightly more serious expression to hold back the immense happiness bubbling up inside him. Little did he know, he was completely oblivious to what was actually happening behind the scenes of this marriage. The boy had no idea that this forced union might be deeply hurting her feelings. Later that evening, a heavy downpour begins to fall outside the family mansion, casting a bleak mood over everything. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, a lit candle softly illuminates the silent room. Elric anxiously fiddles with his new wedding band, still trying to process how everything happened so fast. He lets out a silly smile, thinking that such an elegant and dignified woman is now officially his wife. However, his father's words regarding the bride's true situation begin to echo in his mind once more. The smile on the young man's face slowly starts to fade as a nagging doubt begins to surface. He realizes that no matter how hard he tries to find a logical reason, this entire story simply makes no sense at all. Restless, he decides to ask the maid why a young lady of the nobility would ever agree to marry the son of mere merchants. The maid becomes visibly flustered and hesitates for a long moment before answering his question. Noticing her discomfort, the young man begs her to tell him the truth, knowing full well she is hiding something. She lets out a worried sigh and looks away, weighing whether she should truly reveal the family secret. With great reluctance, the woman finally reveals that the entire thing is nothing more than an arranged marriage born out of pure financial interest. She explains that although the bride's family was very wealthy in the past, they are now drowning in debt, and the boy's father demanded the marriage as a condition to bail them out. The deal basically consisted of paying off all the barony's debts and providing the financial backing they so desperately needed in exchange for the union. The maid adds that through this marriage, their merchant family would finally move up in the world and enter the ranks of the nobility. Connecting the dots, our prota asks in a trembling voice if this means the girl was practically sold to them. He is completely horrified and devastated as he realizes the grim reality behind his dream marriage. Feeling a massive weight on his conscience, he begins to panic, thinking about what his family has just done to the young lady's life. With that, the young man abruptly stands up and dashes out of the room, leaving the maid behind, utterly startled. The only thing on his mind was running as fast as possible to offer her an explanation. The young man rushes through the mansion corridors in a state of desperation, wanting above all else to beg for forgiveness for what was happening. He runs without stopping, tears welling up in his eyes, desperately searching for any excuse or justification to somehow comfort her. Exhausted and out of breath after running so hard, he has to brace his hand against the wall to try and catch his breath. The physical fatigue and the emotional toll of that terrible discovery nearly make him collapse right there in the hallway. He continues to pant heavily while trying to sort out his thoughts in the face of such an absurd situation, with his heart in his throat. The young man finally reaches the door of the bride's room and hesitates for a moment before grasping the doorknob. Opening it just a crack as quietly as possible, he hears a muffled sound coming from inside and decides to peek in carefully. It is at that exact moment that the boy hears heart-wrenching sobs and realizes she is crying softly in the darkness of the room. Seeing such a beautiful young lady with her face completely flushed, shedding tears of sorrow, instantly breaks his heart. She was curled up on the bed, hugging her knees in a moment of pure loneliness and despair over having been bartered away. Confronted with such a painful scene, the young man freezes completely, entirely unsure of how to react. The moment he sees her suffering up close, he makes a drastic decision and begins to take a few steps back. He swears to himself, from the bottom of his heart, that he will find a way to annul this unjust marriage as quickly as possible. A short while later, his father is sitting quietly in his study, nonchalantly signing some important family documents. The silence of the study is broken when firm, hurried footsteps begin to echo toward the door. Young Elric throws the doors wide open and shouts for his father in a highly determined and agitated manner. Without beating around the bush, the boy immediately demands that this forced marriage be called off. He throws the truth right in his father's face, questioning if the young lady only accepted the union to save her family and stating that she was practically sold. Desperate to fix things, the young man drops to his knees, begging his father to change his mind. However, the man merely speaks his son's name in an extremely cold, commanding tone. He looks down on the boy with disdain and sharply orders him to stop throwing a temper tantrum like a spoiled brat. The patriarch makes it clear that they are now part of the nobility, and that his son needs to start acting according to his new social status. The icy glare from that man shows that he doesn't possess a single shred of compassion or regret for what he did. That coldness serves as a stark reminder to the young man of the harsh reality he has always lived through. Within that house, he had always carried the painful burden of being viewed as the son responsible for his own mother's passing on the day he was born. To his father, the boy was never anything more than a mere lightning rod for resentment and a convenient stepping stone to acquire more power and wealth. Realizing he would never be able to change the mind of that greedy man, our prota decides to turn his back and walk away. He finally accepts the bitter truth that he has always been treated as nothing more than a disposable tool. It is in this moment of rebellion that he makes the drastic decision that he needs to vanish from that house once and for all. He would do this both to set free the girl who was sold for cash and to completely derail his father's ambitious plans for his plan to work. The young man knows he will have to abandon his merchant family's surname forever. With this firm resolution set in his mind, he steps out into the middle of the storm on that dark night, carrying nothing but a backpack and a sword at his waist. The young man begins to wander aimlessly through the wheat fields beneath the pouring rain. As he walks, he cannot shake the image of his tearful bride from his head, wondering if her sadness stemmed from being bartered away or from having to leave her family behind. An even more painful doubt crosses his mind, making him question if she actually detested him. But at the end of the day, he knows that dwelling on those questions along the road wouldn't change his new reality one bit. He tries to shake off those melancholy thoughts by tossing his head, reminding himself that the decision to leave had already been made. Eventually, the young man's journey brings him to the towering walls of a massive castle under a bleak gray sky. A battle-hardened, scarred veteran guarding the area notices his approach and demands to know who goes there. Upon seeing the fierce determination in the young man's eyes, the warrior quickly deduces that he has come with the intention of becoming a mercenary. Without showing a hint of hesitation or fear before the imposing figure of the veteran, the boy answers that he has to start his new life completely from scratch and erase his past. He takes on the codename Kasha. He completely cast aside his old identity and spent the next 10 years fighting fiercely across various brutal battlefields. Wandering from war to war as a ruthless mercenary, he eventually earned the terrifying moniker of the Sword Demon, a secret that belonged only to the Elric of old. But deep down, he was just a weary man who kept wielding his greatsword in search of a peaceful place to finally rest. Clad in imposing heavy armor, his mere presence on the battlefield exuded an overwhelming crushing pressure. His gaze was now cold and locked in, showing that the fragile boy of the past had given way to an extremely dangerous warrior. On the other side of the battlefield, the enemy troops lined up in perfect formation, fully prepared for the imminent clash. Even though he stands completely alone against an entire army, he doesn't retreat a single step and readies himself for combat. The warrior tightens his grip on the hilt of his golden sword, ready to deliver the opening blow against his opponents. With a swift, lethal movement, he charges into the enemy lines, painting the battlefield red, with his face splattered after the skirmish. He maintains the stoic expression of someone who has long grown accustomed to the violent routine of war. The scene shifts to the interior of a bustling tavern, where patrons converse in hushed tones over their drinks. The establishment's owner looks toward the entrance upon hearing the chime of the doorbell, indicating that a new customer has just arrived. With a friendly smile, the man behind the counter welcomes the visitor, who enters leaning heavily on a cane. It is our prota himself, who now wears elegant civilian clothes but walks with a visible limp, relying on his cane for support. He walks slowly through the room under the watchful eyes of several patrons, who begin to whisper the moment they notice his presence. A few men at a nearby table look taken aback, wondering if he might be the legendary sword demon, intrigued as to why he would ever leave the battlefield. Other patrons notice his injured leg and begin to speculate whether the fearsome warrior was gravely wounded in combat. Our prota ignores the rumors and takes a seat at the bar, where he is greeted by the tavern keeper, who appears quite concerned by this obvious frailty. The young man tries to brush it off, casually commenting that it was merely a minor setback suffered during his final battle. While the owner asks if the injury is serious, the young man opens a newspaper and remarks that he will have to live with this limitation for quite some time. Suddenly, his eyes widen, and he tightly crinkles the newspaper in his grip upon spotting a completely unexpected piece of news. The tavern keeper notices his customer's abrupt reaction and calls out to him in concern, entirely unsure of what caused such sudden shock. The young man's gaze turns incredibly dark, and his eyes gleam with a reddish hue of pure indignation at what he has just read. The news featured a photograph of his own father, the man he loathed so deeply and had been trying to run from all these years. As his mind floods with bitter memories, the loud blare of a steam train whistle echoes, cutting through the calm of the late afternoon. The train barrels ahead at high speed, cutting through a mountainous landscape painted in the warm hues of the sunset. Inside one of the passenger cars, our prota travels in silence with his cane resting beside him, staring pensively at the scenery passing by the window. He still couldn't believe that the face of the man he held so much resentment toward was printed so coldly in that corner of the newspaper. It was the obituary of his father, Hoven Portman, which meant that his primary rival in life was no longer in this world. He remembers when he ran away from home in the past, and how, deep down, he still harbored a faint hope that his father would come looking for him. At just 14 years of age, that innocent, almost childish expectation was the only thing that brought a bit of comfort to his chest. But even analyzing everything through a more mature lens nowadays, he feels that that sentiment wasn't entirely foolish back then. Despite being treated as a mere object to clear the family name, and knowing his father was to blame for the loss of his mother, the blood tie still held weight. After all, he was still that man's son, and in some hidden corner of his wounded heart, a secret wish existed. He desperately wanted his father to show at least a single drop of genuine affection for him, but he quickly dismisses that silly thought as utter nonsense. He realizes that waiting for that paternal love was always just an illusion, and now, with his father's passing, even his hatred has lost its purpose. Now, all that remained was a cowardly version of himself, who would use his own father's funeral as a convenient excuse to finally return home, carrying a profound sense of emptiness and regret. The train finally begins to break as it arrives back in the homeland he abandoned 10 years ago. Upon hearing the announcement that the train has finally reached its final destination at Wibbin Station, the young man prepares to disembark. As he steps out of the station, he is instantly greeted by the breathtaking sight of golden wheat fields shimmering under the sunlight. Our prota observes the landscape with a serene, nostalgic gaze, feeling the gentle breeze brush against his face. He realizes that even though a whole decade has passed since his desperate flight, absolutely nothing has changed in this village. He walks through the quiet, peaceful streets of the town, which are completely decorated with the beautiful reddish hues of autumn leaves. The locals stroll through the area without any rush, creating a scenery that feels both incredibly familiar and completely detached from his life as a mercenary. A few children run joyfully around him playing tag, showcasing a peace that simply did not exist on the violent battlefields. He continues his way at a slow pace, hearing only the rhythmic tap of his cane striking the dirt road. A very faint, subtle smile appears on his face as he realizes he is genuinely happy to be back in this place. The wheat fields, which had always been the grand symbol of the Wibbin estate, remained immaculate, glistening under the golden light of the late afternoon. That view brings back memories of his childhood, when he used to play hide and seek freely with the village boys. He also fondly remembers the scoldings he would get from the maids whenever he came home with his clothes completely covered in dirt. With every new step taken on that dirt road, the memories of the past seem to gain even more strength and vivid color in his mind. The young man lets out a soft sigh, finding it curious how mere recollections could stir up so many emotions in a hardened warrior. But suddenly, his footsteps slow down until he comes to a complete halt right in the middle of the path. His expression grows quite serious as he spots something that catches his attention just ahead. He finds himself thinking about Tyria once more, wondering if the beautiful young lady he left behind was living a good life. He tries to convince himself that she must be. After all, such a lovely and gentle lady had surely found a good suitor and married by now. With that comforting thought in mind, he reaches out his hand to gently brush against the golden stalks of wheat, but his entire body freezes when a woman's woman's voice desperately shouts Tyria's name just a short distance away. Looking back quickly, he spots a blonde girl in a straw hat carrying heavy bundles of wheat, while a maid runs over trying to help her. The staff member insists that Tyria should rest and leave that exhausting, backbreaking work to the people who are actually supposed to do it. He is left completely stunned and can barely utter Tyria's name, hardly believing that his former bride was actually standing right there in front of him. The maid tries to go after Tyria to take the wheat from her hands, but the young noblewoman keeps walking in a very firm, determined manner. Our Prota watches the girl draw closer and closer, still wondering how this was even possible after being apart for so long. The two finally stand face to face in the middle of the vast golden field, bathed in the warm, reddish light of the sunset. Tyria stares at him with a deeply sorrowful and serious gaze, breaking the silence to ask him directly why he decided to come back. Feeling the heavy weight of that question, the young man stammers a bit and hesitates to find the right words to explain his return. Without leaving any room for silly excuses, she reminds him in a very clear voice that she is still, officially, his wife. Our Prota lowers his head, feeling an immense wave of guilt, realizing just how incredibly foolish he had been in his past actions. He feels terrible remembering how naive he was to believe that simply vanishing into the world would be enough to annul a marriage of convenience. After all, if that union could be undone so easily, the young lady would never have been bartered away to his family in the first place. Our Prota berates himself, thinking that his impulsive flight in his youth might have stripped that poor woman of every last drop of freedom she had left. Ultimately, he realizes with bitter regret just how selfish and cowardly he ended up being to the people around him. He hadn't been able to protect his own pride, let alone the woman he had agreed to share his life with. The young man feels like nothing more than a weak, selfish soul as he leans on his cane in the middle of that empty wheat field. While he was far away, covering himself in glory and blood on the battlefields while wielding his sword, Tyria was facing a quiet and incredibly difficult reality. He wonders sadly how painful and lonely it must have been for the young lady to spend all these years waiting for him completely alone in that mansion. Our Prota knows full well that he needs to apologize to her immediately, but he begins to question if he even has the right to do so. He tenses up, flushing with embarrassment at the thought that she might not even want to hear his excuses or forgive his abandonment. Quite flustered and stammering heavily, he finally tries to clumsily bring up a topic just to break the ice. However, the young lady merely continues to observe him in absolute silence with her calm, expressive gaze. Without dragging out that tense moment in the field, she simply suggests politely that they head inside the mansion at once. The young lady turns around and begins walking toward the grand house, followed closely by our Prota, who walks slowly, leaning on his cane. Our Prota walks in silence with a deeply worried expression, feeling the tension hang heavily in the air. He bites his lip in frustration, thinking it would have been much better if she had at least yelled or shown some anger toward him. He begins to fearfully imagine that behind that calm facade, she might be harboring a dark resentment for being left behind. He questions what exactly he was expecting to find upon returning to this place after so many years of absolute silence. Suddenly, the young man is snapped out of his grim thoughts when he hears a noise and turns around. Startled, Elric's eyes widen in surprise as he spots someone very familiar rushing toward him in a hurry. While Tyria keeps walking ahead with all the calm in the world, our Prota stops completely to face the approaching person. Realizing he had fallen behind, the young lady turns around out of curiosity and softly asks if he isn't going to accompany her. Our Prota is left speechless for a second, completely torn between his bride and the person who just appeared. He quickly tries to compose himself and replies that he's on his way, quickening his pace as best as he can with his limping leg. Upon arriving at the imposing gates of the Portman mansion, the young lady asks him to wait outside for a moment while she goes to call the butler. She bids him farewell politely, maintaining her usual impeccable and elegant posture, even while wearing simple farming clothes. Our Prota watches in silence as the grand glass doors slide open to let his bride pass through. Left alone outside, he takes the moment to look around and take in the details of the old family estate. Our Prota is struck by how everything remains exactly the same, as if time had simply frozen over the last 10 years. The beautiful water fountain in the center of the garden and the luxurious architecture of the house were exactly as they were on the day he decided to run away. He can vividly recall every single detail, from the exact number of windows down to the location of every tiny blemish on the stone walls. A nostalgic, genuine smile surfaces on the young man's face as he feels truly welcomed back by his old home. However, his peace is interrupted when a woman's voice approaches from behind, asking who that mysterious man standing there is. Our Prota turns around slowly with a surprised look, instantly recognizing the owner of that familiar voice. It is Rhonda, the family's loyal maid, who is now staring at him very seriously, trying to figure out the intentions of this unknown visitor. With a massive, joyful smile on his face, the young man cannot contain himself and calls out her name in a highly cheerful manner. The woman adjusts her glasses and observes him very closely, feeling that those facial features and that tone of voice weren't entirely foreign. He lets out a light, good-natured chuckle and playfully asks if she really can't remember him. After all this time, Rhonda keeps tilting her head in deep confusion, trying to connect the features of this mature man to the boy who vanished in the past. But in the blink of an eye, the realization finally hits her, and the woman's expression transforms into utter shock as the truth sets in. With tears nearly forming in her eyes from pure emotion, she stammers, unable to believe that young Master Elric was alive and standing right there in front of her. Casting all formalities aside, the loyal maid rushes over to grasp his hands and asks emotionally if it really was her beloved, long-awaited young Master Elric who had returned. Our Prota returns. The affectionate embrace warmly and softly says that it has been a long time, but he is finally back home. Rhonda sheds tears of pure joy while looking at his face, confirming that it truly is her beloved young master. She remarks emotionally that she almost didn't recognize him because he has changed quite a bit and grown so much since the last time she saw him. The young man agrees with a gentle smile, saying it's only natural she wouldn't recognize him after changing so much over the years. But in the middle of that friendly chat, a sudden thought causes his red eyes to flash with an intense, worried gleam. He remembers when Tyria firmly stated that she was still there because she was his wife, regardless of his disappearance. Being a man who spent 10 years on the battlefield surviving extreme dangers, our Prota begins to notice a massive inconsistency in this entire story. Rhonda notices his sudden silence and serious expression, asking worriedly if something is wrong. He begins to reason that he changed so much physically that even Rhonda, who raised him like a mother, couldn't recognize him at first glance. Given that, a major doubt begins to plague his mind regarding how that encounter actually played out. He tenses up completely, breaking into a cold sweat as he tries to unravel this intriguing mystery. Our Prota wonders how it could possibly be that Tyria recognized him instantly, with just a single glance, when they barely even knew each other before he ran away. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of the mansion, a white curtain sways gently in the breeze coming through the grand window. Tyria gazes out pensively, staring fixedly down toward the estate's courtyard. From the heights of her bedroom, she silently watches the emotional reunion between Elric and the maid, Rhonda feeling that he was being watched. Our Prota quickly turns toward the window and blushes deeply upon noticing her presence. Tyria is slightly startled to realize she's been caught spying and quickly retreats behind the curtains. With her cheeks burning with embarrassment and her breath coming in short gasps, she tries to calm herself down after that awkward catch. Our Prota runs his hand over the striking scar he carries on the back of his neck, recalling his old battles. He also runs his fingers through his brown hair, thinking that these minor physical details were his only distinct traits. Ultimately, he realizes with a sigh that absolutely nothing has changed about his true essence from when he was just a boy. Later that evening, the young man decides to take a relaxing bath in a grand marble tub under the soft light of a beautiful chandelier, while resting in the warm water, displaying his battle-scarred body. The question of how Tyria recognized him so easily simply won't leave his head. He decides to step out of the tub, treading carefully on the wet floor as water drips down his legs. Our Prota slips on a comfortable white bathrobe and begins to tie the sash around his waist to dry off. But as he suddenly looks forward, he lets out a gasp of absolute shock and freezes completely. To his utter astonishment, Tyria was also in the exact same room, wearing nothing but a white towel wrapped around her body. The young lady instantly turns bright red and lets out a flustered whisper upon realizing the extremely mortifying situation. Desperate to cover up, she grips the towel tightly against her chest and stammers, apologizing 1,000 times for the misunderstanding. Seeing that the young lady is on the verge of tears from pure embarrassment, our prota tries to gently reassure her so she can calm down. He approaches calmly and gestures with his hands, asking her not to shed tears over what was merely a minor bump in the road. The bride looks at him with her golden eyes wide open, surprised by the young man's sudden concern with comforting her. Suddenly, a young maid passing through the hallway with a laundry basket spots the scene through the gap in the door and lets out an ear-splitting shriek of terror. Terrified by what she has just witnessed, the staff member spins around and goes dashing down the mansion corridors at full speed. She throws open the doors to another room with all her might, shouting desperately for her mistress to know what is happening inside. What the staff member sees upon entering is the young master holding Tyria firmly in his arms to prevent her from crashing onto the floor. The two are left completely frozen and bright red with shame in front of the maid, entirely unsure of how to explain such a compromising position. Nearly crying from pure embarrassment, the young noblewoman tries to call out to the maid in a weak, flustered tone. Our prota tries to whip up a quick, clumsy excuse, saying his wife was about to slip and that he merely caught her just in time. The scene shifts abruptly to the past on the battlefield, specifically at the Chevor frontier defense line, where the soldiers of the 5th Regiment were preparing under the pouring rain. The locked-in gaze of one of the enemy combatants shows that they were fully prepared to launch a ruthless and violent assault. It was LeBron, the vanguard knight who led the feared elite strike team of the Imperial Army. With deafening battle cries, the troops charge across the muddy terrain with the intent of annihilating the enemy vanguard. The elite knight lets out a maniacal grin and challenges his foes, promising to slice them all in half without a shred of mercy. An absolute slaughter begins to unfold on the battlefield as violent strikes start to bring down several warriors. Utterly